Chapter 97, The Showdown. Interests. This notion is quite understandable. For what value does pure blood glory hold if it cannot sustain one's livelihood? Even the esteemed legacies passed down through their families could be sold for sustenance when pressed by dire circumstances. Thus, regardless of how many among the formal members yearn for pure blood status, they must inevitably confront the harsh realities of life. The reality is that they are devoid of wealth. Pure blood glory can only be revered when one's basic needs are met otherwise. Can such a notion procure even a loaf of bread? I knew it. Well then, let me convey this clearly. Boundless wealth lies within the Muggle world, and we are currently at a most opportune moment. So, I trust you comprehend what must be done. Moreover, before delving into the Muggle realm, it would be prudent to familiarize yourselves with its circumstances otherwise. I fear you may find yourselves outmatched by their elite. Upon hearing Clarence articulate this so-called path forward, the members exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. As if he could read their thoughts, Clarence continued, "What? Do you look down upon Muggles? The Muggles you disdain are remnants of the past. The present is entirely different. It is time to broaden your perspective beyond the confines of the magical world. Or do you genuinely believe that the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was established to protect the non-magical populace?" Indeed, Clarence was acutely aware of the sentiments swirling within this assembly. Perhaps to ordinary wizards, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy seemed to safeguard those devoid of magic, the Muggles. However, for the pure blood families, the essence of that statute was unmistakably clear. Yet it was precisely due to their understanding of its origins that they harbored a peculiar mix of disdain and trepidation towards the Muggle world. This sentiment is indeed paradoxical. As wizards endowed with magic, they possess every right to look down upon the ordinary, non-magical folk. Nevertheless, a prophecy from Grindelwald had enlightened the global magical community, revealing which side truly represented the weaker faction between wizards and Muggles. This realization birthed the strange mentality, leading to an instinctive avoidance of the Muggle realm, for not everyone possesses the courage to step beyond their comfort zones. Such a phenomenon is prevalent in today's magical world, with visionaries like Grindelwald and Dumbledore being exceedingly rare. In essence, if one chooses to engage, they must do so with caution. Should the Ministry of Magic intervene, they must resolve the issue independently and refrain from seeking my assistance in such matters. A formal member stepped forward, a pained expression etched on his face, and said, "But young master, you must be aware that the exchange rates at Gringotts are exceedingly disparate, and there are limits as well. Only when exchanging with gold, silver, or precious gems can one do so without limits." Clarence rolled his eyes and remarked, "You think I'm disparaging you for your narrow-mindedness. Is it true that the Muggle world lacks food? Or does it not possess high-end goods? The realm of Muggles is replete with luxury items, and even the wealthiest among you may find that your lifestyle pales in comparison to that of an ordinary affluent individual in the Muggle world. I find it rather perplexing that the economic lifeblood of wizards is controlled by a group of fairies. Do you truly believe that a mere economic crisis would spare you from ruin?" Noticing the others seemed poised to respond, Clarence raised his hand to silence them. "I know what you are about to say, or rather, I can guess what is on your minds. Do not rush to oppose me. You must personally witness the current state of the Muggle world. Do not focus solely on the impoverished. Look instead at those of your own kind. As for the initial funding required for your venture into the Muggle world, our organization currently lacks significant funds, but we can still manage to allocate some. Should you choose to proceed, seek out Algida. He will be responsible for these matters moving forward, or rather, the Greengrass family will oversee it. Of course, if you prefer not to venture into the Muggle world, you may still approach Algida for assistance." After speaking, he turned to Algida and said, "In our collaborative business, let us include them." "Certainly, young master, I shall take charge of these arrangements." "Very well. Then please escort me to my guest room and notify me when the next group is about to arrive." Clarence had remained within the Greengrass family for 4 days. Hadn't Algida previously mentioned that only 3 days were necessary? Why had he stayed an extra day? It was not because they were discussing other matters, such as seeking an opportunity to confront Voldemort and his Death Eater forces. Rather, it was due to unexpected circumstances that delayed the arrival of a few members of the last group. On the 3rd day, they had not made it, and it was later revealed that they had encountered unforeseen complications, which caused the delay. Thus, they had no choice but to wait until the 4th day for those individuals to find a suitable opportunity to arrive. Moreover, these individuals did not come together. So it was not until the late hours of the 4th night that Clarence met the final member, at the very least. This presented Clarence with an opportunity to confront Voldemort unknown. Should he miss this chance, tracking Voldemort's movements would become significantly more challenging. Why 9 o'clock the following morning, the officially assembled members of the True Society had all gathered at the Greengrass family estate. Chapter 98. The confrontation. Have the journalists from the newspapers or magazines within your industries been arranged? It is imperative that they document everything meticulously. For this is a spectacle intended for the entire magical community of the Great Wielding. The current head of the Greengrass family nodded affirmatively, stating, "Young master, everything has been arranged. Additionally, aside from our personnel, there are other news outlets that have also caught wind of this information. They had only learned of it last night from the Ministry of Magic." Clarence, taken aback, inquired, "Did I not instruct you just a couple of days ago to arrange for some false intelligence to be subtly leaked to the ministry? How could it have spread so swiftly?" Indeed, it was crucial for this operation to create a significant impact, allowing his pure-blood allies to use this opportunity to demonstrate that they bore no affiliation with the Death Eaters or Voldemort, but rather stood in opposition to them. Thus, Clarence intended to involve the Ministry of Magic, showcasing the strength of the Truth Society to instill a sense of trepidation within the ministry. In pursuit of this goal, he had also instructed the official members to incite anticipation among their ranks, such as by arranging for journalists from their own newspapers or magazines. However, Clarence had not anticipated the ministry's lack of prudence. How could they have revealed this false information so quickly? A mere 2 days had elapsed. Truly, it was a testament to the saying that those who fail to achieve their goals often cause more harm than good. It was indeed remarkable that such inept individuals could manage the magical realm of Wielding. Pondering this, he pressed further, "Surely Voldemort remains unaware of this situation? It appears he is still in the dark, but I suspect he will catch on soon." Sighing, Clarence lamented, "What a troublesome ally we have. Nevertheless, let us proceed with our actions now. We must not linger, for if Voldemort becomes aware before the ministry can intervene, our personnel may be the first to face elimination." With that, Clarence rose and made his way outside. Dressed in his school uniform, he sauntered out of the hall and beheld the assembled members of the Truth Society in the courtyard. The atmosphere was palpably tense, imbued with an air of grim determination. Clarence surveyed the members, noting their specially designed vests, each adorned with multiple pockets filled with various magical scrolls and potions. Every individual, irrespective of gender, donned alchemical magical jewelry, earrings, necklaces, and rings, imbued with potent enchantments, ensuring their survival in the impending battle. It seemed that everyone was indeed prepared, yet an unsettling silence enveloped the scene. With no one daring to speak, the true avatars moved towards their respective teams, and the members promptly presented the wands they had prepared, specifically intended for the avatars to wield in their spellcasting. Moreover, all of these wands were crafted by Clarence himself, which significantly enhanced his wand-making skills. Although the process of creating these wands was quite tedious, the advantage of having made them himself lay in their exceptional suitability for his true replicas to cast spells. Indeed, these true replicas were also set to participate in the battle. They were tasked not only with leading the charge, but also with safeguarding the members of their respective teams, ensuring their safety from mortal peril. Despite the multitude of alchemical items, potions, and the existence of magical scrolls, it would not be so easy for them to perish in combat. Nonetheless, Clarence felt immense satisfaction towards his subordinates. Even the loss of a single one would cause him great sorrow. Thus he was determined to prepare for every eventuality. It could be said that in this confrontation, the primary forces were not truly them, but rather Clarence and his true replicas, while the members of the Order of Truth were merely there for show. They were the kind who could invoke cheers of admiration. Once the true replicas were in position, Clarence commanded, "Everyone, let us depart." With that, he utilized apparition to transport himself to the predetermined location, closely followed by Algida, Lucius, and the other young members who executed the same spell. Once all the members of his team had assembled, Clarence drew his wand and directed it towards the vast mansion, casting a Fire God's Path spell. This time, Clarence held nothing back, even channeling nearly 20% of his total magical power to amplify the spell's potency. As a result, within a few breaths, the magical energy he had expended was completely replenished, while the lava fire summoned by the spell was just beginning its assault on the mansion. Like a force of nature, it swiftly breached the various protective enchantments surrounding the estate. What followed was an earth-shattering explosion, reducing the entire mansion to rubble. Within the mansion, some Death Eaters may have perished in the blast, but Voldemort would not be so easily affected by the explosion. The intensity of the magical fluctuations was such that even without deliberate perception, it could be felt. He certainly did not believe that Voldemort would remain unaware. Indeed, just as Clarence had surmised, as the shockwave from the explosion subsided, Voldemort and several Death Eaters suddenly appeared at the front of the mansion. They dared not enter the estate, which had now become an inferno, engulfed in the flames of molten lava, scorching the very air into a distorted haze. Neither the Death Eaters nor Voldemort himself would approach, let alone enter. Upon reappearing, Voldemort cast a wary glance at Clarence, disregarding the Hogwarts robes he wore, and with a menacing glare, demanded, "Who are you, and why have you attacked my mansion?" "Why attack your mansion?" Clarence let out a scoff and remarked, "However, unlike you, I shall elucidate the reason. The reason is that you have encroached upon my people. Do you comprehend now?" Voldemort instinctively widened his eyes. "Your people? Whom do you refer to?" Clarence toyed with his wand, a mischievous expression adorning his face as he gestured towards those standing behind him. Indeed, the more Voldemort gazed upon them, the more familiar they appeared. Yet, upon spotting Lucius amidst the crowd, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. He retorted with a cold sneer, "They are your people? No, they should rightly belong to me. What, have I not fed them well enough? So they resort to seeking sustenance under your banner?" As he uttered that last phrase, an almost palpable murderous intent radiated from Voldemort's eyes. Chapter 99, Confrontation. Under the condition that they pledge their allegiance to me, bound by oaths, they are indeed my people. Yet, Voldemort, you dared to touch my people. With that, Clarence, without a hint of chivalry, unleashed a torrent of fire with a spell, a deluge of flames surging forth. The Death Eaters behind Voldemort struggled against the onslaught of the molten fire, while Voldemort himself effortlessly conjured a fierce flame in defense, appearing remarkably at ease, seemingly unconcerned about the ever-growing inferno that threatened to spiral out of control. It is well known that such flames can turn upon their conjurer. Thus Voldemort's audacity suggested he possessed the mastery to contain it without fear of losing control, even if they have sworn fealty to you. I do not recall having moved against them. Though Voldemort managed to cope with the molten fire with ease, he gleaned some insight into Clarence's formidable prowess. Of course, even without this encounter, he harbored no illusions of being able to overpower Clarence. Cautiously, he surmised that their strengths were likely comparable, rendering them equally matched. Astonishment coursed through him at the realization of how this adversary had emerged, attaining such power without prior notice. Consequently, Voldemort was reluctant to confront Clarence directly, particularly given the implications of his words, which indicated that not only Lucius and his youthful companions had sworn allegiance, but also those still in Hogwarts reserves. It was likely that even the families of these individuals had betrayed him. Presently, he had grown indifferent towards the purebloods, having recently recruited a substantial number into the ranks of the Death Eaters, making his influence robust and formidable. Thus, the betrayal of these purebloods, while inciting his ire, was ultimately inconsequential. Yet, the power of these purebloods, now loyal to Clarence, whose strength was not inferior to that of his own wizards, could not be underestimated. Even due to Clarence's youth, one might find this force even more challenging to confront than that cunning old fox, Dumbledore. It is not that Clarence, being so young, possesses greater strength than Dumbledore. Rather, it is the case that the youth lack the shrewdness and composure characteristic of Dumbledore. Instead, they are likely to engage in a direct confrontation, displaying a reckless boldness typical of the young. For instance, at this very moment, Voldemort finds himself bewildered, unable to fathom why Clarence would launch an assault on his headquarters. In a head-on clash, Voldemort is certainly undaunted, but this is contingent upon the presence of only himself and Clarence. Should Dumbledore, with his watchful gaze, be lurking nearby, the situation would be entirely different. Thus, Voldemort is disinclined to confront Clarence directly, for such a confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing Dumbledore to reap the benefits. This is precisely why Voldemort has tempered his tone. In truth, Voldemort is not being duplicitous. He indeed has refrained from taking action against the young scions of pureblood families, even though still in school. After all, it would be madness to strike against the children of those who have not yet betrayed him, effectively undermining his own stronghold. Voldemort is perplexed, as he harbors no intention of attacking those youths, yet Clarence claims that he has harmed his followers. Soon, Voldemort connects this to Dumbledore, pondering whether that old fox has been scheming in the shadows. There is indeed a plausible scenario in which, due to his absence from Hogwarts, Voldemort remains unaware of Clarence's capabilities, but as the headmaster, Dumbledore surely cannot be oblivious to the strength of his students right under his nose. Hence, Voldemort's conjecture holds some merit, and the more he contemplates, the more he suspects Dumbledore of plotting against him. However, before Voldemort could voice his thoughts, Clarence interjected, "They have already pledged their loyalty to me, thus their families are effectively my own." Upon hearing this, Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of Clarence's words. Once he grasped the meaning, fury erupted within him, unleashing a torrent of powerful dark magic towards Clarence. Why did Voldemort rage? Because Clarence's statement seemed to imply a duplicitous advantage. Voldemort certainly does not believe that his pure-blood followers maintain any semblance of loyalty. For if they had not encouraged their children, how could those youths possibly pledge allegiance to Clarence? Thus, upon seeing Lucius, Voldemort had already suspected that his pure-blood followers had betrayed him. Initially, he felt a profound resentment towards the pure-bloods for their treachery, yet he endured the simmering anger within, striving to avoid a full-blown conflict with Clarence, a wizard of equal prowess. In fact, he even harbored some intentions of winning Clarence over. However, He could no longer contain himself after Clarence's audacious words, which insinuated that he had taken advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. What's more, he had yet to address the betrayal of the purebloods, yet Clarence had the audacity to accuse him of retaliating against his subordinates' families, which justified an assault on his headquarters. Furthermore, until the purebloods had unequivocally declared their betrayal, he had planned to merely punish them. As of now, he had not taken the life of a single pureblood. And yet this was somehow a valid reason for an attack? How could it be that, as his subordinate, one could fail or err, and he was barred from meting out punishment? If one wished to confront him, they should do so directly, rather than concocting such an absurd excuse. Thus, it was no wonder that Voldemort was enraged. Even Dumbledore would likely be infuriated under such circumstances. At that moment, a magical firework ascended into the sky in the distance. Upon seeing it, Clarence understood that the reporters he had arranged, along with the representatives from the Ministry of Magic, had arrived. Henceforth, he could no longer speak freely. Earlier, Clarence had inquired about the reporters he had arranged, mentioning that all was in place. Why, then, had they only just arrived? The situation at Voldemort's headquarters was unique. It was unreasonable to allow individuals to approach before the conflict had commenced. The Death Eaters were not known for their amiability, and if discovered, their lives could be in peril. Thus, the reporters had actually been arranged for other Death Eater strongholds intended for assault, and those at Voldemort's headquarters had to wait until the battle commenced before being brought in. Unexpectedly, the reporters Clarence had arranged coincidentally arrived alongside the Ministry personnel, which, in fact, served to better conceal their identities. Upon realizing that the Ministry representatives were nearing, Clarence turned to Voldemort and stated, "Now that we have warmed up, it is time to get serious. Are you prepared, young Tom?" In the face of the terrifying killing curse, Clarence's method of response was remarkably straightforward. He conjured a wall of earth to rise before the direction of the magical attack, effortlessly deflecting it. Despite being merely a wall of earth, it was conjured using elemental magic, meaning that the wall was entirely composed of earth elements, enabling it to withstand the killing curse with ease. A mere ordinary earthen wall would undoubtedly falter against such potent dark magic, especially one unleashed by Voldemort himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Voldemort's demeanor grew increasingly cautious. He was well aware of the formidable power of his killing curse and knew that it could not be easily negated by an ordinary earthen wall. Thus, the wall must possess some hidden intricacies, though at that moment, Voldemort could not discern its secrets. However, he soon had no time for contemplation, as Clarence's counterattack commenced. Though invisible, a palpable force surged towards him with great speed, compelling Voldemort to abandon his intended offensive spell in favor of defensive enchantments. He hastily conjured over a dozen protective barriers, yet, as he had sensed, they were swiftly breached one after another. One transparent attack even slipped through, and with no time left for further defenses, Voldemort resorted to apparition, narrowly evading the magical onslaught. Unfortunately, the two Death Eaters behind him were not so fortunate. They fell victim to the transparent attack, which cleaved them in two. One, due to his height, was severed at the heart and died almost instantly, while the other suffered a more gruesome fate, bisected at the waist and writhing in agony for some time before succumbing. As the Ministry of Magic and several reporters arrived near the battlefield, they were met with this gruesome tableau. The Aurors displayed little reaction. They had encountered numerous perilous scenes in the line of duty, far more harrowing than this mere bisecting. In contrast, the high-ranking officials accompanying them were visibly affected, with some unable to contain their nausea, while others struggled to maintain composure, their faces turning pale. Meanwhile, Voldemort and Clarence continued their fierce exchange, scarcely glancing at the unfortunate casualties behind them, only momentarily distracted by the arrival of the Ministry and reporters before resuming their battle. Those from the Ministry who recognized Clarence from published photographs immediately identified him as the renowned Clarence Stewart, engaged in combat with Voldemort. Although they were perplexed as to how a mere student from a school found himself in such a dire confrontation, the Aurors were reluctant to assist. The intensity of the duel was overwhelming, with powerful dark and light magic colliding in a chaotic display. Venturing too close risked their lives, and they were awestruck by the prowess Clarence displayed, having previously learned of his considerable skill through various dueling competitions. However, the strength displayed was indeed formidable, rivaling even that of Voldemort. Rather, one might assert that it was in a position of superiority, exerting pressure on Voldemort to an extent that was entirely unforeseen by them. The Ministry of Magic was rendered powerless, even hesitant to approach, yet the journalists were of a different ilk. They required no proximity and commenced taking photographs from the fringes of the battlefield. When Clarence noticed the journalists capturing images, he realized an opportunity had arisen, prompting him to declare loudly, "Now, Voldemort, repent for your assault on the family of my Truth Society members." Voldemort, not lacking in intelligence, discerned the true intent behind Clarence's words upon hearing them. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that Clarence chose to speak after the journalists had begun their documentation, thus revealing his ulterior motive. Consequently, as an adversary, Voldemort was disinclined to allow Clarence to achieve his objectives so effortlessly, intent on formulating a response to disrupt his plan. All of Voldemort's focus was directed toward countering Clarence's assault, leaving no room for any other thoughts. This situation was astonishing even to Voldemort, for advanced magic, particularly white magic, was invariably taxing on magical energy. Yet, thus far, Clarence had scarcely employed any low-level white magic. His spells were predominantly of a higher caliber. Occasionally, he would utilize one or two peculiar incantations that appeared rudimentary, yet their efficacy was on par with advanced magic, leaving even Voldemort bewildered as to their nature. The source of Voldemort's incredulity lay in the question of Clarence's magical capacity. Was his power boundless? It seemed that the magical energy expended by conventional high-level white magic was replenished almost instantaneously upon release. Thus, Clarence deliberately slowed his pace of attack. His tone laced with amusement as he proclaimed, "What's the matter, Voldemort? Are you unable to withstand such a degree of assault? I have merely concluded my warm-up and am poised to unleash my ultimate technique." With that, disregarding the expenditure of his magic, he summoned molten lava and seawater with unrestrained fervor. In an instant, the sky was awash with molten fire, staining the heavens of vivid crimson, while the ground amassed a copious volume of seawater, the level of which continued to rise, swiftly submerging the lower legs of all present. Above, flames raged, and below, the waters ascended, as if intent on engulfing all in their path. The scene before them resembled an apocalyptic vision, transforming Voldemort's demeanor into one of grave seriousness and leaving the others present in a state of near shock. It became evident that Clarence's earlier assertion of an ultimate technique was not mere bluster, but rather a genuine threat. Only upon witnessing this cataclysmic tableau did they truly comprehend the magnitude of Clarence's prowess. Clarence, undeterred by the thoughts of others, manipulated the molten fire in the sky and the vast quantities of seawater on the earth. Addressing Voldemort with a tone of finality, "Let us cease the childish antics and engage in earnest. Are you prepared, Voldemort?" With that, he conjured dozens of massive water dragons from the sea, while the molten fire above coalesced into over 10 sizable lava phoenixes, as if in perfect harmony with the moment. Both the water dragons and the lava phoenixes appeared vividly alive, their fierce eyes locking onto Voldemort, as if poised to annihilate him at any moment. Voldemort, however, regarded Clarence with a grave expression. In his prime, he would have found such a scene formidable yet surmountable, albeit at a considerable expenditure of energy. The troubling reality was that he was far from his peak now. Due to the practice of a certain dark magic, his powers had temporarily diminished severely. While he could easily handle lower-tier wizards, confronting a master sorcerer like Clarence was a daunting challenge. Clarence's prowess transcended that of an ordinary Archmage. He had, like Voldemort, stepped into the realm of Dark Lords. In terms of combat capability, he had reached an extraordinary level. Thus, even in his weakened state, Voldemort could not claim he could match Clarence in a fair contest. As for why he did not flee, it was the molten fire above and the sea imbued with Clarence's magic that distorted the very space around him. Attempting to use apparition to escape could yield catastrophic results. If luck turned against him, he might end up leaving his head behind in the process, which would spell his doom. Hence, the fear of death restrained Voldemort from resorting to the apparition spell. Although he would not truly perish due to his Horcruxes, he was reluctant to abandon his corporeal form unless absolutely necessary. Such a choice would only be made as a last resort. Just as he prepared to utter a few words to probe for any weaknesses in Clarence, the latter's assault commenced. After barely withstanding several attacks from the water dragons and lava phoenixes, Voldemort, realizing his dwindling magical reserves, made the resolute decision to relinquish his control over the raging fire. Consequently, the massive flames, now out of control, began to indiscriminately consume and incinerate everything in their vicinity. In the blink of an eye, they devoured a significant amount of seawater and even several of the lava phoenixes soaring in the sky. This rendered the fierce flames even more formidable, their power becoming increasingly terrifying. As the flames began to unleash indiscriminate attacks, swiftly spreading towards Lucius, Algida, and the magical forces on the other side, Clarence, finding himself with no other choice, was compelled to abandon his assault on Voldemort. Instead, he forcefully apparat to the front of Algida and the others. Kneeling partially on the ground, he thrust his wand violently into the earth and proclaimed, "All spells shall cease." In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged skyward, not only engulfing the encroaching flames, but also extending towards the magical forces, shielding them from the inferno. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for the flames elsewhere could not be ignored. After all, these relentless flames did not discriminate in their choice of fuel, capable of consuming anything in their path. Thus, Clarence's spell could not merely protect Algida and the magical forces, It had to continue expanding until it formed a circle, trapping the flames within. With renewed vigor, Clarence amplified his magical output, and a golden circle emerged, unleashing golden flames that charged towards the fierce fire. Soon, the massive blaze was entirely consumed. Once the flames were eradicated by the spell, Voldemort was nowhere to be found. Clearly, he had seized the fleeting moment when Clarence was unable to control the water dragon and the molten phoenix above, escaping without even taking his subordinates with him. Consequently, they were the first to perish in the flames. Although a few survived, they were gravely injured and on the verge of collapse. As Clarence rose and surveyed the battlefield, devoid of Voldemort's presence, he could not help but sigh. Alas, that fellow has fled. Lucius and the others dared not even breathe, likely still shaken by the cataclysmic scene that had unfolded. Yet Algida managed to maintain her composure, her voice trembling as she expressed her contrition to Clarence. After all, had it not been for the need to protect them, if Clarence had been alone, Voldemort would undoubtedly not have escaped. The consequence of this was that, intending to their safety and the magical forces on the other side, he had to relinquish the opportunity to eliminate Voldemort. Of course, they were all aware that this so-called elimination merely pertained to Voldemort's current form. They had not forgotten that he possessed Horcruxes. So even if they had succeeded in killing him now, it did not signify his definitive demise. Although Algida and the others understood this, their request for forgiveness stemmed from their recognition of their own missteps. They could not dismiss their errors simply because Voldemort was not subject to total destruction due to his Horcruxes. Their fault lies in their inadequate strength, so feeble that they could not contend with the encroaching inferno, necessitating Clarence's intervention to resolve the situation. It is for this reason that Algida humbly offered his apologies. Recognizing the rarity of this opportunity, it is uncertain whether a chance to vanquish Voldemort might ever arise again. Algida's voice, while acknowledging his error, was not muted, which elicited a sense of regret among the members of the magical department, though they dared not voice it further. The Aurors among them were equally unable to withstand such a formidable fire. Thus, despite their lament over the missed chance to eliminate Voldemort, they remained silent, for they could not simply suggest disregarding their own safety to prioritize Voldemort's demise. Although they might have engaged in polite conversation under different circumstances, the perilous situation had escalated, with the flames already lapping at their feet, leaving no room for bravado. Even the Aurors were not all unfazed by the specter of death. Consequently, the magical department's team refrained from further commentary. Meanwhile, Clarence seized this moment to inquire, deliberately raising his voice. Have any updates arrived from the other squads? How did the assault unfold? Were the families of our members rescued? Once he found himself alone at the scene, his expression darkened as he approached the magical department, where his reproach preceded him. What business do you have here? Had it not been for your interference, Voldemort might not have escaped. Upon hearing Clarence's accusation, a senior official immediately opened his mouth to respond, aware that Voldemort's opportunity for escape had arisen because of the effort to rescue his subordinates. However, recognizing that they too had been saved by Clarence's actions, and acknowledging their own inability to stop the flames, the official merely opened his mouth, ultimately refraining from articulating a retort. After all, it was undeniable that Clarence had indeed rescued them. The apparent leader among them then elucidated their purpose for bringing the Aurors. They had received intelligence indicating that numerous students from Hogwarts had been abducted by Death Eaters during the summer and taken to their headquarters. Although the motives behind Voldemort and the Death Eaters' actions remained unclear, it was unacceptable to remain indifferent to such events once aware of them. After listening to the explanation, Clarence wore a skeptical expression and inquired, his tone somewhat harsh. I only received this information yesterday afternoon. Gathering members of the Order of the Phoenix throughout the night to probe for intelligence before commencing action this morning. If you had received this news prior, why have you only now arrived? Moreover, the intelligence I obtained indicates that no one is being held at the Death Eaters' headquarters. The only occupant here is Voldemort himself. My purpose in coming here was to divert Voldemort's and the Death Eaters' attention, in order to facilitate the rescue operations of other squad members. You must not tell me that your purpose for coming here is also to save people. Listening to Clarence's assertions, coupled with the desolate battlefield behind him, reduced to ashes by the merciless lava, only the remnants of the Death Eater headquarters remain. One cannot ascertain whether hostages are indeed present within. Even if there were, they would likely have been turned to mere ashes long ago. However, they held no doubts regarding Clarence's claims, nor did they suspect whether there might truly be hostages inside the headquarters. They were not foolish. Prior to launching an attack, it would be inconceivable to have not conducted reconnaissance on the Death Eater headquarters to determine the presence of any hostages. Otherwise, how could they have proceeded with the assault? Consequently, the high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic appeared equally perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Perhaps there had been a miscommunication in the intelligence received? In any case, the intelligence was indeed credible, for earlier during the skirmish, Clarence had mentioned that the Death Eaters had indeed targeted the families of their members. He had also inquired about the rescue operation from his subordinates, thus confirming the information previously received by the ministry. Yet, it was possible that certain aspects of the intelligence were erroneous or lacked specificity, leading to this confusion. Upon observing the ministry officials in their state of bewilderment, Clarence grew weary of further discourse. Well, the ministry has always been unreliable. Otherwise, there would be no need for a mere student like me to intervene. As for Voldemort and the Death Eaters, they have indeed kidnapped several students. But more significantly, they have taken relatives of the students as well. The students who were also abducted were primarily in pursuit of finding or rescuing their families, which led to their capture by the Death Eaters. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that both the kidnapped relatives and the students are members of my organization, the Truth Society. After declaring this, Clarence feigned an intention to depart, only to be halted by the ministry officials, who inquired about the nature of this Truth Society and the identities of its members. Their inquiry stemmed from a reluctance to allow another Death Eater or member of the Order of the Phoenix to emerge, especially considering that Clarence, as a leader, possessed strength comparable to that of Dumbledore and Voldemort. Thus, they felt compelled to ascertain the true nature of this so-called Truth Society to determine the appropriate stance to adopt. However, upon learning that the Truth Society was merely a student organization within the school, and seeing that Clarence did not intend to integrate this organization into the broader magical community, the high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic breathed a sigh of relief. Although such knowledge did not warrant complete complacency, as Clarence's mere call to action could incite considerable operations, it was evident that the influence of this organization was formidable. Yet, upon discovering the identities of the members within this Truth Society, the officials and aurors of the ministry found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. Chapter 103. The Showdown. It is one thing for students from the other three academies to partake in the Truth Society. But what is most perplexing is the near-total involvement of Slytherin students as well. Among the students of Slytherin, there may be a few innocent souls, yet the majority, along with their families, are affiliated with the Death Eaters. How did these students come to join the Truth Society? What emboldened them to do so? Surrounded, as they are, by a cadre of ignorant peers? What, then, is Dumbledore truly up to? Furthermore, do those junior Death Eaters not fear Voldemort discovering their alliances with other organizations? Before the senior official from the Ministry of Magic could finish his remarks, he was interrupted by Clarence. Do not tell me you still believe that all purebloods have aligned themselves with the Death Eaters in service to Voldemort. It is undeniable that some purebloods have indeed joined his ranks, yet the majority of pureblood families remain innocent. Your ministry, in its haste, has failed to discern this distinction, lumping all pureblood families together as Death Eaters. Such behavior effectively casts the innocent purebloods into Voldemort's camp. Moreover, even if some Slytherin students do have family ties to the Death Eaters, prior to their affiliation with that dark identity, they are merely students of Hogwarts, and the Truth Society was established to assist students in their academic endeavors. So do not spout nonsense about Slytherin students being mere recruits for the Death Eaters. They are, for now, members of my Truth Society, along with their families. Additionally, your ministry's response time is rather sluggish, is it not? You received the information before I did. Yet here we are. Upon hearing this, several high-ranking officials' expressions began to darken, for they grasped the true implications of Clarence's words. To summarize, the Truth Society exclusively recruits students, and nearly all Slytherin students are members, which consequently implicates their family members as well. In simpler terms, the pureblood families are no longer Death Eaters. They are part of Clarence's Truth Society. Should your ministry refuse to acknowledge this fact, then the Truth Society may very well ally with Voldemort. Or even if we choose not to collaborate, our singular focus on opposing your ministry would unleash a devastation no less significant than that wrought by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Of course, beyond all this, Clarence subtly offered his assurance that those purebloods, upon joining the Truth Society, would effectively reform and cease their involvement in any further nefarious activities alongside Voldemort. In this regard, the essence of Clarence's final statement subtly conveys that should the Ministry of Magic acknowledge this fact, the pureblood families would extend their benefits to them. Otherwise, did one truly believe that Clarence was merely lamenting the ministry's inefficiency? What was the intent behind his deliberately uttered words? Clarence's purpose was to remind them that prior to making any decisions, the ministry ought to deliberate on certain matters carefully. For instance, although Clarence is merely a fifth-year student this year, his prowess rivals that of Voldemort, and he is likely not far behind Dumbledore either. Yet how young is he? Thus, Clarence is signaling to the ministry that his strength will continue to grow, and when the time comes, not even Dumbledore may be a match for him, let alone Voldemort. One can only ponder the fate that awaits the ministry and its officials in such a scenario. Clarence departed with an air of nonchalance, while the remaining high-ranking officials of the ministry were left in a cold sweat. His final remark before leaving was a flagrant threat against the ministry. Yet the unfortunate truth is that the ministry truly had no means to counter Clarence. Let's not entertain notions of preemptive suppression. The premise for such actions hinges on the target's inability to have yet developed their powers. But does Clarence appear to be someone who has not matured? Perhaps on the surface, it may seem so, especially since he is still a student at Hogwarts. Thus, it is not unreasonable to assert that he has not fully matured. However, even so, his abilities are already formidable enough to rival Voldemort. So what can be said about preemptive suppression? It would be absurd to consider eliminating him. Hence, the options left for the Ministry are glaringly clear. They must acknowledge that the purebloods are not Death Eaters, but are instead victims of slander. And their true status must be recognized as members of the Truth Society. Should they choose otherwise, they might not even need to wait for Clarence's powers to fully manifest. His current capabilities alone are sufficient to bring about the Ministry's downfall. If the Ministry ceases to exist, what fate could possibly await these so-called officials? Fortunately, this operation, bolstered by Clarence's true avatars and numerous advanced alchemical artifacts and potions, resulted in no casualties, not even injuries. Upon hearing that there were no losses, Clarence exhaled with relief and then addressed the assembly. Is everyone present? If so, summon them here. I shall eliminate the dark mark for them. Young master, having just emerged from battle, do you not need to rest first? Arjada inquired hesitantly. During the battle with him, it was hardly a strenuous endeavor. Rather, I had to intentionally temper the potency of my magic, lest I inadvertently end his life. Clarence remarked with a look of exasperation. Algida responded, so, that magic, which seems capable of apocalyptic destruction, is actually being deliberately suppressed. If unleashed to its full potential, would it not truly herald the end of the world? Although she found Clarence's words somewhat exaggerated, she harbored no doubts regarding the extent of the young master's power. Since the young master himself declared no need for rest, he naturally set forth to execute his orders and began gathering all members. Chapter 104. The confrontation. The eradication of the dark mark posed no significant challenge for Clarence. Indeed, after dispelling 2 or 3 marks and gaining some experience, his efficiency and speed increased markedly. Once he had liberated all members from the dark mark branded by Voldemort, Clarence summoned the heads of the pureblood families to the Ministry of Magic. They aimed to facilitate the previously discussed plan, which entailed compensating the wizards persecuted by the Death Eaters and Voldemort. However, the financial burden would not rest solely on the shoulders of the purebloods. The initiative must be spearheaded by the Ministry of Magic itself. It seemed the Ministry had perhaps surmised the intentions of these purebloods, or more precisely, their new master, Clarence. Thus, they insisted that the Ministry lead the charge while including the pureblood families in the endeavor. The implication was quite clear. The Ministry sought to uphold its reputation and was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Yet they would also involve the pureblood families to share in the acclaim. In Clarence's view, this was not an unreasonable expectation. After all, the Ministry could undertake this task without any obligation to do so. The decision lay entirely with them, and if Clarence wished to influence the Ministry's choices, he must be prepared to offer certain sacrifices and benefits. Otherwise, they might acquiesce out of fear of his power. But such an arrangement would not be sustainable in the long run. A more viable strategy would involve an exchange of interests, ensuring that they would willingly cooperate, thus averting further complications. Upon realizing this, Clarence nodded and said, Indeed, while you purebloods may not bear the brunt of the burden, our objective is merely to absolve you. As long as we can include you in this endeavor, that suffices. However, when it comes to the necessary funds, I cannot help but frown. For the resources of the Truth Society are quite limited. Seeing Clarence's expression, the heads of the families quickly understood the situation and assured him that the funds for their absolution would not be sourced from the organization, but rather would be borne by themselves. With a huff, I found myself akin to that fool Voldemort. However, the organization is indeed lacking in financial resources at present. So you shall take the lead for now. I must contemplate what profitable ventures might still be available. After uttering these words, Clarence gestured for them to depart. The heads of the families exited the hall with profound gratitude, for, in essence, their assertions were not unfounded. The funds in question were intended for the purpose of legitimizing their identities as Death Eaters, and it was only right that the Truth Society should not bear this burden. Yet, Clarence insisted that the Truth Society would indeed cover these expenses. However, due to the organization's current financial constraints, they could only initially supplement the cost themselves. Although it was unclear whether they would be reimbursed, it was evident that Clarence had mentioned contemplating lucrative business opportunities. Since there was no doubt, it implied that the substantial sum they contributed could indeed be reclaimed. Thus, it was only natural for the family heads to feel immense gratitude, especially when compared to Voldemort. They were nearly overwhelmed with emotion. The most critical aspect was that they had successfully disembarked from Voldemort's derelict ship, beginning to cleanse their identities as former Death Eaters. All thanks to whom? The family heads were acutely aware of the answer. Henceforth, they would no longer have to toil in fear under Voldemort's oppressive rule, nor scurry about like rats in the shadows. They could now appear openly before all, even participating in Truth Society events without hesitation. unlike the clandestine activities of the Death Eaters, which required masks to conceal their identities. Though their true natures were nearly laid bare to the entire magical community, the so-called masks served little purpose. Meanwhile, the plan for the purebloods' redemption and their actions proceeded methodically. The next morning, particularly after the publication of the Daily Prophet and various magazines, a significant uproar ensued throughout the magical community. Ignoring the lesser-known tabloids, we turn our attention to the renowned Daily Prophet, bolstered by the Ministry of Magic. While trivial matters may be inconsequential, any mention of significant events or important affairs signifies a high degree of authenticity, especially with the ministry's endorsement. Thus, when the Wizards of the United Kingdom beheld the headline of the Daily Prophet, particularly a photograph accompanying it, they were convinced of the truth contained within. A fifth-year Hogwarts student, Clarence Stewart, had indeed vanquished Voldemort. Moreover, beneath the main article, there were interviews with several high-ranking ministry officials and Auror captains present at the scene. Their statements affirmed that Clarence not only defeated Voldemort, but also compelled him to flee without regard for his own subordinates, confirming the veracity of the event. Several pages at the front of the newspaper are predominantly filled with reports and related content regarding this matter. However, the reality is far from what is portrayed. Let us not forget how renowned Clarence is within the magical community, and his reputation is decidedly positive. There were even claims that he could become the second White Lord following Dumbledore. Under Clarence's leadership, the purebloods would at least no longer dare to engage in any nefarious activities, for who could escape Clarence's wrath? Thus, there is no doubt about this. And some even suggest that it could be a fortuitous development, considering that the number of purebloods is not insignificant, even if they had previously aligned with the Death Eaters. It is improbable that the Ministry of Magic would execute or incarcerate all of them in Azkaban, despite their misdeeds warranting such penalties. The sudden absence of such a large number of purebloods would undoubtedly cause irreparable turmoil and detrimental effects within the magical society, potentially leading to the complete collapse of the wizarding social order. One cannot deny the considerable influence wielded by pureblood families in the magical realm. Setting aside other aspects, the various enterprises under these families sustain countless ordinary wizards. Therefore, even a mere reduction of 3/5 of their population could significantly jeopardize the stability of the wizarding society. This is no trivial matter. The ensuing chaos and potential riots from the multitude of unemployed wizards without sources of income would be beyond the ministry's control. This reality perhaps explains why, in the original narrative, numerous pureblood families, despite their affiliation with the Death Eaters, managed to evade punishment by claiming they were under the influence of the Imperius curse and compensated with substantial amounts of galleons. While their lives may not be particularly comfortable, they avoided the death penalty or imprisonment and continued to live their aristocratic lives. It seems that the ministry, considering the ramifications on social order, ultimately refrained from a comprehensive crackdown on all purebloods in the original storyline. Given that a total eradication of these purebloods is unfeasible, neglecting them is equally untenable. Thus, their current involvement in the Truth Society, under the guidance of a virtuous wizard like Clarence, may indeed prove beneficial. At the very least, there exists someone to impose constraints upon these purebloods. More crucially, this approach could substantially diminish the influence of Voldemort's Death Eaters. Consequently, this perspective gained overwhelming support from the majority, with even some more radical supporters expressing a desire for Clarence to assimilate all purebloods within the ranks of the Truth Society. The intention to render Voldemort completely devoid of support from all pureblood families is evident. Naturally, while some harbor positive sentiments towards Clarence, a small faction perceives him negatively, questioning whether he might indeed become the second White Lord after Dumbledore, or perhaps even the third Dark Lord. However, such discourse, under the endorsement of the Ministry of Magic, failed to create even the slightest ripple and swiftly dissipated. Turning our attention away from the external tumult, let us consider Dumbledore, who, upon reading the contents of today's Daily Prophet, adopted a notably grave expression. After a meticulous review, he could only exhale a sigh, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. From the information presented in the newspaper, he was able to deduce numerous insights and even clues. Yet, the sheer volume of analysis left him uncertain about where to commence. For instance, what precisely is the situation regarding the members of Clarence's so-called Truth Society? Is Voldemort's power waning for some reason? Or has Clarence's strength ascended to a level where he can overpower Voldemort? Furthermore, how is it that neither he nor the Order of the Phoenix had sensed any of this? Had it not been for today's Daily Prophet, he might have remained oblivious for an indeterminate period longer. Additionally, what about the pureblood families? When did they conspire with Clarence? Such questions abound, overwhelming Dumbledore's capacity to analyze and connect the dots. The crux of the matter lies in the intelligence regarding Voldemort, which is somewhat manageable, as his limits are already established. However, what significance does analyzing Clarence hold? For if Clarence merely waits until his power surpasses even Dumbledore's own, then what do all these schemes amount to in the face of absolute strength? Regrettably, Dumbledore does not perceive any possibility of forcibly eliminating Clarence. Rather, he must contemplate the likelihood that Clarence may wish to eliminate him. Just as Dumbledore harbors intentions to eliminate Clarence, the latter undoubtedly entertains similar thoughts regarding Dumbledore. The sole commonality between them lies in their mutual inability to take decisive action against one another. Yet, should one party cast aside all reservations and strike, it would signify the collapse of their delicate balance, inevitably culminating in one's demise. At Dumbledore's level, the desire to eliminate Clarence is not driven by self-interest, but rather by considerations for the future of the entire magical realm. Especially in light of the knowledge that killing the other may be impossible, one must contemplate how to cultivate a rapport with the adversary, or even guide them towards a path more aligned with one's own aspirations. The dilemma lies in the fact that while Dumbledore is capable of altering his thoughts, Clarence remains steadfast in his convictions, even if he is aware of the circumstances. It seems that Clarence's singular desire may very well be to eliminate both himself and Voldemort, or perhaps to ensure that both perish in a mutual destruction. Such thoughts are numerous, causing Dumbledore a dull ache in his mind, yet he cannot afford to dismiss them, enduring the pain and irritation within as he strives to extract valuable insights from the plethora of information at hand. What constitutes valuable in this context? What type would be beneficial to Dumbledore? He is now disinclined to contemplate any matters pertaining to Clarence, focusing solely on analyzing and speculating about Voldemort's intelligence. The threat posed by Voldemort, particularly to the entirety of the magical realm, far surpasses that of Grindelwald in his prime or even Clarence at present. As for the future of the magical world, reflecting on this, Dumbledore set aside the Daily Prophet, gazing out at the radiant sunlight filtering through the window. The future? Perhaps it is Clarence who will determine it. Thus, it may be time to impart this magic to him. As he mused, Dumbledore retrieved an exceedingly worn tome from the top shelf, nestled against the wall. The cover faintly bore the inscription of Guardian, yet its age rendered the letters too indistinct to discern the full title. Not every book merits Dumbledore's collection, and it is rare for one so tattered to be preserved with such care. Hence, it can be inferred that the contents of this book must be of exceptional quality, perhaps even the pinnacle of magical knowledge. Moreover, it seems he intends to bestow this tome upon Clarence. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the students were left agape upon reading the day's newspaper, their expressions betraying disbelief. While they were aware of Clarence's formidable abilities, surpassing even those of seventh-year students, they had not anticipated that he would be on par with Voldemort. This revelation was indeed staggering. Yet disbelief was futile, as the authority of the Daily Prophet, bolstered by the endorsement of the Ministry of Magic, compelled them to accept the truth. Soon after, the students considered that if Clarence's strength rivaled that of Voldemort, coupled with their headmaster Dumbledore, it might be conceivable for the two to join forces against Voldemort, possibly leading to his demise. If Voldemort were vanquished, could peace be restored to the magical realm? Certainly. What they were unaware of was that Clarence would never ally with Dumbledore, not even to confront Voldemort. Moreover, what puzzled these students the most was that they had not heard of any incidents involving their peers being kidnapped by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Furthermore, the organization known as the Order of the Phoenix was ostensibly meant to provide tutoring for students. Logically, they should all be considered members. Why, then, did Clarence, the president, summon members to rescue the kidnapped students and their families without including them? Although they were self-aware enough to recognize that their own abilities would only serve as a hindrance, it would have been courteous to inform them. After all, those involved were formal members, unlike themselves, who merely participated in tutoring and review sessions. As these thoughts crossed their minds, a wave of discomfort began to settle over many, including Snape, Lily, and Mia. The reactions of these students were of little concern to anyone. What truly captured attention was the fervent discourse ignited by the release of today's newspapers and magazines, which gradually spread throughout the magical communities of other countries. The international magical community was certainly aware of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, particularly due to the heinous acts they had perpetrated, which had earned them infamy worldwide, albeit a most odious one. Nevertheless, this notoriety compelled wizards around the globe to regard Voldemort and his followers with utmost seriousness. At the very least, no one would underestimate Voldemort's power, which could rival that of Dumbledore. It was precisely this that elicited such a strong reaction to the content of the newspapers and magazines. The reports detailed how a fifth-year student at Hogwarts had managed to confront Voldemort head-on and gain the upper hand. The images alone conveyed a sense of impending doom, revealing to the global wizarding community the true extent of Clarence's prowess. But could a mere fifth-year student truly possess such formidable power? Yet, the articles also included interviews with high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic and several Auror team leaders, which compelled even the most skeptical to accept the truth. Without delving into how wizards around the world debated this matter, it was evident that Clarence had indeed gained considerable renown in the international magical community, a fame that, in some respects, rivaled that of Grindelwald in his prime. Meanwhile, Clarence remained unfazed by the tumultuous happenings outside, instead wearing a peculiar expression as he gazed upon an old, tattered book that had been delivered to him by Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. Upon seeing Fawkes, Clarence had initially thought that the old man himself was coming to visit. He even contemplated whether he should temporarily incapacitate Fawkes to eliminate such a significant ally. Perhaps sensing Clarence's murderous intent, Fawkes no longer displayed the same familiarity he once had, abandoning the book and making a hasty retreat. Thus, as he gazed at the weathered tome, Clarence murmured softly, "What does Dumbledore mean by this? Bestowing upon me such a tattered book?" Unable to decipher its significance, he chose not to dwell further on the matter and opened the book to peruse its contents. Upon completion of his reading, he gained a clearer understanding of Dumbledore's intentions and the primary purpose behind the gift of this book. The original title of the tome was the Ancient Patronus Charm. The content within, while centered on the learning and mastery of the Patronus Charm, diverged significantly from the practices of contemporary wizards, being rooted instead in the arcane traditions of a bygone era. This was a form of ancient magic. If one were to compare the modern Patronus Charm to its ancient counterpart, what distinctions might emerge? The ancient Patronus summoned a guardian of far greater potency, endowed with an array of astonishing abilities. Furthermore, the methods of application and manipulation were more diverse than those of the contemporary version. Crucially, the ancient Patronus Charm possessed the remarkable ability to counteract all negative energies, including any magic or dark sorcery fueled by malevolent emotions. Observing the newly recognized skill bestowed upon him by the system, Clarence contemplated and spent 80 simplification points to activate it. The Patronus skill allowed the emergence of any positive emotion within, granting experience points. The more intense the positive emotion, the greater the accrued experience. This was the simplified method for practicing this skill. However, upon noticing the 6 question marks within parentheses following the skill's name, Clarence surmised that perhaps he needed to first manifest the skill to reveal the summoned Patronus, which would then be displayed on the panel. In truth, Clarence had already mastered and simplified the Patronus Charm into a skill, yet the effects of the previous version had not been particularly satisfactory. At the very least, it did not achieve the level of immunity he required against all negative energies, especially during his studies of dark magic, where he sought protection against the backlash of such spells. Despite his extensive and repetitive practice, he had failed to gain any new, special skills from this magic, those that would allow him to study dark magic without restraint. Now, with the emergence of a seemingly similar skill on the panel, it suggested a potential connection between the Patronus Charm utilized by modern wizards and its ancient variant, albeit as 2 distinct forms of magic. Chapter 107. The Seraphim with 6 wings. As for what form the summoned Patronus would take when he simplified the ordinary Patronus Charm skill, that remained to be seen. There is no need for further elaboration. Indeed, Clarence was rather reluctant to summon his guardian spirit, particularly in the presence of others. He would prefer to avoid it altogether, even feigning ignorance of such magic if possible. However, after suppressing the intense shame within his heart, Clarence resolved to invoke the ancient guardian spell. Although the incantation remained the same, the technique differed slightly. The modern version of the ordinary guardian spell relies on the energy of positive emotions derived from joy and happiness. In contrast, the ancient guardian spell, while also rooted in positive energy, is not confined to mere happiness. It encompasses any form of positive emotional energy, provided that such emotions are sufficiently strong. Interestingly, even negative emotional energy can grant the summoned guardian certain unique abilities and powers. Thus, the ancient guardian spell surpasses the ordinary version in every aspect, though this corresponds to a considerable increase in difficulty. In essence, mastering the ancient guardian spell is an exceptionally arduous task, so much so that even Dumbledore could not fully comprehend it. At most, he could only incorporate some techniques from this spell into the ordinary guardian incantation. Guardian spirit, heed my call. A brilliant white light erupted from the tip of his wand, resembling liquid as it surged forth rapidly. The radiance illuminated the entire guest room, and under Clarence's control, it converged and coalesced. Before long, it formed a colossal cocoon of light, towering to the height of an adult. The light emanating from the cocoon began to fluctuate like the rhythm of a breath, and Clarence could distinctly hear a powerful heartbeat resonating from within. In no time, the cocoon was torn apart from the inside. What emerged from the shattered light left even Clarence in awe, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. It was a pair of hands, indeed, the hands of a human. Astonished, he gazed at the entity emerging from the cocoon. It unfurled 6 pristine, ethereal wings that radiated a soft, sanctified light. The attire and visage of the being struck Clarence as eerily familiar. Upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed his own likeness. The guardian wore a robe that, apart from its pure white hue, was almost identical to his own school uniform, albeit devoid of any insignia. Moreover, atop the guardian's head rested a golden halo. Thus, My guardian spirit is an angel, specifically, one with 6 wings. Clarence uttered this thought instinctively, to which he was taken aback when the guardian nodded in affirmation. Though it did not speak, the expression and gaze conveyed a peculiar sense of validation, as if to say, "You are correct." Subsequently, the guardian extended its palm, and Clarence found himself able to discern the meaning behind this gesture. Thus, it is akin to a handshake or the intertwining of 10 fingers. In that fleeting moment when their hands clasped, the guardian transformed into a radiant white light, serving as a conduit that merged into Clarence's being. At that instant, he felt as though he were a 6-winged angel, capable of receiving an endless stream of information transmitted from the halo above his head. This revelation illuminated Clarence's understanding that the halo atop the guardian was akin to a receiver, functioning to absorb all messages relayed from heaven to every angel. It was reminiscent of connecting to an omniscient repository of knowledge. Whenever questions arose, answers could be sought through this divine connection. The peculiar aspect was that, despite perpetually receiving this infinite information, one would expect his corporeal form to be incapable of enduring such a deluge of knowledge. Yet, in truth, he felt no discomfort, as if it were a matter of instinct. Naturally, he also comprehended how to extricate himself from this state. Thus, following the guidance imparted by the omniscient source, he disengaged from the union with the guardian and dispelled the magic. Upon the dissolution of the spell, the 6-winged seraphic guardian transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. However, his apprehension did not stem from whether the guardian possessed true wisdom. The guardian merely held all of Clarence's memories, which accounted for its prior semblance of intelligence. In reality, it was akin to a true avatar. What truly concerned him was the halo receptor atop the guardian's head. This device was not only a receiver but also a transmitter. Thus, if he inadvertently conveyed certain information to the omniscient entity, it could lead to grave consequences. Earlier, while linked with the omniscient, he had conducted a cursory examination of his simplified system, only to discover that the information within the omniscient database was somewhat misleading, not genuine omniscience, but rather an overwhelming abundance of stored data. This abundance created an illusion of omniscience, yet there remained gaps in the database's information. During that simple inquiry, he nearly exposed his own information, which was precisely what troubled Clarence. Additionally, a rather strange issue arose. While connected to the omniscient, Clarence discerned that his guardian indeed occupied a divine status as a 6-winged seraph in heaven. This suggested that the guardian may not have been artificially contrived by the system, but rather existed within this realm from the outset. What sent a chill down his spine was the uncanny resemblance between this existing entity and himself. However, as he dared not reveal his information to the omniscient, and the simplified system lacked intelligence, its functions entirely reliant on his exploration, he found himself unable to uncover answers to this disconcerting mystery. Thus, the confidence derived from contending with formidable wizards like Voldemort and Dumbledore caused Clarence's previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more. He truly could not fathom that this world harbored the existence of heaven and angels, which consequently implied that the Master of Heaven was also real. Chapter 108. The revelation upon realizing that angels and even God were tangible entities within this realm, Clarence's perspective was abruptly elevated to an entirely new echelon. At the very least, in his current view, figures like Voldemort and Dumbledore were merely mundane beings, hardly even qualifying as elites. After all, wizards of Dumbledore's caliber were undeniably powerful, capable of performing feats akin to those of deities. Yet, this was merely the manifestation of magical prowess, not a reflection of their intrinsic abilities. As long as one remained immortal, bound by flesh and blood, an inherent disparity existed between them and the divine, a gap that encompassed strength as well. Consequently, Clarence no longer aspired to the level of Dumbledore or Grindelwald. Instead, he aimed for the realm of angels, the true domain of the divine. With this realization, a renewed sense of urgency surged within him. He promptly exited the guest room and sought out Algida in the hall, instructing him to bring all the dark magic tomes from their family's collection to the guest room. Although he found this request rather peculiar, after all, the young master had previously resolved not to engage with or study dark magic until he could fully withstand its backlash. Curiosity was not a trait befitting a subordinate. Thus, Algida refrained from questioning and simply nodded, agreeing to retrieve all the dark magic books from the family archives. During the ensuing holiday, Clarence resided at the Greengrass family estate, simultaneously integrating simplified dark magic skills into his wizarding template while contemplating the creation of lucrative alchemical items. His progress in learning dark magic was swift, primarily due to the rapid simplification of all the magical knowledge amassed by the Greengrass family, which extended beyond just dark magic to include white magic as well. After perusing the Greengrass family's library, Clarence then requested the remaining purebloods loyal to him to contribute their own collections. It is worth noting that, Unlike the early days of the narrative when pureblood wizarding families faced dire consequences from the Ministry of Magic for their allegiances, resulting in deadly Dementor's kisses or imprisonment in Azkaban, only a handful of pureblood families had survived this turbulent period. Yet, these few surviving pureblood families do not fare much better. Many of them have liquidated their treasures, selling off whatever they could to procure funds, including their collections of books. After all, evading the judgment of the Ministry of Magic requires substantial sums of gold, for it is unlikely that the Ministry would show them any leniency otherwise, particularly during the original storyline. The illustrious Malfoy family was compelled to part with their collection of dark magical artifacts merely to evade scrutiny from the Ministry. However, the current era's pureblood wizarding families differ significantly from those at the outset of the narrative, possessing a wealth of collections, especially in the realm of magical knowledge and its transmission. While it cannot be claimed that their libraries encompass all magical knowledge known in the world today, they certainly cover the vast majority. This abundance has led Clarence to streamline their magical collections, regardless of their nature, into skills that have been integrated into the wizard template, consequently placing the template in a state akin to a bottleneck. This stagnation, however, is not indicative of a malfunction within the system. Rather, it stems from the inability to find any unrefined magic left to simplify. Nonetheless, the current level of power is already sufficient for Clarence. At the very least, he remains unperturbed by the unrefined magic that remains. Coupled with those unique skills, Clarence's prowess has officially ascended to that of a Dark Lord, even surpassing the combat abilities of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. In addition to his burgeoning strength, Clarence has also developed numerous alchemical items capable of generating significant wealth, such as communication devices reminiscent of smartphones from his past life, compact and convenient to carry. Not only can they facilitate written communication, but they also offer voice and video chat functionalities akin to a two-way mirror. Beyond these communication devices, he has imported various household appliances from the Muggle world, subsequently modifying them through alchemy to function seamlessly within a magically charged environment. To secure legal approval from the Ministry of Magic for these innovations, the purebloods engaged in considerable negotiations. They even ventured into the entertainment industry. Though these ideas have yet to materialize into tangible profits, they have revealed the staggering potential for profit to the formal members of the Truth Society. Consequently, Clarence has garnered their unwavering loyalty. Even attempts to dismiss them may prove futile. Of course, he has not neglected to encourage the formal members to explore opportunities in the Muggle world, particularly by investing based on the knowledge he possesses from his previous life, eagerly awaiting the dividends. In just under 2 months, establishing such a multitude of industries and businesses cannot be expected to yield immediate financial returns. Clarence has merely outlined a framework. The rest must be meticulously refined by the purebloods and the formal members of the Truth Society. It cannot be said that he is irresponsible. Rather, he has made immense contributions. After all, without his research and development, where would the technology come from? Just like the communication alchemical items. Who could have conceived such a groundbreaking invention if not for Clarence's ingenuity? Furthermore, who possesses the skill to create it? Even someone like Nicodemus may have the capability to produce it, but to envision such a concept is altogether impossible. Age may bring experience and wisdom, but it does not necessarily enhance one's imagination. Take, for instance, the modifications made to household appliances in the Muggle world. It was Clarence who provided a template, and only by relying on that template could mass production take place. Even the magical card games and enchanted chess products owe their production techniques to him. Without this technical support, even if the ideas that could yield great wealth were divulged to the purebloods, it would be futile, as they would lack the ability to create them. Therefore, it is inaccurate to claim that Clarence merely outlined a rough framework and then neglected it. On the contrary, his contributions are the most significant. On September 1st, the day of the school opening, Clarence's appearance at the station nearly incited chaos. Thankfully, the staff on the platform maintained order. Otherwise, delays in train departures would have been the least of their concerns, with injury from the ensuing tumult being the greater fear. After finally boarding the train and finding an empty compartment, he was continually disturbed by students. To Clarence, their gaze, akin to that of spectators observing monkeys at a zoo, felt intrusive. If he hadn't ultimately succumbed to the urge to draw the small curtain across the compartment door to block the student's view, he might have resorted to using apparition to transport himself directly to the school. Fortunately, the students merely pressed their faces against the glass, staring intently, and none attempted to enter. This brought him a sense of relief. Just as the train was about to depart, a knock sounded at the compartment door. Clarence surmised that it was likely Lily, Mia, and Snape. Of course, it could also have been James Potter and his cohort, but Clarence hoped for the former. Upon opening the door, he found Lily and her companions surrounded by a throng of students. "So, Clarence, how does it feel to be a celebrity?" Mia jested. "Not particularly great, though I do desire this notoriety," Clarence replied with a resigned yet candid acknowledgement of his need for fame. "Humph, Clarence, did you forget us when you summoned the members of the Truth Society?" Why were we not informed of such a significant undertaking? Although we do not intend to hinder your progress as we did in the past, it does not excuse your failure to send even a single letter. Lily gazed at Clarence with a look of profound melancholy. I believe it is better not to disclose certain matters to you, for once you are aware, it will only lead to your concern. Therefore, it is perhaps wiser to remain silent. At this moment, Snape interjected with a somber tone. Let us not deviate from the subject. I believe Lily's meaning is quite apparent. What then? Is the situation regarding that member of the Truth Society? Moreover, if my memory serves me right, the newspaper's photographs included Lucius and Algeta as well. One is a formal member of the Death Eaters, while the other is a member of the Reserves. When did these Death Eaters and Reserves become members of the Truth Society? Clarence, you must comprehend whom I am referring to, though you may find it hard to believe. It is indeed the case that Algeta and her associates are legitimate members of the Truth Society, albeit with an additional layer of identity as Death Eaters. Subsequently, Clarence recounted how the purebloods among the Death Eaters had misconstrued their relationship with Voldemort and how they had approached him. Even Snape, with his typically grim demeanor, was left astonished, while Lily and Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. So, you mean to say that Algeta and her companions pledged their loyalty to you out of misunderstanding, and they even employed the magic of contracts? Yet, it was only after their oaths were sworn that they discovered you were not the master they envisioned and had no connection to Voldemort whatsoever. I can only imagine the expressions on their faces at that moment. Snape's lips twitched involuntarily. He too had not anticipated such a coincidence. Lily and Mia were in fits of laughter, primarily because the thought of Algeta and her reserved Death Eaters swearing loyalty and invoking a contract, only to realize post-ceremony that Clarence had no ties to Voldemort, was simply too amusing. The prospect of the expressions on Algeta and her associates' faces at that moment was irresistible to them. Alas, it was precisely due to their oaths that I was compelled to confront Voldemort. My original plan was to build my strength while at school until graduation. Clarence sighed. Observing his expression, Snape queried with curiosity. Your initial plan was to amass strength until graduation, likely out of concern that you might not be a match for him. Yet, according to the newspaper that day, did it not indicate you had him under control? Indeed, there was a photograph capturing you in the act of subduing him. Therefore, your current strength should surpass his. So why the sigh? Clarence elucidated the situation. At that time, circumstances were markedly different, as Voldemort remained oblivious to the factors that had severely weakened his power. Consequently, he was unable to fully exert his capabilities, which rendered it seemingly advantageous for me. However, now, Snape and his associates mistakenly believed that Voldemort had regained his full strength. Thus, should another confrontation arise, Clarence might not possess any significant advantage. Subsequently, the four engaged in conversation for an extended period, undisturbed by any interruptions. Even the unusually quiet James Potter and his companions refrained from approaching. Yet, the four paid little heed to why James and his group did not seek them out. Perhaps it was fortuitous, as it spared them the energy of dealing with potential conflicts. As for why James Potter's group did not directly approach this time, the reasons were rather complex. Upon closer examination, two primary factors left James in a quandary about whether to make an approach. The first lay in the prowess Clarence had displayed, which instilled a sense of inferiority within him. Despite James's inherently cheerful and optimistic nature, this situation evoked feelings of inadequacy, leading him to believe he was entirely unworthy of Clarence. The second reason pertained to the purebloods who had once allied with the Death Eaters. Ordinary wizards might remain unaware of the true nature of these purebloods and their affiliations with Voldemort. However, as a wizard from a similarly pureblood lineage, James was acutely aware of these dynamics, especially considering the presence of Sirius, a known rebel among their ranks. Thus, James fully comprehended the past affiliations of families like the Malfoys and the Greengrasses with the Death Eaters. Although he was unaware of how Clarence had persuaded the Ministry of Magic to recognize these purebloods as members of the Truth Society rather than Death Eaters, it conflicted entirely with his beliefs, creating a profound discord. To him, those purebloods who had once joined the Death Eaters and committed heinous acts deserved judgment. Yet, how had Clarence chosen to act? Astonishingly, he had taken in those who had previously allied with the Death Eaters. Were it not for his affection for Clarence, James might have severed ties entirely. Thus, in the wake of this ideological conflict, how could James possibly act as if nothing had transpired and continue to seek out Clarence as he had before? Indeed, unless he could reconcile these issues, James would remain reluctant to approach him. Regrettably, the matter of belief remains unresolved, yet the anguish of longing has been acutely felt, which renders James Potter in a state of profound turmoil. This inner conflict, however, is known only to Lupin and Sirius, who share the same compartment, while Clarence and his companions remain blissfully unaware and entirely disinterested in such matters. Instead, they engage in light-hearted banter throughout their journey, and just before disembarking, they do not forget to present the official edition of the Truth Magic book to Snape and his cohorts. However, they curtail their attempt to shed blood upon it, urging them with utmost seriousness to contemplate their decision before proceeding. For to inscribe their blood upon the official edition of the Truth Magic Book and thereby enter into a magical contract would equate to their induction into his Truth Society. Though Clarence had previously conveyed to the Ministry of Magic that the Truth Society was merely an organization for students to engage in learning, one that would not infiltrate society. And he genuinely held this view, believing that the Truth Society should remain as untainted as possible. Sometimes one's aspirations do not dictate reality, just as in this instance. Had it not been for the actions of Algeta and others, which disrupted the growth plan he had meticulously devised, he would have adamantly preferred to remain in the shadows, particularly when confronting Voldemort. Yet the truth of the matter is that he indeed requires a faction wholly loyal to him. If he desires to establish such a faction, he must confront Voldemort and seek to rehabilitate the identities of Algeta and her Death Eater associates, thereby necessitating their incorporation into the Truth Society he is founding. Furthermore, it is evident that in certain circumstances he cannot act alone. He requires the support and collaboration of an organized force, which compels the active participation of the formal members of the Truth Society. Thus, the Truth Society that Clarence has established cannot merely serve to enhance students' learning or exist solely as an academic organization. It must inevitably engage with the broader society within the magical realm. This is precisely why he urged them to deliberate thoroughly before making a decision. In essence, joining the Truth Society may entail facing significant, even life-threatening dangers in the future. Snape and Lily remain remarkably composed. They heed Clarence as counsel and intend to deliberate before reaching a conclusion. In contrast, Mia is quite different. She promptly signs the magical contract, effectively becoming a formal member of the Truth Society. In truth, even if she has not fully considered the implications, it matters little, as Clarence will not compel her into combat. At most, she would handle logistical tasks. After all, what danger could possibly lurk when she remains at home? Moreover, Mia possesses considerable strength in her own right. The four descend from the train, engaged in jovial conversation, then proceed in another direction to board the nightmare carriage toward the castle, entirely oblivious to the tumultuous expression on James Potter's face. As he and his friends fixate intently on Clarence's retreating figure, Clarence sat leisurely across from the desk, gazing at Dumbledore with a hint of amusement. "What brings you to summon a student at such a late hour, headmaster? Is it merely to play the contemplative sage?" "Dumbledore, you must comprehend the reason for my summons," he replied with a tone tinged with exasperation. "Ah, there are numerous things I ought to know, so why not dispense with the pretense, dear headmaster? If you choose to remain silent, I shall take my leave, for I still have my luggage to attend to." Without hesitation, Clarence rose and strode toward the door, clearly uninterested in further discourse. "What a nuisance. Do you truly believe everyone is as idly occupied as you?" Dumbledore interjected. "What I refer to is Voldemort. During your confrontation, he evidently did not unleash his full potential. Thus, I am keen to discern the true nature of his condition." As Clarence approached the threshold, Dumbledore dared not waste more words, directly voicing his inquiry. "Clarence, I wish to know what afflicts Voldemort," he emphasized. With that, he closed the office door behind him and made his way down the staircase, paying no heed to Dumbledore's possible reactions. In the now solitary office, how did Dumbledore respond? "Ah, Clarence, it seems even you are not immune to moments of defeat." The portraits of former headmasters lining the walls bore expressions of mockery, one in particular emanating derision. "Indeed, I should have anticipated this. Clarence would never divulge Voldemort's situation, for he relishes the prospect of my downfall alongside Voldemort's, or even our mutual destruction." Dumbledore, unfazed by the portrait's laughter, expressed his resignation, realizing this scenario was inevitable. The mocking portrait ceased its laughter, reverting to a solemn demeanor. "I have long pondered your strategy. Given your concerns over another Voldemort's emergence, why not guide the situation from inception to fruition, shaping it to your desires, or alternatively, stifle its growth? Instead, you merely remain vigilant. What purpose does that serve?" Chapter 111. Sixth year. As for his luggage, indeed, he had yet to pack. But he preferred not to engage in the task personally. Instead, he conjured a genuine doppelganger to manage the organization. Meanwhile, he commenced planning his academic pursuits for the year ahead. This was not to imply that following his encounter with Voldemort, he would forego participating in dueling competitions or any other contests. Rather, he intended to continue engaging in them. After all, he had yet to graduate from Hogwarts, and it was not the time to fully embrace the outside world. However, this year's competitions would differ in that he could register independently, without requiring Professor Flitwick's assistance. His motivations for entering various contests were primarily for the sake of reputation and financial reward. While the allure of fame was understandable, the prospect of monetary gain was less pressing, given the substantial contributions of the Truth Society's members. Surely, Clarence would not find himself in need of funds. Indeed, there exists a considerable deficit, for the funds in question belong to the organization rather than to Clarence himself. Although he possesses the authority to appropriate these resources if he so desired, he refrains from doing so. Even though the organization's members would harbor no grievances regarding such actions, it is imperative to avoid setting a precedent. Otherwise, one transgression could lead to a cascade of similar acts, ultimately leading to the organization's finances being treated as his personal wealth. Thus, while amassing fame through participation in various competitions, he also stands to gain monetary rewards, a dual benefit that is hard to resist. It is akin to a bottomless pit, with the children within resembling insatiable beasts, devouring every last coin without hesitation. Moreover, the expenses related to his alchemical studies are substantial, as certain materials are exceedingly rare and costly. Without the means to purchase them, one must resort to foraging, yet time is a luxury he cannot afford. Even if he had the time, the likelihood of success is uncertain. Consequently, the only viable option remains to invest significant sums in acquiring these materials. Fortunately, this financial shortfall is expected to alleviate soon, particularly as the formal members of the Society of Truth commence generating revenue from their business endeavors. It is noteworthy that Clarence holds shares in these enterprises. In addition to competing in various contests, he must continue publishing scholarly papers, albeit shifting their focus to the elemental magic system they are currently investigating. Previously, Professor Flivy and the other scholars involved in the research signed a confidentiality agreement to ensure Clarence's safety. However, now that his strength rivals that of Voldemort, he possesses sufficient power for self-defense, rendering the need for secrecy obsolete. Thus, some of their research findings can now be publicly disclosed, especially those pertaining to the unique methods of employing elemental magic. This unique methodology involves entering into a contract with Clarence to harness his power, thereby enabling the use of elemental magic. However, it is crucial to note that this approach merely circumvents the process. It does not exempt them from the fundamental theoretical advancements required. At the very least, the foundational theory must be established so that wizards can perceive and manipulate the elements to form the elemental magic system. Only upon fulfilling this prerequisite can the foundational theory be deemed solidified. Beyond the elemental magic system, Clarence must also expedite his research on the Time Turner. During the summer break, he did not neglect to arrange for a genuine doppelganger to specifically study the Time Turner or temporal magic. He senses that his research is on the verge of yielding results, and thus intends to allocate more of his focus and energy to the study of the Time Turner this year. With only 2 years remaining until his graduation from Hogwarts, it is imperative that the Time Turner remains in his possession for that duration. Thereafter, it must be returned to the Ministry of Magic. If one wishes to continue their research after graduation, they must either devise a means to acquire a Time Turner not recorded by the Ministry of Magic or become a silent one within the Department of Mysteries, thereby obtaining the requisite credentials to legitimately access the Time Turner. Thus, in order to make the most of the remaining 2 years, Clarence must focus his research efforts on the study of Time Turners. Once his study plan was completed, Clarence created numerous authentic duplicates of himself, allowing them to commence their studies and research according to the plan, even engaging in the creation of alchemical items and potions. The 6th year of study was generally quite tranquil, at least while in the confines of the school. However, this tranquility would shatter the moment Clarence left the school grounds to partake in various competitions, where he would encounter assaults from Death Eaters. It was not only Clarence who faced these attacks. Even the formal members of the Truth Society suffered the wrath of Voldemort. Fortunately, during the previous summer, Clarence had anticipated Voldemort's retaliation against purebloods and had thus cast various protective enchantments and magical wards around the homes of the formal members. As long as they remained within their dwellings, they were safe. Not even Voldemort, nor a united Dumbledore and Grindelwald, could breach those fortified protections in a short span of time. Moreover, it would be a grave mistake to assume that these formal members were mere soft targets. In Clarence's presence, they might appear as meek lambs, but away from him, they transformed into formidable wolves, banding together like a pack. Armed with an abundance of advanced alchemical magical items and potions crafted by Clarence, they turned the tables and dealt a significant blow to the Death Eaters. As for why Voldemort himself refrained from personally avenging those purebloods who had betrayed him, it was simply out of fear of attracting Clarence's attention. If one were to think rationally, after so many failed attempts at revenge with little to show for it, and considerable losses among his own ranks, one would cease such futile endeavors. Continuing would only deplete his strength without yielding any benefit. Yet, Voldemort was anything but rational. Despite his Death Eaters suffering severe casualties, he showed no signs of halting their operations, frequently dispatching them to orchestrate ambushes. This relentless pursuit bred resentment among the Death Eaters, yet they dared not defy Voldemort. For those who did met their end at the hands of the killing curse. As the toll of losses mounted, the Death Eaters tasked with these missions became increasingly hesitant to engage in retaliatory strikes against the formal members of the Truth Society, especially when it came to targeting Clarence. Due to the reluctance of the Death Eaters to assault Clarence directly, He was able to continue participating in various magical competitions across the globe without the constant fear of a sudden Avada Kedavra from lurking adversaries. Previously, upon receiving correspondence from the official members, he learned that they had also endured several retaliatory strikes, yet the Death Eaters had not gained any significant advantage. Rather, they suffered considerable losses with each assault. Clarence found it perplexing that such actions seemed utterly futile, draining their own strength, yet Voldemort persisted with these acts of vengeance. Was it merely to vex the Order of the Phoenix? Moreover, there were scant events worthy of his participation in the latter half of the year within the international magical community. Upon analyzing the results of his research, he unexpectedly discovered a unique, unactivated skill on his skill panel. After expending 100 simplification points to activate it, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the skill's description. The skill, known as instinct, allowed one to discern the most suitable course of action in battle within an instant, even granting the ability to glimpse the future. Was this not reminiscent of a skill from a certain anime character? As Clarence pondered, he scrutinized the skill details and, aside from the description, found no experience points, indicating it could not be upgraded. After thoroughly reviewing the information, he noticed the words talent inscribed subtly beneath the skill icon. Could it be a talent skill? Hence its inability to be enhanced. When he attempted to activate instinct, finding no discernible difference, he promptly dismissed it, considering the significant magical energy it consumed. However, he soon detected an anomaly. He observed that the real clones in the dormitory repeated the actions from earlier, and he could sense their forthcoming activities. This revelation seemed to illuminate something profound to Clarence, yet it was an ineffable sensation beyond verbal expression. After further experimentation, Clarence marveled at the true potency of this talent skill. Upon activating instinct, he effectively acquired a permanent passive enhancement, a state of foresight that allowed him to predict various events. Furthermore, by consciously invoking this skill, he could directly access the realm of future predictions, perceiving occurrences seconds or even minutes ahead. To test this newfound passive foresight, he deliberately entrusted his wand to one of his real clones, instructing it to launch an attack against him. Naturally, this assault would consist solely of vibrant orbs of light, devoid of any true magical incantations. The results of the test were not as he had anticipated. Before the true avatar even raised its wand, merely initiating a motion, he had already predicted the outcome. Furthermore, the magical spell unleashed by the true avatar was anticipated in terms of its trajectory, allowing him to slightly shift his body and evade the incoming sphere of light. In fact, Clarence speculated that even if he had acquired the skill of intuition without being distracted by the use of multiple skills, he might not be able to exert a significant effect. After all, his cognitive processes and speed were limited, while the calculations required for the skill of intuition were vast. Thus, in the absence of distractions, and with the assistance of a phantom brain for calculations, Clarence would not be able to fully manifest the capabilities of the intuition skill. However, ironically, Clarence possessed a unique skill that allowed him to multitask efficiently. Not only did he have one phantom brain to assist in computations, but he could temporarily utilize all phantom brains for support. He could not only fully realize the intuition skill and its passive predictive functions, but could even exceed its potential by more than 100%. In addition to the benefits derived from the intuition talent skill, there were also several papers written by his true avatar, all concerning the fundamental theories of elemental magic systems. Yet, these papers had neither been sent out for publication nor presented to Professors Flivy and McGonagall for review, as they were solely modified and supplemented by the true avatar. After perusing these papers in his dormitory, Clarence took them to seek the counsel of Professors Flivy and McGonagall. In Flivy's office, after reviewing the papers, particularly one that proposed a clever method, signing a contract with Clarence to draw upon power for direct elemental magic, Flivy suddenly raised his gaze to Clarence and inquired, "Have you thought this through? If this paper is published, it may lead to numerous troubles for you." "Professor, I have indeed considered it thoroughly. My current strength is sufficient to handle any troubles that may arise, especially with the establishment of the Truth Society. Therefore, should anyone seek to cause trouble, they must weigh their own capabilities," Clarence replied with a calm demeanor. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, I recommend you show it to Professor McGonagall first. I have a feeling that there are issues within your paper that disrupt its coherence," Flivy remarked, noting the inconsistencies he perceived after reviewing the document. His concerns were not about the content being incorrect, but rather that certain sections appeared somewhat disjointed. Nevertheless, as he was not particularly adept at writing papers, he suggested that Clarence consult McGonagall, who was indeed an expert in that domain. Chapter 113. The emergence of elemental magic. After Clarence departed with the papers, Flivy communicated the matter to his fellow scholars through the alchemical notebook. Upon learning of this development, the scholars exhibited a range of reactions. Some were supportive, while others expressed concern for Clarence's safety, leading to their opposition. However, This dissent did not stem from a refusal to accept the emergence of the elemental magic system. Ultimately, regardless of their stance, whether supportive or apprehensive, they were unable to halt the progress. At most, they merely voiced a few objections in the group chat of the alchemical notebook, which changed nothing. With no alternatives, Clarence resorted to idly perusing a book in his office. About half an hour later, he noticed the door to his office opening. It was Professor McGonagall, accompanied by several students who were hanging their heads, presumably having fallen afoul of her. Aware that Clarence would not enter her office without cause, she hurriedly addressed the punishment for the students before ushering them out. Once they were alone, McGonagall turned her attention to Clarence. Placing the papers on her desk, he positioned one on top and handed it to her, saying, "Professor, could you kindly review these papers for any errors, particularly the one on top?" Professor Flivy mentioned it seemed somewhat disjointed, but he could not pinpoint the issue. "Oh, Flivy couldn't discern the problem?" McGonagall remarked, her interest piqued. Although Flivy often claimed to struggle with writing papers, comparisons are contingent upon context. When juxtaposed with McGonagall, even Dumbledore would hesitate to assert superiority in this domain. However, this did not imply that Flivy's writing skills were notably deficient. At the very least, they were on par with those of scholarly wizards. After reviewing the paper, McGonagall did not identify any errors but looked up at Clarence in disbelief, asking, "Is the content on this paper genuine? If you refer to the section concerning the contract I signed to borrow power, then indeed, it is authentic," Clarence affirmed. Professor Flivy operates accordingly. Furthermore, several scholars involved in this collaborative research have also employed similar means to draw power from me, enabling them to directly wield elemental magic. It is indeed feasible, otherwise I would not dare to publish it. With Clarence's confident nod, McGonagall hesitated no longer and commenced the arrangement of the magical circle as outlined in the paper. In truth, as long as one comprehends the design of that magical array, it suffices to reproduce it upon any sheet of paper. The crux of the matter lies not in the medium employed to establish the magical formation, but rather in the potent force of contract it can evoke. Consequently, appended to Clarence's subservient contract skill was the name of Minerva McGonagall. Subsequently, without needing any encouragement from Clarence, McGonagall began to conjure the 4 fundamental elemental magics as delineated in her research paper. Observing a fireball materialize in her palm, feeling the intense heat and realizing her own magic reserves remained untouched, McGonagall found herself rendered speechless with exhilaration. After a series of exhilarating attempts, she gradually regained her composure and turned to Clarence, exclaiming, "Truly, Clarence, your research and its outcomes are simply astounding and utterly remarkable." Clarence listened to McGonagall's effusive praise with calm demeanor, and once she finished, he replied, "This method is merely a clever shortcut. In reality, our foundational theories remain far from complete. Particularly, we have made little significant progress on the critical aspect of enabling wizards to sense and manipulate elements through their own faculties. Thus, for the time being, we can only resort to this clever method, allowing wizards, aside from myself, to bypass this process and directly wield elemental magic." Following this, McGonagall expressed her desire to join the endeavor of researching the elemental magic system. Naturally, as she had already completed her previous research topic and had yet to embark on a new one, she eagerly volunteered to participate. However, she advised Clarence that it would be prudent to separate the contract methodology, specifically, the magical array design and the principles of the 4 fundamental elemental magics, from the main text. Otherwise, according to the formatting requirements of the journal, his paper would be rendered unpublishable. McGonagall indicated that these formatting stipulations likely pertained to the journal's typesetting and printing issues. It was no wonder that, despite having meticulously reviewed the draft, he had failed to identify any discrepancies. And Professor Flitwick had sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the issue. It was only after McGonagall's clarification that he realized the problem lay with the formatting. After making the necessary amendments in his dormitory, he proceeded to the Overlord, dispatching his owl to submit the paper to the journal today's Transfiguration. That very evening, an array of names was appended to his subservient contract skill, all of whom had entered into a contract with his explicit consent. And these names belonged to individuals affiliated with the journal. This signified that his paper had indeed been reviewed by members of the journal and subjected to experimentation. Thus, he was able to sense this connection and form a contract with those at the journal. It seemed likely that his submissions would appear in the next issue of today's Transfiguration. Chapter 114. The Emergence of Elemental Magic 2. As for why the submission was sent to the Contemporary Transfiguration magazine, it must be noted that the publication primarily focuses on the realm of transfiguration, which is entirely unrelated to the elemental magic system that Clarence and his colleagues are investigating. However, the magazine's reputation is unparalleled, extending beyond the borders of the magical community to gain international acclaim. Furthermore, despite its emphasis on transfiguration, the magazine does encompass other topics. Clarence simply wished to leverage their esteemed platform to showcase his papers, particularly the one detailing the contract. The readership of contemporary Transfiguration is vast, making it the most suitable venue for the publication of his work. Indeed, shortly after the release of the next issue, Clarence was inundated with a plethora of contract requests. It was impractical for him to handle these requests personally. This was not due to an inability to manage them, as he possessed ample support from numerous ethereal minds. Even so, the nature of these requests was not one-time. They would continue to flow in, and Clarence lacked the leisure to attend to them all. Thus, he decided to create a tangible avatar dedicated to this task, with no intention of dissolving it afterward. This avatar retained all of his memories, enabling it to discern which types of wizards' contract requests to decline. In his view, any wizard with a history of violence or crime should be summarily rejected, regardless of their alignment, and this was not limited to those who had practiced dark magic. Therefore, Clarence harbored no concerns that his tangible avatar would enter into contracts with nefarious individuals and thereby be exploited for power. Indeed, this skill inherently possessed the capacity to nullify any contract made with a particular individual. Otherwise, it would not be termed a subordinate contract. Clarence had not been particularly attentive to the stirrings of the outside world or the international discourse, and thus remained unaware of the profound impact and upheaval his paper had incited within the global magical community. Gradually, he had even begun to be hailed as the founder of elemental magic. While this was somewhat exaggerated, since elemental magic already existed within the wizarding framework and public understanding of the two concepts differed slightly, it was not accurate to bestow upon him the title of founder. However, if one were to consider the system he developed, it would be more fitting to designate him as the originator of the elemental magic system. Undeterred by external distractions, Clarence, along with his tangible avatar, continued their research on the time converter. Thus, he spent the latter half of the semester in the school with tranquility and stability, culminating in the final examinations, where his exceptional performance once again placed him at the top of the class. However, during the summer break, life became far from tranquil. Clarence has nearly grasped the true intentions behind Voldemort's incessant orchestrations, wherein his Death Eaters assault both himself and the formal members of the Truth Society. Voldemort's ulterior motive, beyond merely seeking to repulse them, is to sap the strength of the Truth Society through these attacks. This predicament is not exclusive to the Truth Society that Clarence has founded. Even Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix has faced similar relentless assaults. Yet, does this not amount to a mutually assured destruction? Indeed, Voldemort's aim is to orchestrate a scenario where the Truth Society and the Order suffer collectively. Although this strategy may appear to be counterproductive, one must not overlook the fact that his Death Eaters can be replenished on a grand scale. Furthermore, Voldemort imposes minimal requirements upon those wishing to join his ranks. This allows him to recruit vast numbers of capable individuals with relative ease. After all, the recruits he attracts are typically nefarious individuals and dark wizards, whose inherent strength ensures they do not find themselves incarcerated in Azkaban, serving as mere fodder for Dementors. Hence, Voldemort harbors no concerns regarding the number of his followers. However, while Voldemort remains unconcerned, Clarence and Dumbledore cannot afford such complacency. Their organizations do not recruit members so indiscriminately. Each individual is invaluable, and they cannot engage in a strategy of mutual destruction like Voldemort. The loss of any member represents a significant blow to the entire organization. While Clarence and his compatriots do not closely monitor the situation within the Order, they are indeed aware of some casualties and irreversible injuries among their own ranks. Were it not for Clarence's system, capable of fully healing those afflicted with irreversible injuries through healing magic, the healers at St. Mungo's would have found no possibility of recovery. The three fallen formal members represent a grave loss for the Truth Society. The sacrifice of these three has even stirred Clarence, who is typically calm, rational, and composed, to the brink of fury. Consequently, he embarked on a retaliatory campaign against the Death Eater forces. Regrettably, despite dismantling several of their strongholds and eliminating numerous Death Eaters, he failed to uncover Voldemort's whereabouts. Moreover, Voldemort conceals himself with utmost diligence. Even some high-ranking members among the Death Eaters remain oblivious to his precise location. A revelation obtained by Clarence through the combined use of the Cruciatus Curse and Veritaserum. This is hardly surprising, as Voldemort's nature is such that he trusts no one beyond himself, not even his most loyal subordinates. It seems that there is no means of discovering Voldemort's hiding place through the Death Eaters. However, despite having eradicated several strongholds of the Death Eaters, the fury within him remained largely unmitigated. The inability to locate Voldemort rendered the elimination of these replenishable Death Eaters somewhat futile, at least from Voldemort's perspective. Such retaliatory actions would not elicit a significant response. Thus, it became imperative to devise a more substantial approach to demonstrate the true consequences of provoking him in the Order of Truth. Chapter 115, The Knights of Truth. Yet, the question of how to find Voldemort's precise hiding place was a source of considerable distress for Clarence. After all, without this knowledge, there was little he could do against Voldemort. Consequently, he contemplated the possibility of collaborating with the Ministry of Magic, albeit solely in the realm of intelligence. While the purebloods loyal to him acted as local power brokers within the magical community, they possessed their own channels for gathering information. Nevertheless, these channels could not possibly rival the resources of an official organization like the Ministry. Perhaps the Ministry's combat prowess relied heavily on the Auror division, leaving the other department's wizards with little combat capability. Furthermore, the Aurors had proven somewhat ineffectual when facing Voldemort and his Death Eaters. However, this should not be construed as a reflection of their overall combat effectiveness. They were simply contending with an exceptionally formidable foe, one that far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary dark wizards. Thus, the Auror's lack of effectiveness against Voldemort and the Death Eater forces did not imply that the Ministry's control over the broader magical community was weak. At the very least, their intelligence operations were quite robust. Therefore, Clarence sought to establish a collaborative relationship with the Ministry regarding intelligence sharing. It seemed likely that the Ministry would welcome the emergence of an organization willing to cooperate, particularly one with greater strength than the Death Eaters. As for Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, could they not also partner with the Ministry? If a collaboration were to be forged between the two, Dumbledore would no longer need to operate in secrecy or remain wary of the Ministry's sentiments. However, the reality was not one of unwillingness to cooperate. Rather, it was a matter of impossibility. The Ministry held a deep-seated apprehension regarding Dumbledore's formidable power and influence. Thus, any partnership would essentially provide Dumbledore with a legitimate recruitment channel sanctioned by the Ministry. In such a scenario, once Voldemort and the Death Eaters were dealt with, they would then have to confront the burgeoning threat posed by Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. On the other hand, Dumbledore was also reluctant to forge a partnership with the Ministry of Magic. Firstly, this reluctance stemmed from the Ministry's unreliability, as he feared being ensnared by their machinations. Secondly, he harbored doubts that a collaboration would instill any sense of security in the Ministry. He even anticipated that they would undoubtedly dispatch agents to infiltrate the Order of the Phoenix, intent on surveilling him and disrupting the organization's operations. Thirdly, Dumbledore was apprehensive that the Order might evolve into a cumbersome entity. After all, human nature is complex, and should the membership of the Order expand, especially with formal recruitment channels, would the members willingly disband once Voldemort and his Death Eaters were vanquished? Dumbledore feared that, should he wish to dissolve the Order later, he might face resistance from within. If such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed spell genuine trouble. Thus, cooperation between the two entities was rendered impossible, as both parties recognized that even if an alliance were established, they would inevitably influence one another. In summary, the drawbacks of collaboration far outweighed the benefits, making it wholly unworthy. It was far more prudent for the Ministry to operate overtly while the Order functioned covertly, jointly confronting Voldemort and his followers. Given the myriad concerns and circumstances, a partnership between the Ministry and the Order was simply not feasible. In contrast, Clarence and the Truth Society represented a different case. Despite their formidable strength, rivaling even that of Voldemort, and their considerable renown within the international magical community, these attributes did not equate to influence. The Ministry was not particularly concerned about Clarence's power or fame, at least not to the extent that they felt threatened by him as they did by Dumbledore. Furthermore, Clarence had previously assured the Ministry that the Truth Society was merely an organization for students, with no intentions of infiltrating the Wizarding Society. This assertion was, in fact, accurate. The only action taken by the Truth Society was a prior assault on the Death Eaters' headquarters, for which they had meticulously crafted justifications and even manipulated the Ministry into participation. Subsequently, the Truth Society had not re-emerged within the British magical community, and one could argue that there were no official members acting under its name. Consequently, after initially gaining significant attention, the organization gradually faded from public consciousness. Regardless of Clarence's thoughts or any ulterior plans he may have, he indeed adhered to his previous assurances to the Ministry, ensuring that the Truth Society would not encroach upon societal norms. At the very least, he had fulfilled his promise, as the Truth Society had not resurfaced in the public eye since that incident. However, the situation has changed. The Death Eaters have been repeatedly launching attacks against the formal members of the Truth Association, and even various enterprises established by those loyal to Clarence, the pureblood, have come under siege. Clarence harbors doubts that the Ministry of Magic is unaware of these events. Given the frequency and magnitude of the Death Eaters' assaults, it is not only the Ministry that has taken notice, but nearly the entire magical community as well. Therefore, should he choose to present the formal members of the Truth Association to the public, it would be a justified and commendable action. After all, the Ministry, constrained in its capacity to act, would likely extend its understanding to Clarence and the Truth Association. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to notify the Ministry of this matter, and it would be advisable to refrain from using the Truth Association's name within the magical realm for the time being. Furthermore, With aspirations to collaborate with the Ministry on intelligence matters, a promise could be made. Upon the resolution of Voldemort and the Death Eaters' threat, this temporary organization would be disbanded. Indeed, it is merely a provisional entity, established to counter Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Clarence has aptly named this temporary organization the Order of Truth Knights. He will serve as the inaugural Grand Commander of the Order, while the former members of the Truth Association will join as Knights of Truth. This undertaking has been entrusted to Lucius, Arjeda, and their respective forebears to negotiate with the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 116. The Order of Truth Knights 2. Ultimately, the result was the Ministry's consent. Although the rationale behind the Ministry's decision remains unclear, after the Truth Association made certain sacrifices and concessions, the Ministry permitted the establishment of the Order of Truth Knights, even recognizing its existence in an official capacity. This means that, with the Ministry's endorsement, the Order of Truth Knights has become a legitimate organization, formally acknowledged, and even entitled to arm itself. Indeed, arm itself. Although a wizard's weapons typically consist of wands, alchemical artifacts, and potions, members of the Order of the Phoenix, despite lacking the Ministry's recognition, still utilize what they can, albeit limited by financial constraints. Thus, whether or not an organization receives the Ministry's endorsement, it can still arm its members in various ways, and the Ministry will not intervene in such matters. Even if officials or Aurors were to witness it, they would likely remain indifferent. Therefore, the acknowledgement from the Ministry permitting the Order to arm itself is not without merit. In fact, this so-called armament is not akin to the loose militias formed by other grassroots organizations or magical societies, but rather a formal military force. Similar to the Auror division of the Ministry, possessing the qualifications and permissions to procure military-grade weaponry restricted by the Ministry. Moreover, under the condition of acknowledgement from the Ministry of Magic, the Order of Truth can instigate and engage in a small-scale genuine conflict without infringing upon the Ministry's laws. Thus, various grassroots organizations and magical societies may entirely disregard the Ministry's regulations on the trade of weaponry and possess their own clandestine channels for acquiring such prohibited armaments. The Ministry, in turn, would merely turn a blind eye to these activities, refraining from intervening. However, should a large-scale confrontation erupt, potentially escalating into a genuine war, it would constitute a violation of the laws established by the Ministry, which could no longer be overlooked, resulting in arrests and subsequent judgments. It is evident that the recognition from the Ministry bestows significant advantages upon the Order of Truth, allowing them to maintain their own armed forces. As for the sacrifices made by Lucius and Arjeda to secure the Ministry's consent and acknowledgement of the Order's legitimacy, it primarily involved a monetary exchange, namely gold galleons. And the conditions laid forth by the Ministry were not exceedingly burdensome. The Ministry's stipulations merely required that the Order of Truth report their activities and strive to avoid harming the populace, with the most critical point being the Order's obligation to uphold their commitments. What commitments, you may ask? It was the promise conveyed by Clarence to Lucius and Arjeda that the Order of Truth would function merely as a temporary entity, dissolving itself upon the demise of Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The Ministry's focus in its conditions was predominantly on this promise, which was subsequently enshrined in the magical contract as one of its clauses. In truth, Clarence was indifferent to the dissolution of the Order of Truth, as it held temporary significance for him. His primary intention was to prevent the Truth Society, a student organization, from entering society in a corrupted manner, thereby preserving its purity. Consequently, the Truth Society was his foundational base, rather than the Order of Truth. At any moment, the Order could disband, for as long as the Truth Society remained intact. It could re-emerge in the magical world whenever necessary. Thus, Clarence and the official members would naturally be unconcerned about the dissolution of the Order. After all, there are numerous legitimate organizations and magical societies in the magical realm, and it is improbable that they possess the same authority to form their own armed forces. Therefore, it is likely that the Ministry's unexpected generosity stemmed from pressure exerted by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Additionally, the combat prowess of Clarence and the official members of the Truth Society should not be underestimated, prompting this rare act of magnanimity. However, it seems that the intention behind allowing the Order to form its own army was to ensure that the Truth Society and the Death Eaters would be mutually annihilated. To Clarence's astonishment, Lucius managed to persuade the Ministry of Magic to include this condition in the magical contract. This meant that even if the Truth Society were to disband in the future, should it re-emerge, it would not require the Ministry's approval to maintain its armed forces. This particular clause altered the essence of the entire agreement. The Ministry, unaware of Voldemort's possession of Horcruxes, believed that eliminating him would lead to the demise of the remaining Death Eaters. Consequently, they assumed that the Truth Society would have no option but to disband, and even insisted on incorporating this promise into the contract. The Ministry's meticulous efforts to constrain the Truth Society were, in essence, correct. However, they were oblivious to the fact that Voldemort could never truly perish, owing to the existence of such cursed objects. Had Voldemort not possessed Horcruxes, their calculations would indeed have been flawless. Lucius cleverly exploited the Ministry's ignorance of this situation to engage in a game of semantics. By incorporating armed forces into the contract and employing phrases that suggested threats to the magical realm, he managed to twist the original intentions of the Ministry. Once the magical contract was formalized and came into effect, should Voldemort return, the Truth Society could automatically reinstate itself without needing the Ministry's approval, all while retaining its armed forces. Moreover, beyond Voldemort and the Death Eaters, the Order could respond to any situation deemed a threat to the entire magical community. The critical aspect was that such threats could be assessed by Clarence and the Knights within the Order. In other words, if Clarence and the Truth Knights identified a particular circumstance as a threat to the magical world, they would have the autonomy to decide whether to re-emerge. Lucius's clever manipulation not only outwitted the Ministry, but also distorted the various agreements they had painstakingly crafted, especially after the magical contract came into force. Even the Ministry would find it impossible to rescind or amend the contract unless the Knights, led by Clarence, first violated one of its terms, at which point the magical contract would become void. Chapter 117. Retribution. Thus, the Truth Society officially emerged within the grand realm of magic. Following a magnificent ceremony hosted by Clarence to formally welcome the new members, the global magical community became aware of the existence of this officially recognized armed organization. After this grand event, the newly inducted members proudly identified themselves as the Truth Knights. Even the weaponry and equipment have undergone a significant update, all crafted by the esteemed Clarence. Notably, the armor has been entirely fashioned from enchanted metal, reflecting the unique combat style of wizards, who typically employ wands to cast spells rather than engage in close combat, like true knights. The mobility afforded by magic further emphasizes a defensive design, leading to the incorporation of a fold at the waist of the armor, specifically intended to shield the lower body. Intricately engraved with various magical sigils and a plethora of protective spells and enchantments, this complete set of armor substantially enhances its defensive capabilities. Among its features is a specialized magical array designed to counter the killing curse. The effort expended by Clarence to develop this particular protective enchantment was considerable. Regrettably, despite the creation of this formidable magical array, its efficacy is limited to 3 uses. Thereafter, it requires the wearer's magical energy for replenishment, lest it lose its protective qualities entirely. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the Knights of Truth, this innovation is astonishing, especially considering that Clarence based the effectiveness of the killing curse counter on the legendary Voldemort's incantations, rather than those typically employed by lesser dark wizards. This alone renders it an extraordinary achievement. Furthermore, the armor boasts a multitude of other impressive functionalities that would leave any listener in awe. For instance, there exists a defensive magical array that, once activated by the wearer's own magical energy, can summon a fiery lava aura that envelopes the armor, significantly bolstering its defensive strength while also inflicting passive damage upon adversaries. There are numerous such remarkable features, but most crucially, the design of the armor resonates profoundly with the members' aesthetics and preferences. To put it plainly, donning this armor instills a sense of grandeur and valor. And once the magical arrays are activated, the wearer can transform into a blazing knight. Consequently, the knights within the order, regardless of gender, hold this armor in high esteem. Moreover, the sword, which Clarence described as a decorative piece, yet possesses immense power, further enhances the allure of this armament. Following this, Clarence produced a substantial batch of such armors, along with various high-level alchemical magical items and potions. Armed with these enhancements, the Knights of Truth initiated a large-scale operation based on intelligence provided by the Ministry of Magic, effectively eradicating nearly all Death Eater strongholds within the magical realm of the Greater Inction in one fell swoop. This decisive strike resulted in the obliteration of a significant portion of the Death Eater ranks, with intelligence analysis suggesting that they successfully eliminated over 80% of their personnel, focusing primarily on the complete removal of their overt bases of operation. The forces of the Death Eaters have sustained considerable damage, even though Voldemort can indiscriminately recruit followers. It is unlikely that he can restore his power to its former glory in the near future. Indeed, Clarence's acts of reprisal have been significant. Although collaboration with the Ministry of Magic did not reveal Voldemort's hiding place, this does not imply that the matter can simply be forgotten. Therefore, Clarence decided to take decisive action against the Death Eaters, eliminating a substantial number of them in one fell swoop, inflicting severe losses on the organization. Even Voldemort would likely feel the sting of this for a considerable time. Furthermore, recruiting new followers will not be as effortless as before. With the emergence of the Order of Truth and the magnitude of their assault on the Death Eaters, even if Voldemort seeks to enlist new members, the Dark Wizards must contemplate the repercussions of joining the Death Eaters. Thus, no matter how audacious these Dark Wizards may be, they would hesitate to join so readily. In fact, Voldemort is indeed feeling the pinch due to the Order of Truth's retaliatory actions. Even during his attempts to recruit followers, as Clarence had anticipated, the situation has markedly changed. The once effortless summons for dark wizards to join his ranks has dwindled significantly. It has become evident that the Death Eaters can no longer establish overt strongholds, for should they dare to reveal themselves, the Knights of the Order of Truth would swiftly dismantle their bases. Consequently, the Death Eaters are compelled to operate in secrecy. Moreover, due to the Order of Truth's direct targeting, both Voldemort and the Death Eater organization lack the inclination to incite chaos within the magical community. This has paradoxically led to a temporary stabilization in the realm of magic, allowing wizards to return to a semblance of the calm and secure days they once knew. Consequently, public perception of the Order of Truth has become overwhelmingly positive. Even the Ministry of Magic has expressed delight at the current state of stability, having not anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the Order. Importantly, the Order has adhered to its magical contract, refraining from meddling in any affairs beyond those concerning the Death Eaters and Voldemort, which has only endeared them further to the Ministry. At the very least, they are deemed far more agreeable than Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. There have even been considerations that, once Voldemort and his forces are eradicated, should the Phoenix Order cause any disturbances, the Order of Truth might be enlisted to address them. However, such thoughts remain mere musings, as Clarence has already indicated that this organization is temporary and will disband once Voldemort's power is extinguished. It is unlikely that the Ministry of Magic would engage in combat with the Order of the Phoenix. Furthermore, the Ministry is indeed hesitant to adopt such measures. For once this precedent is set, the Order of Truth may demand more, and it is not inconceivable that they could directly intervene within the Ministry itself. Thus, this matter can only remain within the realm of imagination. Chapter 118. 7th year. The existence of the Order of Truth, particularly their dedicated efforts to combat the Death Eaters, has momentarily restored a sense of stability to the magical community of the United Kingdom. Consequently, the public harbors a decidedly positive attitude towards this organization and holds great expectations for its future. The official recognition of their right to form an armed force has led people to subconsciously regard the Knights of the Order of Truth as law enforcement personnel akin to Aurors within their esteemed magical society. At the very least, in terms of status and qualifications, the Order of Truth indeed possesses the legitimacy and capability to enforce the law. After all, should they identify an individual as a Death Eater, they are entitled to apprehend or even eliminate that individual. However, this subconscious recognition is merely a seed, one that has yet to reveal the profound implications it may bring. For the time being, the presence of the Order of Truth is undoubtedly a boon for the entire magical world. The Knights of Truth are so fervently engaged in combating the Death Eaters that the populace, who previously held unfavorable views due to their past affiliations, has now completely reversed their opinions. In essence, they have fulfilled the promise made by Clarence to those loyal to the purebloods, effectively absolving the Death Eater identity that once clung to them. From this point onward, no one will linger on their former associations or use that identity to disparage them. Naturally, people will not forget the reasons behind this remarkable transformation of the former Death Eaters, nor the champions responsible for their change. Thus, some have begun to boast that upon learning of the existence of the Order of Truth, they believed that under Clarence's leadership, the purebloods would at the very least refrain from committing any misdeeds. Now, looking back, it is evident that those purebloods not only have refrained from wrongdoing, but they are also actively engaged in combating the Death Eaters who sow chaos, thereby temporarily restoring tranquility to the magical realm. The actions of these purebloods have also revived the former glory of the sacred 28 families, earning them genuine recognition and admiration from the public. Whenever these purebloods venture out, they can distinctly feel the heartfelt respect emanating from the people, leading them to believe that their decision to loyally follow Clarence was indeed the wisest choice of their lives. This choice has brought them both fame and fortune, and they have even regained the honor of their families past. However, following Clarence, they find that the results have manifested even before the anticipated time, and they have already achieved restoration and genuine acknowledgement from the people. Additionally, these purebloods, compelled by the directives of Clarence, found themselves obliged to engage with the Muggle world, even going so far as to allocate resources for development within that realm. This circumstance led many purebloods to alter their perspectives on Muggles. After all, when faced with the prospect of profit, even the most zealous guardians of their pureblood heritage had no choice but to yield and integrate, seeking greater benefits. Over time, especially among those purebloods who thrived in the Muggle world, a tendency to flaunt their success emerged, prompting even the staunchest traditionalists to venture into the Muggle realm. As of now, among the purebloods loyal to Clarence, even the most resolute families, such as the Blacks and the Greengrasses, though not openly acknowledging their affiliations, had discreetly begun employing individuals to expand their interests in the Muggle domain. Their public stances and opinions had shifted considerably from their former convictions. This shift has also led to a thaw in the relationship between Sirius and his family, alleviating the previous air of estrangement. Furthermore, Andromeda Black, the second daughter of the Black family, found the courage to reveal her affection for a Muggle wizard. Although her parents were initially furious, they ultimately had to concede. Yet, during their encounters, the interactions remained somewhat strained, not due to disdain for Ted Tonk's Muggle heritage, but rather because of his perceived lack of achievements and stability in life. Nevertheless, this was not deemed overly significant if their daughter was fond of him. Allowing Ted to partake in the family's enterprises seemed a minor concession, merely a matter of him enjoying the fruits of their labor. However, this situation culminated in a confrontation on September 1st, 1977, when James Potter and his companions sought out Clarence's box, engaging in persistent entanglements. Unbeknownst to them, James harbored aspirations of joining the Knights of Truth, yearning to become one of their ranks after learning that Severus Snape, along with Lily and Mia, had already attained that status. His relentless pursuit for acceptance was met with Clarence's magical petrification, affecting him and 3 others until they disembarked from the carriage. This episode made it clear to James that Clarence was utterly indifferent to him, resulting in a profound blow to his spirits and a burgeoning disillusionment with Clarence. Unbeknownst to Clarence and his companions, or indifferent even if they were aware, the commencement of their 7th year officially began after participating in the opening banquet held in the Grand Hall of the castle. However, as graduation approaches, the 7th grade students have begun to feel a sense of tension and anxiety, particularly as they are set to face the senior wizarding examinations, also known as the ultimate wizarding exams. Consequently, upon the commencement of the school year, Clarence's classmates have embarked on an intense and fervent study regimen, one that surpasses the fervor of their 5th grade studies. This heightened pressure is quite understandable, as their examination results will significantly impact their employment prospects post-graduation. Poor performance could hinder their chances of securing a formal and stable job. Thus, in pursuit of a reliable source of income in the future, they must dedicate themselves to their studies in order to achieve commendable results. Naturally, those from pure-blood backgrounds or those endowed with exceptional talent are largely untroubled by such concerns, especially those who share a close rapport with Clarence. For these students, should they struggle academically and find themselves unable to secure promising employment, they can readily seek Clarence's assistance, as he would be inclined to offer them a position through their camaraderie. With this safety net in place, while these students maintain their studies, they do not exhibit the same level of frantic intensity as the majority of their peers. Nevertheless, the students' anxiety and fervent studying have not affected Clarence. He continues to adhere to his meticulously crafted study plan, preparing to participate in various prestigious competitions. Meanwhile, his authentic avatars remaining at the school have devoted their focus to researching the time converter. In essence, aside from a few essential real avatars, the majority have been assigned by Clarence to delve into this study. With less than a year remaining until he must submit the time converter after his examinations in June, it is imperative to make the most of this limited time for research. As for the outcome of their endeavors, Clarence remains uncertain, resigning himself to the whims of fate. Achieving tangible results would be splendid. However, even in the absence of a physical prototype for experimentation, the data gathered in their research will suffice to facilitate further exploration, albeit without practical application. On the 2nd day of the term, Clarence reported to Professors Flitwick and McGonagall regarding his preparations to participate in various magical competitions held across the wizarding world. He also made it a point to meet with the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, delivering the alchemical notebook to him. Previously, during their correspondence, the professor had indicated that his current research was nearing completion and expressed his willingness to contribute to Clarence's studies. On the very 2nd day of the new academic term, Clarence delivered the alchemical notebook to him, facilitating communication with the scholars inscribed within. In stark contrast to the previous year, Clarence encountered not only assaults from Death Eaters while journeying outside the school to compete, but also formidable wizards lying in ambush, intent on his demise. On several occasions, even Voldemort himself took to the field, seeking to eliminate him along the way. Regrettably, Voldemort was remarkably swift, possessing an unparalleled instinct for self-preservation. Thus, despite Clarence exerting all his strength, he could not prevent Voldemort's escape in time. These direct confrontations with Voldemort illuminated a crucial truth for Clarence. His prowess had undeniably surpassed the threshold that once separated him from Voldemort, positioning him firmly within the ranks of Dark Lords, akin to the most elite wizards such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Voldemort, perplexed by the rapid ascent of Clarence's abilities, seethed with resentment, for he too was but a half step away from attaining such power. Yet, the fact that he had delved into the creation of Horcruxes had rendered his own soul incomplete, an impediment to his ambitions of ascending to the level of a Dark Lord. Thus, he found himself ensnared in a limbo, unable to advance even the slightest bit. Voldemort rationalized that it was his lack of complete immersion in that echelon that made him incapable of confronting Clarence. though the disparity in their combat abilities was not so vast as to be utterly overwhelming. Nevertheless, Voldemort was acutely aware that he had irrevocably fallen behind Clarence. Even the Death Eaters ceased their retaliatory actions against the Knights of Truth, recognizing that as long as Clarence was present, even a significant blow to the Knights would be futile, for they could effortlessly reconstitute their ranks. If provoked further, it could lead to Clarence focusing his ire solely on him, a scenario Voldemort wished to avoid at all costs. Thus, he instructed the Death Eaters to halt their vengeance against the Knights of Truth, redirecting their efforts towards the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic. It was not that assistance was withheld from these two factions against the Death Eaters. Rather, the Knights of Truth feigned engagement, even providing aid to them. However, it remained uncertain whether there were traitors among the Ministry and the Order, leaking information to the Death Eaters. This treachery caused the Knights of Truth's every mobilization to be met with foreknowledge on the part of the Death Eaters, leading to immediate withdrawals regardless of their plans. Consequently, the Knights of Truth returned empty-handed from several missions and confrontations, never once catching a glimpse of the Death Eaters. This situation has left both the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix in a state of discomfort. They indeed suspect that there are traitors among them who are leaking information, but their suspicions are confined to their own ranks and those of their adversaries, never extending to the Knights of Truth. The Knights of this order have sworn allegiance to Clarence under the binding power of their contracts. Under such constraints, not only would the notion of betrayal be unthinkable, but even the faintest thought of it would lead to excruciating repercussions from the contract's power. Thus, neither the Ministry nor the Order has entertained the idea of traitors within the Knights of Truth. Rather, they focus their suspicions inward and upon their foes. Naturally, neither side is naive. Having acknowledged the possibility of traitors, they seek to orchestrate a plan to draw out the infiltrators. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, as the traitor remained exceedingly cautious. Ultimately, they resorted to implementing stringent confidentiality protocols, to the extent that communication regarding operations with the Knights of Truth was exclusively handled by Professor McGonagall, the second-in-command of the Order, and the Minister of the Ministry of Magic. The rationale behind the Minister's involvement on the Ministry's side, while McGonagall represented the Order, was not due to Dumbledore's arrogance, but rather because the Knights of Truth were acutely aware of the long-standing feud between their leader and Dumbledore, leading to their reluctance to engage with him. This predicament compelled the Order to delegate communication responsibilities to McGonagall. However, what the public perceives is merely the surface of the situation. The true state of affairs is that Voldemort, upon realizing he was no match for Clarence, completely abandoned his assassination plans against him. Chapter 120, Scheming 2. Furthermore, he covertly reached out to Clarence, suggesting a temporary ceasefire between their forces. After all, should they engage in mutual destruction, it would merely benefit the Order and the Ministry. Therefore, Voldemort sought to negotiate a truce, desiring to concentrate his efforts against the Order and the Ministry. Considering the prospect of ensuring that both Voldemort and Dumbledore would be engaged in a mutually destructive conflict, Clarence consented to the request for a ceasefire. Indifferent to the Ministry's concerns, Voldemort, too, was able to surmise some of Clarence's intentions. Consequently, he cleverly employed their mutual antagonism, and even the scenario that Clarence wished to see unfold, as bait to secure his agreement to the truce. In truth, Clarence indeed fell for the bait he had cast, revealing his clear intention to see Voldemort and Dumbledore engage in a destructive confrontation, which is why he acquiesced to the temporary ceasefire. It must be noted that even as Voldemort, driven to madness by the creation of Horcruxes, became increasingly unhinged, he still maintained an intricate understanding of human psychology. Clarence had astutely identified Voldemort's Achilles heel, employing such blatant machinations to persuade him to agree to a truce. It is surmised that Voldemort wishes to concentrate on the greater threat posed by Dumbledore. After all, in his eyes, Dumbledore represents a more formidable adversary compared to Clarence. Once the Order of the Phoenix has been vanquished, Voldemort would then turn his full attention to the Knights of Truth and Clarence. This aligns perfectly with Clarence's own desires. For even at his current level of power, he may surpass Voldemort, but cannot compel him to remain in the open, particularly when Voldemort is intent on concealing himself. Therefore, it is more prudent to temporarily cease hostilities with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, allowing for the development of the Knights of Truth, including the enhancement of Clarence's own abilities. In due course, he will possess the strength to ensure that Voldemort has no opportunity to escape, ultimately leading to his demise. This demise, of course, refers to the obliteration of all the Horcruxes that Voldemort has created. However, prior to that, it would be advantageous to let Dumbledore and Voldemort engage in mutual destruction. Particularly within the original storyline, Dumbledore's strategic planning resulted in the complete dismantlement of Voldemort's Horcruxes. If both parties were to annihilate each other, it would indeed be a fortuitous outcome for Clarence, sparing him the necessity of direct intervention. This scenario, while ideal, still requires contingency planning. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Clarence would be poised to act as a safeguard. Thus, unbeknownst to Voldemort, Clarence had already initiated a cessation of hostilities, leading the Knights of Truth to encounter no Death Eaters during their operations, or at least to always be a step behind, prioritizing a strategy of non-engagement whenever possible. As half a year passed amidst the tense confrontations of the various factions, progress was made at a remarkable pace, especially with intensified research efforts, as numerous genuine avatars were dedicated to the study of the time converter. Indeed, the avatar's research yielded fruitful results. Upon reviewing his skill panel, Clarence was astonished to discover a newly appeared, yet unactivated skill that required a staggering 500 simplification points to unlock. Fortunately, Clarence possessed such points, having accumulated a substantial reserve over the course of time. However, upon activating the skill, he noted its icon bore a similarity to intuition, both marked with the designation of a talent, indicating that this skill is also a gifted one. He then began to peruse the description of this talent skill. Time-space grants the ability to perceive and manipulate the fabric of time and space. This succinct description, though brief, conveys a wealth of information, for even without this gifted skill, Clarence, through years of study on the time converter, has managed to sense the existence of time. As for space, although he has yet to fully perceive it, some inklings have begun to take shape, and it is anticipated that it will not be long before he gains such awareness. Setting aside the influence of the perception of time and space for now, it can be stated that the skills he possesses may grant him the ability to manipulate these dimensions, albeit this assertion is fraught with uncertainty. The reason for this hesitation lies in the nature of the power of time and space, which is fundamentally distinct from elemental forces. It is not merely a matter of desiring to manipulate it at will. To put it simply, Clarence is entirely oblivious to the utilization of the power of time and space. He does not possess any spells or magic related to these dimensions, save for the Time Turner, which, while it involves the essence of temporal power, merely draws upon alchemical capabilities to activate and express the characteristics of time rather than truly mastering its application. Even if Clarence were to advance his alchemical skills to the point of crafting a Time Turner, it would amount to mere construction rather than the manipulation of time and space. Indeed, should he wish to wield the power of time and space, he must first develop a unique form of magic of his own. However, with the acquisition of such a gifted skill, coupled with the support of the system, Clarence could delve deeply into the study of time and space solely based on his perceptual abilities, even without conducting research on the Time Turner itself. Thus, the current Time Turner has become of little utility to him. In the latter half of the semester, Clarence concurrently studies the foundational theories of elemental magic, while also allowing his real avatars to explore the power of time and space. Without delving into the research on time and space, it is worth noting that Clarence has made new discoveries regarding the foundational theories of the elemental magic system. This progress is largely attributed to the elevation of his elemental skill to level 40, which has enabled the system to provide him with a wealth of pertinent mid-tier knowledge to enhance and complete the foundational theories of this magical system. Consequently, wizards can invoke elemental magic through their own strength without resorting to the cunning means of contracting with Clarence for borrowed power. However, since mastery requires diligent study and practice rather than merely borrowing power from Clarence, the pace of their learning is, understandably, slower. Even with the supplementation and refinement of the foundational theories, and even having penned a scholarly article, Clarence is reluctant to publish it at this moment. One must not forget that Voldemort has yet to meet his demise. Clarence has never doubted Voldemort's innate talent. Thus, he is wary of disseminating the paper prematurely, as that would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. He would prefer for Dumbledore to master elemental magic than to witness Voldemort do so. Therefore, Clarence must either wait until both Voldemort and Dumbledore meet their end, or devise a means to ensure that certain individuals are incapable of mastering elemental magic. After considerable reflection, Clarence resolved to employ certain underhanded tactics. He believed that if this method proved ineffective, he could wait until both Dumbledore and Voldemort had perished before publishing his paper. His reasoning stemmed from the fact that this treatise on the fundamentals of elemental magic was intrinsically linked to his meticulously devised harvesting plan and its subsequent arrangements. In essence, the emergence of this new realm of magical knowledge had the potential to yield immeasurable simplification points, which could be harvested continuously. Thus, Clarence was inclined to take immediate action to prevent certain individuals from mastering elemental magic, rather than waiting for their eventual demise to disseminate his findings throughout the global magical community. Ultimately, he forged a magical contract with the concept of elements, establishing a form of control over them through his own elemental skills. This imposition dictated that anyone wishing to wield the power of the elements must first obtain Clarence's consent. Otherwise, despite their ability to perceive and observe elements, or even receive feedback from them, they would find themselves incapable of harnessing the elemental forces due to Clarence's superior claim over them. With this notion in mind, Clarence conducted several experiments, all of which yielded remarkable success. once he ensured that certain individuals could neither learn nor master elemental magic. He presented his paper to Professors Flitwick and McGonagall before submitting it for publication. To further deter certain individuals from acquiring the powers of elemental magic, Clarence included a preamble in his paper stating that, in order to prevent certain dark wizards from mastering elemental magic, restrictions had been placed on all elements. In other words, any wizard aspiring to study elemental magic would first need his approval. Clarence disregarded the potential repercussions of his authoritarian actions and the objections raised by Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, as well as other scholars, and sent the paper off without hesitation. In truth, his brazen conduct did not incite chaos or upheaval within the global magical community. The overwhelming majority of wizards failed to comprehend the true magnitude of elemental magic's power, merely perceiving Clarence's discovery as a mere addition to the realm of magical knowledge, thus attributing little significance to his authoritative stance. Many even speculated that Clarence's assertions were merely intended to intimidate dark wizards, dismissing the notion that he could genuinely impose restrictions on elemental mastery. These factors collectively contributed to the absence of turmoil or unrest. While some may have harbored discontent towards Clarence's actions, their rationale was understandable. After all, he was a wizard from the United Kingdom, which was currently embroiled in the turmoil instigated by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. These individuals are not only all dark sorcerers, but they also pose an immense threat. Should they master elemental magic, it would indeed bolster their power. However, it has been demonstrated that elemental magic consists solely of 4 fundamental spells, which, in terms of potency, cannot compare to more advanced forms of magic. Furthermore, acquiring mastery necessitates extensive meditation and rigorous practice, resulting in a lack of significant concern among the global community of sorcerers. At least, the situation has not escalated into the chaos and turmoil feared by Flivy and his peers, aside from a few nations. The rest of the magical world remains tranquil. The publication of that paper merely created ripples in a still pond, briefly disturbing the calm before returning to serenity, much to the relief of the ever-anxious Professor Flivy and his colleagues. In truth, not only has there been no chaos as anticipated, but even if such upheaval were to occur, Clarence would remain unfazed, fully capable of suppressing the global magical community with his overwhelming power, silencing them with the might of a demon lord. Thus, after dispatching that paper, he refrained from further involvement and continued his tranquil studies, leading a life of ease that starkly contrasted with the constant anxiety experienced by Flivy and his companions. As the end of the term approached, Clarence's true avatars made significant strides in their research on spatial temporal perception. To his surprise, one of these clever avatars, in a moment of inspiration amidst their lack of direction, decided to delve into memories of their past life. They aimed to extract insights regarding spatial temporal forces from these memories to develop a related spell. It was not necessary to create a complete system. Even a rudimentary theory and principle would suffice to generate skills through a simplified framework. Consequently, these avatars indeed achieved notable progress. When Clarence beheld the spatial temporal magic skill activated at the cost of 200 simplification points, he could not help but look upon them with astonishment. He had not anticipated that these clever beings could manifest such a skill through the system. The intrinsic time control skill, determined to be effective within the realm of space-time, allows for the acquisition of experience points through perception or usage of spatial temporal magic, which can influence the experience value. Through the skill's description and a series of experiments, Clarence gleaned a general understanding of its functioning. The effect of this skill mirrored that of a certain character from an anime known to him in his past life, the sole distinction being that, due to his magical prowess and innate talents, Clarence need not fear any backlash that might harm his own body while utilizing this skill. Moreover, this skill can only double in speed or bring it to a standstill every 20 levels. In other words, upon reaching the pinnacle of this skill, at level 100, one can merely achieve a 5-fold increase in speed or a complete halt. Currently, at level 0, the skill only allows for a mere doubling of speed or a complete standstill. Even so, this capability is already formidable to an extraordinary degree. Imagine the spectacle during battle when one can subtly manipulate time for oneself or one's adversary. Furthermore, should one disregard the expenditure of magical energy, it is conceivable to freeze an opponent while hastening one's own time, thereby eliminating all foes in the blink of an eye. It can be asserted that with this skill, Clarence has acquired the means to decisively vanquish Voldemort. Observing the continuous fluctuations in his inherent time manipulation skills experience, Clarence revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 122. Scheming 4. Following the examinations at the end of May, the results for the June assessments were announced. And it was no surprise that Clarence achieved perfect scores across all subjects, graduating from Hogwarts with such accolades. Clarence, along with Severus, Lily, and Mia, made their way to the headquarters of the Order of Truth. This headquarters was not situated within the confines of the Greengrass family estate, but rather established by Clarence himself in a location he had discovered constructed through magic. The headquarters was fortified with an array of protective enchantments and magical formations, even housing alchemical golems for defense. Any intruder would face an overwhelming retaliation, rendering the place akin to a fortress of war. Furthermore, the headquarters lacked conventional entrances. Access for members was solely facilitated through magic and fireplaces. Indeed, the fireplaces were connected to the Floo network, albeit not through standard channels, as Clarence had ingeniously managed to bypass regulations owing to his exceptional prowess in alchemy. Consequently, only Knights of the Order of Truth, those bearing formal knightly status, could traverse through the fireplace. Any others attempting to use the same address would fail in their attempts. Particularly following the death of his mother, he resided permanently in the headquarters, dedicating his days either to the study of potions or their concoction. To outsiders, this may seem an exceedingly monotonous existence, yet Severus found joy within it. Conversely, Lily and Mia, having families of their own, frequented the headquarters less often, especially after they partnered to open a shop in Diagon Alley, which further diminished their visits. It was on a morning more than a week after graduation that Clarence unexpectedly received a note delivered by an owl. The handwriting was unmistakably familiar, and Clarence immediately recognized it as Dumbledore's. Furrowing his brow as he perused the contents of the note, he casually discarded it into the wastebasket within his room. The essence of the aforementioned content conveys that the Minister of Magic, along with several high-ranking officials and Dumbledore himself, wishes to convene with Clarence in a particular location to discuss matters of significant importance. However, even before attending the meeting, Clarence has already surmised the nature of the discussions that the two parties wish to engage him in. Thus, it is likely that the purpose of this meeting is to deliberate on that very issue. Regrettably, Clarence had no intention of attending. After all, watching the spectacle of their infighting was rather entertaining. Why involve himself further? Not to mention, he had his own plans and commitments that demanded his attention, leaving little time to indulge in their discussions. As for Clarence himself, does he truly have plans? Indeed, he does. His current growth and power has reached a critical bottleneck, having attained the pinnacle of the Dark Lord level, yet finding himself unable to progress further. Previously, he had leveraged the system's mechanism to forcibly enhance his abilities, successfully crossing the threshold from a great wizard to a Dark Lord. While this forced enhancement did elevate him to the ranks of a Dark Lord, standing at the zenith of wizardry, it does not imply that his deficiencies and shortcomings no longer require rectification. Even if these shortcomings do not directly impede his power, a prolonged journey is essential for their resolution. Thus, long before graduating from Hogwarts, Clarence had already devised a plan to embark on a global journey post-graduation. Following his graduation, he commenced preparations, readying various essentials for his impending travels, which are now nearing completion. Therefore, he is disinclined to meet with those elderly gentlemen. Moreover, he intends to utilize this global expedition to discover methods for further advancement. During his time at school, Clarence had indeed sought knowledge regarding the realms and levels beyond that of a Dark Lord, but he found himself empty-handed. Even inquiries made to the purebloods loyal to him yielded no useful information. In the realm of wizards, the Dark Lord tier is often regarded as the ultimate limit of wizardry, a threshold that even humanity cannot surpass. Wizards of this caliber can wield magic to perform feats akin to those of true deities, not to claim omnipotence, but they can achieve nearly everything imaginable by most wizards. However, the notion of a limit beyond this level is one that Clarence refuses to accept. He firmly believes that beyond this threshold lies a realm of entirely new vistas waiting to be explored. Furthermore, this sentiment conveyed to him that the only way to discover a method to transcend this threshold was to traverse the world, thus allowing for the search to commence. Consequently, Clarence's initial intention was to embark on his own global journey, deeming it imprudent to engage in rendezvous or entangle himself in the conflicts between the three factions. However, upon reflection, he realized that he could indeed undertake such a voyage if he wished to travel the world in peace. He needed to devise a means to secure the safety of his friends and esteemed elders, ensuring that Voldemort would not dare to target them. Thus, Clarence found himself compelled to attend the meeting to ascertain the plans of both the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix. Should their intentions prove futile or misaligned with his own, he would have no choice but to part ways and pursue his path independently. When the appointed time arrived, Clarence, accompanied by Arjada, Lucius, Bella, and young Barty Crouch, proceeded to the designated location for their meeting. Upon arrival, they were met solely by representatives of the Ministry of Magic, indicating that Dumbledore had yet to arrive. A glance at his wristwatch confirmed that the hour had not yet come, thus rendering the absence of the latter not as tardiness. With a discreet exhalation of frustration, Clarence approached the Minister of Magic and the other high-ranking officials to engage in cordial conversation. Seizing this opportunity, he subtly articulated that he had recently graduated from Hogwarts and was planning to arrange a global expedition, thereby expressing his intention to disband the Order of the Truth. This rationale left the minister and several officials perplexed, particularly given the current precarious circumstances. Nonetheless, Clarence's strength had surpassed that of Voldemort. Although he had not succeeded in vanquishing him directly, the latter harbored a wariness of Clarence's prowess, refraining from any attempts on his life. Even the Death Eaters dared not assail the Order of the Truth any longer. Thus, the original purpose behind the formation of the Order had been achieved. Coupled with his desire to travel the world, he found little inclination to manage the Knights of the Order, leading him to conclude that disbanding was the most prudent course of action. This declaration alleviated some of the concerns held by the minister and the officials. After all, Voldemort and the Death Eaters had inexplicably shifted their focus, intensifying their assaults on the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix while neglecting the Order of the Truth, which raised considerable questions for both parties. Naturally, they did not suspect any collusion between Clarence and Voldemort, as such a notion was utterly implausible. However, the fact that the Death Eaters had ceased to trouble the Order of the Truth left them bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasons behind this change. Now, having discerned the true cause behind the Death Eaters' withdrawal, they were filled with an unsettling apprehension. Do not be deceived by Clarence's seemingly simple words. If he cannot completely overpower Voldemort in strength, then why would the latter refrain from troubling the Order of Truth? This situation implies that Clarence's power has indeed surpassed that of Voldemort, which is why Voldemort dares not attack the Order any longer. So, to what extent has Clarence's strength ascended? If we were to compare him to Dumbledore, the latter once claimed that although he could defeat Voldemort, such a victory would likely result in mutual destruction, with a significant possibility of both parties perishing. However, Clarence has demonstrated the ability to crush Voldemort, even instilling such fear that Voldemort fled in terror. This indicates that his prowess not only eclipses Voldemort's, but also surpasses Dumbledore's. This is the primary reason for the alarm among the Minister of Magic and several high-ranking officials. Yet, despite their trepidation, they felt compelled to dissuade Clarence from disbanding the Order of Truth. After all, their invitation to the Phoenix Society and Clarence was indeed due to being pushed to the brink by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. If they did not devise a solution soon, the Ministry of Magic would face utter ruin. Thus, how could they possibly allow the Order of Truth to dissolve? However, when the Minister of Magic opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. For the very reason the Order was established was to seek vengeance against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Now that their objective has been achieved, and Voldemort and his followers no longer dare to trouble the Order, it is not at all strange for Clarence to consider disbanding it. In fact, it seems quite reasonable. Just as the Minister of Magic was anxiously pondering how to persuade Clarence to abandon his plan to dissolve the Order, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Dumbledore suddenly appeared. Like a beacon of hope, he was promptly welcomed, and the minister immediately expressed his frustration at Dumbledore's tardiness. After exchanging pleasantries, Dumbledore swiftly shifted to the matter at hand, outlining the need for a discussion among the three parties. Upon hearing Dumbledore's summary, Clarence realized that the Phoenix Society was also struggling, which prompted them to engage in private communication with the Ministry of Magic. They planned to launch a large-scale cleansing operation against the Death Eaters and Voldemort. The primary objectives of this operation are twofold. First, to eradicate all hidden strongholds of the Death Eaters, and second, for Dumbledore to join forces with Clarence in an effort to directly eliminate Voldemort. In fact, both the Ministry and the Phoenix Society are resolute in their determination to exhaust their resources for this cleansing, with even Dumbledore himself intending to take the field. Their aim is to seize this opportunity to completely annihilate Voldemort and his followers, restoring stability and tranquility to the wizarding world once and for all. After listening to Dumbledore's plan, Clarence first glanced at the seemingly unresponsive Minister of Magic and the several high-ranking officials. Realizing that the Ministry of Magic had likely been aware of this plan for some time, the only parties in the dark were himself and the Knights. The reason for summoning him was probably to elucidate this plan and persuade him to join forces with Dumbledore to confront Voldemort. Your plan is commendable, but do you truly believe Voldemort is either a fool or a madman? Before any action can commence, consider the preparations required. How can you conceal the mobilization of so many personnel from the Death Eaters and Voldemort? Not to mention the presence of traitors or spies on both sides. What gives you the confidence that this plan will succeed? Or is your primary intention to dismantle the Death Eaters' hidden strongholds rather than to eliminate Voldemort himself? Upon hearing Clarence articulate these concerns, Dumbledore did not hastily counter them. Instead, he explained in a measured tone. Thus, this grand purge must not be rushed, and to ensure absolute certainty, I intend to set a trap that will entice Voldemort into it. The scheme I devised boasts at least an 80% probability of ensnaring Voldemort. Clarence raised an eyebrow, immediately recalling the initial plot from the original narrative, where Voldemort was vanquished by the rebounding killing curse cast by the newly born Harry Potter. Intrigued, he inquired, "You don't mean to use the inherent momentum of the prophecy to ensnare Voldemort, do you?" This question left Dumbledore visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Clarence could discern this thought, which had long been buried in his mind. even if it had not been fully formed into a plan. Or could it be that Clarence had considered a similar method to eliminate Voldemort? But how could that be possible? The vast array of magical spells possesses diverse effects and wondrous capabilities, yet none can guarantee that Voldemort would willingly leap into a trap. Even the prophecy, as Clarence suggested, could not accomplish such a feat. However, the inertia brought about by the prophecy could indeed facilitate this outcome. Dumbledore, with his profound understanding of Voldemort's character, believed that by leveraging the inertia of the prophecy and meticulously arranging the circumstances, he could significantly increase the odds of defeating him. Hence his claim of an 80% success rate. Dumbledore's insight stemmed from his personal history with Voldemort. Having been the one to guide him into the wizarding world and having been his professor during his school years, such familiarity was inevitable. Yet, how could Clarence possess such an intimate understanding of Voldemort? How, then, did he fathom Dumbledore's deeply concealed thoughts? Indeed, was it a prophecy? Dumbledore mused inwardly as he cast a profound gaze at Clarence. In the past, he had inadvertently overlooked the realm of prophecy, acknowledging that such a phenomenon is profoundly reliant on innate talent. Without this gift, no amount of rigorous study could yield genuine prophecies. After all, true prophecy is the manifestation of fate, imbued with a mysterious power over destiny. Wizards may acquire the ability to predict through diligent study, yet they can never truly master authentic prophecy or produce it. Alas, those wizards endowed with the gift of prophecy are exceedingly rare, so scarce that the number of genuine seers still surviving in the global magical community could be counted on one hand. This scarcity underscores the exceptional nature of such talent. Previously, Dumbledore had unconsciously dismissed the possibility that Clarence might possess a similar aptitude for prophecy, never contemplating that he could indeed produce genuine foresight. Considering Clarence's formidable talent, it was likely that his prophetic abilities were also remarkably potent, explaining his swift growth in power. Gradually, Clarence's figure began to overlap once more with that of an old flame. Additionally, I shall soon announce to the entire magical community the dissolution of the Order of Knights. There is no further need for Minister to persuade me. Following a slight bow to the Minister, Lucius and the others similarly employed disapparation, vanishing from the spot in pursuit of Clarence. But why would he dissolve the Order? The Minister sighed, affirming that it was true. As for the reason behind this dissolution, Clarence planned to embark on a global journey. Previously, Voldemort had personally attempted to attack him multiple times, all of which ended in failure, with Clarence overpowering him. Albeit Voldemort managed to escape. After the minister's explanation, Dumbledore furrowed his brow, contemplating that Clarence had indeed reached a level of understanding akin to his own. It seemed likely that this global expedition was intended to seek further paths and methods for advancement. Such endeavors had been undertaken by himself and Grindelwald in their youth. Though they had only gleaned faint inklings without any clear direction, it appeared that Clarence had now attained such a level of understanding, prompting his desire to travel the world. However, given the current state of affairs in the wizarding world, despite the strained relationship between himself and Clarence, Dumbledore resolved to attempt to persuade him to remain and join forces against Voldemort. Unfortunately, he was unable to locate the headquarters of the Truth Order. Even if he followed the owl delivering messages and found it, entry would be impossible. The intricate layers of magical wards, spells, and alchemical constructs were formidable barriers. Should he dare to trespass, it would likely result in his demise, for Clarence would undoubtedly seize such a prime opportunity to eliminate him without hesitation. Dumbledore could only stand outside the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, desperately contemplating a way to meet with Clarence. However, after much reflection, he found little hope of achieving such a meeting. He considered asking McGonagall to attempt to see if she might have better luck with Clarence. As it turned out, McGonagall did indeed succeed in meeting Clarence, yet she was unable to persuade him to stay and confront Voldemort. Upon hearing this, McGonagall rolled her eyes and candidly remarked, "Perhaps that is indeed a factor, but I believe the greater issue lies with that boy. He seems to possess no sense of belonging to the magical community. To put it bluntly, he appears completely indifferent to the lives of wizards beyond his friends. Nevertheless, I sense that Clarence is a responsible individual, and even if he does not choose to remain, he will surely find a way to protect his friends before embarking on his journey. At the very least, he can ensure that Voldemort dares not harm his companions, even if he is absent from the magical realm of England." Dumbledore replied, "Perhaps, but I suspect that concern only extends to his friends and does not encompass the members of the Order." He did not voice this last thought, yet McGonagall understood. It was simply a matter of excluding herself from the Order's members. This realization filled her with regret over her involvement with the Order, as it was precisely her membership that had caused her to miss out on a share of the magical scrolls. Although Clarence later provided her with a considerable number of scrolls, he subtly indicated that they were intended solely for her use. The implication was unmistakable. These scrolls were for her alone, and not to be shared with the other members of the Order. While she appreciated having received the scrolls, she now found that her affiliation with the Order had further deprived her of Clarence's protection. Although she did not believe her abilities would lead her into insurmountable peril, the thought of her situation was undeniably disconcerting. Her discomfort did not stem from Clarence's actions. Rather, she was acutely aware of the long-standing grievances between him and Dumbledore. She understood that her predicament was merely collateral damage, as the true target of the animosity was Dumbledore himself. If Dumbledore were to disband the Order, she mused, would Clarence still direct such hostility towards them? Thus, McGonagall's unease was aimed at Dumbledore, who, in his fear of another Voldemort arising, had chosen to monitor and scrutinize an innocent young wizard for a full 7 years. Were it her in Clarence's position, she doubted she would have endured such unfair treatment for that long. She likely would have transferred schools long before graduating. Therefore, how could McGonagall hold any grievances against Clarence, her most cherished student? Any frustration she felt was solely directed at Dumbledore. And now, it seemed, the consequences of those choices were coming home to roost. Alas, Dumbledore must be regretting, now more than ever, how he had previously monitored and guarded against Clarence. Unfortunately, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Not even magic can grant him the luxury of a do-over. Thus, we shall refrain from mentioning McGonagall's failure, as she candidly declared that she would rather not be approached again for such matters, asserting that she lacks the audacity to persuade Clarence further. With that, she stormed out of the headmaster's office in a fit of anger. Yet, Dumbledore remained undeterred, seeking out other professors who shared a closer rapport with Clarence in hopes of persuading him. However, both Flitwick and the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor outright refused after listening to Dumbledore, stating they possessed neither the boldness nor the inclination to intervene, emphasizing that such matters were beyond their professional responsibilities. They conveyed that personal relations had not reached a level sufficient for such endeavors. The attempt to enlist those professors to persuade Clarence not only failed miserably, but also resulted in the resignation of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Of course, the resignation was not directly due to this incident. Rather, the deeper he delved into the elemental magic system, the more he was captivated by its allure. This incident left Dumbledore hesitant to approach other professors, fearing that they too might resign. In this tumultuous period, finding a competent and reputable professor was exceedingly challenging. After all, who among the well-known and esteemed would wish to step into the chaotic realm of the British magical community at this juncture? Were there not capable wizards within the domestic magical community qualified to assume professorship? Indeed, there were, and quite a few. But these individuals shared little camaraderie with Dumbledore and were unlikely to dedicate their time to Hogwarts. Thus, out of concern that further resignations might ensue, Dumbledore refrained from pursuing this line of thought and instead exerted considerable effort to retain the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Alas, despite Dumbledore's entreaties, the professor remained resolute in his decision to depart, citing his primary reason for resigning, the desire to focus on researching the elemental magic system. This rationale left Dumbledore at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue persuading him. After all, Dumbledore had indeed perused the paper in question, and while the meditation techniques described therein allowed for the perception of elemental existence, he found himself utterly incapable of controlling any elements. It dawned upon him that his inability to manipulate the elements was likely due to the constraints imposed by Clarence, which placed Dumbledore squarely on the list of those restricted. Thus, not only was he powerless to command the elements, but he might also find himself unable to cast any form of elemental magic in the future. Though he could not perform magic, the mere act of perceiving and understanding certain information illuminated for Dumbledore the tremendous power inherent within the elemental magic system. It is abundantly clear that this entirely novel domain possesses an irresistible allure for those wizards who delight in the study of magic. The individual in question is acutely aware of this situation. Thus, how could one possibly persuade the professor of defense against the dark arts? Consequently, he reluctantly acquiesced to the resignation of the latter. There was no alternative, for the professor could simply choose not to return, which, although tantamount to a breach of contract, would incur no penalties. Rather, it would implicitly render the contract null and void. To avoid an embarrassing confrontation, it was far more prudent to grant consent. In this manner, Dumbledore's schemes did not succeed, and instead, the school lost an exceptionally talented professor of defense against the dark arts. A piece of information published in the Daily Prophet sent ripples through the entire magical community, even inciting panic in certain regions. The announcement declared that Clarence had officially disbanded the Order of the Truth Knights. The news not only stirred unrest within the magical realm, but also sparked considerable international discourse. Speculation abounded regarding why the Order of the Truth Knights would choose to disband during such a tense period in the wizarding world. What could be the rationale behind this dissolution? Upon further examination of the content in the Daily Prophet, the reasons for the disbandment became evident. The order was originally founded in response to attacks on the properties of its members by Death Eaters. Thus, it was established as an act of vengeance against Voldemort and his followers. Over time, Clarence, the Grand Master of the Order, faced multiple assassination attempts by Death Eater forces while in his 7th year at Hogwarts, with some of these attacks orchestrated by Voldemort himself. However, even when confronted directly by Voldemort, Clarence proved to be more than a match, as the assailants were vanquished and Voldemort himself was forced to retreat in disgrace. Recognizing Clarence's formidable strength, Voldemort and the Death Eaters refrained from further provocations against the Order. This essentially fulfilled the original purpose and intent of the Order's creation. In simpler terms, having achieved vengeance and demonstrated superiority over Voldemort, the continued existence of the Order of the Truth Knights became unnecessary, rendering their disbandment entirely logical. It remains uncertain whether this move was intended to eliminate a formidable adversary, but Voldemort did, in fact, have the Death Eaters send a letter to the Daily Prophet. The contents of this letter were subsequently published the following day. The essence of the letter was an admission from Voldemort himself, acknowledging that he could not contend with Clarence, and assuring that he would never again trouble the formal members of the Order. In a bid to facilitate the complete dissolution of the Order, Voldemort even went so far as to bolster Clarence's reputation, putting aside his own notoriety. The acknowledgement of one's inferiority was a candid admission, for they were indeed daunted by the formidable power that had surpassed even that of Dumbledore. This realization rendered them hesitant to launch any further attacks. Voldemort's pronouncement sent shockwaves through the magical community, both in the realm and worldwide, prompting wizards to speculate that Clarence, during his 7th year, had likely ascended to a level of power comparable to that of Dumbledore, possibly even surpassing it. One could hardly believe that Voldemort, a figure of such stature, would openly endorse a freshly graduated wizard, newly of age, unless Clarence had thoroughly subdued him. Consequently, this speculation evolved into a widely accepted belief. Aside from the global wizarding community's conjectures regarding Clarence's abilities, he subsequently sent a letter to the Daily Prophet. The essence of his message conveyed that he had reached the pinnacle of his powers and intended to embark on a worldwide journey in search of further enlightenment, which necessitated the dissolution of the Knights. However, to ensure the safety of his friends during his absence from the British magical community, he explicitly stated in the Daily Prophet that Voldemort could wage war against the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore. Yet he must refrain from harming Clarence's friends and loved ones, nor should the conflict spill over to affect ordinary wizards. It stands to reason that even Voldemort would be reluctant to be pursued relentlessly by a wizard of such caliber. Indeed, it is not to be overlooked that Voldemort's current strength and achievements attest to his character as a formidable and adaptable leader. Thus, he reiterated in the newspaper that he would not target Clarence's friends or loved ones, and he would strive to keep the conflict from affecting the general wizarding populace. Nevertheless, Clarence was not to meddle in the war between him and Dumbledore. In a bid to incite Clarence's disdain for Dumbledore, Voldemort disclosed all information gathered by his followers regarding Dumbledore's surveillance and precautions against him. This revelation piqued public curiosity, as many wondered why the relationship between Clarence and Dumbledore appeared strained. After all, Clarence was a graduate of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore served as its headmaster. One would expect their rapport to be exceedingly close. However, based on Clarence's previous declarations in the newspaper, it seemed the reality diverged significantly from public perception. It appeared he would welcome a confrontation between Voldemort and Dumbledore, ideally leading to mutual destruction. Initially, people questioned the reliability of their analyses, but Voldemort's latest statement ultimately dispelled their doubts. It is no wonder that Clarence would find himself at odds with Dumbledore. Anyone subjected to such unjust treatment upon entering school, especially with the underlying fear of birthing another Voldemort, would feel the weight of such scrutiny. For 7 long years, a mere fledgling wizard was under constant surveillance, a testament to the extraordinary vigilance directed towards him. It is a testament to Clarence's good temperament that he did not harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dumbledore. Had he possessed a more volatile disposition, even if he did not loathe Dumbledore, he would certainly have been disinclined to continue his education at Hogwarts. Thus, Clarence's animosity towards Dumbledore is entirely understandable. At the very least, he refrained from involving anyone outside Dumbledore in his grievances, even warning Voldemort to spare the lives of ordinary wizards. This alone serves as evidence of Clarence's fundamentally upright character. Yet, how did Dumbledore respond to him? The manner in which he treated Clarence was, quite frankly, unwarranted. Instead of merely preventing the rise of another Voldemort, one must consider that had Clarence not possessed an inherently gentle nature, a less resolute individual could have easily become a dark wizard even more ruthless than Voldemort himself. Such a scenario would have precipitated a catastrophe for both the wizarding community in Britain and the global magical realm. As the global wizarding community became aware of these events, grievances against Clarence were swiftly dispelled. What were these grievances? They stemmed from the perception that Clarence had prioritized his personal vendetta against Dumbledore over the stability of the entire magical world, even going so far as to disband the Knights and plan a global journey at such a critical juncture. However, following Clarence's forthright public warning to Voldemort against harming ordinary wizards, Those who had previously harbored resentment found themselves rendered speechless. Upon learning of the animosity between Clarence and Dumbledore, the public came to appreciate the gravity of Clarence's situation. To emerge from such profoundly unjust treatment without succumbing to the dark arts was an impressive feat in itself. With such circumstances at play, how could one expect him to consider the greater good? The fact that he did not seek to eliminate Dumbledore and obliterate the entire magical realm speaks volumes about his inherent kindness and unwillingness to implicate the innocent. Otherwise, the current magical community would be contending not merely with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but with a self-serving, cold-blooded Dark Lord devoid of any humanity. Thus, not only did the public come to understand Clarence, but even those who initially held reservations dared not voice their dissent. Clarence was neither Dumbledore nor Grindelwald, nor even Voldemort. Yet he exhibited traits reminiscent of all three. This implies that should one provoke him, annihilation could indeed be a possibility. For he possesses the capability and strength to actualize such threats. In such circumstances, who would dare to utter another word? Moreover, Voldemort's declaration has indeed stirred considerable trouble, most of which is intricately tied to Dumbledore, if not directly targeting him. Firstly, Dumbledore's unfair treatment of Clarence was a measure taken to prevent the emergence of another Voldemort, inciting public outrage and even drawing the ire of the Ministry of Magic. Upon learning of the situation, the Minister of Magic shattered several cherished teacups in frustration, expressing a nagging suspicion regarding Clarence's attitude towards the Ministry. The root of the problem, it seemed, lay with Dumbledore himself. As a professor and headmaster, while it is indeed his duty to guide and instruct students, such oversight should not devolve into overt surveillance. Students are not adversaries. Treating them as such raises questions about his intentions. Was he deliberately nurturing dark wizards, or fostering a second, third, or even fourth Voldemort? This is not mere hyperbole. The students are still in their formative years, and external adverse factors can profoundly impact their psychological development. Clarence is merely an exception, possessing an inherently kind nature that allows him to largely overlook Dumbledore's unjust treatment, unlike his peers. Even the Minister of Magic harbored doubts, pondering whether Dumbledore's vigilance towards Clarence mirrored his earlier scrutiny of Voldemort. The more one contemplates this possibility, the more plausible it appears. Consequently, the minister could no longer remain passive and convened a meeting to discuss Dumbledore's qualifications and capabilities as headmaster of Hogwarts. After all, just as Voldemort had emerged, Clarence, though not a dark wizard, harbored intense resentment towards Dumbledore. Furthermore, he is a unique case. Yet it cannot be overlooked that many Slytherin students had joined the Death Eater ranks upon graduation, raising questions about whether Dumbledore's targeting played a role in this. To prevent Hogwarts, the sole magical institution in the realm, from producing any more dark wizards, especially of Voldemort's ilk, it became imperative to devise a more effective solution regarding the faculty and administration, particularly concerning the headmaster. This issue had reached a critical juncture. In truth, these were merely surface reasons and excuses. The true aim of these high-ranking officials was to seize this opportunity to intervene in Hogwarts and curtail Dumbledore's influence. Such a prime opportunity was not one the Ministry of Magic could afford to overlook. Thus, they feigned a nationwide inquiry into the affairs of wizards, with a focus on the administrative hierarchy and professors at Hogwarts. Following the collection and analysis of data, the Minister of Magic took a formal document directly to Hogwarts, making his way to the headmaster's office. Upon encountering Dumbledore, the individual promptly presented the form, candidly expressing that, given the principal's distressing and unjust actions towards the students, the Ministry of Magic was gathering public opinions. It now mandated that Dumbledore relinquish his position as headmaster, allowing him to assume the role of deputy headmaster, akin to Professor McGonagall. As for who would take on the mantle of headmaster, Dumbledore, feeling the weight of the castle's decision to strip him of his authority based solely on the minister's words, realized that even if he wished to explain himself, it was too late. Although Hogwarts Castle lacked sentience and had not coordinated with the ministry during its inception, a previous headmaster had indeed engaged with the ministry. Later, due to financial constraints, the position of a governor was introduced, aimed at securing donations from the board. Thus, the ministry's coercive decree, while perhaps not absolute, would carry weight if the majority of wizards within the magical community shared this sentiment. While Hogwarts Castle might not solely heed the ministry's commands, it could not ignore the collective will of the wizarding populace. Consequently, as soon as the minister concluded his statement, the castle swiftly revoked Dumbledore's headmastership, relegating him to the same status as McGonagall. This meant that Dumbledore no longer had the authority to occupy the headmaster's office. Witnessing Dumbledore's predicament, unable even to retain his position, Clarence found amusement in the situation while simultaneously preparing for his global travels. Naturally, aside from Clarence, another who relished the spectacle was Voldemort. This dark figure, not only entertained by the unfolding drama, was also covertly plotting to oust Dumbledore from Hogwarts, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate the school. The advantages of such an infiltration were immense, enough to stir Voldemort's ambition. Unfortunately, his machinations could only be executed in secrecy, remaining hidden from public view. On the eve of Clarence's departure from the wizarding world, Dumbledore's reputation experienced a significant decline. Yet, amidst the attempts to tarnish his name, there were also those who stood in his defense. Notably, Nicholas Flamel, rarely vocal, chose to speak up, as did Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts, who publicly lauded Dumbledore in the newspapers. However, being an honest man, he did not shy away from acknowledging Dumbledore's missteps. The fact that Dumbledore had been vigilant of Clarence was irrefutable, and certainly a misjudgment, which Newt did not avoid mentioning. As Clarence stood in line at the Ministry of Magic, awaiting the processing of his travel documents, he scoffed after perusing the newspaper in his hands, carelessly tossing it into a nearby waste bin. The world was indeed filled with admirers. Dumbledore's long tenure as a professor of transfiguration and later as headmaster had not been in vain, for numerous individuals had rallied to his defense amidst the tarnishing of his reputation. Yet, what significance did this hold? Did they truly believe that such widespread support could absolve him of his transgressions? Even if Clarence remained indifferent, those who opposed Dumbledore and their factions would not squander such an opportunity, relentlessly seeking to cement his ignominy. Thus, Clarence felt no trepidation that the voices championing Dumbledore would somehow alter the international discourse surrounding him. However, to his surprise, as he had just completed his travel documentation and stepped out of the ministry, he spotted a remarkably familiar owl soaring toward him. The reason for his recognition was not due to a friend's pet, but rather because he had specifically acquired one years ago, leaving it at the orphanage as a precautionary measure. This was to ensure that, should any matters arise at the orphanage that the elderly headmaster could not resolve, he would have a means of communication. Throughout the years, all correspondence between Clarence and the headmaster had been facilitated by this very owl. Yet, upon noticing the owl gently perch upon his shoulder, Clarence felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had only recently sent a farewell letter along with a check to the headmaster. Why, then, was he receiving a letter in return? Had something transpired? With this thought, Clarence dared not linger on his concerns and swiftly removed the letter from the owl, opening it to read. As he continued, his expression darkened. Although his countenance was inherently captivating, even when brooding, it betrayed the turmoil within him. As expected, an unfortunate situation had indeed arisen at the orphanage. The essence of the headmaster's letter conveyed that the government of Inktai had recently enacted several policies, some of which directly pertained to the orphanage. This was not due to any malice, but rather because the orphanage was the headmaster's private property, utilized solely for that purpose. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the headmaster had originally converted his estate into an orphanage out of benevolence. Consequently, this implied that the orphanage's documentation was far from comprehensive, particularly when the orphanage was established. It coincided with the tumultuous period of the Second World War, an event that had cast its shadow over much of the globe, with Inktai being no exception. It is precisely due to the ravages of war that a multitude of orphans emerged during those years. The elderly director, acting out of benevolence, transformed his own estate into an orphanage to shelter these children. Amidst the chaos of war, the government was preoccupied with its own crises and could hardly attend to the bureaucratic needs of a single orphanage. Consequently, this historical issue has resurfaced, exacerbated by new policies introduced by the government, which have unexpectedly complicated matters for the orphanage. However, the process of rectifying the necessary paperwork should, in theory, pose little difficulty. After all, the orphanage is not a recent establishment. It has been in existence for nearly 40 years. In terms of identity and nature, there should be no significant issues, as it is firmly rooted in legitimacy. Thus, it stands to reason that merely reissuing some documents should not present any challenges. Yet, challenges have indeed arisen. According to the contents of the director's letter, if it were merely a matter of reissuing documentation, it would be straightforward. The crux of the problem lies in the director's lack of the requisite proofs needed for the paperwork. At the time, he had not foreseen the emergence of such complications, and thus, he had never bothered to secure these documents. This oversight has now left him in a predicament, unable to process the necessary applications. Naturally, the director's correspondence was not intended to solicit assistance from Clarence. Rather, the orphanage has already devised a solution. Given that a resolution is at hand, one might wonder why the director would still feel compelled to send a letter. However, upon reading the entirety of the correspondence, Clarence could not shake his unease. After all, the so-called solution proposed by the director seemed to be directed towards him. What kind of solution could lead Clarence to believe it was aimed at him? It stemmed from the priest who had been offering free education to the children at the orphanage. He had suggested to the director a transformative idea. What was this idea? It was to convert the orphanage into a church, thereby maintaining the orphanage's operations under the auspices of the church. Moreover, this reconfiguration would alleviate future concerns regarding donations, as the church would allocate funds to sustain the orphanage's activities. Since the orphanage would be re-established as a church, the need for bureaucratic documents would ostensibly disappear. If any were required, the church could readily provide them and deliver them to the director. When Clarence first learned of the priest's arrival at the orphanage, he had already speculated that the priest might have ulterior motives. However, after a period of surveillance, he found no concrete evidence to support his suspicions. Although he had managed to feel somewhat reassured at that time, it did not imply complete tranquility. Thus, after perusing the director's letter, his initial reaction was that the church was indeed targeting him. He analyzed various possibilities and factors, but could not fathom the true reason behind the church's altruistic intervention on behalf of the orphanage. In this world, love and hatred do not arise without reason. Thus, what motivates the church to extend such assistance to the orphanage? Even if their intentions are not self-serving, their generosity toward the orphanage must conceal significant ulterior motives. He certainly did not wish to leave such a potential threat within the orphanage. And if the matters concerning the orphanage were not adequately addressed, he would be unable to travel with peace of mind. After engaging in casual conversation with the elderly director, he took his leave and sought out the priest. Upon hearing Clarence's indifferent remarks, particularly in light of the small wooden stick the priest held, the priest realized it was time for the truth to be unveiled. While others might perceive it merely as an innocuous stick, the priest understood it to be a wand wielded by sorcerers. Thus, he candidly disclosed the reality. He was indeed sent by the church to engage with Clarence. And to avoid arousing suspicion, the church had dispatched over a dozen priests, effectively encompassing all the orphanages in the region. Their aim was to remain inconspicuous, although, in truth, Clarence was not included in that discretion. Although the church had no intention of concealing the truth, they would not voluntarily disclose it. They would wait for Clarence to uncover it himself before revealing the full extent of their motives. Previously, Clarence had harbored doubts about the priest. Yet due to the lack of discernible anomalies or evidence, combined with the priest's seemingly unblemished conduct, he had chosen to set his concerns aside. Now, it appeared that the church's renovations of the orphanage had alerted Clarence to something amiss, leading to the priest's eventual exposure. Listening to the priest's deliberative recounting of events, Clarence grew increasingly impatient as the true purpose remained unarticulated. After all, what could be the church's hidden agenda behind such substantial undertakings? Was it solely due to his identity as a sorcerer? It must be noted that when he first encountered the priest, his talents had not yet been revealed. Aside from his appearance, he bore little distinction from other young sorcerers. Thus, the church could not plausibly justify such extensive actions based solely on his identity as a sorcerer. There must be some other crucial factor at play. To put it plainly, their overzealousness was unwarranted. Had he been merely an ordinary young sorcerer, the church would undoubtedly not have taken such grand measures. Clarence was eager to ascertain what this significant factor was, yet the priest persistently evaded this pivotal point. Growing impatient, Clarence aimed his wand at the priest's head and declared, "If you do not divulge the information I seek, I shall employ magic to compel you to speak." The priest, however, remained unfazed by Clarence's threat. With a calm demeanor and steady voice, he replied, "You merely wish to understand the true purpose behind the church's extensive efforts. Since you are aware of this, why waste time with such trivialities? It is not mere nonsense. Every matter has its origin. If it cannot be articulated clearly, it is inevitable that it may lead to some degree of misunderstanding." The priest spoke in a calm tone. "Whether it causes confusion is for me to determine, not you. So this is your final opportunity." At this point, a look of indifference lingered in Clarence's eyes. This expression of detachment was a harbinger of impending action. Although somewhat reluctant, the priest did not wish to divulge all of his confidential secrets under duress. So he could only sigh and say, "Do you recall when I spoke to you about certain contents within the scriptures?" This rhetorical question from the priest thoroughly vexed Clarence. Just as he was about to unleash a soul-snatching incantation, he suddenly remembered that the tales the priest had shared with him seemed to pertain solely to the contents of the record, without delving into other matters. With a dawning comprehension, Clarence pressed on, "So, the true purpose of your church is related to that record?" Indeed, a glimmer of appreciation shone in the priest's eyes. And he continued, "Even if you wish to hear, I must first disclose a clandestine matter regarding the church. You may be somewhat aware of it, but it pales in comparison to the knowledge imparted directly by me, a legitimate priest." Taking a deep breath to suppress his growing impatience, he coldly replied, "Speak. And I hope you can be succinct, for my patience is wearing thin. You should be aware of certain miracles purportedly exhibited by the church, correct?" At this, Clarence paused momentarily before retorting, "Are you referring to the sorcerers adopted and brainwashed by the church, or genuine miracles?" He then clarified, "Both, to some extent. However, true miracles are exceedingly rare. Throughout the church's history, they have only manifested at critical junctures, and even within the church. The majority of clergy are oblivious to the reality of these miracles, believing instead that they are merely the abilities of the adopted sorcerers. In truth, the record serves as a documentation of authentic miracles. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies in the research and predictions related to the record, through which the church, aided by the sorcerer's powers, has made some genuine prophecies. Upon hearing this, Clarence's striking eyes narrowed slightly. So, among those true prophecies, is there one that pertains to me? If I am not mistaken, it should be the prophecy of the millennium, as it is the only one imminent in occurrence. The priest's countenance softened into a gentle smile at Clarence's analytical speculation. Indeed, I suppose I need not elucidate the content of this prophecy for you, correct? An angel has descended? Clarence hesitated. However, before the priest, beaming with satisfaction, could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by Clarence. You truly believe in this? Never mind whether you truly believe, it matters not to me. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from harboring intentions towards the orphanage, should I discover such plans. The consequences will undoubtedly be dire. The expression on the priest's face returned to its previous demeanor upon hearing Clarence's words. Yet he explained with a tone tinged with resignation. I believe you harbor some misunderstandings about the church, for it is not your adversary. Rather, it would serve as your ally. Clarence let out a cold laugh, retorting, no matter how you articulate your thoughts or beliefs, ultimately it is your faith, not mine. Hence, remember this, do not tread upon my boundaries. Otherwise, I possess considerable knowledge of the dark arts, particularly in summoning demonic entities. You should comprehend what it signifies if a demon lord were to descend upon this realm. The priest, with a tone of reverence, responded, the church would never engage in such actions. However, should you desire to summon demons or invoke the arrival of a demon lord, the church's stance would be to comply with your every decision, placing your will at the forefront. I trust your actions are guided by your own reasoning. After all, you are the one who guards the lake of fire. It seems you have been thoroughly indoctrinated by the church. Clarence, unfazed and unconvinced by the priest's assertions regarding autonomy and will, regarded such words as mere fabrications fit for children, deceptions that even the most naive would not fall for. How could he possibly place his trust in such rhetoric? He merely perceived the priest as a victim of blind faith, akin to a fervent zealot. Consequently, Clarence felt no inclination to engage further with this individual. It sufficed to understand the church's true intentions and recognize that they would not harm the orphanage. As for the efficacy of his warning, he harbored uncertainties. Nonetheless, he presumed that the church was not devoid of intelligence and would be fully aware of his standing within the magical realm, particularly regarding his prowess. Thus, if they wished to avoid inciting his wrath, they would certainly refrain from provoking him. This notion granted Clarence a modicum of reassurance. For the fury of a demon lord is not something the present church could withstand. Perhaps the church possesses some undisclosed trump card. However, it would not be sufficient to withstand the full force of a premier demon lord. Clarence relied upon his formidable strength, knowing that should the church entertain any nefarious thoughts, they would need to contemplate whether they could endure the repercussions of his ire. With the knowledge he sought now acquired, Clarence saw no reason to linger further with the priest. He turned directly to seek out the elder director to discuss the transformation of the orphanage into a church. Though the renovations would not require extensive alterations, they would undoubtedly bring a fair share of complications, thus necessitating assistance during this period. Clarence, owing to the matters concerning the orphanage, contemplated postponing his grand tour around the globe, wishing instead to remain and lend his assistance until the renovation plans were firmly established and ready to commence before embarking on his journey. However, before he could depart the room, the priest behind him interjected, saying, in truth, Clarence, there is something you are unaware of. A prophecy from a millennium ago foretold the arrival of an angel, who, until the completion of all prophecies, will play a pivotal role in each of them, in every era. This means that this celestial being possesses significant authority and power, particularly in relation to the final judgment and the roles and responsibilities you are destined to fulfill within the realms of heaven and earth. Moreover, the church is cognizant of your desire to travel the world in search of new paths. The only assistance the church can offer you is that, should you have any needs, you may visit any church established by the church, where the clergy will provide you with all necessary support. The priest's words caused Clarence to pause momentarily in his departure, but he soon resumed as if indifferent, continuing on until the door closed behind him, leaving the priest alone in the room. The priest's fervent and devout gaze lingered on the now closed door, unmoving for an extended period. He then took the opportunity to inquire of his colleague why he appeared lost in thought. Upon asking, he learned that his companion was preoccupied with memories of a certain exorcism case, meticulously analyzing the deeper significance of the actions taken by the priest, who was the exorcist, during the ritual. Upon discovering that his colleague was contemplating the matter of exorcism, the priest lost all interest, for he was neither an exorcist nor a pastor. This pastor was not a role within Protestantism, but rather a cleric akin to an exorcist. If exorcists are the warriors on the front lines, then these pastors serve as support personnel, albeit ones possessing a certain degree of combat capability. Of course, there exists a distinction among exorcists. The traditional ones are devout believers who, through specialized training, are able to perform exorcisms as ordinary individuals. While these traditional exorcists can indeed expel demons through the strength of their unwavering faith, they are limited to this singular task, lacking the ability to engage in any other endeavors. Conversely, there exists another category of exorcists, specifically trained by the Church, who are endowed with magical abilities. Although these exorcists are indeed powerful enough to be regarded as sorcerers, they are far from the traditional variety. In reality, these extraordinary exorcists, though referred to as wizards, have not studied the arcane arts. Instead, they have devoted themselves to mastering a divine technique passed down through the Church. While this divine art may be perceived as a distinct form of magic, the fundamental difference lies in its origin. The former is crafted by wizards, whereas the latter is developed by the Church. Consequently, these exceptional exorcists cannot be classified merely as wizards. However, it is undeniable that their abilities and powers surpass those of traditional exorcists. The priest's colleague exemplifies such a unique exorcist, enabling him to conduct exorcism rituals independently at a remarkably young age. Regrettably, the priest himself is merely an ordinary cleric, neither an exorcist nor a pastor, rendering him somewhat out of his depth in discussions with this colleague, particularly on such topics. Lacking interest, the priest seized the opportunity during a brief pause from his colleague to shift the conversation. Given that the topic had already been broached, the priest could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He eagerly recounted to his colleague the situation that Clarence had discerned regarding the Church's undertakings. His voice trembled with enthusiasm as he reiterated his earlier words to Clarence. Upon concluding, he expressed with a beaming countenance, "Does this not signify that I have guided that angel? The Church's stance toward that individual is merely to provide assistance, supporting him as he traverses the mortal realm. What he experiences and how he transforms are matters we ought not to interfere with, for all is a test arranged by the Lord. Therefore, you should refrain from unnecessary actions, particularly those involving deliberate guidance." Upon hearing his colleague's words, which bore a hint of reproach, the priest recognized his transgression and promptly bowed his head in repentance before the crucifix. However, after his confession, he turned to his colleague and inquired, "Though the prophecy indicates that this individual will eventually create a new world, when precisely will this new realm come into being? Since the matter itself holds little significance, there is no need for debate. If one were to adhere to this line of thought, then every action they undertake is orchestrated by the Lord. Once this is understood, there is no need for excessive contemplation. One must simply execute the tasks assigned by the Church step by step, rendering any extraneous actions inconsequential." Yet, given his colleague's disposition of minding his own affairs, he believes that simply attending to his own responsibilities suffices. Thus, he does not concur with the priest's deliberate guiding behavior. Certainly, one might infer that his dissent is not a result of the priest contravening the Church's edicts, but rather a reflection of his own disposition, which leads him to disapprove of the priest undertaking superfluous actions. Without delving into the subsequent discussions between the priest and his colleagues, let us turn our attention to Clarence. Upon his departure, he sought out the former dean to converse about matters pertaining to the renovation of the church. Following this, he temporarily took up residence in the orphanage. However, he could not stay with the children. Instead, he converted a small room, designated for storage, into a makeshift dwelling. Although the space was cramped and devoid of windows, rendering it unsuitable for habitation, Clarence intended to reside there for only a few days before embarking on his journey. Thus, it was merely a temporary abode, and not a significant concern. Thanks to his magical prowess, the organization of the space was accomplished with remarkable speed, and soon enough, a clean bed was prepared for him to rest upon. At that moment, Clarence sat on the modest yet tidy bed, engrossed in a tome he had borrowed from the former dean. It is worth noting that the dean himself harbored no religious beliefs and seldom perused sacred texts. However, the arrival of the priest had led him to occasionally glance at the scriptures, perhaps to pass the time. Clarence was currently absorbed in the concluding section of the text, particularly the prophecies concerning the millennium. The more he read of these prophecies, the more he felt a profound resonance with certain thoughts he had entertained in the preceding years. What thoughts of Clarence from those years could possibly align with a prophecy contained within the scripture? One might recall that during a summer vacation, he had shared a conversation with Mia regarding a particular topic, the frustration that stemmed from Snape's inability to master advanced duplication spells, which left him troubled for several days. During a picnic, Mia had lamented how splendid it would be if one could bypass the learning process and directly wield magic. This notion sparked inspiration in Clarence. Later, when Professor Flivy entered his research during a competition, it was this very inspiration that enabled Clarence to conceptualize a method by which Flivy could circumvent observational steps through a contractual agreement, thus allowing him to directly access elemental information and manipulate elements with the aid of systemic skills. Since then, Clarence had not been devoid of further ideas. By integrating intriguing elements from his past life memories, he envisioned a unique magical network akin to a magic web. This web would function similarly to a server, with sentient beings acting as terminals. Indeed, Clarence's vision encompassed a magic web not merely for storing arcane knowledge, but also as a means for sorcerers endowed with magical abilities to bypass the learning process and directly invoke magic through this network. It is even possible for ordinary individuals devoid of magical prowess to wield spells through the magical network. As for why Clarence would contemplate granting spellcasting abilities to those lacking magical power, it primarily stems from the existence of the international secrecy law. However, the fundamental issue leading to the emergence of this law is not merely its existence, but rather the inherent relationship between wizards, those extraordinary beings endowed with supernatural abilities, and ordinary humans. Though both belong to the same species, the former possesses an innate magical energy, while the latter remains devoid of any such gifts, existing as mere mortals. This disparity engenders a fundamental contradiction, merely awaiting the moment of its inevitable eruption. Much like Gellert Grindelwald's endeavors of yore. His ambition was to dominate ordinary people through the might of magic, thereby temporarily alleviating and significantly postponing the explosion of this contradiction. Yet, the sheer number of ordinary individuals far exceeds that of wizards by several hundredfold. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, particularly in weaponry, the situation has reached a point where even wizards may struggle to withstand such advancements. If this is the current state, one can only ponder the future where weapons may emerge capable of withstanding even wizardry. Thus, Grindelwald's aspiration to rule over ordinary humans proved futile, with his downfall not solely attributed to betrayal by Dumbledore and others who once shared his ideals. Dumbledore's defection represents but a minor factor in the grand scheme of failure. The true crux lies in the vast disparity in numbers and reproductive capabilities between the two factions. Consider the time it takes for a wizard to hone their lethal combat skills, compared to the duration required for an ordinary person, through training, to wield weaponry effectively against a wizard. Not to mention the lamentably scant number of wizards. Should a conflict arise, even if ordinary individuals were to serve as expendable cannon fodder, they could relentlessly wear down the wizards. Conversely, the wizards would face a dire fate, as every loss diminishes their ranks, and their ability to replenish their numbers is severely limited due to the lengthy process of wizarding maturation. At the very least, a war would never serve as a means to unify the two realms. Such an approach would only culminate in the utter annihilation of wizards and the magical world, while ordinary humans, despite suffering significant casualties, would recover swiftly due to their rapid reproductive capabilities. In contrast, wizards risk extinction in the throes of battle. Perhaps in the future, children imbued with magical abilities will be born, but what treatment will these gifted children receive upon discovery? Will they be able to flourish and learn the art of magic? Such possibilities are beyond Dumbledore's imagination, or perhaps it is more accurate to say he dares not envision them. Regrettably, whether in the present or the future, even within the original narrative, Dumbledore ultimately fails. Or perhaps it can be said that he is fundamentally incapable of resolving the inherent contradictions that exist between the two worlds. As long as this discord remains unresolved, an eruption between the two factions is inevitable. It is merely a question of time. Consequently, Dumbledore is destined for failure, and his aspirations are bound to meet the same fate. Indeed, his ideals are, at best, mere aspirations, allowing him only to tenuously maintain the existence of the magical realm and its practitioners, preventing their complete exposure. Thus, within the original storyline, this supreme sorcerer, akin to a Dark Lord, resorts to sacrificing his own life to orchestrate a scheme against Voldemort, indicative of his resigned acceptance of death. This acceptance arises not only from the myriad misfortunes he has endured throughout his life, but also from the realization that his dreams and ideals may never come to fruition. Even with the extended lifespan of a wizard, particularly one of Dumbledore's caliber, the likelihood of witnessing the day when these fundamental contradictions explode into open conflict is significant. He would bear witness to the annihilation of wizards and the magical world. Dumbledore can only observe the outbreak of such a war, powerless to intervene, which fuels his resignation to sacrifice himself in his machinations against Voldemort. The dilemmas faced by Grindelwald and Dumbledore are challenges that Clarence will inevitably confront in the future, as will any wizard. However, the majority of wizards have not contemplated this issue. Even those who have, find themselves bereft of viable solutions and thus continue their lives in blissful ignorance. Of course, there are those who have recognized the problem and, unwilling to succumb to despair, have taken action. Yet, the efforts of these individuals yield no tangible results. In fact, their endeavors fail to affect any change in the dynamics between the two worlds. This is, perhaps, to be expected, for if even Grindelwald and Dumbledore could not achieve such feats, what could those of lesser power possibly accomplish? Clarence has pondered this dilemma and has considered various approaches to resolving it, but he inevitably circles back to a pivotal point, the fundamental contradiction between the two sides. In essence, without addressing this critical discord, any proposed solutions, regardless of their potential for success, are inherently doomed to fail. Even if such solutions were to succeed, They would merely bury the contradiction deeper, postponing its eruption without fundamentally altering the situation. To address the issue of conflict between two parties, it is imperative to resolve the underlying discord that exists. This is precisely why Clarence envisioned the creation of a magical network, enabling ordinary individuals devoid of magical power to wield the ability to cast spells. The existence of this magical network represents one of the definitive solutions to completely eradicate the fundamental discord between the two factions. It is only through the application of force that one can compel others to embrace one's ideology, regardless of whether such acceptance is genuine. Regrettably, Clarence's vision remains merely an idea at this juncture, with no tangible actions taken thus far. The primary obstacle lies in the absence of a clear direction, particularly considering that, according to his previous life's memories, the magical network was inadvertently created by divine beings. Even if it was a serendipitous creation, it was still the result of the god's inherent power. Thus it is evident that Clarence's current prowess, at the level of a demon king, is far from sufficient to replicate such a phenomenon. He must elevate his abilities further, ideally to the level of true deities, to even possess the qualifications to create a magical network. Although Clarence's aspirations are still confined to the realm of thought, he has nonetheless established a goal towards which he can resolutely advance. This is a significant improvement over Dumbledore, who lacks any definitive ideas or objectives, rendering him directionless and lost, even to the point of despair. In contrast, Clarence possesses a clear vision and ambition, which, once realized, could fundamentally resolve the conflicts between ordinary people and wizards. What he currently lacks are merely strength and time. As for the notion that Clarence should focus solely on leading a good life, disregarding the tensions between commoners and wizards, this is because, unless he ceases to use magic altogether or departs from this world, he must confront this issue. Thus, it is more prudent to devise a solution sooner rather than later. Furthermore, Clarence senses that as his power grows, the world in which he currently resides may soon prove inadequate for his endeavors, compelling him to explore and expand beyond its confines. Of course, this is merely a vague intuition, and there is no need to dwell on it excessively at present. During his 5-day stay at the orphanage, Clarence, through the introduction of the priest, became acquainted with Peter Williams, the individual responsible for overseeing all matters related to the church after its conversion from the orphanage. Not only did he manage the church's affairs post-renovation, but he was also in charge of the orphanage's reconstruction. Upon meeting Father Williams, Clarence distinctly sensed the magical energy emanating from him. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the fact that the individual in question is a member of the clergy, whose faith is remarkably steadfast, that his magical aura emanates warmth, gentleness, and a sense of trust, allowing ordinary people to easily place their confidence in him. It may also be attributed to the fact that, while he possesses magic, he is not a sorcerer, but rather a cleric. Or perhaps it is the commendable character of Father William that enables Clarence to engage in candid conversation with him. They even exchanged insights regarding the distinctions between magic and divine arts. Notably, Clarence gleaned knowledge of a so-called divine art from Father William, which the church has designated as the holy light technique. The effects of this technique not only provide warmth and alleviate negative mental states, but also possess certain healing properties. Hence, the church aptly named it the holy light technique. Given that the execution of the holy light technique is influenced by the practitioner's willpower, the more resolute one's conviction, the stronger the effects during its application. When someone like William, a devoted cleric, performs it, the strength of his faith parallels that of his unwavering will. The comforting warmth, the alleviation of mental distress, and even the subtle healing effects are inherent characteristics of the light element itself. Thus, the more steadfast the faith of the clerics, the greater the summoning of light elements, consequently intensifying the efficacy of the technique. Therefore, one might argue that naming this divine art the holy light technique is somewhat less fitting than calling it the radiance technique. Father William was genuinely astonished that, after their recent exchange and his instruction on the holy light technique, Clarence managed to successfully manifest it on his first attempt with considerable potency. It is worth noting that when William himself learned this divine art, it took him over 3 months to barely produce a flicker of light. Yet, Clarence, having only listened to his explanation once, not only mastered it, but reached such a level of proficiency. How could this not astound William? However, upon reflecting on Clarence's true identity, William considered this outcome to be entirely reasonable, for he is, after all, a descended angel, naturally endowed in the realm of divine arts. And such a performance is to be expected. The dialogue with Father William ignited within Clarence a profound interest in the divine arts system developed and inherited by the church. Particularly, upon learning that the majority of the church's divine arts are inspired by scripture, he became even more intrigued. He even requested a comprehensive list of all divine arts from William, which included not only the names of the arts, but also targeted descriptions. It is important to note that such a record would ordinarily be inaccessible to others, and this particular document was handwritten by none other than William himself. However, Clarence was different. It was not merely a matter of a list. Even if it were the methods of study and detailed principles, if he wished, the church would readily provide him with everything, delivering it personally to him. Yet, Clarence chose not to pursue this. He merely requested the church to supply him with all the information regarding divine arts. The system of divine arts was, in fact, akin to another form of the wizarding magic system, sharing numerous commonalities. Thus, with just a name and a brief introduction, he could, through his accumulated understanding and expertise in the wizarding magical system, deduce the complete divine arts, which the system would subsequently simplify. It would merely require a bit more time. Moreover, during this process of deduction, Clarence would gain significant benefits, broadening his horizons and inspiring him with a wealth of new ideas. Hence, he opted not to have William facilitate the church in copying and delivering all the divine arts materials to him. 5 days later, with the orphanage renovation finalized and the construction team arranged, Clarence took his luggage and made his way to an airport in the Muggle world. Preparing to embark on his journey, his first destination was to explore the Hans magical realm, especially since he had been disrupted by a participant from Durmstrang during the duel competition in Busbarton, France, particularly in the finals. The implications of the other party's words indicated that something was amiss at Durmstrang. After so many years, he was curious about the current state of that school, prompting him to set his first stop in Berlin's magical realm. Additionally, he harbored curiosity about the legendary Grindelwald's alma mater, so if possible, he hoped to explore Durmstrang as well. Without delving into the various disturbances caused by Clarence's appearance at the airport, it was a fairly smooth journey until he landed in Berlin, the capital of Hans. Of course, if we exclude the numerous passengers who intentionally sought him out during the flight with various excuses in hopes of making his acquaintance, there were no other unexpected situations. Upon arriving in Berlin and disembarking from the plane, he sparked yet another commotion at the airport. After evading a throng of admirers, captivated by his striking appearance, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to a specific location, one of the passages leading to the Berlin magical realm, akin to the relationship between the Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley. Upon reaching the destination, Clarence stepped out of the vehicle and, as he prepared to pay the driver, he was momentarily perplexed by the driver's gesture of offering him a piece of paper and a pen, failing to comprehend the driver's intent. After listening to the driver's explanation, Clarence finally comprehended that the individual might have mistaken him for some celebrity from another country, seeking to exchange the fare for an autograph. Although he had clarified that he was not a star of any sort, the driver remained unconvinced. The driver confidently asserted that even if Clarence was not yet a celebrity, as long as talent scouts were not blind, given Clarence's appearance, he was bound to become a star in the future, and a prominent one at that. Therefore, obtaining his autograph in advance could only prove advantageous. Reluctantly, Clarence penned his name on a piece of paper and, as the taxi was about to pull away, he gently tossed the fare through the partially open window. As he turned to walk towards the corridor, Clarence pondered that if magic and wizards did not exist, perhaps becoming a celebrity would be a commendable path. Yet, in reality, there was no if. Unbeknownst to Clarence, although he would not become a household name, his reputation would rival that of the world's most illustrious stars, even surpassing the popularity of the leading celebrities. However, that is a tale for another time. And for now, it need not be elaborated upon. Having crossed the corridor, Clarence had entered the magical realm of Berlin. The magical world of Berlin is entirely distinct from that of the neighboring region. In the latter, wizards live in communities, making Diagon Alley akin to an independent commercial street. Beyond the renowned Diagon Alley, there are several smaller commercial streets within the neighboring country, albeit with less grandeur and variety. In contrast, in Berlin's magical realm, wizards inhabit special towns established in each region, complete with comprehensive facilities akin to those found in ordinary cities. Aside from the sole Durmstrang Institute, the other aspects of this realm bear little difference from the mundane world. The place Clarence now entered was the capital of the magical world of Hans. Indeed, Berlin is not only recognized as the capital of Hans among the ordinary populace, but also holds that title within the magical community. The designation of a capital implies that the magical realm in Berlin is more vibrant and prosperous than the other towns where wizards reside in Hans. Thus, as the first stop of his journey, it was essential for him to explore it thoroughly. Upon entering the magical realm of Berlin, it was as bustling and splendid as he had imagined. After a leisurely visit to the Ministry of Magic in Hans and completing his entry registration, Clarence sought out a hotel to stay in. He planned to enjoy several days in Berlin's magical realm before considering a journey to other parts of Hans, particularly to explore magical relics and secret places. In the ensuing days, Clarence meandered through the magical realm of Berlin, visiting various renowned landmarks. After thoroughly exploring these illustrious sites, he planned to continue his journey toward the magical relics and hidden realms of the Hans kingdom for further exploration. However, unexpectedly, while delving into one such relic, he encountered a witch. At that moment, Clarence was captivated by the ancient inscriptions lingering within the ruins, intent on translating them. When he inadvertently collided with a witch from Hans, both were so engrossed in the ancient script that they failed to notice each other, resulting in an accidental encounter. After exchanging apologies, they intended to resume their respective pursuits. Intrigued by Clarence's esteemed reputation, the witch initiated a conversation, and gradually, they became acquainted. Given Clarence's illustrious background, he felt no need for self-introduction. However, he was astonished to learn about the witch's identity. Her name was Allison Jeremiah, a witch hailing from the Hans kingdom and notably one of the professors at Durmstrang. Furthermore, Allison's role involved instructing Durmstrang students in the art of dark magic. This was no trivial task, as while Durmstrang did not forbid students from studying dark magic, certain unforgivable spells were prohibited. Nevertheless, the school did not prevent students from privately engaging in the study of such forbidden knowledge, provided they could access it. Though the institution claimed to restrict the study of unforgivable dark magic, it did not hinder students from exploring and researching conventional dark arts. This situation placed Allison in a challenging position, as she not only had to teach dark magic, but also had to address the repercussions and injuries that students incurred from their studies. Moreover, she had to monitor her students to ensure that they did not delve into irreversible dark magic before they were adequately prepared. As the term suggests, the backlash from such dark magic is irreparable, leaving no means of remedy, which is why it is deemed irreversible. Such dark arts are formidable even for seasoned wizards. Yet inexplicably, the Durmstrang Library housed tomes on these perilous subjects, accessible to any student eager to learn or research. It is well known how insatiable the curiosity of youth can be, which rendered Allison's role as a professor of dark magic particularly arduous. Even within Durmstrang, her position was not singular. There were several professors dedicated to the study of dark magic. The positions of several professors specializing in the study of dark magic are not distinguished between principal and assistant, resembling those at Hogwarts School, where a course in dark arts defense is offered, with Allison concurrently holding the professorship. One can only imagine the extent of her busyness while juggling these dual responsibilities at the school. As for her presence in a magical ruin, it is simply due to the alignment of summer vacations between Durmstrang and Hogwarts, which occur nearly simultaneously, perhaps just a few days apart. Thus, Durmstrang is currently on summer break as well, and despite her busy schedule, Allison, as one of the professors, has ample time to rest during the lengthy holiday. Seizing this rare opportunity, she ventured into this magical ruin for exploration and fortuitously encountered Clarence. Their shared interest in the ancient texts lingering within the ruin, coupled with their enjoyable conversation, led them to decide to team up for the exploration. Allison would take notes while Clarence would handle the on-site translations. After completing one area, they proceeded to another, but aside from discovering some dilapidated items devoid of any magical energy, they found little else of note. Perhaps it was the absence of magic and the extreme dilapidation that rendered these objects worthless, allowing them to remain in the ruin rather than being taken away by passers-by for sale. After completing a circuit of exploration, their findings were scant, limited to the recorded ancient writings. However, they had not harbored high expectations, knowing full well that this magical ruin had long been discovered and publicized, with countless individuals having ventured inside to explore. The notion of uncovering anything of value was nearly non-existent. Even the most obscure areas of the ruin had likely been thoroughly investigated. Both were aware of this reality and thus held no grand hopes for their discoveries. They were not driven by the desire for material gain in their exploration. After halting Allison, Clarence drew his wand and cautiously approached the wall, commencing a meticulous examination. Despite employing various magical spells for detection, the wall yielded no response. If it were any other wizard, they might conclude that what lay before them was merely a mundane wall, dismissing their sensed anomaly as a mistake. However, Clarence was no ordinary wizard, particularly with his refined aptitude for spatial and temporal manipulation. His acute sensitivity to spatial energy was the very reason he sensed something amiss. Since the detection magic proved ineffective, it seemed that ordinary spells could not be employed. Therefore, Clarence directly wielded his wand, summoning and beginning to manipulate the power of space to strike against the wall before him. However, this was evident only to Clarence. In his perception, even the faintest ripple of magical energy was strikingly apparent. To Allison, positioned behind him, such nuances were far less discernible. Had it not been for her keen attention to Clarence's notable actions, she might have failed to notice the subtle fluctuations altogether. This technique was a sophisticated application of magical energy, characteristic of the curse-breaker profession within Greengrass. Indeed, one of his classmates from the same cohort had pursued a career as a curse-breaker there after graduation and was currently stationed in Egypt. It is worth noting that curse-breakers are not exclusive to Greengrass. The Ministry of Magic also employs them. The distinction lies in the official recognition of the latter, whereby curse-breakers from the Ministry, upon fully unraveling enchantments, may preserve the integrity of treasures or ancient ruins, protective magic, and traps. In contrast, should a Gringotts curse breaker undertake the task, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Clarence himself favored the techniques employed by the ministry's curse breakers, yet none of his contemporaries had opted for such positions. The salary disparity between the two roles is significant, making it rare for individuals to choose the ministry over Gringotts for curse breaking. A section of the wall began to indent under the mechanism's influence, revealing a stone staircase below. Upon witnessing this, Clarence took a few steps back and cast a series of spells aimed at detection, even attempting to trigger any traps that might lie in wait. Observing the lack of response to his incantations, he nevertheless chose to employ his spatial manipulation once more, forcefully probing downward in hopes of activating something. Yet, tranquility persisted. Finally, Clarence turned to Allison, instructing her to gather their belongings and retrieve her wand, declaring their intent to descend for exploration. He then cast various concealment spells around their current location to prevent any unwelcome interruptions during their venture. Allison, having spent years traversing various landscapes, possessed considerable experience in exploring ancient ruins and treasures. Upon hearing Clarence's invitation to join him in this endeavor, she felt a rare thrill as she eagerly prepared her belongings. Then, she retrieved her wand and adorned herself with an array of alchemical magical items, placing potions into the specially designed leather loops on either side of her belt. Once the alchemical artifacts and potions were prepared, she used her wand to cast various practical protective spells upon herself, signaling to Clarence that she was ready. In contrast, Clarence's preparations were far less elaborate. He simply donned the black mirror pendant box on his left wrist like a bracelet, deeming his preparations complete. The potions were contained within the pendant box, stored in special compartments for swift access during battle. As for the alchemical magical items, his clothing and hair accessories were among the finest, each imbued with nearly 10 different spells and magical arrays. With these items, he did not need to engage in the cumbersome task of casting protective spells as Allison did. Once both were prepared, Clarence continued, "I will lead, and you will follow. Be mindful of the right front." Upon hearing Clarence's words, Allison nodded in understanding. The meaning behind Clarence's instructions was quite straightforward. The lead and follow arrangement required no further elaboration. The caution regarding the right front was to prevent obstruction in narrow spaces or corridors during their exploration. The individual at the front must choose a side to ensure that the view and spell casting of those following were not hindered. Thus, Clarence intended to position himself on the left front, allowing Allison to follow closely behind on the right side. This arrangement would facilitate swift support should any situation arise behind them. It is worth noting that this exploration formation was not imparted to him by fellow classmates aspiring to become curse breakers, but was taught to him by Professor Flivy during their travels in the past. Therefore, Clarence possessed considerable experience in exploration. With their preparations and formation established, Clarence stepped onto the stone steps first, silently unleashing a dazzling array of bright orbs from the tip of his wand. Under his careful control, the lights illuminated nearly every corner of the passage below. However, in truth, their preparations proved somewhat superfluous, as the stone steps led only to a laboratory and adjoining storage area, devoid of any traps or protective magic. Nevertheless, despite the absence of danger, neither dared to remove their protective gear. Negligence could be fatal, especially when exploring unknown ruins where any hint of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Even after thoroughly exploring the laboratory and the warehouse, uncovering many treasures, the two remained vigilant and encountered no danger. This time, it was Allison who took the lead, with Clarence following closely behind. Upon witnessing Allison's return to her former self, Clarence lifted the magical concealment he had placed around them. They departed the ruins with light-hearted banter, acting as if nothing had transpired. Along the way, they encountered several other wizards engaged in their own explorations. Noticing that the only items in Allison and Clarence's possession were some papers, the others soon lost interest and continued their own pursuits. Upon leaving the magical ruins, the pair found a nearby spot to tally their findings. In terms of their discoveries within the warehouse, they primarily consisted of raw materials. Aside from metal ores and similar resources, there were also herbs that had long since lost their potency. Many skins, bones, and the remnants of magical creatures had similarly diminished in power and vitality. Consequently, these finds were not particularly valuable to Clarence, despite his interest in several metals and ores. However, he did not place much significance on them, as acquiring such materials merely entailed a greater expenditure of gold galleons, thus rendering them less noteworthy in his eyes. Because he did not prioritize these items, the majority were allocated to Allison, who accepted them without hesitation, well aware of Clarence's status as both a potion master and alchemist, suggesting he was far from lacking in resources. In fact, he might even consider the materials a nuisance, occupying unnecessary space. Of course, this was merely jest, yet it held a kernel of truth. When they began to assess their findings from the laboratory within the ruins, they discovered that the true treasures lay within the research materials. The illustrations alone hinted at the invaluable nature of these documents. Although they would need to translate the ancient script contained within, a task that promised to be laborious, both were eager to undertake it. This translation endeavor was indeed time-consuming and could not be completed hastily. Since knowledge can be replicated, they could share the findings without conflict of interest. Even if such conflicts arose, Allison would not dare challenge Clarence. Such a scenario seemed unlikely, as Clarence had been the one to discover the laboratory and warehouse, thus earning the lion's share of the rewards. Not to mention, his formidable prowess only solidified his claim. Therefore, from every conceivable angle, Allison had no need to contest, nor would she ever dare to do so. Not only is there no need to spend money on renting a house, but even the daily meals are prepared by the house elves and delivered to them, which is certainly preferable to renting a place outside. Upon hearing Allison's suggestion, Clarence responded with a peculiar expression. I recall that the Durmstrang Institute has regulations that require visitors to use a memory charm to erase their memories of how they arrived there. He chuckled. Those are merely meant to intimidate. While it is true that visitors must sign a confidentiality magical contract to keep the school's location secret, there is no need to erase memories. After all, who would dare allow an outsider to tamper with such an intimate aspect of themselves? A single misstep could result in the loss of critical memories, which would indeed spell disaster. In truth, Allison had another point unspoken. Not all visitors are ordinary wizards. Some possess formidable powers. In the presence of such mighty sorcerers, how could the school dare to compel them to erase their memories? Would they not fear that someone like Clarence, a wizard of unparalleled prowess, might dismantle Durmstrang itself? If the school were to utter such a threat, it would not even take until the next day for Durmstrang to be entirely erased from the annals of the Han's magical community. The true might of a wizard of Clarence's caliber would then be revealed. To put it succinctly, wizards around the globe are well aware that Clarence is not one to be trifled with. Given that Allison, a professor at Durmstrang, held such views, Clarence, who was already inclined to visit, found himself eager to fulfill this desire. As the two made their way to Durmstrang, Clarence recalled why he had chosen Hans as the first stop on his journey. It was, after all, due to an incident during the duel tournament at Beauxbatons, where a competitor from Durmstrang had disrupted the final match. Thus, seizing the opportunity, Clarence posed a question to Allison regarding the current state of the Durmstrang Institute. In response, Allison merely indicated that during her tenure, both the school and its students had behaved quite normally, contrary to Clarence's assertions that some students or professors had become saints. As for the student who had participated in the duel tournament at Beauxbatons, and how the Han's Ministry of Magic and the school had dealt with the matter afterward, Allison had only heard some rumors, which could not be taken as truth. The crux of the matter was that these rumors contained nothing particularly unusual. It merely involved the ministry dispatching Aurors and various officials to the school for an inspection, resulting in the removal of several students who had conducted illegal experiments involving dark magic. However, no signs of saints had been discovered, leaving one to wonder if those who had joined their ranks were simply adept at concealing their identities, thereby evading detection by the Aurors and the Ministry of Magic. However, it was later that the Ministry of Magic's stringent regulations compelled the school to rigorously suppress the study of unforgivable curses. Although this crackdown lasted less than 6 months and was soon abandoned, both faculty and students reverted to their previous clandestine pursuits of these dark arts. In essence, there was little change from the time Allison attended. Clarence harbored doubts about the absence of other members of the Saint organization within Durmstrang. They merely concealed themselves exceptionally well, never revealing their identities. Nevertheless, this did not imply their non-existence. As the commencement of the school year approached, he planned to depart, indifferent to whether any of the students harbored members of the Saint organization, as it bore no consequence for him. He would not even have the opportunity to interact with them. Upon their arrival at Durmstrang, the two first met with the headmaster, an elderly wizard with hair and beard as white as snow, whose appearance suggested an alarming frailty, palpable through the magical aura he emanated. After leaving the headmaster's office, Clarence inquired about this matter with Allison and learned that although the headmaster had not held his position for long, he had already reached an advanced age. She recalled that he appeared equally aged when she enrolled, later discovering that their headmaster was nearing 200 years of age, if not already surpassing it. It is customary for wizards to have lengthy lifespans, yet the headmaster's advanced frailty seemed rather unusual. For a typical wizard in their 200s, while they may exhibit signs of aging, it would not manifest to the extent observed in this headmaster, who resembled someone far older than 200, almost as if he were in his 300s. Notably, wizards who reach the age of 300 retain a more vigorous magical presence, far from the decrepitude exhibited by this headmaster. If the natural lifespan of an ordinary wizard extends to 400 or 500 years, their magical prowess could further augment this longevity. For instance, a wizard of Clarence's caliber, a Dark Lord, could easily live beyond 500 years. Of course, This lifespan does not preclude the possibility of untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances, such as being vanquished or succumbing to an ailment that even magic cannot cure. At the very least, Clarence was aware of a wizard who had lived to the remarkable age of 742. Furthermore, the original plot, particularly at the onset of the Philosopher's Stone narrative, featured a report in the Prophet detailing a wizard named Barry Winkle, who invited 30 million guests to celebrate his 755th birthday. Intriguingly, Barry Winkle's prowess had yet to reach the level of a Dark Lord. It is evident that the headmaster of Durmstrang, despite being merely over 2 centuries old, appears remarkably aged, with his magical aura resembling still waters. Clearly, some unforeseen incident must have transpired. Otherwise, how could one of such diminished strength ascend to the position of headmaster at a school that openly instructs students in the dark arts? If his power were indeed feeble, it would be inconceivable for him to hold such a prestigious role. Given that his capabilities are not lacking, even at the age of 200, one would expect him to retain a certain youthful vigor. Thus, it is apparent that he must have encountered some form of calamity that resulted in his current state. Although Clarence harbored a keen curiosity about the nature of this incident, he refrained from probing further, as delving into another's privacy would be rather impolite. Suppressing his intrigue, he accompanied Allison to the temporary accommodation that had been arranged for him, only to discover that her dormitory and office were situated right across the hall, a rather convenient proximity. Especially considering the recent findings from the Magical Relics expedition, he needed to meticulously care for the research materials requiring translation, ensuring they were preserved properly until the translations were complete, despite the fact that these materials were crafted from parchment and the hides of certain animals. Some portions had begun to decay due to the passage of time. Fortunately, the inscriptions and illustrations remained intact, preserving the integrity of the content remarkably well. However, careful maintenance was imperative, as these were original documents of significant collectible and commemorative value. In truth, his belongings were minimal, consisting mainly of clothing, writing implements, and toiletries. Most items could be conveniently stored within his pendant box, easily accessible without the need for unpacking. Hence, he quickly arranged his room, but did not venture out to explore the picturesque surroundings of Durmstrang or seek out Allison. During his earlier meeting with the headmaster, it had been conveyed that there were few areas within the school requiring confidentiality. Primarily, certain locations were deemed hazardous, which restricted student access. Nevertheless, to Clarence, these so-called dangers posed little concern. Consequently, there were no restrictions on his movements, granting him complete access to the entire school, including the illustrious library of Durmstrang. While one could not assert that the library's collection surpassed that of Hogwarts or that it did not contain numerous overlapping texts, it nonetheless presented a considerable allure for Clarence. Hence, he contemplated the creation of an alchemical device capable of rapidly recording and storing magical knowledge, allowing him to swiftly catalog the entirety of the library as treasures. It is likely that the principal, considering the vast collection housed within the library, acknowledged that even someone like Clarence could not possibly peruse every tome in a short span of time, let alone replicate them all. Even with a duplication spell, it would be futile, for certain books possess magical properties that render them uncopyable. Furthermore, when a wizard employs this magic, a requisite level of understanding of the target is essential to achieve a successful replication. Otherwise, the result would merely be an empty facsimile devoid of any content. Thus, the principal harbored no concerns regarding Clarence's ability to duplicate the library's collection, as no known magic exists that could facilitate such an effect. At most, Clarence might select a few volumes of personal interest to examine, but he could not take them away. Therefore, it would be more prudent to grant him complete access, fostering goodwill. With such a favor bestowed, it would be feasible to seek his assistance in the future if needed. This negligible loss, which could hardly be deemed a loss at all, could yield the goodwill of a top-tier wizard like Clarence, a prospect that seemed exceedingly advantageous. Clarence surmised the principal's generosity stemmed from this rationale, yet he was disinclined to overindulge, opting instead to leave with only a modest gain. Thus, he resolved to design and create an advanced alchemical magical item, intended solely for the discreet and rapid recording and storage of magical knowledge. With his alchemy skill already exceeding level 60, Clarence was confident that, provided he had the necessary materials and ideas, he could craft an alchemical artifact that aligned with his vision. After a brief expenditure of time, he fashioned a volume he entitled the Book of Knowledge. This alchemical creation possessed a remarkably straightforward yet immensely powerful function. It could, within a shared space, subtly probe and record all information pertaining to knowledge through the special magical array inscribed upon its surface, storing this information within the tome itself. Thus, he aptly named it the Book of Knowledge. Following its creation, Clarence conducted a series of experiments, and upon finding it satisfactory, he made his way to the library with the magical book in hand. Feigning interest in a book he had not yet encountered, he promptly found a suitable spot in the library to sit quietly and observe. In truth, the Book of Knowledge, placed before him on the table, had already begun its activation, continuously exploring and recording all knowledge information within the library. Should it encounter similar data, it would automatically discern and filter the information. By the time Clarence finished perusing the book he held, the Book of Knowledge had meticulously transcribed and stored every fragment of knowledge present within the library. After a thorough examination, it was discovered that the records stored in the knowledge grimoire contained no errors, particularly regarding the contents of the books he had borrowed, which were nearly identical with not a single mistake. Satisfied, Clarence placed the knowledge grimoire into the pendant box. After enjoying dinner provided by the house elf, Clarence proceeded to visit Allison next door, intending to commence their translation work. The process need not be elaborated upon. The two spent nearly half a month completing the translation. Unfortunately, the content of the translated research material, while invaluable to Allison, held little significance for Clarence. At most, he found a few technical aspects intriguing, but the rest seemed rather mundane. What, then, did this research material, obtained from the magical ruins, specifically entail? During the translation process, they discerned that the focus of the research was the source of a wizard's magical power, or its origin. However, this topic had long been established within the magical community. The consensus was that the source of magical power derived from two primary origins. Firstly, the strength of a wizard's soul, which resulted in their mental faculties surpassing those of ordinary individuals, thus giving rise to magical power. Hence, the conclusion was that magic emanated from the soul rather than the body. Secondly, the exploration extended to magical creatures or wondrous beasts. This implies that in ancient times, ordinary people who witnessed the formidable power of wizards sought to harness such magic. Consequently, some ordinary individuals endeavored to study the bloodlines of magical creatures and wondrous beasts, integrating these into themselves to generate magical power. This conclusion posited that magical power stemmed from the legacy of bloodlines. Although the soul and mental strength also influenced the magnitude of magic, they were not the primary factors, at least in the eyes of these wizards. Regardless of the bloodline's origin or the magical creatures or wondrous beasts from which it was derived, the resultant magical power would continuously evolve and improve through this bloodline inheritance, ultimately forming a new lineage of wizards, with only occasional instances of ancestral traits resurfacing. In summary, within the current global magical community, there exist two distinct and well-defined conclusions regarding this topic. As for which of the two conclusions is supported by the greater number of wizards, not all wizards prioritize results as scholars do, nor do they spend their days pondering the origins of their magical power. Therefore, these two conclusions are primarily subjects of debate within scholarly and academic circles, while for the average wizard, they represent merely a form of common knowledge, lacking the significance that necessitates a definitive stance in support of one over the other. Regardless of the conclusion drawn, it does not alter the undeniable fact of the inherent magic they possess. The reason Clarence perceives the research material as less significant to him than it is to Allison stems from this very notion. In essence, it is futile to debate such matters, for even if a resolution were reached, what would it ultimately change? Would it transform the current state of the magical realm or enhance one's own powers? Furthermore, Clarence remains uncertain about the origins of his magical prowess prior to the simplification of the magic skill, whether it derives from magical creatures or fantastical beasts, or perhaps from the depths of his soul. After all, how could an orphan, who has never encountered his parents or family, discern the source of his own magic? However, once he simplified the magic skill, he came to realize that the origin of his magical energy was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, regardless of its specific source, the system's skills could forcibly augment his magical capacity, and this enhancement bore no limitations or restrictions. It is noteworthy that although he has reached the level of a demon lord, with no clear path forward and an obligation to embark on a global journey to seek progress, his magical power continues to grow through the relentless upgrading of his skills, unconfined by his current capabilities. Thus, the question of his magical origins is rendered insignificant. For if it were derived from magical creatures or fantastical beings, even with extraordinary talent, it would merely culminate in a return to the ancestral traits of those creatures. Perhaps due to the soul's influence, this ceiling might be slightly elevated. Yet a ceiling nonetheless exists. As for magic birthed from a powerful soul, while the potential for enhancement seems boundless, achieving such elevation is fraught with difficulty, and there are scant methods to facilitate significant improvement. Perhaps the meditation technique imparted by Frivy possessed such potential, but it likely proved effective solely for Clarence. Or it could be said that only he could fully harness the benefits of that meditation. In summary, magic derived from the soul pales in comparison to that which stems from magical creatures or fantastical beings, as the latter's growth rate is decidedly swifter. Of course, these considerations pertain to ordinary wizards. However, for Clarence, who wields the simplification system, such deliberation is entirely unnecessary. After all, his advancement is not solely reliant on himself. but rather on the simplification system. Thus, this research material holds considerably less value for him than it does for Allison. Nonetheless, certain elements within it, such as the techniques involving the infusion of magical creatures and fantastical beings' bloodlines, remain quite commendable. The translation work has been completed, and since the research material held little significance for Clarence, he began to pack his belongings, intending to depart from Durmstrang Institute. After all, he had already explored all the sites, and even the sole aspect of the library that could pique his interest, the entire collection, had been transcribed by his knowledge spellbook. Thus, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Primarily, it was due to Allison's intention to base her research on that material, which meant she would likely have little time to accompany him afterward. Additionally, as it was now late August, with the start of the school term at Durmstrang approaching, Clarence felt it inappropriate to remain. Although the headmaster was quite eager to see him stay, even offering Clarence the honorary titles of alumni and guest professor, allowing him to host a few lectures once the semester commenced, Clarence was unwilling to extend his stay. After bidding farewell to Allison and the headmaster, he left Durmstrang and prepared to continue his journey. After all, it was impossible for him to spend all his time working on translations while with Allison. They also engaged in discussions about magic during their leisure time. Allison's insights and research on dark magic had indeed been enlightening for Clarence, yielding numerous insights, while he, in turn, had imparted even more knowledge to her. Furthermore, apart from exchanging magical ideas with Allison, he also took the opportunity to converse with the headmaster and several other professors at the school. Overall, he gained much from his time there. After departing from Durmstrang, Clarence did not rush his journey. Instead, he strolled leisurely into the distance, choosing no particular direction, simply wandering forth. However, as he walked, he sensed a formidable magical aura, cleverly concealed yet perceptible to him, like a beacon in the darkness, indicating the presence of a powerful individual. This suggested that the person possessed considerable strength and was deliberately hiding their magical signature, clearly indicating that they were not approaching with benign intentions. Nevertheless, Clarence was unconcerned about whether this individual meant him harm or not, for he possessed the absolute strength and confidence to subdue any opponent. Dressed in modest attire, both in style and color, the witch exuded an air of cold nobility, creating an impression of luxury akin to that of a black rose, unforgettable at first glance. After scrutinizing the middle-aged witch carefully, Clarence speculated about her identity and intentions. Such an aura could only belong to someone extraordinary, and given that he had just departed from Durmstrang, it was evident that she was approaching him with purpose. Thus, if I am not mistaken, this middle-aged witch is none other than Wendell Rosiel, renowned as the Black Rose of France, a fervent devotee of Grindelwald and the second-in-command within the Order of Saints. Wendell Rosiel, you say? I wonder what brings such a significant figure from the Order to my presence, Clarence inquired directly, cutting to the chase. Although he had surmised her intentions, to persuade him to join their ranks, he still felt compelled to ask. As Clarence scrutinized Wendell, she too was subtly assessing him, secretly astonished by how much more striking he appeared in person than in photographs. Furthermore, the overwhelming aura of magical power she emanated was laid bare, akin to the sun rising in all its glory, profoundly captivating and a testament to her formidable prowess and confidence as a top-tier sorceress. Ah, my intentions? Clarence scoffed. Years ago, when I participated in the dueling competition at Beauxbatons, your order's interference marred my chance at victory in the finals. I had little desire to address this grievance until now, but here you are, the second-in-command of the Saints, presenting yourself at my doorstep. What do you think my thoughts might be? With that, he unleashed an overwhelming surge of magic, unrestrained and potent, distorting the very air around him and scattering the clouds above. The tumultuous energy coalesced into a vortex, drawing in the previously dispersed clouds, transforming them from white to ominous shades of gray as they were ensnared in the whirlwind. Witnessing this portentous display, Wendell struggled to suppress her rising unease and instinctual fear. Gritting her teeth as she declared, "You must understand, we are not your adversaries. Rather, we can serve as your allies. With our support, whatever your aspirations may be, the likelihood of success will be significantly enhanced." Upon uttering these words, she forcibly manifested her apparition and fled, for remaining in that space, even without Clarence's direct aggression, would surely erode her spirit and resolve under the weight of his overwhelming presence. It would be far more merciful to perish than to endure such torment. With a disdainful huff at Wendell's retreat, Clarence gradually reined in his magic, casting a menacing gaze toward a distant peak before continuing his slow advance. And indeed, there were others in that direction, the remaining saints accompanying Wendell. Even the manifestation of the phantom, Vanda, was summoned to that very location. However, Clarence chose to disregard them, continuing onward, for although his final match had been disrupted by them in the past, he had nonetheless acquired the formidable magic of the Fire Shield. Thus, he had never sought out trouble with Grindelwald or the saintly factions. Only when he had distanced himself to the point of being entirely out of sight did Vanda and the saints collectively exhale in relief. Upon exchanging glances, they noticed the cold sweat beating on each other's foreheads, a testament to their fear. They had genuinely not anticipated that Clarence possessed such formidable strength. Even a mere surge of his magical power could profoundly impact the environment and weather, underscoring the terrifying magnitude of his magical prowess. This was a manifestation of immense mental fortitude, creating a binding illusion. Those with wavering willpower might find themselves entrapped within this illusion until their minds succumbed entirely, leaving their bodies in a state of vegetative existence devoid of consciousness. Such power resembled that of a monster. One of the members instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but upon realizing the impropriety of his words, hastily sealed his lips. Nonetheless, the others present, including Vanda, paid little heed to this, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they gazed in the direction Clarence had departed. Vanda Rosiel, with a voice laced with intricacies, remarked, "It is precisely because of this that the leader has sent us to seek him out." Although they had long anticipated that Clarence might harbor no fondness for them, another companion interjected, "I still find it somewhat perplexing what the leader intends." After all, they were well aware that Clarence commanded the Order of Truth, an organization whose members were not inferior to themselves. Particularly, those of the previous generation had once been renowned wizards in the Great Tumult of yore. Although initially aligned under Voldemort's banner, they later pledged their allegiance to the Order of Truth. Given Clarence's prowess and charisma, it seemed reasonable that he could sway those individuals. Thus, with a faction at his disposal that was at least their equal, it was understandable that Clarence might look down upon them. This conundrum troubled me, for the leader was certainly aware of this fact. Since the leader has instructed us to devise a means to pledge our allegiance to Clarence, let us do so. Although he is yet to accept us and harbors no goodwill towards us, I believe that with our efforts, we can ultimately achieve our objective," one of the saints declared. The others nodded in agreement, or rather, it could be said that they had little choice, for Grindelwald's command was singular, and their only recourse was to comply with and execute the orders bestowed by Grindelwald. Thus, since Grindelwald has instructed them to find a way to pledge their loyalty to Clarence, regardless of how the others perceive these saints or whether they even require the might of the saints, they must fulfill the command issued by their leader. It appears that both Winda and Clarence have misunderstood each other's intentions. Clarence believes that Winda's objective is to recruit him into the saints, leading to an immediate confrontation. Conversely, Winda assumes that Clarence has discerned his true purpose of coming to swear allegiance, only to be met with misinterpretation. In truth, even without this misunderstanding, Clarence would be unwilling to accept the saints, considering that merely cleansing the Death Eaters' reputations has proven to be quite troublesome, and the saints' reputation is scarcely better than that of the Death Eaters. Therefore, should he wish to utilize this organization's power without reservations, he must first ensure their reputations are purified. However, the existence of the Order of Truth, or the Truth Society, suffices. Why complicate matters by taking on a troublesome organization like the Saints? The Order of Truth has only recently been established, and its members possess significant potential for growth and development, which Clarence can cultivate in the desired direction. Once they mature, they will be the most suitable assets for him. In summary, the Saints organization presents more disadvantages than advantages, making it wholly unnecessary to assume such a cumbersome burden. As for Winda and the other Saints, they wish to continue arranging personnel to covertly follow Clarence in hopes of discovering a suitable opportunity. Meanwhile, Clarence remains unaffected by the appearance of the Saints, particularly the second-in-command, Winda Rogier, as he continues his journey. Upon leaving the confines of Durmstrang, he resumes his exploration of the magical realm in Hans, particularly delving into renowned magical relics and secret places, having explored nearly all of them. Sometimes he ventures alone, other times he joins forces with a compatible wizard he encounters for shared exploration. As for the treasures he discovers, they vary in usefulness. Some serve Clarence well, while others prove entirely useless, prompting him to seek out unique shops within the magical world to sell these superfluous items. Though the earnings are modest, even the smallest gain is worthwhile. Thus, there is no longer a need to linger within the magical realm, and he can visit some famous attractions in the Muggle world. However, the one source of annoyance remains. Ever since his encounter with Winda Rogier on the way from Durmstrang, he has been aware of someone shadowing him from the darkness. Though the other party had done nothing overtly intrusive, merely following him, Clarence felt a degree of discomfort. However, since they had not committed any wrongdoing, he could not resort to aggression. After all, the world is vast. Could Clarence truly dictate where the Saints chose to wander? Thus, the only recourse available to him was to utterly disregard the Saints trailing behind him, pretending not to notice their presence. After all, if they wished to accompany him, it would not impose any loss upon him, merely a slight irritation to his mood. One day, while Clarence was exploring some renowned attractions in the realm of ordinary mortals, he encountered a rather peculiar family. The uniqueness of this family lay not in any extraordinary circumstances, but rather in the fact that nearly all its members were non-human, specifically, a family of vampires. Moreover, they were of the vegetarian variety. On a particular morning, guided by information gleaned from locals regarding the location of a sightseeing spot, Clarence was preparing to walk there. As he traversed a secluded road nestled among the mountains, he fortuitously crossed paths with this family of vampires, who were in the midst of moving. Comprising 7 members, or 7 vampires, they regularly relocated to avoid the complications arising from their unchanging appearances. In truth, aside from those vampires aligned with formidable powers, the majority, akin to the family Clarence encountered, constantly moved to evade various troubles. Even the notion of seeking refuge in places untouched by human presence is unfeasible for vampires, as they remain intertwined with human society. On that secluded path, serendipity led the family of vampires to halt their vehicle and engage Clarence in conversation, promptly inquiring if he was a wizard. At that moment, Clarence was oblivious to how his identity had been unveiled. However, upon observing their pallid skin and dark golden eyes, especially under the rare sunlight filtering through the clouds, he surmised their vampiric nature. He deduced that their awareness of his wizardly identity likely stemmed from the unique talents possessed by one of the vampires. Indeed, certain vampire lineages are endowed with extraordinary and mystical abilities, which can vary greatly in potency and utility. Clarence conjectured that one of the family members must possess a particularly exceptional gift, enabling them to discern his wizardly essence. The reason this family of vampires chose to conceal their non-human identities was to avoid the myriad complications that would ensue from revealing their true nature. However, in the presence of another non-human entity such as a wizard, the necessity of concealing their identities dissipated. Strictly speaking, wizards cannot be considered purebred humans, at least not in the eyes of magical beings, particularly those sentient creatures with human forms. To them, wizards are akin to their own kind, distinguishing them from true humans. This belief is shared by the group of vampires presently before Clarence, who make no attempt to conceal their vampiric nature in his presence. They even pause to engage in amiable conversation, which fosters a slight familiarity between them, allowing Clarence to learn the names of this vampire clan. Upon discovering that their surname is Cullen, Clarence's expression shifts to one of curiosity, and he tentatively inquires whether there exists a member of their family named Louise Carlyle. As soon as Louise's name is mentioned, the Cullens realize that this wizard is indeed acquainted with Louise, and seemingly on very good terms. Their assumption proves correct for Clarence. Upon witnessing their nod of recognition regarding Louise, promptly elucidates his relationship with her. The revelation that he and Louise are neighbors, both residing in the same quaint town, only serves to heighten the Cullens' enthusiasm. In fact, Louise is the youngest member of the Cullen family, the cherished daughter of Carlyle and Esme, and the beloved little sister to her siblings. Given Clarence's status as a wizard, he is regarded much like a friend of the family's youngest child. Naturally, parents are inclined to be particularly warm towards their children's friends. Upon learning that Clarence has graduated from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and is currently on a global expedition, the Cullen family invites him to their new home. Inquisitive, Clarence discovers that their new residence is conveniently located near the attractions he intends to visit. Such serendipity prompts him to accept their invitation and join them in their vehicle. Perhaps due to the fact that this car accommodates only one occupant, unlike the other couples in the family, Clarence feels somewhat awkward about being a third wheel. Once seated, the driver, a friendly young man named Edward, introduces himself as Carlyle and Esme's adopted son. Indeed, apart from Carlyle and Esme, nearly all family members are their adopted children. As Edward shares insights about his family, he simultaneously starts the car, setting off to catch up with the others who have already driven ahead. During their journey, through conversations with Edward, Clarence came to realize that his exposure as a wizard was indeed linked to Edward in a significant manner, or rather, to his innate talent. Edward possessed the vampiric ability of passive telepathy, which allowed him to involuntarily perceive the thoughts of those around him. Thus, it was not merely Edward's uncontrollable telepathic gift that posed a risk. Even wizards of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's caliber would be unable to delve into Clarence's memories or thoughts. However, if Edward was incapable of reading Clarence's mind, how then did he discern his wizardly identity? As previously mentioned, while Edward's gift did not enable him to access Clarence's thoughts, it could serve as a means of detection. In fact, the Cullen family had already foreseen that they would encounter a wizard during their journey and anticipated a harmonious relationship with him. The most crucial aspect was that this wizard would allow them to live as normal humans do. Although their essence could not be fundamentally altered, they would be able to experience the simple pleasures of sleep and taste, rather than merely consuming food that resembled flavorless chaff. They even risked physical discomfort from consuming ordinary food. Their knowledge stemmed from the fact that one among them possessed a prophetic vampiric ability. This gifted individual was Alice, who, just days prior, had predicted their encounter with a wizard today. However, due to Clarence being a wizard with magical powers and the presence of a system within him. Alice's foresight could only vaguely predict a shadowy figure, rather than a distinct image. This was quite normal, as Alice's predictive talent, akin to Edward's, was not something she could control, but rather a passive trigger. When her visions involved magical beings or sentient entities imbued with magic, she could not discern their physical forms. For instance, when predicting the presence of a wizard, she would only perceive a human-shaped shadow, entirely unable to visualize the specific details. At times, various factors could lead to scenarios where even wizards or magical beings with powers could not be foreseen, resulting in a blank void. Logically, Alice's prophetic ability should not have been capable of perceiving a wizard of Clarence's caliber, and if she did attempt to predict him, Clarence should have sensed it as well. It remains uncertain whether Alice's predictive talent is particularly unique, possibly even intertwined with some form of arcane law, which allows her to vaguely foresee the existence of Clarence. However, her foresight is merely tentative. Thus, the necessity arises for Edward's exceptional ability to serve as a detector. Whenever he encounters an individual whose thoughts he cannot penetrate, that person must be the wizard Alice has foreseen. Edward's telepathy extends to the minds of wizards and magical beings alike. Yet, due to Alice's limitations, she cannot perceive Clarence's distinct visage. She is only aware of a wizard's existence. Consequently, Alice speculates that Clarence's formidable magical prowess or some extraordinary enchantment may shield him from their vampiric abilities, necessitating Edward's role as a detector. In essence, if their journey leads them to someone whose thoughts elude even Edward's scrutiny, that individual is the wizard foretold. In reality, since Alice has not envisioned Clarence's specific appearance, the Cullen family remains oblivious to his looks, even unaware of his gender. However, upon encountering Clarence in person, and with Edward affirming his inability to read the wizard's mind, the rest of the Cullen family recognizes him as the very wizard Alice had predicted. Naturally, when they first behold Clarence's extraordinary beauty, they are momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, being vampires rather than mere humans, their resistance to such allure is considerably stronger than that of ordinary folk. After Edward provides a brief introduction to his family's circumstances, Clarence, without waiting for inquiries, takes the initiative to introduce himself. Upon learning that Clarence hails from an orphanage, Edward casts a sympathetic glance, opening his mouth to offer words of comfort, only to ultimately refrain. Such matters are inherently delicate, and no words of consolation would suffice. Clarence himself appears unperturbed by his origins, perhaps sensing Edward's discomfort, and deftly shifts the conversation. He recounts amusing anecdotes from his time at Hogwarts, sharing how he managed to brew potions during his studies to earn a living. Remarkably, within a few years, he accumulated sufficient funds to leave the orphanage and live independently. With the assistance of a professor from the school, he purchased a house in a quaint town, where he fortuitously met Louise, leading to their neighborly relationship. Upon hearing this, Edward feels a deep sense of admiration and respect for Clarence. For it is indeed a rare feat for a solitary orphan to transform the skills acquired at school into a means of sustenance. Not to mention the remarkable achievement of amassing enough wealth within just a few years to leave the orphanage and live independently. At the very least, Edward and his family manage a family business, which suggests that their extensive real estate and assets did not simply materialize out of thin air. It is precisely due to the necessity of overseeing the family enterprise that Edward understands the immense challenges inherent in commerce. Furthermore, their family's wealth is rooted in the years of diligent effort put forth by Carlyle. In essence, Edward and his kin are merely tasked with maintaining or expanding an already established legacy, rather than starting from scratch. This scenario resembles that of a privileged heir, where the hardships have already been endured by the previous generation, allowing Edward and his contemporaries to enjoy the fruits while striving to uphold and perhaps enlarge the family estate. Yet, even in mere stewardship, Edward has profoundly grasped the difficulties of business, leading him to admire individuals like Clarence, who have risen from nothing through their own perseverance. Perhaps their youth fosters open dialogue between them, as they share numerous common interests, particularly in the realm of general knowledge rather than the arcane arts of wizards. Clarence is a true academic prodigy, endowed with exceptional talent that would yield success even in the absence of structured guidance. With the aid of a simplified system, he not only masters magic at Hogwarts, but also delves into the knowledge of the Muggle world. Thus, when elaborating on Clarence's accomplishments, one might liken him to an exemplary graduate from the finest institution globally, or perhaps even surpassing such students in excellence. As for Edward, the extent of his innate gift remains uncertain. However, his longevity is undeniable. Born in the early 20th century, he transitioned into a vampire over 70 years ago. Coupled with the extraordinary physical capabilities inherent to vampires, he could be considered a pseudo-savant, as he can overcome any inadequacies in knowledge through time and experience. It is likely that their shared scholarly inclinations foster a wealth of mutual topics for discussion. One might wonder how a relic of over 70 years in age can engage in meaningful conversation with Clarence, a youth whose combined years barely exceed 40. For Edward, the age at which he transformed into a vampire was only a few years greater than Clarence's current age. Moreover, having been well protected by his father Carlisle after his transformation, Edward retains a semblance of youthful innocence in both character and thought. However, the depth of experience and insight possessed by him undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary individual, creating a harmonious rapport with someone like Clarence, who has lived 2 lives, making conversation effortless. In truth, the actual ages of these 2 individuals do not reflect the youthful appearance they present. Perhaps it is precisely due to Clarence's demonstrated expertise in the realm of mundane knowledge that Edward finds himself intrigued. After all, one would expect that he should be engrossed in the study of magical arts at a wizarding institution. How could he possibly spare time for the knowledge of ordinary people? To Edward's inquiry, Clarence could only smile and explain, "Perhaps I possess an innate talent for this field of study." Without needing to elaborate further, Edward grasped the implication. In essence, he is indeed a genuine prodigy. Beyond this explanation, there seems to be no other rationale. Otherwise, how could one manage to balance the study of magic while simultaneously acquiring knowledge in the mundane domain? Their conversation continued seamlessly until the vehicle came to a halt. Upon observing the slightly dilapidated yet recently renovated 3-story villa outside, Clarence recognized their destination. Once the car was parked, Edward promptly opened the door and exited, with Clarence following closely behind. Although it was said that the Cullens family was moving, the luggage in the vehicle was minimal, consisting mostly of small belongings. Any substantial items had long been transported ahead of time. As soon as the family arrived and tidied up, they could settle in without delay. Given that Clarence was a guest, the Cullens family intended to prepare a guest room for him while they organized their own spaces. However, before the Cullens family could even commence their tasks, Clarence waved his wand and magically tidied up the guest room, even restoring some aged and damaged furniture to a pristine condition. Privacy was evidently not a concern for him. With the assistance of magic, their pace in organizing the house accelerated dramatically. Within less than half an hour, the entire villa, including all its rooms, was nearly spotless. Following the Cullens family's custom, a celebration was customary upon moving. Yet, vampires cannot consume ordinary human food, nor can they savor the flavors of beverages. At least, this is true for the Cullens lineage. Their method of celebration diverges from that of regular humans, opting instead for a hunt, seeking to draw blood from the creatures of the nearby forest as a form of festivity. This was the expected course of action. Yet the presence of Clarence posed a dilemma. It would be inconsiderate to involve their guest in such a primal feast. In fact, upon witnessing the troubled expressions of Carlisle and Esme as they regarded him, Clarence surmised their sentiments quite accurately. With a smile, he conveyed that if they needed to hunt for sustenance, they need not concern themselves with his presence. After all, vampires, werewolves, and wizards are all considered dark races within Western tradition, forming a triumvirate in the realm of Western dark legends. One should not assume that the majority of ordinary wizards, simply due to their greater numbers compared to vampires and werewolves, are akin to innocent white lotuses. In fact, the opposite holds true. Aside from the unseasoned and those with sufficient power for self-defense, most wizards do not possess particularly clean hands. Even if they are not directly responsible for taking lives, they at the very least bear the blood of other intelligent races. Thus, when viewed from the perspective of having taken the lives of sentient beings, it is evident that the vast majority of wizards are far from innocent. Not to mention Clarence, whose hands are stained with the blood of numerous intelligent beings, having also dispatched a fair number of Death Eaters and Dark Wizards. His hands are already soaked in blood, burdened with countless lives. Clarence is no pure and unblemished white lotus. Even if he were a lotus, it would be of the dark crimson variety. To elaborate, the blood and lives on Clarence's hands far exceed those of the entire Cullens family combined. This is, in fact, quite reasonable, despite being vampires. They are vegetarians and have not taken lives, aside from various unfortunate or indirect circumstances. Thus, how could they possibly compare to Clarence? Hearing Clarence's words, particularly his indifferent tone regarding hunting for sustenance and the coldness in his gaze, served as a stark reminder to the Cullens family. It highlighted that regardless of his pleasing appearance, Clarence is indeed a wizard, and as a member of the same dark races as vampires and werewolves, he is certainly not a benign entity. Otherwise, why would wizards share a name with vampires and werewolves? Is it merely a coincidence that these three are often mentioned together in legends? It is undoubtedly because wizards have, in the past, committed acts far more heinous than those of vampires and werewolves. In terms of reputation, wizards do not stand significantly higher than the latter two. Since Clarence himself has stated this, and given his apparent interest in hunting, Carlisle saw no reason to hesitate and directly invited him to join the Cullens family in the forest for a hunt. However, once they ventured into the forest, Clarence found himself unable to see much due to their swift movements. During this time, he used magic to capture a small deer, wishing to investigate how a vegetarian family like the Cullens could sustain themselves on the blood of animals. Could it be that, simply because it is blood, even that of a beast could serve a purpose for vampires? As Clarence journeyed down the path, Carlyle and Edward had previously provided him with an overview of their family's dietary habits, which revolved around the hunting of certain beasts and the consumption of their blood as sustenance. The fawn he held in his hands was a favored choice among the women of the Cullen household, akin to a delicacy served before or after a meal. Amused by his idle state, Clarence had conjured this fawn through magic, intending to explore the similarities between its blood and that of humans, particularly how it could yield effects on vampires as well. His inquiry, however, was not rooted in the mundane sciences of ordinary folk, but rather in the arcane realm of wizardry and magic. He aimed to discern the commonalities between the two, hoping that identifying such a connection might unveil the intrinsic relationship between vampires and blood. During his research, Clarence experienced an unexpected phenomenon. After years of various studies, he had seemingly accumulated a unique power, resulting in the emergence of a novel innate skill on his skill panel. Observing that the activation of this skill required 369 simplification points, he began to grasp its potential. The skill, aptly named Eye of Truth, promised to unveil the essence of all origins, even offering insights into the hierarchical levels of life. If the life form in question possessed a higher level than Clarence, the skill would only reveal a fragment of information. Conversely, if the entity were of a lower level, he could access comprehensive data. This newfound ability proved far more advantageous than his previous meditation skill. Had he possessed the Eye of Truth earlier, he could have delved into elemental observations with greater depth much sooner. It allowed him to bypass the tedious process of skill enhancement, granting him the observational capacity equivalent to that of a level 45 meditation skill. Fortunately, aside from its observational prowess, the meditation skill also augmented his soul's strength. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable loss. Nonetheless, the Eye of Truth, despite being an innate skill, required active engagement to function. The more information it gathered, the greater the magical energy expended. Upon testing this innate skill, Clarence discovered that probing deeply into the essence of a particular element demanded a level of magical power that even his peak demonic strength could not adequately supply. And he was far from sufficient. The discovery rendered him utterly honest, leading him to decide to postpone any further investigation into elemental observation until he could find a method to enhance his own capabilities. For now, he would apply his skills to the blood of this small deer before him. The essence of a deer's blood is inherently uncomplicated, at least. The magical energy expended by Clarence to gather all pertinent information through his skill was minimal. Reflecting on the feedback from his skills and dismissing the scientific details, he focused solely on the magical realm, soon uncovering an anomaly. This anomaly lay in the concept of blood, which perhaps constituted the primary reason for its profound effect on vampires. What, then, is the concept of blood? It embodies both life and death. Furthermore, there exists a belief that blood symbolizes life, and its loss is often associated with death. This illustrates that the reason vampires require the sustenance of blood is due to the inherent notion that blood itself signifies life, while its absence aligns with the concept of death. The amalgamation of these two concepts resonates with the essence of vampires, beings that are ostensibly dead yet continue to exist. Only through the fusion of these concepts can one produce an effect on vampires, rendering blood a vital source of nourishment to replenish their energy. Although Clarence discerned through the Eye of Truth that the true power affecting vampires originates from the very concept of blood, the nature of concepts is rather elusive. One may acknowledge their existence, yet few possess the means to harness them. In the realm of magic, some practitioners indeed utilize these concepts, as exemplified by the guardian charm, which draws upon the energy of positive emotions, where happiness, to a certain extent, embodies a concept. Similarly, the love frequently extolled by Dumbledore is also a concept. For an ordinary wizard, understanding such concepts, let alone employing them through magic, would be an insurmountable challenge. But Clarence was no ordinary wizard. During his time at Hogwarts, he had often been summoned to the headmaster's office, where he listened to Dumbledore's lengthy discourses, particularly on the subject of love. As the headmaster sought to instill positive ideals within him, while Clarence occasionally grew impatient with these discussions, it must be said that he had garnered an understanding of emotional concepts, especially regarding love. Of course, Clarence's comprehension was limited to the concept of emotion, which diverged entirely from the notions of life and death. Yet, the essence remains the same. Thus, he swiftly devised a plan and decided to conduct an experiment using the unfortunate little deer before him. In truth, he possessed some understanding of how to imbue food with emotional concepts, as the snack shared during his conversations with Dumbledore carried an intrinsic emotional essence. One might assert that Dumbledore's fondness for sweet delicacies is not solely attributed to the physiological effects of sugar on the human body, but rather to the emotional joy that such confections evoke. Clarence, who has indulged in numerous treats prepared by Dumbledore, is naturally attuned to this subtle emotional resonance, thus allowing him some understanding of how to imbue food with such sentiments. However, considering that the Karen family belongs to the vampire lineage, their conceptual framework revolves solely around life and death, distinctly different from emotional nuances. This divergence initially rendered Clarence inept at employing magic to create food, as he struggled to grasp the essence of life and death. Only after multiple experiments did he begin to discern a modicum of insight and technique. As soon as he attained this newfound understanding, a novel skill appeared on his skill panel: conceptual cuisine. This skill requires a mere 80 simplification points to activate, a trifling sum compared to the over 300 points he had already expended. Upon activating it and perusing the skill's description, Clarence's expression turned rather subdued. The effect was self-evident. It merely allowed the enhancement of food with a certain concept, a process that, due to its engagement with conceptual applications, justified the expenditure of those 80 points. After all, any form of magic that delves into the realm of concepts is invariably classified as advanced magic, irrespective of its actual effects or potency, merely by virtue of its conceptual engagement. Most importantly, the food crafted through this skill could be consumed by even the most peculiar of beings, such as vampires, in a manner akin to normal sustenance. Not only could they savor its flavor, but they could also digest it and convert it into the energy they required. With this extraordinary skill at his disposal, Clarence found it effortless to infuse the concepts of life and death into the culinary creations he was conjuring. After crafting a dish, however, he detected no familiar aroma of ordinary food. Out of curiosity, he sampled it and was met with an appalling flavor reminiscent of chewing on a clump of grass-soiled, decayed mud, prompting an immediate retch. When the Karen family convened at that location, they chanced upon Clarence in the midst of his vomiting episode. They certainly did not misconstrue his distress as a reaction to the recently dismembered and bloodied fawn nearby. Instead, they deduced that the cause of his upheaval was the dish resembling roasted meat, particularly noting the absence of a small portion and the utensils beside it, which indicated that the taste simply did not align with Clarence's palate, leading to his unfortunate bout of nausea. Otherwise, had one been unable to withstand the scent of blood and succumbed to nausea, the retching would have occurred long before, rather than merely after consuming a small morsel of roasted meat. Esme, combining the circumstances at hand with the sight of Clarence's distress, immediately conjectured that the flavor of his culinary creation might not have been particularly palatable, prompting her to stifle a giggle behind her delicate hand. At this moment, she may have developed a slight misunderstanding regarding Clarence's culinary prowess. Carlyle, however, did not share in her amusement. Instead, he inquired with concern whether Clarence was feeling hungry. Their family, having ventured out for a hunt, followed the natural rhythm of mealtime, indicating that it was indeed time for lunch. Their dietary preferences starkly contrasted with those of Clarence, the wizard, which was the primary reason for Carlyle's inquiry. Having expelled the contents of his mouth, Clarence felt considerably better. Upon hearing Carlyle's question, he utilized a bit of magic to tidy up and proceeded to explain the situation. Upon learning that Clarence had attempted to concoct a dish suitable for their vampire palate, Carlyle was touched, yet found himself in an amusing predicament. After all, it stood to reason that as neighbors to Louise, Clarence ought to be aware that vampires can taste nothing beyond blood. Even Alice's predictions hinted at a future where Clarence might wield the extraordinary magic that would allow them to experience food akin to that of ordinary humans. However, such a reality lay in the distant future, not the present. As Carlyle pondered the merits of consuming the plate of roasted meat to honor Clarence's good intentions, he noticed the most vivacious member of their family, Alice, curiously hovering near the platter, deeply inhaling its aroma. Observing Alice's actions, Carlyle and the others shared a collective premonition. Could it be that Clarence's culinary experiment had indeed succeeded? Their suspicions were quickly confirmed, as Alice dipped her fingers into the sauce atop the roast, tasted it, and was instantly illuminated with delight, exclaiming to Carlyle and the others that she could discern flavors that existed only in her memories from that piece of meat. With their conjecture validated, while Carlyle and Esme maintained their composure, the rest of the group dashed toward Alice with remarkable speed, leaving trails of afterimages. Soon, joyous exclamations erupted from their side, as they were evidently able to savor the flavors of ordinary food once more, a phenomenon that felt akin to a dream, a scene that only appeared in slumber. Even though they had no need for sleep, nor could they ever succumb to it. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the longer one had been transformed into a vampire, the more exhilarating it became to experience the taste of normal food. Carlyle and Esme had no intention of reverting to their previous ways, despite their longing for it. As parents, how could they possibly compete with their children for sustenance? They still possessed a modicum of self-control and patience. Otherwise, they would not have embraced a vegetarian lifestyle. Upon witnessing Carlyle's astonished expression, Clarence smiled and offered an explanation. He had been idly curious and decided to investigate the blood within the little deer, pondering its similarities to human blood that allowed even vampires to supplement their energy through it. Coincidentally, after a brief examination, he had a breakthrough and discerned some anomalies, prompting him to experimentally create a dish. Following Clarence's elucidation, Carlyle, though somewhat perplexed by the magical terminologies involved, grasped the general concept and curiously inquired whether his experiment could be deemed a success, particularly regarding the infusion of concepts into the food. Clarence nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that while it was somewhat successful, his proficiency was still developing, and a comprehensive theoretical framework had yet to be established. However, glancing at Alice and the others who were eagerly feasting on the other side, he remarked that the experiment indeed seemed fruitful, though further trials were essential for refining the magic. Esme, upon hearing this, looked at Clarence with excitement, expressing that their family would be more than willing to taste the experimental creations. Clarence agreed, as he needed to observe the effects of concept-infused food on the vampires, noting how it would be digested and transformed into their requisite energy. He aimed to compare the subtle differences in effects between normally conceptualized food and blood. By imbuing ordinary food with the concepts of life and death, theoretically, they should be fundamentally similar, yet substantial differences were likely to exist. Clarence was eager to uncover what these differences entailed and how they functioned, as this knowledge would gradually refine the magic and its underlying theory. Once published, it could facilitate the dissemination of this unique magic. Thus, he found himself in need of experimental subjects, and Esme readily offered their family for this purpose. How could Clarence refuse? After all, he was only familiar with the Cullen family and Louise. He couldn't simply approach any vampire haphazardly for his experiments. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Clarence required subjects for his trials, while the Cullens could savor the experience of consuming regular food, even if it might occasionally be less palatable. Nevertheless, even the most insipid of flavors pales in comparison to the absence of any taste beyond that of blood. Certainly, while the Cullen family harbored such sentiments, they felt too polite to voice them openly, lest they inadvertently reduce others to mere culinary servants. Thus, despite Rosalie and Alice's overwhelming desire, which even caused the venom of the vampires to seep forth unconsciously, they refrained from articulating such a bold request. Whether before or after their transformation, they remained oblivious to the intricacies of this matter. Prior to becoming vampires, their individual life experiences had shielded them from such knowledge. And after their transformation, they found themselves unable to consume human food, rendering the act of cooking moot. Consequently, within the family, only Esme, a former mother, possessed any culinary skills, and her talent was commendable. Alas, her children had tragically passed away, unable to bear the loss of her child. She leapt from a cliff and fortuitously encountered Carlyle, who transformed her into a vampire, leading to the establishment of their new family together. Returning to the topic at hand, Esme's culinary prowess was indeed impressive. However, the others were prone to creating chaos in the kitchen, prompting her to swiftly usher them out. Once in the living room, the presence of the outsider, Clarence, inhibited their usual carefree antics, especially among the two couples who often indulged in displays of affection in front of Edward, the solitary one. This time, however, with Clarence present, the young couples refrained from overly audacious gestures, yet they could not simply engage in a silent staring contest. Feeling somewhat awkward, Clarence resorted to producing some magical confectionery from his belongings, imbuing it with enchantments before offering it to Edward and the others. What distinguishes the magical candies from those consumed by ordinary humans? Beyond their delightful flavors, these confections possess extraordinary effects, such as the ability to emit flames upon consumption or to conjure vibrant bubbles floating throughout the room. Due to the enchantments, Edward and the others not only savored the taste of the candies, but also found themselves intrigued by their remarkable properties. Meanwhile, after sampling a few chocolate candies, Carlyle ceased indulging, instead retrieving several bottles of red wine from an unknown source and inquiring of Clarence whether such a beverage could also be enhanced by enchantments. This question momentarily stumped him, as he was uncertain whether his abilities would extend to alcoholic beverages. While it is true that wine falls under the category of food, this is merely a human perception. The determination of how skills are classified, particularly whether they encompass beverages, remains ambiguous. However, pondering these uncertainties proved futile. A direct experiment would yield far more clarity. Upon hearing Clarence's words, expressing his uncertainty regarding the newly developed magic and its potential effects on beverages, Carlyle reassured him to proceed with the experiment, noting their extensive collection of fine wines at home. Since Claire had already voiced her confidence, Clarence felt no hesitation and promptly cast his spell on the bottle of red wine in his hand. As he sensed a slight drain on his magical energy, he realized that the spell had been successfully executed. However, the true outcome would only be revealed once Carlyle sampled the wine himself. He poured a glass for everyone present, excluding only himself, as he opted for a regular glass of red wine. After taking a small sip to assess the flavor, he found it quite pleasant and prepared to savor it slowly, all the while inquiring about Carlisle and the others' impressions of the wine. The taste, at the very least, should be quite normal for them as vampires. While Clarence and Carlisle enjoyed their wine and candy in the living room, Esme in the kitchen had been diligently preparing a sumptuous lunch. As she emerged with a platter in hand, she noticed the group seated on the sofa, indulging in their drinks. Recognizing that lunch was ready, Carlisle and the others rose to assist her, bringing the dishes to the dining table in the living room. Then, Clarence proceeded to enchant each dish with his magic before they began their meal. While enjoying lunch, he keenly observed the reactions of Carlisle's family, particularly how the food was digested and transformed within them. After finishing their meal, the Carlisle family felt immense satisfaction. They were overwhelmed by the rare opportunity to savor human cuisine, nearly moved to tears, despite the fact that vampires do not shed tears. Subsequently, he transcribed the organized research notes into his alchemical notebook for the scholars and the two professors to review, even inviting them to attempt to learn the spell and see if they could master it. He acknowledged encountering several challenges during his learning process, but ultimately succeeded. However, being at Hogwarts, he was unable to find anyone to conduct practical tests. He then inquired whether Clarence could share this spell with Dumbledore, considering that Dumbledore's understanding and expertise in this field far surpassed that of most wizards. Thus, presenting this magic to Dumbledore might unveil potential issues that he, Flitwick, could not discern due to his limited knowledge compared to Dumbledore's profound insights. One thing is certain, there must be some inherent issues with this magic. If it was indeed developed by Clarence just this morning, it is only natural that certain problems would arise. However, due to Flitwick's limited understanding in this area, he remains oblivious to the specific nature of these issues. The only recourse is to present it to Dumbledore, who possesses remarkable expertise in this domain, in hopes that he might discern something amiss. Yet, since this magic was conceived by Clarence, any intention to disclose it to Dumbledore must first receive his consent. If it were merely an ancillary concept of magic, then naturally it could be revealed to Dumbledore. Although his understanding of the principles behind the magic might enhance his capabilities, Clarence is not particularly concerned about whether his own prowess would be augmented. After all, no amount of improvement could surpass his current level of skill. Nonetheless, since Professor Flitwick has managed to learn and master this magic, it is deemed a success. Thus, he meticulously transcribed the culinary magic once more and dispatched it via an owl, kept in a pendant box, to his neighbor, Louise. Along with it, a confection infused with the magic was sent as well. In retrospect, it seems quite reasonable. After all, Flitwick's rapid acquisition of knowledge stems from his position as the charms professor at Hogwarts, whereas Louise's proficiency may not match his pace. Clarence has been a guest at the Karen household for over 5 days, during which he has conducted various tests and experiments on the conceptual cuisine skill, as well as supplemented and refined the foundational paper regarding this magic. He intends to submit this work to the Daily Prophet upon its completion, thereby disseminating the magic far and wide. Simultaneously, to ensure that the Karen family can continue to enjoy food imbued with this special magic after his departure, Clarence designed an alchemical magical item. This item resembles a large wooden cabinet akin to a refrigerator, adorned with magical runes and inscriptions detailing its various functions, along with spells for its protection and maintenance. The cabinet's purpose is to autonomously absorb the ambient magical energy and, through the transformative power of the magical array, convert it into a unique form of energy that can be absorbed by the runes. This enables the food placed within the cabinet to be automatically enhanced by the conceptual culinary magic. In this way, even after Clarence continues his travels, the Karen family will still be able to enjoy food of a normal standard. Of course, he did not neglect to record the design principles of this alchemical item in his alchemical notebook, allowing scholars and professors to conduct their own research. Although this alchemical item currently exists solely within Clarence's imagination, it represents a mere concept at this stage. However, with a clear idea and direction in mind, the remaining task is simply one of practical application. Through his alchemy, he was capable of producing the anticipated final product. However, as Clarence was engaged in crafting the cabinet, the Cullens family unexpectedly encountered trouble, or perhaps it could be said that trouble sought them out. On the morning of Clarence's 8th day of residency, he was in the living room, inscribing magical arrays and runes onto the cabinet, while the Cullens family sat quietly on the sofa, occasionally assisting by handing him tools such as chisels. Furthermore, aside from Clarence's need to secure employment, he also had the responsibility of finding a school for Edward and the others, and subsequently managing their enrollment procedures. After all, Edward and his companions had been transformed into vampires at a remarkably young age, appearing much like schoolchildren. To evade gossip, and to maintain a semblance of normalcy in their local existence while concealing their true identities, the family needed to live as ordinary households do, parents working to earn a living while the children attended school. In essence, these matters were imperative to ensure their stability in this new life. Upon learning of this situation, Clarence found great amusement in their predicament, which left Edward and the others somewhat exasperated. Ironically, it was during the absence of both heads of the family that trouble arrived at their doorstep. Prior to this, Alice had foreseen the impending trouble, a notion that Edward's unique talent had also grasped. Consequently, they swiftly adopted a state of vigilance, even retrieving weapons from the basement. Noticing their unusual behavior, Clarence paused his work on the magical array to inquire about the situation. He soon learned that the Vuri family, with whom the Cullens family had always been at odds, had sent individuals to cause them distress. Through Edward's explanation, Clarence discovered that the Vuri family held a position akin to royalty within their kind, responsible for establishing and upholding the laws and punishments of their society. Among their core members were leaders Arrow, Caius, and Marcus, along with their wives. Arrow, one of the leaders, had an insatiable desire to collect humans and vampires who possessed remarkable talents, intending to recruit them as royal guards and subordinates, not in a perverse manner, treating them as mere curiosities. Initially, the two families coexisted peacefully, but ever since Carlisle transformed Edward, particularly following the revelation of his telepathic abilities, Arrow had developed an odd fascination with him, attempting to recruit Edward on several occasions, all of which were met with refusal. Coupled with Carlisle's protection, Arrow's efforts had been thwarted. As more members of Carlisle's family were transformed, Arrow's envy grew towards several members of their household, marking the genesis of the conflict between the two families. As the saying goes, the more elusive something is, the more one yearns for it. This sentiment aptly describes Arrow, who frequently concocts various pretexts, particularly concerning the laws of their kind, to create trouble for the Cullens family. In essence, both parties have experienced their share of victories and defeats, yet neither has gained a significant advantage. After all, despite the intensity of their conflicts, it is improbable that they would resort to murder, provided, of course, that the Cullens adhere to the laws of their kind. Otherwise, even if Arrow covets Edward, he would have no choice but to forsake him. Typically, the Vuri's proactive approach in seeking out trouble is something the Cullens family has encountered numerous times before, and they should have grown accustomed to it by now, continuing their lives as usual. However, the current dynamics are complicated by the presence of Clarence, a guest in their home. Although Clarence possesses the strength to intimidate any emissaries sent by the Vuri, the situation inherently differs in nature. According to their laws, not only must they conceal their identities from ordinary humans, but any exposure necessitates either the death of the informed party or their transformation into one of their kind, or the execution of the discloser as punishment. This is merely the protocol for ordinary humans, with respect to other sentient races, particularly wizards. While they do not need to hide their identities to the same extent, the relationship between the two factions is far from amicable. This discord has been exacerbated since the international magical community labeled vampires as fantastical creatures, leading those vampires who once harbored a friendly disposition towards wizards to completely shun them. After all, who would appreciate being classified as an animal when they are leading a perfectly satisfactory existence? Do not be misled by the addition of the term fantastical as a means to obscure the inherent arrogance of wizards. This predicament is not exclusive to vampires, centaurs, werewolves, and others have also been categorized as magical creatures. Thus, one can easily infer these races' sentiments towards wizards. As for the question of why these groups do not rebel against such definitions, the answer lies in their inability to overpower the wizards. Even if they were to unite, history has shown that they would still fall short against wizards, with such encounters consistently resulting in the wizards emerging victorious. Consequently, despite their grievances, these races dare not take action. This power dynamic has led the Vuri to adopt an increasingly hostile stance towards wizards and the magical community, culminating in the promulgation of a law prohibiting their kind from conspiring with wizards. Indeed, the term conspire is deliberately chosen, rather than simply forbidding contact or association. The implications of this term are extensive, and as for its precise definition, it is ultimately determined by the Vuri themselves. In essence, should the Vuri perceive someone as conspiring with a wizard, it equates to a violation of the law. The term collusion can indeed bear a multitude of interpretations, yet the authority to define it resides firmly with others. Originally, the Vuri and the Cullens family were at odds, and now, with the presence of a wizard living among them for an extended period, it would be truly peculiar if Vuri did not seize this as an opportunity to provoke conflict. Upon gaining a general understanding of the Vuri family's background, particularly the origins of their discord with the Cullens, Clarence began to comprehend the primary reasons behind Edward and his kin's heightened vigilance. Their concern was not for Clarence's safety, given his formidable prowess. Even if the troublemakers were merely sent to instigate, or if the three leaders of the opposing faction were to confront him directly, it was likely that they would find themselves outmatched. The true dilemma lay in the fact that Vuri could exploit Clarence's identity as a wizard as a pretext to instigate trouble or even declare war upon the Cullens family. Recognizing this complexity, Clarence found himself in a rather precarious situation and suggested to Edward, "Perhaps I should conceal myself and employ magic to obscure my presence, making it difficult for anyone to discern my whereabouts. After all, it would be unreasonable for Volturi to seek trouble without a valid justification." This implies that members of the Volturi had already infiltrated their vicinity, remaining hidden while observing Clarence and his family, including his unexpected presence. Thus, with their emergence, it was evident that the Volturi family was already aware of the situation, rendering Clarence's concealment futile. As for Alice's predictive talents, one may wonder why she failed to foresee the arrival of the Volturi. It can only be said that her gift operates independently of her will. Even when faced with peril, its reliability fluctuates. However, when she does unwittingly make a prediction, the matters foreseen tend to be of great significance. For instance, she previously foresaw Clarence's arrival, which ultimately enabled her family to enjoy regular sustenance and live akin to normal human beings. Such predictions are crucial, particularly for the Cullen family. Now that she has foreseen the approach of the Volturi, it is clear that this development is both significant and troublesome. Clarence, not one to possess a volatile temperament, would naturally prefer to sidestep unnecessary complications. Yet, should trouble become unavoidable, he would be inclined to eliminate the source of that trouble. For his formidable power should not be underestimated. Thus, in light of the current circumstances, Clarence conveyed to Edward, "Since avoidance is no longer an option, we must first address the intruders, and then pay a visit to the Volturi family." This statement prompted Edward and his companions to realize that Clarence was no ordinary human, but a wizard, and a highly formidable one at that. Despite his current delicate and aesthetically pleasing demeanor, should he unleash his true powers, he could effortlessly obliterate the entire Volturi clan in an instant. Recognizing this fact allowed Edward and the others to relax, shedding their previous tension and vigilance. They even had the leisure to inquire how Clarence intended to handle the situation. What other course of action could there be? Naturally, the initial step would be to eliminate the intruders, followed by a personal visit to the Volturi stronghold, allowing them to witness the might of a wizard firsthand. This would undoubtedly deter them from causing further trouble, perhaps even preventing any future confrontations altogether. However, Clarence soon seemed to recall something and turned to Edward with a question. "By the way, do you know the exact location of the Volturi residence?" "I do know where their stronghold is," Edward eagerly asserted, his tone and expression brimming with excitement. Clearly, he was eager to see Clarence confront the Volturi. He, along with all the members of the Cullen family, harbored little fondness for the Volturi clan. After all, Arrow's peculiar interests were off-putting to anyone possessing a modicum of rational thought. In contrast, the other two leaders did not evoke such strong negative sentiments. Their demeanor was rather subdued, and aside from upholding the laws of their clan, they tended not to meddle in other matters. Thus, their reputations within the clan were not as tarnished as Arrow's, yet for reasons unknown, they mostly followed Arrow's commands, which contributed to a lack of affection towards them as well. Nonetheless, the notion of causing trouble for the Volturi was something Edward and his companions readily welcomed. This enthusiasm was reflected in Edward's demeanor, and not just his. Alice and Emmett also exhibited expressions of interest. In stark contrast, Jasper and Rosalie maintained a more neutral demeanor, with Rosalie exhibiting a hint of hesitation. However, she kept her thoughts to herself, as she was not particularly keen on seeing Clarence confront the Volturi, yet that did not imply any fondness for them either. In fact, she secretly hoped for the Volturi and Arrow to face misfortune. Rosalie was acutely aware of Carlisle and Esme's temperaments, understanding that Carlisle would prefer to avoid conflict with the Volturi unless absolutely necessary. Thus, after some contemplation, Rosalie chose to remain silent, quietly observing as Edward and Clarence discussed the precise location of the Volturi stronghold. At the moment, Edward divulged the precise location of the Volturi family's stronghold to Clarence. Troublemakers had already arrived at the doorstep. Upon sensing the presence of numerous vampires outside, Clarence seized the opportunity while they were still unprepared, drawing forth his wand to cast a spell. Before even stepping outside, he transformed the ground beneath the intruders, unleashing a barrage of iron chains that swiftly ensnared the group of vampires, binding them tightly. Once he had effectively incapacitated the vampires, Clarence, adorned in protective enchantments, boldly opened the door and stepped out. Had it not been absolutely necessary, Clarence would have preferred not to employ such extensive magic, especially considering the proximity of the Carlin residence. Though the aftermath of the conflict could be remedied through magic, it would be rather inappropriate to demolish someone's home in their presence. Naturally, he opted for a more straightforward resolution to the predicament. Observing the vampires, thoroughly bound and rendered immobile, Clarence aimed his wand at them, preparing to summon a torrent of molten flames to reduce them to ashes. However, it seemed that Edward sensed something amiss. Upon witnessing Clarence's actions, he instantly became tense and instinctively voiced a question. Clarence, perplexed by Edward's reaction, inquired, What is the matter? It was only logical to eliminate them. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve? Did Edward wish to subjugate them, or did he envision some other utility for their existence? While Edward and his companions harbored no affection for the Volturi, they nonetheless belonged to the same species of vampires. Thus, upon hearing Clarence's indifferent remarks regarding their lives, Edward felt a chill run through him, prompting a re-evaluation of his perception of wizards. It became evident that they shared a common ground, in stark contrast to the adversarial relationship with the Volturi. Moreover, one might ponder why Clarence had found himself entangled in such troublesome affairs. The root of the issue lay in the discord between the Cullens family and the Volturi. If one were to be truthful, Clarence was merely an innocent bystander caught in the fray. As he endeavored to resolve this dilemma, Edward, regardless of his naivety, could not harbor feelings of resentment or estrangement. Perhaps he merely felt a twinge of compassion at the sight of his kin being so effortlessly dispatched. Upon hearing Edward's sentiments, Clarence lost the inclination to continue his assault. After all, whether or not to slay these vampires was not of great consequence. These vampires were not foolish. They understood their odds and still chose to approach him, willingly courting their demise. Thus, any potential retaliation would likely be directed towards the Cullens family rather than Clarence himself. To act in such a manner would not constitute revenge. Rather, it should be referred to as a distant gift of a head, a gesture light in offering but profound in sentiment. To preclude any future retaliation from these individuals, it was indeed prudent for Clarence to spare them. However, it was imperative to place certain magical restrictions upon them. Subsequently, Clarence commenced his incantations, not only bestowing an array of magical restraints upon the vampires writhing on the ground, but also forcibly binding them to a magical contract. The essence of this covenant was that should they ever harbor any thoughts of vengeance against the Cullens family, they would suffer the repercussions of the contract's backlash. While such backlash would not be fatal, it would render these vampires to a state worse than death. In truth, Clarence's apprehensions were well-founded. For scarcely had he coerced the vampires into signing the magical contract when a couple among them immediately erupted in anguished cries. Clarence watched them for over 10 minutes, allowing their suffering to linger before he leisurely elucidated the consequences of the contract's backlash. This revelation rendered the vampires utterly compliant, and even those who had been wailing in despair swiftly abandoned their vengeful intentions. Only after these few vampires relinquished their thoughts of retribution did the backlash cease. Clarence then lifted the transformation spells from them and, accompanied by Edward, utilized apparition to transport them to Italy. Of course, since Clarence had never visited the Volturi stronghold, he could not directly teleport there or to its vicinity. Instead, he first transported himself and Edward to Italy, where Edward would then guide him to the Volturi's residence, located in the city of Volterra. Although Clarence had not previously been to the Volturi's headquarters, he had ventured into the magical realm of Italy, which enabled him to transport Edward. Otherwise, he would have needed to first travel to the nearest location before proceeding. Upon their arrival in Italy, Clarence produced a magical flying carpet. As the name suggests, it was a carpet capable of flight. While such items had once been exceedingly popular, their prominence waned with the advent of flying broomsticks. Nevertheless, they had not entirely vanished. After all, despite the superior speed and performance of broomsticks, they only accommodated a single rider, whereas the magical carpet could carry several passengers depending on its size, a feature that broomsticks could never rival. Once seated upon the carpet, Clarence activated its concealed flying function and ascended into the air. With Edward directing the way, Clarence maneuvered the carpet, gliding leisurely toward the Volturi's stronghold. This gradual pace was one of the reasons for the gradual obsolescence of magical carpets, as their flying speed was somewhat lacking. Even though this flying carpet had been enhanced by Clarence through alchemy, thereby significantly increasing its speed, it still paled in comparison to the swiftness of a flying broom. The two of them leisurely traversed towards the city of Volterra, and under Edward's guidance, they made their way to the headquarters of the Volturi family. Upon spotting a grand castle below, Clarence inquired once more, "Edward, are you certain their headquarters resides within this castle?" Edward nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is here. Arrow and the others also dwell in the castle's subterranean chambers. I have visited this place once before with Carlyle, so I am familiar with the way. Then let us descend. Moreover, once the confrontation begins, Edward, ensure you stay close behind me. This way, my protective magic will shield you as well." With that, he maneuvered the carpet down to the ground, and the two of them forcefully entered, clearing their path with magic. The commotion at the entrance naturally drew the attention of the vampire guards within, including the three leaders, Arrow and his companions. Just as Arrow signaled the elite guards lingering nearby to investigate, the grand wooden doors of the hall erupted like a bomb. As the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, Arrow and the others beheld Clarence and Edward standing behind him. Unlike Arrow and his companions, who were momentarily stunned, Clarence quickly surveyed the hall's surroundings, especially the positions of the vampires, and immediately began to wave his wand, casting a spell that confined the entire area. He then summoned a torrent of molten lava, surging towards Arrow and his faction. Upon witnessing Clarence's sorcery, Arrow and the others instantly recognized his identity as a wizard. However, it took them a moment to comprehend how a wizard had infiltrated their stronghold. Simultaneously, as they dodged or attempted to resist the molten flames, they recalled that the subordinates dispatched to trouble the Cullens family had reported that the Cullens family was in collusion with a wizard who was currently residing with them. Thus, the formidable wizard before them must be the very one allied with the Cullens family. Regardless of their musings, the grim reality was that if they did not devise a countermeasure, they would be incinerated by the molten flames. Merely evading the onslaught proved ineffective. The lava's extreme temperature, compounded by their confinement in the hall's enclosed space, posed a significant threat and potential harm to the vampires. Although the other elite guards could barely withstand the flames due to their innate abilities, it was evident that their endurance would not last long. To make matters worse, the areas where the flames rebounded were precisely where the terrifying fire landed, resulting in their immediate incineration to ashes without even a scream. Upon witnessing this scene, the three leaders of Arrow comprehended that the sorcerer must have employed some form of magic to utterly seal off the Grand Hall. Unless they dealt with this sorcerer, escape was an impossibility. However, the pressing concern was not merely to vanquish Clarence. They must first find a way to extinguish the terrifying flames. In truth, no matter the methods they employed, they could not quell the dreadful fire, which only continued to claim the lives of elite guards. It is often said that fire and water are merciless, especially when disasters escalate to a certain magnitude. As the number of their own dwindled, it became evident that the time for the three leaders to face peril was approaching. Arrow felt compelled to raise his voice, hoping to persuade Clarence to momentarily cease hostilities. Considering he had intruded upon the headquarters of the Vuri family without cause, surely there must be a reason or perhaps some misunderstanding. There was no necessity for immediate violence. Dialogue could precede confrontation. Upon hearing Arrow's plea, Clarence disdainfully curled his lip and replied with an icy tone, "I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse with you. It would be far more gratifying to simply eradicate your Vuri family." With that, he summoned a vast torrent of molten lava, the flames surging to nearly fill the entire hall, rendering Arrow and his companion's situation perilously dire, poised to be engulfed by the horrific inferno at any moment. With no space left to evade, they relied solely on the innate abilities of a few elite guards to hold the line, yet their endurance was bound to falter soon. Arrow then turned to Edward, standing behind Clarence, and spoke of their shared lineage, emphasizing that with each death, their kin diminished. He reminded Edward that the Vuri were responsible for establishing and upholding the laws of their kind, and should the Vuri family perish, chaos would ensue within their entire lineage. Such rhetoric was an attempt to morally compel Edward to intercede on their behalf. Indeed, Arrow, having lived for so long, astutely identified Edward's Achilles heel. Hearing Edward speak up behind him, Clarence turned in exasperation to regard the man. Such softness of heart could prove detrimental at times. Yet, sparing these insignificant beings might be permissible, provided they signed a slave contract. They would exist at his whim, to live or die as he commanded, merely a thought away. Otherwise, it would be more prudent to eliminate them entirely, for their existence was hardly significant. Did they truly believe that without the Vuri family, their kind would descend into chaos? Did they think the wizards of the magical realms were powerless? If their lineage were to spiral into disorder, the sorcerers would undoubtedly intervene. Clarence was diligently persuading Edward to eliminate Arrow and his cohort directly, and even to eradicate the entire Vuri family thereafter, deeming it the most efficient and worry-free choice. With the moral dilemma lifted, Edward found himself wavering. However, Arrow and his allies grew anxious, particularly upon witnessing Edward's hesitation. Consequently, Arrow shouted loudly, "We can sign the slave contract. We willingly agree to the terms, so we implore this esteemed wizard to cease his assault." "Ah, willingly, you say? Once the contract is signed, what difference does it make if you are reluctant?" Despite his scathing thoughts, Clarence halted his attack and ensnared Arrow and the surviving vampires with binding spells. He then proceeded to compel them to sign the magical contract. Under such duress, no matter how many schemes Arrow harbored, they were rendered utterly futile. After signing the contract, his expression instantly morphed into one of despair. Arrow, far more acquainted with the nature of a wizard's magical contract than the youthful vampires who had barely survived a few centuries, understood that once signed, regardless of coercion, he would be bound by the contract's power, with the risk of backlash should he defy it. Thus, how could Arrow maintain his composure? The only reason he did not weep on the spot was due to the vampire's inability to shed tears. He promptly commanded Arrow and his companions to summon all the Vuri vampires, as Clarence intended to force them to sign the slave contract as well. Though reluctant, Arrow had no choice but to obey Clarence's orders under the contract's influence. Yet, Clarence was unwilling to wait idly. So he drafted a slave contract in the name of the Volturi family. The essence of the contract stipulated that any vampire joining the Volturi would be bound by its terms. Of course, one could voluntarily withdraw from the family, which would nullify the contract. However, under the compulsion of the contract's power, would any newly joined vampire truly entertain thoughts of leaving the family? That remained uncertain. Once Clarence drafted the contract and coerced Arrow and the 3 leaders to sign it, the Volturi vampires outside inexplicably felt an irresistible binding force. They could not comprehend the bizarre situation until communications from the family stronghold clarified the origins of this phenomenon. This revelation led some disenchanted vampires to lament their misfortunes at the hands of the Volturi. Meanwhile, Alice and Rosalie sat quietly on the other side. Clearly, Carlisle and Esme were quite concerned upon learning that the Volturi had come seeking trouble, and that Clarence, having dealt with the troublemakers, had taken Edward to their stronghold. He and his wife were concerned about the potential dangers that Clarence and Edward might face. After all, while they recognized Clarence's formidable abilities and considerable reputation within the magical realm, they were still merely children. When it came to cunning schemes, they were no match for the ancient and experienced Alro, who had lived for over 1,000 years. Thus, the couple was deeply worried for the safety of Clarence and Edward, to the extent that they contemplated hastily packing a few belongings and heading to Italy. Upon witnessing the safe return of the two, the Carlyles visibly exhaled in relief and immediately inquired about the details of their journey. As Edward recounted the particulars of their trip to Italy, the couple was thoroughly reassured, coming to a profound realization regarding the extent of Clarence's powers. The men speculated about the nature of Clarence's strength, while the women pondered whether they would no longer have to fear the Volturi family seeking trouble, allowing their family life to return to tranquility. With the issues posed by the Volturi resolved, the manner in which Clarence dealt with them became irrelevant. Since there was no longer any cause for concern, the lives of the Carlyles returned to their previous serenity. Additionally, due to the culinary magic developed by Clarence, they ceased their hunting activities, as the enchanted food not only provided delightful flavors, but also facilitated normal digestion, converting into the energy they required. In essence, their family could thrive without the need to draw blood, aside from their eye color shifting from a pale gold to a pure gold. Even the weakness typically associated with their long-standing diet of animal blood, while abstaining from human blood, vanished entirely. Consuming the delicacies created through culinary magic restored them to the full strength of a typical vampire, and even seemed to enhance their abilities. It appeared that with continued consumption of such food, they might indeed bolster their powers. However, the Carlyle family did not place much importance on their strength. It was hardly surprising. Given their transition to a vegetarian lifestyle, they were unlikely to concern themselves with notions of power. Had it not been for the necessity of possessing some strength for self-defense, they might have entirely disregarded such matters. As life settled back into a peaceful rhythm for the Carlyles, several days passed, and the alchemical item that Clarence had envisioned, a large wooden cabinet, was finally completed, and he was quite satisfied with its functionality. Naturally, he also allowed the Carlyle family to test it, yielding excellent results. In addition to successfully crafting this alchemical magical item, Clarence also created a type of alchemical jewelry to shield them from sunlight, consisting of rings and necklaces among other items. Beyond its ability to conceal sunlight, the object possesses various other capabilities, primarily of a protective nature. One can surmise that with such an alchemical adornment, the family can venture into ordinary towns even on sunny days, without the fear of revealing their true identities. Previously, Carlyle and Esme could only traverse nearby towns during inclement weather. However, now they need not concern themselves with the whims of the weather, unless they are without these enchanted items. In addition to these crafted objects, Clarence received a letter from Louise during this time. In her correspondence, she conveyed that she had managed to grasp the magical technique Clarence had sent her a fortnight prior, although her mastery was not yet proficient, resulting in the enchanted food lacking in flavor. It nonetheless possessed some taste, and was indeed digestible by her body. It is anticipated that with further practice, she will soon savor food of a more palatable nature. After perusing the letter, Clarence shared the news with the Carlin family, who rejoiced for Louise. After all, she was not like them. Before her transformation into a vampire, she had been a sorceress endowed with magical prowess. Even after her metamorphosis, she retained her magical abilities, allowing her to continue wielding spells. Now that she had tenuously mastered a form of culinary magic, her future would undoubtedly be much brighter. At the very least, she would not have to rely solely on Clarence's alchemical creations for sustenance, which surely delighted the kind-hearted Carlin family. As to why they did not simply send her the finished product, it is because Louise, with her infinite lifespan, could take her time to master alchemy, which was beneficial for her, providing her with motivation to learn. Were they to send her the completed items outright, she might grow complacent, perhaps neglecting even her culinary magic practice. In the days that followed, Clarence and the Carlin family enjoyed a harmonious companionship. Yet the time inevitably arrived for him to embark on his global journey once more. Surprisingly, there was little atmosphere of sorrow in their parting, as Clarence had left behind a pendant box and an alchemical notebook, allowing them to remain in contact, akin to the smartphones of his previous life, particularly the advanced models. Thus, any feelings of sadness were rendered moot. Continuing his travels, Clarence journeyed on foot for several days, occasionally receiving rides from benevolent strangers, facilitating his passage to nearby towns. On a certain day, he was once again graciously offered a ride by a kind-hearted stranger to the nearest quaint little town. After expressing his gratitude, he began to meander through the streets, simultaneously seeking a temporary abode for the night. As he strolled along the thoroughfare, his attention was unexpectedly captured by a sight in the yard of a nearby villa. A young girl was floundering in the swimming pool, struggling for breath. Upon glancing around, he realized he was utterly alone on the street, with no one else in sight, prompting Clarence to act without hesitation. He rushed towards the pool and dove in, swiftly swimming to the girl and lifting her to the surface. At that very moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the adjacent house, disregarding the front door entirely as he vaulted over the fence and plunged into the pool, swimming towards them. It was evident that he had witnessed the unfolding drama from his residence, albeit arriving a moment too late. When he reached them, he found the little girl clinging tightly to Clarence's neck, coughing and crying in distress, clearly frightened. However, her ability to cough and weep indicated she was not in dire straits, which alleviated some of the man's initial anxiety. Yet, upon noticing the drenched Clarence, he was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the girl's cries brought him back to his senses, and he promptly expressed his gratitude for Clarence's timely intervention. The middle-aged man embraced his daughter tightly, visibly shaken by the near tragedy. Given the depth of their pool, even an adult would require time to swim to the girl. And had it not been for Clarence, a calamity might have ensued. To express his appreciation for Clarence's heroic rescue, the man invited him to his home, suggesting that he at least should change out of his soaked clothes, perhaps due to the neutral nature of the garments offered. Clarence initially failed to discern any issue and proceeded to the bathroom to change. After donning the clean attire, he remained oblivious to the fact that it was a set of women's clothing. The loose fit of the garments, whether due to their size or intentional design, left him unaware of any discrepancy. Upon exiting the bathroom, he observed that the middle-aged man had yet to change, as he was preoccupied with trying to help his daughter. However, the little girl, possibly traumatized, continued to weep inconsolably, making it challenging for her father to assist her. Yet, upon seeing Clarence, whether out of gratitude for her rescue or a sense of security derived from wearing her mother-esque clothes, she gradually ceased her crying. This brought a profound sense of relief to the middle-aged man, who seized the opportunity to hastily remove his daughter's drenched clothing, disregarding the presence of the outsider, Clarence. Although the temperature was not particularly cold and they were indoors, the discomfort of being soaked was undeniable. Thus, the middle-aged man could only acquiesce to the situation, offering words of comfort while also introducing himself to Clarence. After a brief introduction, he expressed his gratitude to Clarence once more for rescuing his daughter, explaining that he had merely stepped next door for a short visit when this unfortunate incident occurred. Clarence, not dwelling on the matter, introduced himself in turn, and due to the penetrating gaze of his counterpart, felt compelled to clarify his gender. Upon discovering that Clarence was indeed male, the man's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized Clarence closely, still unable to perceive him as a man. However, one could hardly expect a stranger to fabricate such a detail upon first meeting. It would serve no purpose. Regardless, knowing that Clarence was male dispelled any inappropriate thoughts that David, the middle-aged man, may have harbored. David Andina, as he was named, was a married man, and the little girl in Clarence's arms was his daughter, Leonie, born of his union with his wife, Maya. Upon learning that Clarence had recently graduated from school and was currently embarking on a global journey, David was taken aback, both by Clarence's youthful appearance that belied his academic achievement and by the audacity of traveling the world alone, especially after discovering that he hailed from Britain. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Clarence intended to take his leave, as the rescue of David's daughter was merely a fortuitous incident and he had no plans to linger in the quaint town. Moreover, he needed to find accommodation for the night. However, just as he was about to bid farewell, he noticed that the little girl in his arms was unwilling to let go. Consequently, he signaled to David that he should take his leave, but upon hearing this, David hurriedly insisted that mere verbal gratitude was insufficient for saving his daughter, extending an invitation for Clarence to stay for at least a meal. David's warm insistence was difficult to decline, especially with the little girl clinging to him so tenaciously. Thus, Clarence reluctantly agreed to stay for dinner, though he clarified that he would not be staying the night, as he did not intend to impose on David's family, wishing instead to continue his journey the following morning. Though David repeatedly indicated that it was of no consequence if he intruded, he ultimately could not persuade Clarence, and thus had to settle for this outcome. Nevertheless, he did provide Clarence with the precise location of the inn in their little town. David was well acquainted with the proprietor of the inn, so when Clarence arrived to check in, he merely needed to mention David's name to receive a discount. After all, once he invoked David's name, the innkeeper would surely not take advantage of an outsider, particularly a foreigner. However, upon learning about the afternoon's events, especially that his daughter had nearly drowned in the pool and that Clarence had timely rescued her, Maya expressed her gratitude with tear-filled eyes. When she heard her husband mention Clarence's intention to depart after dinner, Maya warmly urged him to stay longer, yet she was unable to sway him. With no other recourse, she resolved to prepare a more sumptuous dinner as a gesture of thanks. It must be said, David's wife's culinary skills were quite impressive, at the very least. The dinner was delightful and suited Clarence's palate. After enjoying a hearty meal and engaging in casual conversation with the family for a while, Clarence rose to take his leave, ambling toward the inn that David had recommended. However, not far from his departure, he caught sight of a butterfly radiating a soft blue glow, which flitted past him in an instant. Intrigued by this sight, Clarence quickened his pace to the spot where the butterfly had appeared and closed his eyes to carefully attune himself to the surroundings. Indeed, he soon detected a most peculiar magical fluctuation. This magical aura was strange because it did not emanate from a wizard, nor from any magical creature or fantastical beast. It resembled the magical energy released by an alchemical artifact. Were it an ordinary wizard, even if they were capable of sensing this magical fluctuation, they would be unable to discern its source. Only someone like Clarence, proficient in alchemy, could make such a judgment. After perceiving this unusual magical resonance, Clarence opened his eyes and scanned the area, but found no sign of any alchemical artifacts. It was evident that the source of this magic did not originate from this location. What piqued his curiosity was the absence of any wizarding town nearby. How could there exist an alchemical artifact in such a setting? Or was it possible that one of the townsfolk had inadvertently acquired an alchemical artifact? Regardless of the reasoning, Clarence could not allow such a remarkable alchemical item to remain in the vicinity of ordinary townsfolk. Driven by his curiosity, he yearned to uncover the nature of this alchemical object that possessed such extraordinary capabilities. What capabilities, one might wonder? It was indeed the butterfly he had inadvertently glimpsed moments ago. However, this entity was not a genuine butterfly, but rather a manifestation conjured by magical forces. It was not merely an existence of pure energy. It possessed an elusive quality reminiscent of an illusion, its composition remarkably intricate. Furthermore, the fact that this butterfly, with its peculiar characteristics, could appear here was quite extraordinary. After all, even the most wondrous alchemical artifacts derive their properties from the magic that imbues them, rather than from any intrinsic quality. In essence, alchemical creations are lifeless objects, devoid of will or intelligence, unless they are manipulated or activated by someone. They bear little distinction from ordinary items. Of course, this pertains to purely alchemical creations, rather than other exceptional artifacts. Some magical items may appear akin to alchemical constructs, but are, in truth, products of specialized magic. Such magical artifacts may very well possess unique will and intelligence. However, these cannot be classified as alchemical creations. Thus, unless an alchemical item is actively controlled or inadvertently activated, it remains inert. This curiosity prompted Clarence to delve deeper into the nature of this alchemical artifact, intrigued by its remarkable capabilities and eager to uncover the reason behind its magical functionality. Additionally, there was a genuine concern at play. The butterfly, conjured from magical energies, seemed to mimic a predator luring its prey. If left unchecked, who could predict the disastrous consequences? This was a town of ordinary folk, and any incident could lead to a considerable dilemma. It was imperative that action be taken. Nevertheless, Clarence remained unhurried. For while he was uncertain about the duration of the alchemical item's presence, the townspeople appeared to live their lives in relative tranquility, indicating that the situation had not escalated to a catastrophic level. With this thought in mind, he began to trace the source of the magical disturbance. As he followed the magical currents, he found himself nearing the outskirts of the town without having reached the source. This led him to surmise that the entity was likely situated outside the town itself. Upon closer examination, he discovered that it was not a natural cave, but rather a mine, suggesting it was constructed for extraction purposes. Exercising caution, Clarence withdrew his wand, casting illumination spells and various other enchantments as he ventured into the mine. Gradually, he sought the origin of the magical energy, and before long, he traversed a narrow passageway. Subsequently, he waved his wand to unleash several detection spells. Fortunately, due to the enigmatic circumstances within the mine, he had cast upon himself a detection and warning spell. Even in the absence of such a spell, the diverse array of alchemical items he possessed would have allowed him to traverse the invisible portal, emerging unscathed. However, despite the convenience and utility of these alchemical artifacts, one must not become overly reliant upon them. Thus, Clarence's actions were akin to shedding his habitual dependence on such items. Returning to the matter at hand, having perceived the anomaly and recognizing that the invisible portal might indeed be the target he had pursued, Clarence wasted no time in casting a spell to reveal its form. Yet, regardless of the incantation he employed, none could penetrate the portal's cloaking ability. Finally, he pondered that perhaps magic was not the answer. Instead, he would need to utilize a technique from alchemy capable of dispelling invisibility. Indeed, after a brief attempt, he successfully disrupted the portal's concealment, unveiling its true appearance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the wooden door and its frame, though resembling wood, were crafted from a unique metal, adorned with arcane inscriptions and magical arrays all rendered in mithril. The gems embedded within, while varied in hue, appeared relatively translucent, free of impurities. However, upon meticulous examination, one could discern tiny vortices of magical energy slowly swirling within them. These were not ordinary gems. They were crystals capable of storing magical energy, transcending the classification of mere gemstones. Known as mana crystals, this type of crystal was frequently utilized by ancient alchemists as a battery-like entity for the creation of alchemical magical items. Their worth and status were comparable to that of mithril, marking them as a rather precious resource. Yet, this was primarily true in ancient times. In the modern era, these crystals had long since become extinct. Even among the pure-blood families that had persisted, it was unlikely that any possessed such a mana crystal. As for the reason behind the extinction of mana crystals, beyond the ancient period, during which their value prompted numerous sorcerers to exploit them, their inherent scarcity contributed to their high worth. It is said that mana crystals were formed over long periods in environments rich in magical energy, nurtured by time itself. Furthermore, significant environmental changes led to transformations in areas once abundant in magic, resulting in the gradual disappearance of mana crystals. As of now, the quest for such a crystal has reached a point of utter futility. In truth, it is not solely the magical crystal. Other relics from the ancient era, which have long since vanished, have also been gradually replaced by modern-day sorcerers. Upon observing the magical crystal embedded within the grand door, Clarence realized that this object might not be a mere alchemical creation of contemporary wizards, but rather something that has existed since antiquity. He began to meticulously examine the alchemical techniques embodied in this portal, seeking to discern the nature of its functional effects. It is not that this artifact possesses a multitude of capabilities. Rather, it harbors a singular ability that is remarkably intricate. This singular ability encompasses multiple effects. As for the essence of this unique capacity, it resembles that of a potion of regret, allowing one to start anew and make alternate choices. However, one must ponder, could such a power truly exist in this world? Even if it did, the price to be paid would certainly be beyond the comprehension of an ordinary mortal. Thus, while this ability offers a semblance of a second chance, it is merely illusory, constructing a new mental realm within the confines of the mind. In this ethereal domain, one could relive past experiences. Yet, this power is not without its flaws, as it operates on a principle akin to that of a meditative basin, forming a mental world based on personal recollections. Unlike the immutable memories seen within a meditative basin, wherein the characters and environments remain untouched by one's presence, this ability permits one to influence all aspects of the mental realm, including the figures within those memories. However, this very influence gives rise to a critical flaw. It results in the existence of two versions of oneself within the mental landscape. After all, this realm is constructed from one's own memories, coupled with the alchemical artifact's capacity to facilitate interaction with the inhabitants of this mental world. One is compelled to resolve the dilemma of having two identical entities in order to achieve the desired life. The solution to this quandary is, of course, evident. As Clarence gazed upon the skeletal remains and the decaying corpses that lay behind the door, he understood that ordinary individuals had already fallen victim, becoming ensnared in the mental realm. It can be said that once ordinary people become entrapped, without external assistance, they are utterly incapable of extricating themselves. For regardless of the circumstances, this door is an exceedingly ancient and potent alchemical creation. How could a powerless mortal possibly struggle free using mere willpower? Thus, the only outcome for them is to meet a fate akin to those skeletal remains. However, through prior observations, Clarence had discerned that the door possessed an inherent capacity to absorb natural magical energy at a rate and volume that should, in theory, render it impossible to activate without the intervention of a wizard, one endowed with magical prowess. Otherwise, the abilities of the door would remain dormant, let alone emit a pull towards individuals burdened by profound feelings of regret. It appeared highly plausible that this door's capabilities were designed to attract those steeped in negative emotional energies, such as regret, subsequently ensnaring them within a mental realm to consume their regretful energies, thus sustaining its own function. This, of course, did not imply the emergence of consciousness or wisdom. Rather, it was a built-in effect of its inherent abilities. In essence, the true allure for ordinary individuals, leading to the consumption of their regret-laden energies, stemmed solely from the magical inscriptions and runes inscribed upon it. Yet, The pressing question remained: who had initially activated this enigmatic portal? It was clear that without a wizard's activation, the door's abilities would remain inert. This conundrum piqued Clarence's curiosity significantly. Perhaps it was not merely David's visit, but rather a universal truth that beauty affords one certain privileges, for Clarence certainly enjoyed considerable advantages. Upon entering the room, he found it quite satisfactory. Although slightly cramped, it was furnished adequately, and the bedding and furniture appeared impeccably clean. After a thorough inspection, he discovered a private restroom, justifying the room's price. Satisfied, he nodded and retrieved fresh clothing, heading to the restroom to wash and change. Upon emerging, he donned a new outfit, while the discarded garments were magically cleaned and handed to the innkeeper for delivery to David. He named the door the Gate of Rebirth and then engaged in discussions with scholars and professors regarding this portal. As they had never encountered the actual object, their discourse relied solely on Clarence's descriptions, resulting in little more than conjectures and opinions about the door. After some lively exchanges through his alchemical notebook with the scholars and professors, he also conversed with the Cullens family via a pendant box. Finally, Clarence prepared to retire for the night, the hour growing late, and he recognized the necessity of rest to rise early the next morning. While he succumbed to sleep, his true avatars continued to practice various skills. Initially, Clarence anticipated a peaceful slumber until dawn. However, he was abruptly roused around 2 or 3 in the morning by a series of urgent and vigorous knocks at the door. Awakened from his slumber, he remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Nonetheless, he hastily donned his garments and dispelled his magical duplicates, wielding his wand to open the door. Upon doing so, he was met with the sight of David and his wife, the latter cradling their daughter, Leonie, in her arms. Behind this family trio stood the proprietor of the inn. Although he was yet to grasp the situation, the anxious expressions on their faces prompted Clarence to step aside, allowing them to enter the room before discussing further matters. Once the family, along with David's companion, the innkeeper, had settled into the room, David gently laid Leonie upon the bed before elucidating the circumstances. It was at the moment when David placed Leonie on the bed and lowered her covering to reveal her cherubic face that Clarence sensed a faint ripple of magical energy. To him, this energy was exceedingly subtle. However, for an ordinary child of the same age, it would have been akin to a surge of magical power. In other words, this young girl was indeed a budding sorceress. As for why he had not detected this earlier, it was simply because a young witch or wizard who had yet to experience a surge of magical energy would have their powers dormant and concealed. Of course, with careful observation, one could discern such potential, but it is seldom that one would casually inspect another. Generally, no one would behave in such a manner. Moreover, even if a young sorcerer had not experienced a magical surge, their powers would gradually intensify with age, eventually becoming perceptible to others. Thus, Clarence began to surmise the reason for David and his wife's visit. Yet, this was merely his conjecture. The truth could only be confirmed through David's own account. After David finished recounting the events, Clarence found his suspicions validated. Indeed, the couple had come seeking his counsel due to the awakening of Leonie's magical powers, which had triggered a series of extraordinary phenomena. Upon hearing David's narrative, Clarence refrained from directly revealing the existence of witches in the magical realm. Instead, he inquired with keen interest as to why they believed he possessed knowledge of the peculiar events surrounding their daughter. He questioned what led them to be so assured that he could resolve the strange occurrences afflicting Leonie. While it was not apparent that he was British, it was noteworthy that the supernatural phenomena surrounding their daughter had only manifested since his arrival in the small town. Could it be that Leonie's peculiar situation was independent of Clarence's presence? Perhaps there was a possibility of this, but such a possibility hinged on the condition that Leonie was the sole child experiencing these strange occurrences. Therefore, it was evident that within the town, Leonie was not alone. Numerous other families with children were also encountering similar supernatural phenomena. Thus, Maya was emboldened to ascertain that the peculiar happenings among the children in the town were most likely connected to Clarence. However, despite this speculation, and the fact that her husband had promptly brought Leonie to them, the couple chose to keep this information concealed from others, including the innkeeper who had accompanied them, remaining blissfully unaware of the situation. This reticence stemmed from the fact that Clarence had previously rescued their daughter. It would be ungrateful to expose him merely because of these recent occurrences. Yet, Clarence had not initially considered this matter. Instead, he was struck by Maya's revelation that it was not solely Leonie whose magical powers had surged, but numerous other children in the town were also experiencing a similar awakening. Such a phenomenon was decidedly abnormal. After all, even if a myriad of young sorcerers were born on the same day, their awakening could not possibly occur simultaneously due to differing environmental influences and various factors. While some might awaken on the same day, it was implausible for them to do so at the exact same moment. Clarence quickly surmised that the magical disturbances among the town's children were likely linked to the Door of Rebirth. This was indeed troublesome. With this thought, Clarence let out a sigh. Upon hearing his exhalation, David and his wife, along with the somewhat perplexed innkeeper, began to grasp that these supernatural phenomena were indeed tied to him. Of course, while it was a dilemma, it was not Clarence's own predicament, but rather that of the Hans Department of Magic, so he felt no urgency, even taking the time to reassure David and his wife. He informed them that the phenomena experienced by Leone and the other children in the town would not pose any harm to them. Such occurrences were quite normal for sorcerers. What? Sorcerers? Did you just say the word sorcerers? The three adults present momentarily questioned their own hearing, uncertain if they had misheard. Clarence, however, smiled and shook his head, affirming, "You heard correctly, sorcerers. In fact, I am a sorcerer myself." He proceeded to elucidate the existence of sorcerers and the magical realm to the three adults, particularly the matter of magic schools. The reality was that sorcerers and magic undeniably existed, and their daughter Leone was indeed a young sorceress, destined to attend the esteemed Durmstrang Institute, as Clarence had mentioned. Although all of this was exceedingly astonishing, David and his wife continued to inquire about various aspects of the magical school and the magical world for the sake of their daughter. Clarence patiently explained each detail to them. Just as the three were engrossed in their conversation, the innkeeper interjected with a troubled expression, asking, "What about the other children in the town? After all, you brought Leone here, and you understand the situation." However, the other children remained unaware of this matter. Clarence grasped the owner's meaning and reassured him, "Rest assured, the Ministry of Magic in Hans country is no mere idle institution. They have likely dispatched aurors to your town to address the issues arising from the awakening of young wizards' magical powers." In fact, Clarence's assertion was not unfounded. The speed at which the aurors from the Ministry of Magic arrived in the town surpassed even his expectations. Given the simultaneous occurrence of such a significant number of young wizards experiencing magical upheavals, it was inconceivable that the Ministry of Magic in Hans country would remain oblivious. Furthermore, due to the exceptional nature of this situation, which had no precedent in the annals of wizarding history, the Ministry's response was understandably swift. While Clarence was comforting the innkeeper, the aurors were already at work. Of course, Clarence was unaware of their methods, but one could be certain that the situation was indeed quite troublesome. As Maya had previously mentioned, the number of children exhibiting such supernatural phenomena was considerable. Thus, the approach to managing this issue was a significant concern. If it were merely one or two young wizards awakening their powers, the resolution might involve erasing the memories of the entire town as populace. Albeit cumbersome, it would not be overly challenging. However, the current scenario involved numerous young wizards, making the management of memories, especially concerning their parents and neighbors, a particularly vexing dilemma. Yet, this headache was not Clarence's to bear. He was neither an auror nor had his identity been revealed, so the matter could hardly be laid at his feet. Once Clarence patiently addressed all the inquiries of the David couple and bid farewell to their family and the innkeeper, he sat upon the bed deep in thought. Extracting the resurrection door from its pendant box, it was evident that this resurrection door harbored some latent capabilities that Clarence had yet to discern. Otherwise, why would it be that shortly after he removed the resurrection door, numerous children in the town experienced magical disturbances? If one were to assert that this situation bore no relation to the resurrection door, it would be a notion only a fool could entertain. Could it be that this resurrection door possesses the hidden ability to awaken magical powers in ordinary individuals? Otherwise, how could so many children manifest magical upheaval simultaneously? Upon further contemplation, Clarence found this unlikely. The reason young wizards experience magical disturbances is predicated on their inherent possession of magical abilities. In other words, even without this magical upheaval, the children in the town already possess the innate qualities of young wizards. But could such a phenomenon truly occur? It is essential to recognize that this small town is merely a residence for ordinary people, rather than a wizarding enclave within the magical realm of Hans' kingdom. One might surmise that even within the wizarding towns of Hans' kingdom, it would be improbable for so many young sorcerers to emerge in a single generation. Thus, Clarence speculated that the regeneration portal before him must possess some latent, extraordinary capabilities, although it is unlikely that such powers could awaken magical abilities in ordinary children. It may indeed stir the faint wizarding lineage within their blood and enhance it. This notion thoroughly robbed Clarence of his slumber, prompting him to manifest several authentic avatars to delve deeper into the study of the regeneration portal. It was not until the dawn's light began to break that one of his avatars, stationed at a specific location he was scrutinizing, uncovered an anomaly. Upon personally inspecting the area, Clarence discerned that several small magical arrays, when viewed in isolation, appeared unremarkable. However, these arrays could interlink to form a composite magical array. During his earlier observations, Clarence had failed to detect this peculiarity. Had he not summoned multiple avatars for a more meticulous examination, the discovery might have remained obscured for an indefinite period. As he analyzed the paper in his hand, pondering the properties of this composite magical array, He concluded that it possessed the ability to purify magical energy. This ability seemed unrelated to the simultaneous magical upheaval experienced by the many children in the town. After reflecting on the potential causes and circumstances surrounding the outburst of magical energy among the young sorcerers, Clarence surmised that this capability could not be the root cause of the magical disturbances. Yet, upon glancing at the avatars diligently investigating the regeneration portal, he found no further revelations. Was it possible that this composite magical array held additional properties beyond mere purification? A moment's contemplation brought him to the realization that he was unfamiliar with this particular composite array. The conclusion he had drawn regarding its purifying ability stemmed solely from his conjecture and analysis. Hence, the true nature of the composite magical array's efficacy remained uncertain. Perhaps its properties extended beyond the mere purification of magical energy. Could it also possess the capability to refine bloodlines? Emboldened by this thought, Clarence retrieved a piece of ordinary wood from his pendant box and began to inscribe the composite magical array upon it, as a practice exercise. He intended to familiarize himself with its intricacies before embarking on the formal creation of alchemical items, eventually seeking a suitable animal to conduct experiments and ascertain whether it indeed possessed the power to refine bloodlines. As Clarence practiced in his hotel room, the Aurors from the Hans Ministry of Magic, dispatched to address the children's magical upheaval in the quaint town, began their investigation after resolving various disturbances and chaos. They sought to understand the reasons behind the simultaneous magical outbursts among so many young wizards, or perhaps to question the very existence of such numerous young sorcerers. Once the Aurors departed, the hotel proprietor discreetly approached Clarence to inform him that the oddly dressed individuals had vacated the town. After expressing his gratitude to the owner, Clarence began to pack his belongings, intending to continue his journey. However, just as he completed his preparations, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Was it truly wise to depart without further consideration? Although the root cause of the turmoil in the town was not Clarence himself, but rather the portal of rebirth, the potential for unforeseen consequences lingered, especially with the portal remaining in the nearby mine. Yet, he was the one who had concealed the portal. Had he not interfered with that gateway, perhaps the town would not have faced its current predicament. Thus, it was undeniable that this matter bore a certain relation to Clarence, necessitating him to shoulder some responsibility. Moreover, the situation of the children in the town was particularly unique. How so? The recent collective magical upheaval had thrust them into the world of wizards and magic well before they reached the age of 11, the typical age for schooling. Given the sheer number of children experiencing magical surges, it was implausible for the Aurors to erase the memories of their families, let alone those of the ordinary townsfolk. While this conflicted to some degree with the secrecy laws and the regulations of the Hans Ministry of Magic, the extraordinary circumstances warranted a distinct approach. After all, if it were merely 1 or 2 children, the Aurors would undoubtedly have acted decisively, erasing the memories of those in the town. However, the reality was that far too many children had undergone magical upheaval, and with several years until their enrollment, could one truly expect that they would not experience further outbursts during that time? Would the Aurors from the Hans Ministry of Magic be summoned each time this group of young sorcerers manifested their powers? They had far too many other obligations. Thus, it was clear that the decision from the Hans Ministry of Magic would involve preserving the memories of the townspeople and gradually transforming the town into a wizarding community. This approach emerged as the most prudent solution, for even though these young wizards had yet to reach the age of enrollment, their sheer number sufficed to meet the criteria established by the Hans Ministry of Magic for a wizarding town. In essence, this town was indeed qualified to become a true wizarding community. Thus, the quandary arises. Within this quaint little town, apart from Clarence, there exists no other adult wizard, and he is a foreigner to boot. This implies that there is no one else to assist the townsfolk in comprehending the magical realm. As for the Aurors, given their reluctance to erase the memories of the townspeople, one might wonder whether they have ever taken the time to enlighten them about the basics of the magical world. Let us not be foolish. They are Aurors, members of a combat unit, not professors from Durmstrang, and they bear no obligation to educate the residents. Yet, the young witches and wizards in the town have yet to reach the age for enrollment, leaving Durmstrang unwilling to dispatch educators for guidance. One may even question whether the Ministry of Magic in Hans would consider sending personnel to provide the townsfolk with knowledge about the magical world. Clarence harbors little hope regarding this matter. The town's designation as a wizarding settlement was a decision made under unique circumstances, deemed the optimal solution. However, this does not guarantee universal approval from the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, there looms the greater issue of international confidentiality laws that the ministry must navigate. After all, these laws are upheld collectively by the magical communities of various nations. Thus, if Hans were to make an exception, even due to extraordinary circumstances, it would not ensure international recognition. The challenge of explaining this situation to other nations presents a considerable headache for the ministry. Consequently, with their own troubles to contend with. It is unlikely they will prioritize the town's needs in the near future. Currently, Clarence serves as a guide to help the townspeople understand the magical world. However, should he depart, there may be no one left to assist them. While leading a somewhat muddled existence poses no immediate issues, human nature is unpredictable. Who can foresee the foolish actions the residents might undertake upon discovering the existence of magic? Furthermore, the laws of the magical realm represent a perilous pitfall. Ignorance of these laws could easily lead to transgressions, invoking the ministry's punitive measures. This uncertainty is the crux of Clarence's hesitation. He is acutely aware that once he leaves, the young wizards in the town will inevitably seek to attend a magical school. Yet, the ordinary townsfolk could pose a significant risk. With this contemplation, Clarence sighed. Using magic to return his meticulously packed belongings to their original place, for it seemed he would not be departing anytime soon. He decided to leave his duplicates in the room to continue their studies on the regeneration gate, while he sought out the innkeeper to discuss extending his stay, and inquired whether there were any schools in the town. He sought to consult the principal of the school regarding the possibility of utilizing their establishment to enlighten the townsfolk about the wonders of the magical realm. Notably, among the children affected by the incident last night were two of the principal's own offspring. Therefore, it stands to reason that the principal would acquiesce to the request, if only for the sake of his children. After articulating his intentions, the proprietor divulged the precise location of the school to Clarence and graciously offered to facilitate communication with the principal. Clarence, appreciative of the owner's kindness, expressed his gratitude before departing the inn and making his way towards the home of the Davids. Upon reuniting with the couple, Clarence conveyed the purpose of his visit. The Davids expressed their delight upon learning that Clarence intended to remain in the town for a few more days, assisting the residents in gaining a better understanding of the magical world. After all, they were merely ordinary folk, as were the other townspeople. Although the events of the previous night, indeed, the early hours of the morning, had unveiled the existence of another world to them, it did not equate to a profound understanding of that realm. In fact, they were largely oblivious to its intricacies. Even if they wished to seek out a so-called wizard to aid them in comprehending the magical universe, they were at a loss as to where to find one. As for why they did not approach Clarence for assistance, simply put, he was not one of their own. He was a wizard from Britain on a global journey, and would be departing the following day. Prior to Clarence's arrival, the couple had assumed he had already left the town. Thus, how could they have thought to solicit his help? It was no wonder the Davids were elated. Observing the couple, along with the bewildered Leonie cradled in Maya's arms, Clarence articulated his plan to utilize the town school for a series of informative lectures aimed at providing the residents with a foundational understanding of the magical world. Upon hearing Clarence's proposal, the Davids readily volunteered to liaise with the other townsfolk. After spending the morning at the David household and sharing a meal, Clarence prepared to seek out the innkeeper to inquire about the connection with the school's principal. Just as he was about to take his leave, the innkeeper arrived with the principal and his family, knocking on the door of the Davids. After exchanging pleasantries, Clarence promptly broached the subject of borrowing the school. However, it seemed the innkeeper had not informed the principal of the events involving the children from the previous night, which bore a certain connection to Clarence. Instead, he offered an excuse, suggesting that he was, in fact, an official from the so-called Ministry of Magic, akin to those uniquely attired wizards encountered in the early hours. The purpose is to assist the residents in understanding the magical world, particularly the children whose powers have recently awakened. Consequently, the principal remains oblivious to Clarence's true identity, genuinely believing him to be an official dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. As for the borrowing of the school, that was hardly an issue, especially since several of the affected children were students of the institution. Given the significance of the matter concerning the entire town's populace, the principal would be more than willing to accommodate, even if he initially had reservations. Thus, the arrangement to utilize the school for educational purposes was swiftly confirmed, with the specific time for the presentation already established. Due to the implications of the wizarding affairs affecting all the town's residents, the educational session could not be scheduled for the immediate future, but was instead set for 3 days hence. Moreover, this event was not to last merely a day. According to Clarence's outlined plans, there would likely be opportunities for groups to experience the magical realm firsthand. While the town's population may not be vast, it is certainly substantial, and organizing such an event would necessitate several days. During the 3 days leading up to the event, Clarence not only drafted a general outline for the educational content, but also crafted a piece of alchemical jewelry inscribed with the previously discovered complex magical array. Initially, he experimented with ordinary small creatures, only to find the pace of transformation disappointingly slow and feeble. Realizing that using common animals was too time-consuming, he resorted to purchasing a magical creature from a nearby wizarding town, a freshly born Naga serpent, acquired from a dubious establishment. Indeed, this particular serpent is not inherently vicious. Rather, its appeal lies in its appearance, which has garnered the admiration of dark wizards. Notably, the Naga serpent possesses 3 heads, each with independent thought, which adds to its intrigue. However, for wizards, the true value of the Naga serpent is not in the creature itself, but in its eggs. The eggs are highly prized, serving as a crucial ingredient for potions that stimulate brain activity, leading to a thriving black market for the trade of Naga serpents and their eggs for centuries. Upon acquiring the newborn Naga serpent for experimentation, Clarence quickly uncovered that the complex magical array indeed had the capacity to purify both bloodlines and magical energy. The primary effect was the enhancement of magical potency, while the purification of bloodlines appeared to be a secondary benefit. This conclusion became evident particularly after he adjusted the sequence of the magical arrays within the complex. In essence, altering the arrangement of the magical arrays could modify the inclination toward either the purification of magical energy or bloodlines. Undoubtedly, no alteration can entirely eliminate a particular effect. The sole distinction lies in which aspect of the effect is emphasized. Although this revelation brought great joy to Clarence, his elation stemmed not from the purification of magical power, but rather from the refinement of his bloodline. Upon adorning himself with an alchemical ornament inscribed with a complex magical array, he discovered that his magical potency was steadily increasing once more. The precise extent of this enhancement remains uncertain, yet he undeniably sensed a rise in his magical essence and distinctly felt the gradual purification of his bloodline, along with the resultant changes it brought forth. While these alterations were subtle, their existence was irrefutable. Even though Clarence, at present, could not discern the specifics of his transformation due to its faint nature, he was assured that such changes were beneficial and constructive. In fact, it had even alleviated the stagnation he had previously encountered in his strength to a certain degree. Regrettably, without a clear path ahead, the loosening of his bottleneck proved to be of little significance, as the potential for enhancement remained exceedingly limited. As he and his true avatars delved into the study of the rebirth gate, the time for the previously scheduled educational lecture swiftly approached. Accompanied by David and his wife, Clarence made his way to the town school, eventually arriving at the auditorium. Before they even stepped inside, the lively commotion from within indicated a substantial turnout. It seemed as though the entire populace of the town had gathered. Entering through a side door, the principal and the mayor, who were managing order at the podium, immediately recognized David and Clarence. After passing the microphone back to the mayor to maintain proceedings, the principal hurried down from the stage and approached Clarence and David. As he guided Clarence toward the podium, he also provided an estimate of the audience's size. Although the auditorium was nearly filled to capacity with residents, some individuals were notably absent. These absentees had their own various reasons for not attending, though this was of little consequence to Clarence. He was primarily concerned with whether the majority of the townsfolk had come. As long as most were present, that sufficed. Those who chose not to attend were of no importance. Even if they missed the opportunity to gain insight into the magical realm, that was their own predicament. Given that the turnout met Clarence's expectations, he hesitated no longer and ascended the podium, ready to deliver the educational lecture. Thus, it was sufficient for him to enlighten the uninformed residents. Fortunately, he found himself in Hans. Had he been in Dang, he would have been at a loss regarding how to convey such knowledge, especially concerning the current societal structure and living conditions of the wizards in the magical world. Indeed, the wizards of the Great Yinth magical realm, in terms of lifestyle, attire, and even thought processes, seem to be trapped in the bygone century. To speak plainly, the societal development within the Great Yinth magical community has nearly come to a standstill. Yet, apart from Great Yinth, the magical societies of other nations, while ostensibly adhering to international confidentiality laws, who among them has not made any strides in progress? The wizards of Great Yinth remain ensconced in their outdated beliefs, leading lives of self-deception. A lengthy educational lecture spanned nearly half a day, providing a rudimentary overview of essential knowledge, after which residents were gradually taken to nearby magical towns for first-hand experiences, particularly those children who had awakened their magical potential. Subsequently, over the course of 3 days, all residents were escorted in batches to the nearby wizarding town, allowing them to witness the wonders of the magical world for themselves. By the time this educational initiative concluded, an entire week had elapsed. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, it ultimately addressed the pressing issues at hand, fulfilling a portion of the responsibilities entrusted to him. When he departed, the only individuals aware of his leaving were the innkeeper and the David family, who personally saw him off from the town. It was only several days after Clarence had left the town and continued on his journey that the townsfolk became aware of his absence. Despite the regret of not having bid him a proper farewell, the brief time they spent with Clarence left a lasting impression, a testament to the advantages of his striking appearance. Moreover, the residents harbored complex feelings toward Clarence, as they grappled with the bewildering new world of magic. It was Clarence who guided their understanding, serving as both an enlightener and a pathfinder. To the townsfolk, Clarence undeniably embodied these roles. Setting aside the children, The adults' emotions toward Clarence were equally intricate, leading to their shared regret over not being able to say goodbye. In fact, unbeknownst to Clarence, they named the town, which was gradually transforming into a wizarding community, after his surname, Stewart Town. Even the school where he conducted his educational lecture later erected a statue in his honor, commemorating Clarence's contributions to the town. Upon the statue's completion, its otherworldly appearance led uninformed observers to mistakenly believe it depicted a deity from myth, likely associated with wisdom and learning. This statue, in turn, contributed to Clarence's eventual global renown, transforming the town and school into a notable tourist destination. When Clarence eventually learned of this, he could only smile wryly and chose to let it be. Yet, it was unforeseen that this statue would provide him with a crucial epiphany, propelling him to take a significant step that would prove pivotal in his ascension. However, that is a tale for another time, so let us set it aside for now. Concurrently, he arrived in a bustling metropolis within the kingdom of Hans. One evening, while Clarence was exploring this grand city, he serendipitously encountered an exceptionally beautiful female vampire. Notably, she was not of the same ilk as the Karen family, but rather a different kind that perishes in sunlight. Such vampires are exceedingly fearful of the sun, as exposure can reduce them to ashes. Thus, it is said that they meet their demise in the light. Nevertheless, aside from their aversion to sunlight, these vampires harbor no fear of other entities, such as crucifixes or garlic. The chance meeting with this enchanting vampire left Clarence pleasantly surprised, and she too was astonished to find a wizard in such a locale. Although Clarence's attire was rather ordinary, and he should not have been easily recognized for who he truly was, it mattered not. Even if he inadvertently revealed his identity, it was of little consequence. After all, he was no ordinary individual, but a wizard endowed with magical powers and the ability to cast spells. Even a vampire would not recklessly attack an adult wizard, regardless of how harmless he might appear. Therefore, Clarence felt no trepidation regarding the potential repercussions of his revealed identity. After all, she belonged to a kind that also shunned the light. In truth, their encounter was harmonious, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. Through their dialogue, Clarence learned why she had immediately discerned his distinction from ordinary folk and had felt compelled to probe further. The root of this ability lay in her extensive longevity and her frequent travels with her kin across the globe, which had bestowed upon her rich experiences and insights. Thus, she and her kin possessed an uncanny intuition regarding the identities of wizards. It was this instinct that enabled her to recognize Clarence's uniqueness and to engage him in conversation. As anticipated, he indeed was a wizard. Furthermore, Clarence became acquainted with the lovely vampire's name, Charlotte Jennifer. After exchanging names, their dialogue deepened, and their rapport blossomed rapidly. Though this burgeoning relationship merely transitioned from strangers to friends, with no implications of anything beyond that. Logically, one might argue that with one being a wizard and the other a vampire, their species were dissimilar enough that their unexpected meeting would only warrant a nod of acknowledgement before parting ways. After all, they were merely two strangers crossing paths by chance. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Charlotte had just emerged from a therapeutic institution, her spirits evidently low and fragile. The fortuitous encounter with Clarence, a wizard who could be considered a kindred spirit, provided her with an opportunity to converse without the burden of concealing her true identity. Hence, she initiated the dialogue. As for the reasons behind Clarence's release from the institution and the source of his melancholy, Charlotte revealed that her adopted daughter, akin to a biological child, was confined within that very facility, her lifespan dwindling. For an immortal vampire, witnessing a beloved family member nearing the end of their days while remaining eternally youthful can be a profound torment, an ironic curse of immortality. This predicament serves as the crux of Charlotte's sorrow, as her adopted daughter embodies the belief that fuels her courage to confront the eternal existence she endures. Yet, with this pillar of strength's life fading, Charlotte is starkly reminded of the chasm between her vampiric nature and the mortality of ordinary humans. This realization engenders a sense of disorientation, resurrecting buried memories of her life as a vampire that haunt her deeply. It was during this tumultuous emotional state that she crossed paths with Clarence. Surprised to learn he had recently graduated from a magical academy and was currently embarking on a global journey, Charlotte was taken aback. She marveled not only at his decision to forego immediate employment within the magical realm, but also at his audacity to travel the world alone. The reality of their existence, fraught with dangers hidden beneath a seemingly tranquil surface, weighed heavily on her mind. The world bore countless mysteries and perilous locales, where a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Clarence, a recent graduate and solitary traveler, seemed oblivious to the potential threats that loomed. Charlotte's family, having once traversed the globe, possessed a keen awareness of these hidden dangers. In contrast to her apprehensions, Clarence presented his perspective. He believed that exploring the world would enrich his experiences, broaden his horizons, and even enhance his abilities. He asserted that such a journey was indispensable, confidently claiming his prowess was sufficient to navigate most dangers he might encounter. Charlotte found herself at a loss for words, as she recognized the truth in Clarence's assertions. Perhaps it was Clarence's youthful exuberance that uplifted her spirits, manifesting in a brighter smile upon her countenance. After their light-hearted conversation, Charlotte inquired whether Clarence had secured accommodations. If not, he was welcome to stay at the hotel where she and her family resided, given their shared uniqueness and the necessity to conceal their true identities. Residing in the same establishment would facilitate better communication. The absence of kindred spirits could indeed foster a sense of loneliness. Despite Charlotte's family, including 2 other members who currently shared their hotel room, the familiarity of kinship made it all the more essential to connect with others of their kind, lest they feel isolated. Clarence graciously accepted Charlotte's invitation, for it was a rare stroke of fortune to encounter a family of vampires amidst the realm of ordinary mortals. Additionally, he was eager to engage further with his kindred spirits, so he naturally welcomed Charlotte's offer. He looked forward to meeting her other family members, harboring a hint of personal curiosity about the distinctions between their kind and the Karens. Perhaps the term study was somewhat inappropriate. Observe would be more fitting. Unfortunately, the adjacent room to theirs was already occupied, compelling him to accept a room across the hall. Noticing his disappointment, the front desk attendant kindly explained that if he and Charlotte were indeed acquainted, he could stay in their luxurious suite, which was ample enough to accommodate 4 women. It appeared that the receptionist, taken by Clarence's striking appearance, mistakenly assumed his gender. Charlotte, aware of his true identity, could not contain her laughter, leaving the young receptionist bewildered, uncertain of her misstep, and quite flustered. It was only after Clarence clarified his gender that the misunderstanding was resolved. Subsequently, amidst the receptionist's awkward demeanor, they stepped into the elevator and ascended to the floor where Charlotte and her family resided. Rather than retreating to his own room, Clarence was drawn by Charlotte's insistence to meet her other 2 family members. After meeting Charlotte's family, Clarence quickly discerned the warmth in their demeanor towards him. However, he couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that lurked in their eyes, a hint of fervent desire. It seemed that his appearance had indeed stirred something. Yet the disparity between these 2 vampiric women and Charlotte was stark. This difference was not merely superficial, but lay in their self-restraint and moral compass. To describe it succinctly, although Charlotte was also a vampire, she retained a semblance of humanity. In contrast, her 2 relatives exhibited a profound lack of it. The first, the youngest among them, was a vampire named Nora Fisher. According to their family's order of transformation, she was the most recent addition. The intensity of her desire and madness was palpable, a raw possessiveness that sent chills down Clarence's spine. The elder, Lena, not only held the distinction of being the oldest, but was also the one responsible for transforming both Charlotte and Nora into vampires. In her gaze, alongside desire and madness, there was an alarming indifference towards life itself. Both sisters shared a commonality in their complete absence of humanity, a fact that became glaringly obvious when compared to Charlotte. Following Charlotte's introductions, Clarence gained a clearer understanding of the 2. In turn, they learned about him, particularly Lena, whose demeanor shifted dramatically upon discovering Clarence's name and his British origins. The previously fervent gaze returned to normal, and she signaled Nora to temper her enthusiasm. This notable change in Nina's attitude caught Charlotte's attention, prompting her to inquire curiously whether Lena recognized Clarence. To her surprise, Lena nodded in affirmation. However, after hearing Nina's explanation, both Charlotte and Nora realized that it was a one-sided recognition. Lena was aware of Clarence, while he was oblivious to their identities. They also understood how Lena came to know of this wizard. She frequently read newspapers, which included not only those pertinent to the mundane world, but also those circulating within the magical community. In recent years, Clarence had become a notable figure not just in the British magical realm, but on a global scale. Thus, it was improbable for someone like Lena, who closely followed the magical world, not to be acquainted with him. Conversely, had Lena, a regular follower of magical affairs, not recognized Clarence, it would have indeed been a curious anomaly. It was precisely because she identified Clarence's status and reputation in the magical community that Lena promptly altered her demeanor. She was acutely aware that Clarence was unlike any sorcerers her family had previously encountered. The most fundamental distinction was that if he wished to eliminate the 3 of them, he could do so with a mere flick of his finger. This realization extinguished any lingering, sordid thoughts she harbored, for they genuinely could not afford to provoke him. Nor did they dare to challenge Clarence lightly. The consequences of incurring his wrath were simply unfathomable. Yet, it was precisely due to her shift in demeanor that she subtly reminded Nora to temper her own fervor, notably diminishing the wild possessiveness that had once gleamed in her eyes, which in turn made Clarence feel somewhat at ease, facilitating better communication with Lena and the others. Through their exchanges, Clarence learned that Lena's clan of vampires was rather unique. It consisted solely of females, with no males present. This peculiar situation arose long ago when male vampires had committed egregious acts that nearly led to the extinction of their entire kind. Following that catastrophic event, the female vampires resolved that the males were often irrational and easily swayed by their desires, leading them to unite and eradicate all male vampires within their clan. They even established a decree prohibiting the transformation of males into vampires. Any conversion could only involve females. Should anyone defy this rule, they would face the relentless wrath and pursuit of the others. Upon hearing this, Clarence refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead casting a meaningful glance at Nina. He found it hard to believe her justification, that the extermination of male vampires stemmed from concerns about their susceptibility to desire. His interactions with Nina and Nora revealed a far more intense and fervent longing in their eyes, contradicting her claims. Thus, using such reasoning as an excuse seemed utterly illogical. In truth, desire was not a trait exclusive to males. Therefore, if their clan's rationale for eradicating male vampires was indeed that absurd, Clarence could not accept it. He posited that it was more plausible that the women in their clan were simply too domineering, unwilling to submit to male authority, leading to a retaliatory uprising. This had little to do with desire and was rather about status, power, and self-interest. Indeed, having lived for so long and having personally experienced that era, Nina could not possibly be ignorant of the true reason behind the extinction of male vampires in her clan. It was merely a matter of victors and vanquished. Thus, when confronted with Clarence's penetrating gaze, she dared not meet his eyes directly, her gaze faltering slightly, betraying her inner trepidation. However, such matters held little significance for Clarence. After all, he was neither a vampire nor a member of their kind. The demise of the males within their population was of no concern to him. Furthermore, if one were to consider the ramifications, it was indeed an internal affair of their species, and as an outsider, he had no right to interject. He deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the lifestyle and customs of Nina's family, while also mentioning his prior encounter with the Cullens. It was Charlotte who spoke up. "The Cullens, you say? We have indeed heard of them. They are quite renowned vegetarians. Though their vegetarianism may seem rather foolish, their willpower and self-control are truly commendable. Despite not being of the same kind, we share a similar thirst for blood. It is precisely because we are vampires that we understand the immense difficulty they face in adhering to a vegetarian lifestyle." As a close friend of the Cullens, Clarence was delighted to see someone express admiration for their resolve, and a smile graced his face. That radiant smile nearly dazzled Charlotte and Nora. Just as Clarence was about to speak, Nina interjected. "If you encountered the Cullens, then surely the matter of the Vuri family in Italy must be your doing?" Intrigued by Nina's query, Clarence retorted, "If you are referring to the Vuri family of Volterra, then indeed, it was I. But has news spread so swiftly? I recall you had only just arrived from France, yet the happenings of the Vuri family had already reached there. The vampires of Nina's kind were headquartered in France. However, the actual presence of individuals there was minimal, as most of their kin lived scattered across the globe. Of course, when males were still part of their population, there existed a residence, but it was only after their demise that the headquarters were relocated to France. This was not the crux of the matter. The point was that with so few individuals at the headquarters, it functioned more like an information station, dedicated to relaying news to their kin residing around the world. Moreover, considering that Nina's group had only recently arrived in Han's country, Clarence was curious about how quickly news of the Vuri had spread. While France was relatively close, it seemed improbable for information to circulate so rapidly. The situation surrounding the Vuri family had garnered significant attention. Nearly all vampire clans had received word of it. It was likely that even the magical community of Clarence was already aware of the events. Thus, what could have prompted you to venture to Italy and assault the headquarters of the Vuri family? There was indeed a statement that Nina did not voice, and that was the speculation that the attack on the Vuri family by Clarence had incited among her kin. Was it possible that wizards sought to act against vampires? Or was it Clarence, the newly ascendant Dark Lord and the most formidable sorcerer in the magical realm, who harbored intentions against them? It was precisely due to such troubling conjectures that Nina and her companions fled from France. Knowing that Clarence was currently in the Han's kingdom offered them a glimmer of hope, if he truly intended to strike at the vampires. Being within the same country might allow the three of them to evade disaster amidst the shadows. In essence, their journey to Han's was partly attributable to Clarence's actions, as his aggression towards the Vuri family had stirred significant upheaval and repercussions throughout the vampire community. This turmoil was not limited to just Nina and her companions. However, it was indeed their particular group that became excessively anxious, even fearful, due to this single piece of news and their own speculative analysis. Why were they so apprehensive? Naturally, it stemmed from their own guilt. If Clarence did plan to target vampires, their faction would be among the easiest to identify as potential scapegoats. After all, the notorious incident involving male vampires in their past had left a considerable mark, which amplified their trepidation that they could be the next victims of Clarence's wrath. The flimsy excuses they had concocted back then could only deceive the gullible and would not withstand the scrutiny of astute minds. To the perceptive, the underlying reasons for their resistance against the males would be all too clear upon hearing the general circumstances. In truth, if Clarence were genuinely intent on pursuing the vampire race, it was entirely plausible that he might set his sights on their group as a secondary target. Moreover, the misdeeds they had committed in the past had led to discontent even among their own kind, with some advocating for their expulsion from the vampire ranks. Under such conditions, how could they not be fearful? Their anxiety drove the female vampires living in France to almost completely flee, including those at headquarters, who, after sending their final messages, also vanished. As for Nina's current lack of fear, it was due to Clarence's demeanor towards them, which was not as threatening as her kin had speculated. On the contrary, his attitude seemed quite benevolent. Thus, Nina realized that they had been frightening themselves, succumbing to their own analyses and conjectures. Nonetheless, she was deeply intrigued by the reasons and motives behind Clarence's assault on the Volturi family. For the status of the Volturi within their community was akin to that of royalty, suggesting considerable power and influence. Thus, what exactly prompted Clarence to confront the Volturi? Was it an attraction to the power wielded by the Volturi clan? After Nina realized that Clarence did not genuinely intend to harm the vampire lineage, she felt a sense of relief, yet her curiosity about the underlying reasons remained piqued. Upon hearing her inquiry, Clarence reluctantly elucidated the situation, recounting the unfortunate circumstances that had led him to assault the Volturi's headquarters, aiming to eliminate this encumbrance. In truth, his original intention was to eradicate the entire Volturi clan. However, the members of the Cullen family were rather soft-hearted, and to avert any potential retaliation in the future, he was compelled to force the Volturi into signing a slave contract. As Clarence articulated this account, his indifferent demeanor and tone not only caused Nina and Nora to feel a tightening in their chests, but also instilled a vague sense of fear in them. Even Charlotte, who harbored a fondness for him, felt a chill within her. Although Nina also exhibited a certain indifference toward life, there lay a distinction between her and Clarence. Nina's detachment stemmed from her nature as a vampire, possessing immortality and viewing ordinary humans merely as a menu for sustenance. It was akin to how humans regard livestock raised for consumption, who would develop significant emotional ties to creatures specifically bred for food. Thus, Nina's indifference toward life was rooted in her species' characteristics. Conversely, Clarence's indifference arose from his own formidable power. The sole difference between them was that Nina's apathy was directed solely at the lives of ordinary humans, while she would act normally when faced with groups not inferior to vampires. However, Clarence treated all beings with equal disregard, regardless of their species, as long as their strength did not surpass his. This was a detachment born of his superior power. It was precisely this that sent chills down one's spine. Confronting Clarence felt akin to gazing upon the cosmos. He loomed high above, indifferent to the insignificant entities below. In his eyes, all beings were equally trivial and inconsequential, deserving of the same indifferent perspective. Therefore, anyone whose strength did not meet or exceed that of Clarence would never receive preferential treatment. This realization left Charlotte feeling a chill in her heart, accompanied by an almost imperceptible sense of loss, so faint that she herself failed to recognize it. Do you mean to consume food like a normal person and then digest it? Perhaps Nora was too astonished or excited, rendering her momentarily at a loss for how to convey her true feelings. Clarence had somewhat deciphered what Nora truly wished to inquire about, and thus he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is akin to the way normal humans partake of sustenance. Through my observations, I have discerned that after consuming such food, the Karen family no longer requires blood to sustain their existence. In fact, their bodies do not merely regain their strength, but seem to grow even more robust. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Nora, intrigued, asked, "Might we sample this magic of yours?" This, of course, posed no issue. However, do you have any food in your room? If not, we could have the hotel deliver some, and I shall directly bestow my enchantment upon it. After all, it remains the same. While Nora arranged for the hotel to send several portions of food, Clarence engaged in light conversation with Nina and Charlotte, inquiring about the duration of their stay in this city and their subsequent plans for habitation. Yet, Nina found it difficult to ascertain how long they would remain, as their arrival had been a spontaneous decision. Nevertheless, with previous concerns now dissipated, she began to contemplate where they might reside next. After all, she had not intended to come to Hans. She had visited before and had grown weary of it long ago. As they chatted, the hotel staff delivered the food Nora had ordered. Once the waitstaff had placed each dish upon the table and departed, Nora gazed eagerly at Clarence, urging him to cast his spell upon the food. Amused by her eager expression, Clarence shook his head with a smile, then drew forth his wand and enchanted the dishes before them. He then addressed Nora and her companions. "It is ready. Do try it now." Clarence understood that vampires like Nina and her friends were not like the Karen family. They could indeed perceive the flavors, but could only indulge in them fleetingly. Consuming the food would invariably lead to discomfort, and should they wish to avoid excessive distress, they would ultimately need to find a way to expel what they had ingested. Thus, Nora's true inquiry had been whether this culinary magic could enable them to digest the food without causing bodily discomfort. Having already dined that evening, Clarence was not hungry. Instead, he watched with a smile as Lena and the others savored the enchanted delicacies. As he had previously asserted, upon consuming the magically enhanced food, they experienced neither the usual discomfort nor the insatiable thirst for blood, which gradually dissipated with each bite. This revelation astonished them, prompting even the most refined Charlotte to abandon her decorum and devour her meal with fervor. Before long, the three of them were sated, reclining in their chairs with expressions of satisfaction, subtly imbued with a sense of happiness. The sense of happiness they experienced had long been absent from their lives. In their memories, such feelings were only present before they transitioned into vampires. Setting aside the reactions of Lena and her companions, it is worth noting that Clarence had been observing their condition since the meal began, particularly scrutinizing their bodies now more than ever. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He was merely using his true sight to monitor their digestion, not to admire their figures. Although it may seem somewhat vulgar to say so, Clarence had to admit that he preferred a slightly more voluptuous physique, particularly with regard to curves and posteriors. While some might find Nina's physique appealing, it was evidently not to Clarence's taste. Thus, his gaze was pure, devoid of any ulterior desires, and at the very least, Lena and her companions did not seem to mind his scrutinizing eyes. Perhaps this was also related to Clarence's own handsome appearance. After observing that their stomachs had fully digested the food, he inquired, "How do you feel now? Is there still any craving for blood? Do you feel any weakness?" Nora, upon hearing this, rose and paced a few steps before shaking her head at Clarence. "I do not feel any craving, and as for weakness, I have not experienced that either. However, I did drink a glass of blood earlier, so my sensations may not be entirely accurate." Clarence then shifted his attention to Lena and Charlotte. He was unsure whether Lena had consumed any blood that evening, but he was certain that Charlotte had not. Given that she had not had the opportunity to feed, her perceptions should be quite accurate. Meeting Clarence's gaze, Charlotte spoke. "The earlier craving indeed dissipated as I continued to consume the magically enhanced food. I am able to digest it just like a normal person. After digestion, I felt no weakness or any adverse sensations, much like after drinking blood." Clarence nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems that culinary magic is effective even for vampires like you. However, I must ask if you feel any enhancement in your own abilities?" Charlotte and Lena exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating they felt no such enhancement. Charlotte speculated that perhaps their infrequent and insufficient consumption of food was the reason for this lack of sensation. If they were to indulge more frequently, akin to the current family, they might indeed notice a difference. However, she hesitated to voice this thought, as they had only just met a few hours prior. It seemed too presumptuous to express a desire for additional meals so soon, as even in the context of dating, such a request would be rather forward. Thus, she refrained from articulating this sentiment. Though Charlotte did not voice her thoughts, Clarence shared a similar suspicion, suggesting that perhaps the infrequency of their experiences was to blame, and that with more indulgences, they might begin to perceive the subtleties. It felt somewhat disconcerting, as if they were being treated as mere subjects of experimentation. In the past, such notions had crossed their minds, but they remained just that, thoughts, due to the lack of opportunities, which seemed utterly impossible. However, Clarence's arrival, particularly his culinary magic, afforded them the chance to live as ordinary humans, a prospect that Lena and her companions eagerly embraced. How could they possibly decline? Thus, they resolved to retire early that evening, planning to continue their endeavors the following day. In the midst of their casual conversation, Charlotte inadvertently shifted the topic to Clarence, intending to inquire about the destinations of his forthcoming travels, specifically, where he intended to journey after departing from Han's country. This piqued the curiosity of Charlotte and her companions, who presumed he lacked a detailed itinerary and was simply wandering without specific destinations in mind. To their surprise, Clarence candidly revealed the true purpose of his globe-trotting expedition. In truth, having reached the pinnacle of wizardry, he found himself at an impasse, with no further paths to explore within his current realm. Thus, he sought to embark on this journey in search of new avenues. Although other races may surpass vampires in physical prowess and longevity, in terms of power, vampires occupy a position of relative superiority. With such formidable abilities, it was beyond the comprehension of Lena and her companions to grasp the motivations of someone like Clarence, who stood at the apex of wizardry. Despite his already unparalleled strength, why would he persist in the pursuit of greater power? Lena, being the longest lived among them, had insights and experiences that far surpassed those of Charlotte and Nora. This led to a suggestion that sparked Clarence's interest. What was this suggestion? Lena proposed that if Clarence could not uncover further advancements within the realm of wizardry, perhaps he might explore opportunities within the church. Of course, her implication extended beyond a singular institution, encompassing all religions. The inception of religion dates back to ancient times, its legacy not inferior in duration to that of wizardry. While there may be other domains with comparable historical lineage, few have endured to the present day. Many have faded into the annals of history, with some even lacking any recorded trace. Thus, religion, much like sorcery, has managed to endure from its inception to the present day, undoubtedly possessing unique qualities. Since Clarence found no path forward in the realm of sorcery, perhaps redirecting his gaze toward the domain of religion might yield new insights. This suggestion from Nina indeed inspired Clarence, as prior to this, he had lacked direction and did not know where to begin, leading him to drift aimlessly, relying solely on fortune. However, after Nina's remarks, he discovered a sense of purpose and clarity. Setting aside thoughts of Nina and Charlotte's lives after Clarence's departure, he recognized that with a newfound target, his forthcoming journey could not be as haphazard as before. Instead, he would strive to reach places where religion flourished, necessitating careful planning to avoid wasting precious time. Crafting a plan did not take long, and soon Clarence had composed his itinerary. As he contemplated the name of the second country he intended to visit, he also pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to meet with the renowned alchemist, Nicolette, for an exchange of ideas. Clarence, even in his humility, did not presume he could surpass Nicolette in the field of alchemy. Thus, engaging in dialogue with her might yield substantial insights. Additionally, given her extensive lifespan, he wished to use this opportunity to cautiously inquire whether focusing his efforts on religion was indeed a wise choice. Naturally, this hinged upon his ability to encounter Nicolette and engage in meaningful conversation. Indeed, his second travel destination was determined to be France. Furthermore, he harbored a keen interest in the illustrious life of the famed saint, known as the Guardian Saint. After finalizing his plans, Clarence refreshed himself and retired for the night, while his true avatars continued to diligently practice and research. In the ensuing days, apart from sharing meals with Nina and the others, Clarence mostly led separate lives from them. The most interaction occurred when Charlotte occasionally accompanied him for evening strolls. Although Nina and her companions seemed to embrace a life of indulgence, Clarence refrained from judgment, choosing instead to overlook their choices. As for Charlotte, it was uncertain whether she had developed feelings for Clarence. Nonetheless, she did not indulge as freely as Nina and Nora, demonstrating considerable restraint. The question remained, how did Clarence discern that Charlotte had indeed moderated her behavior? Nature has always recognized that the three of them were inseparable companions in the past. Had Charlotte not shared their proclivities, it would have been inconceivable for her to engage in their revelries. Thus, it stands to reason that Charlotte, in her earlier days, must have indulged her desires just as Nina and Nora did. It is indeed curious that she now seldom joins Nina and Nora in their escapades, a fact that puzzles Clarence. Yet, he is not oblivious. He soon discerns the emotions that flicker in her gaze. It is clear to anyone with even a modicum of insight that Charlotte has developed a certain interest in him. Regrettably, despite her striking beauty, she does not align with Clarence's preferences, not to mention her vampiric heritage, which diminishes the likelihood of any romantic prospect between them. In truth, Clarence is not the only one who perceives this dynamic. Even Nina and Nora are aware of it, although they have urged Charlotte to consider her feelings. Matters of the heart are not easily swayed by external advice. Furthermore, while they may be family, they refrain from meddling in such personal affairs. Clarence has always approached his emotional dilemmas with a decisive mindset, preferring to cut through confusion without delay. However, this approach relies on the other party expressing their feelings first. Otherwise, he finds it difficult to directly refuse. Clarence cannot fathom Charlotte's thoughts. She remains by his side, yet refrains from voicing her sentiments, which vexes him greatly. The girl appears diminutive and somewhat undernourished, but upon closer inspection, one realizes she is merely a young lady, hence her petite stature. However, her somewhat androgynous appearance misled Clarence at first, leading him to mistakenly assume she was an underfed young man. Moreover, he notices that the young lady bears signs of something amiss and instinctively glances at her neck, discovering bite marks. Intrigued by her condition, Clarence takes Charlotte by the hand, leading her from the bedroom to the living room, where he inquires about Nina's past experiences, particularly in matters of the heart. Nina, upon hearing Clarence's questions, does not shy away from sharing what she knows. She reveals that her initial sire, the one who transformed her into a vampire, held a uniquely profound significance for her, combining maternal reliance with romantic affection. Unfortunately, he perished during a tumultuous upheaval, specifically the conflict that resulted in the eradication of male vampires within their community. Since Charlotte met Nina, she has never ceased her quest for someone akin to that remarkable figure, seeking a substitute for that extraordinary bond. As they discuss Nina's emotional history, both she and Nora emerge from the bedroom, with Nora remarking, "Let the child rest. The time for transformation is near." Charlotte remained silent, while Clarence, driven by curiosity, inquired, "What is the situation with that child? Moreover, be cautious not to stir up any trouble. Have you ascertained the background of the other party?" Nina shook her head and elaborated. Those who attend such chaotic private gatherings are unlikely to hail from reputable families. Rest assured, there will be no complications. Clarence chuckled. That's reassuring. I shall have the opportunity to observe the entire process of your vampire progeny transforming a human. A radiant smile illuminated Nina's face as she replied. If that is your mindset, I fear you may be disappointed, for that child is unlike ordinary humans. I can discern this from the look in her eyes. She appeared quite proud, for even if the child was merely a carefully chosen substitute, any semblance would surely be remarkable. Thus, if Clarence harbored such expectations, disappointment was bound to ensue. It seemed her attachment to that individual was strikingly intense, to possess such confidence in a mere replacement. Yet, some matters can yield unexpected outcomes. Of course, it was not that he had foreseen the child's future. Rather, it was the understanding that no two individuals in this world are entirely alike, leading Nina to likely face disappointment in the end. Well, I merely wish to observe. I am not intent on conducting any study. Thus, the child's ultimate fate is not of primary concern. However, having indulged in such revelry until late, you must be hungry. Let us descend for a midnight snack. Clarence, unconcerned about the normalcy of his observation target, deftly shifted the topic. In truth, both Nina and Nora were indeed quite famished, or perhaps one could say, parched. They had not indulged in sustenance during their frolics, and given their current ability to consume food like ordinary people, who would willingly revert to the monotonous taste of blood. While vampires may develop a peculiar dependence on the flavor of blood due to their unique relationship with it, the tedium of constant consumption can become tiresome. Much like savoring delectable cuisine, the initial novelty may wear thin if one indulges in the same dish repeatedly. Thanks to Clarence's culinary magic, they were presented with a rare opportunity. Why would they still wish to partake in blood? Their presence had captured the attention of many in the hall, but it was a fleeting glance, quickly forgotten. The only notable feature of the girl was her fair complexion. Apart from that, her attire, though fashionable, could not mask a lack of substance. Upon noticing Nina and her companions, particularly Clarence, the girl paused momentarily before hastily approaching them. Clearly, the opulent and luxurious environment of the hotel made her feel quite uncomfortable. It was evident that her background was indeed, as Nina had previously mentioned, not particularly favorable. After all, as Nina pointed out, what normal child would venture into a private and chaotic nightclub at such an hour? Nora, being the youngest, was naturally delighted to see a family member even younger than herself, and thus, she displayed a warm demeanor towards the little girl. When the conversation turned to Clarence, there was a noticeable pause before she nonchalantly remarked, "As for Clarence, while he may not be like us, he is not an ordinary human either. So he is somewhat of our kin. There is no need to conceal our identities in his presence." The girl's first reaction was surprisingly focused on Clarence's gender rather than any other aspect, such as the fact that he was not a vampire. Indeed, despite his beauty surpassing that of many women, he was undeniably a man, Nora clarified. Subsequently, Nora and Nina began to introduce some basic knowledge to the young girl. Lena, full name Lena Caroline. After sharing some fundamental insights, they paused to allow her to digest the information, while Clarence observed coldly from the side. He particularly noted the changes in her expression. Although she initially appeared somewhat bewildered, she soon became engrossed in processing the information, indicating a strong capacity for understanding. However, whether she could withstand the weight of this new knowledge remained uncertain. Some individuals may possess a keen ability to absorb information, yet their resilience and capacity to cope may be lacking, leading them astray or prompting them to withdraw. Regrettably, little Lena had already been irrevocably transformed into a vampire, leaving her with no alternative but to traverse this solitary path. Thus, it remained to be seen whether she could adapt to the life of a vampire. Otherwise, self-destruction would be the least of her consequences. Although Clarence contemplated these matters, he refrained from voicing any reminders, as his words would hold little significance in determining her adaptability. He had also considered whether to persuade Nina to pay closer attention to Lena, particularly regarding her psychological and emotional changes, given their familiarity with one another. Their relationship, even without considering Charlotte, was relatively amicable, and he was reluctant to witness any misfortune befall their family due to this new member. Upon reflection, it was quite understandable. After all, before embracing her vampire identity, Nina was still a woman, and women tend to possess a more nuanced understanding of emotions than men. In the past, Nina's apparent lack of concern for Charlotte and Nora was not due to indifference, but rather a sense of helplessness, even if she wished to show them more care. What could she truly do? She was merely a vampire, devoid of the magical abilities possessed by a sorcerer. Thus, apart from firmly urging them to adapt swiftly to the life of a vampire, Nina found herself incapable of offering any further assistance. Given their friendship, Clarence naturally agreed to Nina's request, which required little effort on his part, merely an additional mouth to feed during mealtimes. What impact could this have? Perhaps it was precisely because she realized that her daily meals were subtly influenced by Clarence's unique abilities, allowing her, now a vampire, to dine as a normal human would, that Lena developed a substantial curiosity towards Clarence. As their encounters increased, she gradually grew more familiar with him and occasionally confided her thoughts. Perhaps due to the fact that Clarence was not a vampire. Feeling a pronounced discomfort with her current lifestyle, Lena sought conversation with Clarence, who at least appeared to be a normal human. The most significant change was her newfound courage to confront her only family member, her biological mother. A pitiful woman of the night, lacking a husband and survival skills, she had no choice but to rely on her beauty to engage in sordid trades, which ultimately led to Lena's upbringing. Previously, Nina and the others had made a concerted effort to avoid discussing Lena's true family in her presence, and Lena herself had nearly forgotten that she had a mother. In truth, they had not overlooked or forgotten this matter. They simply chose not to address it. However, following Clarence's words of encouragement and comfort, Lena found the courage to face this reality. Of course, this did not imply that she intended to sever ties with her mother. After all, even vampires could not enact such a drastic measure. Instead, she prepared herself mentally for the notion of no longer appearing before her mother, as if she had perished, while perhaps offering clandestine assistance from the shadows. The crucial point lay in how to bid farewell to her mother and devise a suitable excuse to prevent her from worrying or suspecting anything upon Lena's absence. When Clarence, at Lena's behest, accompanied her to meet her mother, they unexpectedly encountered a young man who was quite intrigued by Lena. Indeed, the kind of interest that exists between young men and women. The specifics of their acquaintance and current relationship need not be elaborated upon, as Clarence was uninterested in such matters. Although Lena harbored some affection for him, her own issues took precedence, prompting her to tighten her grip on his arm as a signal. This visit was intended for saying goodbye to her mother, so she thought to herself, let it go. Young man. Indeed, this is the excuse Nina devised for Lena's farewell. Although the situation appears rather unsavory, much like Lena being supported by Clarence, one might argue that it is akin to being maintained by a woman, given that Clarence must masquerade as one. However, it also serves as the most fitting pretext. For Clarence, although a wizard, bears no difference from ordinary humans aside from his magical prowess and spellcasting abilities. Moreover, he is indeed British, and his accent is not merely a fade that can be easily mimicked. Thus, it is Clarence who accompanies her, rather than Nina and the others, for they lack even the most basic signs of life. No heartbeat, no pulse, nor breath. If one were to linger long enough, or if someone were to observe closely, these anomalies would become evident. Nevertheless, the young man standing before them remains oblivious to any irregularities surrounding Clarence, despite his identity as a detective. You are all women. Will Lena find happiness? The young man persisted. Huh, are you jesting? In this world, survival hinges on wealth. As for happiness, can it be consumed? Especially when one is most famished, he remarked, pinching Lena's cheek as he spoke. As a detective, he had witnessed countless scenarios, especially the darkest facets of society, which had become nothing short of commonplace for him. Thus, he comprehended the accuracy of Clarence's words. Having spoken, he produced a freshly dry-cleaned outfit and handed it to Lena before turning and departing with swift steps. In the adult world, entanglements are seldom prolonged, a notion aptly demonstrated by the young man. Lena embraced the clothing with a complex expression, but soon returned to normalcy, relinking her arm with Clarence's. Let us go, she declared. Indeed, they proceeded toward Lena's home. Upon encountering Lena's biological mother, Clarence merely nodded with an air of arrogance before stepping inside. Once seated, Lena's mother observed the close bond shared with the striking woman, particularly noting gestures that transcended the realm of mere friendship, leading her to grasp the essence of their relationship. Yet, having strayed so far herself, she felt ill-equipped to admonish her daughter and could only watch silently with tear-filled eyes. Lena, in turn, kept her gaze lowered, unable to meet her mother's eyes. Sensing that this silence was untenable, Clarence coldly interjected, Hello. Although you may have already surmised, I must clarify that my relationship with Lena is that of lovers, and we have come to bid you farewell. He paused before adding, While I cannot guarantee Lena's happiness, I assure you that she shall live a life free from want. As he spoke, Clarence retrieved a check and some documents from his small bag and handed them over. I hope you can accept these without misunderstanding. I merely wish for you, as Lena's mother, to embrace a different living environment. After all, the chaos here is overwhelming. And although I am of British descent, I do engage in certain business ventures in this area. You two reside at the lowest echelons of society, and you must understand that the facade of many enterprises is often far removed from their grim realities. The value of a life, at times, is scarcely worth a pittance. Hence, to prevent any repercussions from your presence affecting Lena, I sincerely hope you can transition to a more favorable living environment. Initially, upon witnessing Clarence's actions, her expression soured, but as she listened further, clarity began to dawn upon her. Although she had never personally witnessed such occurrences, she understood, as Clarence articulated, that for those existing at the fringes of society, the cost of a life is, tragically, quite low. His concerns were thus warranted. While there was likely an underlying intent related to financially securing her daughter Lena's future, she accepted the situation with a troubled countenance. Once she acquiesced, Clarence continued, "A moving company will arrive tomorrow to assist you with your belongings, so please endeavor to pack tonight. It would be prudent to sever ties with your previous clients. Rest assured, your living expenses will be remitted to you monthly." After saying this, he embraced Lena, encouraging her to converse more with her mother, for opportunities for such meetings would soon be scarce. Observing her daughter's reddened eyes devoid of tears, her mother instinctively widened her gaze. She was acutely aware of Lena's nature. Immediately, she sensed something amiss due to her daughter's peculiar demeanor. Yet, upon scrutinizing her seemingly transformed daughter, she grasped the gravity of the situation, parting her lips to speak, but ultimately silencing herself. As Clarence was about to take his leave, he whispered at the door, "Lena, you must prioritize your safety." "What?" A vampire's hearing is quite acute, and Lena certainly caught his murmured words. "Are you implying that my mother has sensed something unusual about me? Indeed, it appears that your mother, shaped by her environment, possesses some awareness of the true nature of this world. Certainly, she might have discerned some anomalies, yet she would never deduce that you have become a vampire. In truth, even if she were to uncover this truth, she would be powerless to alter your fate. Lena, you must comprehend one essential truth. Even the magic wielded by our kind cannot reverse your current condition. Rather than dwelling on the impossible, it would be more prudent to swiftly adapt to your new existence." Moreover, her frequent glances toward you, particularly the way she eyed the location of your wand, betray her suspicions. Therefore, it is best to dismiss any thoughts she may harbor that, at this juncture, are utterly unattainable. Perhaps in the future, when Clarence's abilities ascend to a new echelon, such feats may be conceivable, but that possibility lies far beyond the present moment. However, Clarence chose to remain silent about the matter. Subsequently, life among the four women returned to a state of tranquility. To avoid being recognized by Lena's acquaintances, they ventured to a different city. As time passed, Lena gradually acclimated to her new existence as a vampire, and by the end of October, Clarence was in no rush. However, Nina and the others found themselves compelled to depart. Previously, when he had inquired about their next destination, Nina expressed a desire to visit an old friend in the Forest Kingdom, and arrangements had already been made through correspondence. Thus, at the end of October, they had no choice but to board a flight to the Forest Kingdom, bidding farewell to Clarence. Naturally, they carried with them an assortment of alchemical items that Clarence had specially crafted for them, in addition to a large cabinet that automatically cast culinary enchantments. There were also alchemical jewelry pieces designed to shield them from sunlight. After all, with Charlotte having already left, there was nothing left in Han's kingdom for Clarence to cherish. If he were to stay, what purpose would it serve? However, he did not anticipate that just as he had finished packing his belongings and was preparing to check out, he would be confronted at the doorway by a somewhat familiar figure. Upon seeing the young man he had met previously, accompanied by a group of investigators, Clarence furrowed his brow and remarked, "Persisting in this manner may irk the ladies. It's you. I never expected to see you residing in this hotel as well. However, we are currently engaged in an investigation. We can discuss matters later." The young man hastily replied before departing with his colleagues, seemingly heading upstairs. As for why they would pass by Clarence's room on their way up, it is worth noting that his accommodation was situated on the topmost floor of the residential area, beyond which lay entertainment facilities rather than lodging. Do not presume that this hotel, despite its outwardly impressive appearance, lacked recreational amenities. In truth, it was quite commendable, at least deserving of its steep prices. However, since it was a rare encounter with an acquaintance, waiting a moment posed no inconvenience, especially as it was evident that the young man wished to inquire about Lena, yet had to leave in haste due to his duties. Clarence did not wait long in his room before he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found the young man standing there, appearing quite at ease alongside his colleagues, which suggested that their mission had been successfully completed. Noticing the rapport between Clarence and the young man, and sensing that he had something important to convey, the young man's colleagues tactfully withdrew. Once they were alone, Clarence extended an invitation for the young man to enter his room. Observing the other party's expression, as if they were about to speak, Clarence coldly remarked, "I advise you to let go of any lingering hopes. While I may not be able to provide her with happiness, I can at least ensure her a life free from financial worries, allowing her to live in comfort, something you cannot offer. Therefore, do not blame me for my coldness. It is simply that she and you inhabit entirely different worlds. Continuing down this path will not bode well for you, nor for Lena." Thus, the other individual accompanied Clarence to check out of the hotel, silently watching him depart as colleagues exchanged curious glances. At that moment, an older colleague approached and patted him on the shoulder, implying, "You might want to reconsider your feelings for a woman like that." To stay in a hotel of this caliber, one must possess more than just wealth. There are other factors at play. Tom rolled his eyes, replying, "That person has no bearing on me. The issue lies with the man who has enticed away the girl I was interested in. What do you think my relationship with him is?" He added, "By the way, just a reminder, he is here from Britain for business." When it was revealed that the individual was British, the middle-aged colleague, initially surprised that such a beautiful woman could be a lesbian, quickly understood. As Clarence was at the airport waiting with all the necessary paperwork previously arranged at the Ministry of Magic, he unexpectedly encountered the young man named Tom Remate. Upon seeing Clarence, Tom greeted him with a smile and approached with what appeared to be a colleague. As Tom and his companion sat beside him, Clarence rolled his eyes, stating, "Your persistence is truly a trait that may irk women." Tom's colleague couldn't help but chuckle, having grasped the true implication of Clarence's remark. To those unaware, it seemed as if Tom was the one being bothersome, but those in the know understood it as a suggestion for Tom to refrain from pursuing another's girlfriend. Clarence's comment successfully rendered Tom speechless, who, despite harboring his own thoughts, found it odd that his chance encounters with Clarence were now being portrayed as if he were stalking him. "Ahem, my colleague and I have a work assignment in France, which is why our paths crossed so fortuitously." Clarence raised an eyebrow. "Such a coincidence. You only just heard me mention my trip to France, and now you claim you also need to go there for work?" Even Tom's colleague wore an expression of astonishment at this revelation. As this business trip was not originally assigned to their group, it was perplexing how Lamart had taken the initiative to accept the task. Initially, one might have thought he was troubled by personal matters, seeking an opportunity to travel abroad for a brief respite. However, it now appeared that his motivations were far from straightforward. One wonders whether the lingering thoughts in Lamart's mind pertained to someone else's girlfriend or perhaps to his own concerns. Under the gaze of his companions, Lamart found himself in a somewhat awkward position. After all, when the call for a business trip to France had arisen, he had impulsively seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation, indicating that his intentions were indeed questionable. "I'll go buy some beverages. What would you all like?" he inquired. Clarence, in disbelief, retorted, "We're about to board, and you want to buy drinks?" As if on cue, the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal, intensifying Lamart's embarrassment. Meanwhile, his colleague was stifling laughter beside him. Once aboard, Clarence finally breathed a sigh of relief, for his seat was distinct from Lamart's group, and the cabin was relatively uncrowded with well-mannered passengers who would not incessantly scrutinize him. However, not long after the plane took off, as Clarence set aside his magazine, he noticed Lamart, his colleague, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. "Ah, we meet again," Clarence remarked. "If my memory serves me right, this is first class, correct?" "Indeed. I am aware we are in first class, but there has been an unexpected situation," Lamart replied, his smile contrasting with the intensity and seriousness in his eyes, tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Unexpected situation?" Clarence observed the grave demeanor of Lamart's colleague and the stranger trailing behind them. "Is this man not the aircraft security officer? Is something amiss on this flight? It seems that whenever I am in your company, unfortunate events tend to unfold," Clarence noted, casting a discreet glance at the stranger's waist. Lamart's smile vanished, and he spoke with gravity. "Though nothing has transpired yet, I suspect there may be an attempt at hijacking. However, to avoid alarming anyone prematurely, we have come to first class as a precaution." Upon hearing Lamart's words, Clarence leaned forward to glance toward the cockpit before asking, "So you fear that the hijackers may target this aircraft?" Lamart and his companions exchanged astonished looks, surprised that Clarence had deduced their intentions based on their presence in first class. "It is merely a precaution, after all. If anything were to happen to the cockpit or the captain, the lives of all aboard could be at stake." Lamart sighed. Clarence, taken aback, countered, "There are 3 of you, and the security officer is armed. If you suspect someone, why not subdue the potential threat immediately? Or is it that the number of assailants is too great, or you have not yet ascertained their exact numbers?" Upon hearing Clarence's analysis, the expressions on the faces of Raymat and his colleagues turned somewhat awkward. It was Raymat's colleague who, with a sense of resignation, elucidated the situation, allowing Clarence to grasp the gravity of the matter. His 2 analytical conjectures had proven entirely accurate. The number of assailants, although yet to be fully ascertained, undoubtedly exceeded 5 individuals. Most crucially, the presence of weapons in their possession was undeniable. While it remained a mystery how these weapons had made it aboard the aircraft, the firepower wielded by the assailants far surpassed the meager equipment in the hands of the security personnel. This precarious situation left Raymat, his colleague, and the security officer paralyzed with fear, reluctant to act for fear of provoking the assailants and escalating the situation to its most dire consequences. Their only recourse was to preemptively secure the first-class cabin, hoping to thwart any attempt by the hijackers to seize control of the aircraft. Although this course of action would not remedy the dire circumstances, it was certainly preferable to the prospect of the captain falling into the hands of the criminals. "Are you then abandoning the passengers in the rear?" Raymat sighed. "The reality is that we can no longer attend to those passengers," he replied. Clarence surmised the intent behind Raymat and his colleagues' actions. They aimed to intercept the assailants in the first-class section, preventing them from gaining control of the captain, thereby preserving a chance for a safe landing. However, Clarence harbored doubts about this approach, given that the aircraft had only recently taken off. How long could they realistically hold off the attackers? As if to confirm his apprehensions, a cacophony of panic erupted from the back, unmistakably signaling that the assailants had commenced their assault. Upon hearing this, Raymat instinctively inhaled sharply. The audacity of the hijackers to open fire aboard the plane was staggering. Did they not fear the catastrophic consequences of damaging the aircraft, which would spell doom for all on board? Moreover, what was the status of his colleague? Hadn't he been instructed to maintain control of the situation and prevent any disturbances that might alert the assailants? Raymat's colleague, the middle-aged investigator, directed his inquiry toward the security officer. Even if my colleague strives to maintain control, it is impossible to thwart the assailants' actions, the security officer lamented, his tone laden with despair, for the assailants had already initiated their assault, and the likely target of their fire was none other than his own colleague. In truth, the security officer left behind had endeavored valiantly to manage the situation, but with the assailants now engaged, what more could he do? He had even heroically stepped forward to thwart the hijackers from taking hostages, only to meet a tragic end. Upon hearing the commotion, Clarence turned to Raymat and his two companions, asking, "What shall we do now?" The three fell into a heavy silence, for they had no viable options. The number of assailants was already greater than their own, and even with the unexpected assistance of two investigators, they were still outnumbered. Moreover, the adversaries were armed with a substantial arsenal, rendering it impossible for them to be thwarted or subdued. Thus, what options remained? After a moment of silence, the security officer spoke up. "Our only course of action now is to contact the captain and devise a strategy for a swift descent to the ground. Our sole responsibility is to impede the assailants in the first-class cabin." Having concluded his statement, the security officer entrusted his weapon to the middle-aged detective, who, given his age, likely possessed considerable experience and knowledge of how to operate the firearm without endangering the aircraft. Meanwhile, he made his way outside the captain's quarters to communicate with the captain. Clarence observed as Raymat and his colleague concealed themselves in the first-class cabin, letting out a resigned sigh as a wand unexpectedly materialized in his hand. It seemed he was prepared to take action. He could no longer afford to heed confidentiality protocols. Should the assailants persist, the aircraft would undoubtedly plummet. While he himself might escape unscathed, the passengers stood little chance of survival. Even though revealing his identity as a wizard was a risk, he could always erase the memories of the passengers afterward. If that proved insufficient, he could reach out to the Ministry of Magic in France to dispatch orders for assistance. After all, this was an unforeseen circumstance necessitating the use of magic, and with his formidable powers, the French ministry would likely refrain from complicating matters for him. As Clarence prepared to exit the first-class cabin, Raymat, though uncertain of his intentions, hurried to intervene. "What are you doing? Are you trying to volunteer as a hostage?" Clarence rolled his eyes and retorted, "If I don't go out there, how many do you think will survive? Don't tell me those assailants are targeting you." Raymat exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. His misunderstanding was understandable, as Clarence's words were indeed misleading. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly be their target? Rather, I possess the ability to stop them, so step aside and do not hinder me." With that, he pushed Raymat aside. "Don't jest at a time like this." Raymat attempted to restrain Clarence once more, as he and his colleague could scarcely fathom how Clarence could thwart the assailants. However, as Raymat reached out again, a shimmering barrier emanating a soft white light materialized before him, preventing any further action. This ethereal shield not only left Raymat questioning the very nature of existence, but even his colleague gaped in disbelief at Clarence. Clarence, however, had no time to concern himself with them. He departed the first-class cabin and proceeded toward the now eerily quiet economy class. The silence suggested that the passengers had been thoroughly subdued by the assailants. Upon entering the economy cabin, he indeed discovered approximately a dozen hijackers had taken control of the passengers. The sight of someone daring to approach elicited surprise among the assailants, who instinctively leveled their weapons at Clarence. As the robbers were momentarily mesmerized by Clarence's striking appearance, they found themselves ensnared by a collective petrification spell, rendering them entirely immobile. Upon witnessing that over a dozen robbers in the economy class had succumbed to this curse, Clarence turned to his companions, Raymat and his colleague, and urged, "What are you still dawdling for? Quickly disarm the robbers." Gritting his teeth, he rushed forth to disarm the nearest robber. However, Raymat soon discovered that he was utterly unable to extract the weapon from the robber's grasp, as the hand seemed to have transformed into stone, tightly clutching the firearm. Before long, the middle-aged investigator found himself in a similar predicament, halting his actions and casting a glance at Clarence, mirroring Raymat's confusion. "What are you looking at me for? They are already petrified. Simply strike the weapons off as if they were stone, without concern for the robber's physical integrity." Despite Clarence's reassurances, both Remate and the investigator hesitated, fearing that a mere tap might shatter the robbers as if they were made of stone. How long can your power maintain this petrified state? Remate inquired, unable to proceed. He hoped that if Clarence's spell could last until the plane landed and the passengers disembarked, it would be ideal. Clarence rolled his eyes, dismissing the inquiry. And with a flourish of his wand, he caused the robbers' weapons to levitate, still clinging to their hands, as though forcibly wrenched away. This spectacle sent shivers down Remate and his colleagues' spines, and even the hostages could not help but gasp in astonishment. This gasp, however, sparked unforeseen consequences. It turned out that not all robbers were present. One, presumably the leader, had ventured into the luggage compartment. Fortunately, upon noticing the intruder's sudden approach, Clarence swiftly cast several defensive spells, safeguarding not only himself and his companions, but also the group of passengers. Thus, when the robber fired, no one was harmed. Before Clarence could subdue the assailant, he acted with reckless abandon, aiming at the airplane's window in a frenzied attempt to take everyone down with him. Having realized that his weapon was ineffective against Clarence and the others. Fortunately, Clarence was quick to respond, casting a defensive spell just in time. After successfully thwarting the robber's suicidal intent to breach the window, he wasted no time and cast another spell upon the assailant. In the blink of an eye, the robber was transformed into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only a scattering of weapons behind. Once all the robbers had been dealt with, Clarence turned to a nearby passenger and asked, "Where are the individuals who were injured by the robbers before I arrived?" The trembling passenger pointed in a certain direction, his lips moving, yet fear rendered him mute. Clarence disregarded the passenger's reactions and strode purposefully toward the indicated spot. Soon, he discovered the individuals previously wounded by the assailants. It turned out that there were not just one, but two victims. One had sustained a fatal injury, having been struck in a vital area, and was already devoid of breath. The other, wounded in the abdomen, lay in a pool of blood, and without immediate medical intervention, he too would soon succumb to death. Were it not for Clarence's mastery of healing magic, this unfortunate soul would have been left in despair, awaiting the inevitable end. Crouching down, he cast a spell upon the injured man, and swiftly the wound on his abdomen began to mend, even expelling the embedded projectile. However, despite the healing, the man's complexion remained a ghastly pale, which was hardly surprising given the substantial blood loss. Clarence's magic merely closed the wound without replenishing the lost blood. He then employed another form of healing magic, and shortly thereafter, the man's color returned to a more vibrant hue. Once revived, the injured man tentatively touched his abdomen, seemingly in disbelief, as if to confirm he was not hallucinating. After tending to this individual, Clarence turned his attention to the lifeless body of another passenger. He had sensed something amiss with this victim, who appeared to be merely another traveler based on her attire. In the past, particularly before his acquaintance with Lena, he would have failed to notice any irregularities with the corpse before him. However, having witnessed Lena's transformation into a vampire, he was now acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding this passenger's remains. As Clarence intently examined the obviously deceased individual, his companions, Remate and a middle-aged investigator, presumed he was searching for signs of life. With a resigned sigh, Remate attempted to reassure him, stating, "There's no need for further examination. It has been quite some time, and given the fatal nature of her injuries, she is undoubtedly deceased." Yet, Clarence, as a healer, discerned that while she was indeed dead, her body exhibited troubling signs, as if she had been bitten by a vampire, placing her in a state of transformation that would soon culminate. Before he could finish his thought, the deceased passenger's body exhibited an alarming response. Without hesitation, he brandished his wand once more, conjuring a chain thick as a man's arm, binding the corpse tightly. Indeed, the reactions of the passenger escalated, her previously normal form beginning to undergo a disturbing transformation. Observing these changes, which increasingly resembled the traits of a vampire, Remate and his colleague instinctively took a step back, while the middle-aged investigator aimed his weapon at the creature before them. As a troubling situation unfolded, Clarence disregarded the middle-aged investigator's reaction and turned to Remate, commanding, "Fetch some food." Without waiting for an inquiry, Clarence elucidated. "She has undergone transformation while in a state of death, thus requiring copious amounts of blood to regain her sanity. Otherwise, she risks becoming a bloodthirsty monster. While I am yet uncertain of the specific type of vampire she has become, the general condition remains the same. In such a state, all varieties of vampires necessitate substantial blood intake." Remate, perplexed, asked, "Should I procure blood for you, or food?" "Food, of course. Where would I find such an abundance of blood? From the passengers? Should you dare to do so, I wonder if they would not file a complaint against you. But you mentioned she requires blood. Why then must I seek food?" Remate still appeared confused. "Needless to say, I am a wizard, and I possess the ability to transmute ordinary food into sustenance akin to blood for her. Once fed, additional blood will be rendered unnecessary." Upon hearing Clarence's explanation, Remate, no longer hesitant, swiftly set off to find food. The middle-aged investigator, curious, inquired, "So, you are indeed a wizard, akin to those in fairy tales? And this individual is a vampire from legend. Does that imply the existence of werewolves as well? You also claim to be a healer, suggesting that wizards like yourselves have their own civilizations and nations?" This middle-aged investigator displayed remarkable insight, piecing together the broader context of wizards and the magical realm from the scant information available. Thus, even if I refrain from erasing your memories, the Aura division of the French Ministry of Magic will inevitably do so. If memories are not erased, and you choose to disseminate such information, your government will find it exceedingly difficult to manage, leading to the grim possibility of your untimely demise. In comparison to death, merely erasing a few memories is a rather merciful outcome. Clarence's revelations illuminated the fact that not only do wizards exist, but their numbers are likely substantial, and they may even possess their own law enforcement or military. Most significantly, these wizards appear to maintain connections with the governments of ordinary people. Clarence first cast a culinary enchantment upon the food, then used his magical abilities to feed the newly transformed vampire. After providing her with the entirety of the meal, she gradually regained her sanity, returning to a state of normalcy. Observing the now rational female vampire, Clarence began to inquire about her circumstances. Through her narrative, they learned that her name was Nadia, and she had a son aboard the same aircraft. She had been slain by the robbers while attempting to protect him. Regrettably, after the demise of her physical form, she could no longer contain the insidious invasion of the vampiric virus, leading to her complete transformation into a vampire. As for the origin of the virus within her, she had been living a normal life with her son when an unhinged assailant struck unexpectedly, resulting in Nadia being bitten during that harrowing encounter. Subsequently, despite her attempts to control the virus through various medications, she had heard whispers of someone capable of curing her condition and decided to embark on a journey with her son, boarding a plane in search of this individual. However, fate had other plans, as they encountered hijackers. Upon hearing Nadia's account, Clarence, disregarding the reactions of Remate and the others, let out a heavy sigh, remarking, "The fact that you have a son complicates matters considerably. You have fully transformed into a vampire and can no longer exist in the realm of ordinary people. Is there anyone among your relatives or friends who can care for your son?" Observing Nadia's bitter expression as she shook her head, Clarence continued with a furrowed brow. "Your situation is indeed challenging. I fear we must notify the French Ministry of Magic to find a solution, but your son is merely an ordinary human." Nadia, her face contorted in distress, inquired, "What will happen to my child? How will this so-called Ministry of Magic treat him?" As a wizard from Britain, I cannot speak for the forthcoming French Ministry of Magic and how they will handle your predicament. However, all magical governments are obliged to adhere to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, so I surmise that the French Ministry will act similarly to that of Britain. They will likely erase your child's memory and place him in an orphanage. An orphanage? Nadia exclaimed in alarm. "No, absolutely not. My son cannot go to an orphanage." Though Clarence anticipated her disagreement, he was taken aback by the intensity of her reaction. Upon reflection, it was not surprising, after all. He himself had grown up in an orphanage. Although he had been fortunate to escape the more egregious issues prevalent in such institutions, that was merely an exception. The majority of orphanages, unfortunately, harbored conditions that were difficult to articulate, and it was no wonder Nadia reacted so vehemently. Few would willingly consign their own flesh and blood to an orphanage. What do you propose to do then? Once the thirst for blood takes hold, you may find it impossible to maintain your sanity, even if you possess the fortitude to refrain from harming your child. Can you guarantee that you will not endanger other ordinary individuals? Furthermore, my use of magic aboard the plane has likely been detected by the French Ministry of Magic. Once we land, Aurors will undoubtedly be awaiting us. At that point, they will not consider your wishes, but will enforce the law with unwavering resolve. Fearing that Nadia might not comprehend the nature of an Auror, Clarence took the time to elucidate. Aurors are akin to law enforcement officers in the realm of ordinary mortals. Indeed, as Clarence had mentioned, their aircraft had just landed when several Aurors suddenly materialized within the cabin, wands drawn and poised to unleash spells at the slightest hint of trouble. The head Auror, having assessed the surroundings, turned his gaze toward Clarence, for among the assembled crowd, only he wielded a wand, unmistakably identifying him as a wizard. It appeared that the magical disturbances detected by the Ministry of Magic prior were indeed a consequence of his spellcasting. However, given the circumstances, it seemed that an unforeseen event had compelled him to resort to magic for self-preservation. After a series of inquiries, it became clear that an unexpected crisis had indeed arisen, forcing the wizard to act. Furthermore, upon observing the female vampire bound tightly in chains, the head Auror sighed, remarking that while her plight was indeed pitiable, Sir Stuart should also understand that her child was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any magical power. Thus, according to the laws of our Ministry of Magic, his statement remained unvoiced, Yet all present could surmise the implications of his forthcoming words, as Clarence had previously articulated how Aurors would handle such situations. Witnessing Nadia, despite her chains, struggle fiercely and plead desperately, Clarence turned once more to the head Auror and inquired, "Is there truly no other recourse?" The Auror clicked his tongue. He had initially intended to remain taciturn, as such situations typically demanded enforcement without further discourse. However, faced with a sorcerer of Clarence's formidable caliber, even the head Auror felt compelled to show respect. There are alternatives, he conceded, but only if an adult wizard is willing to adopt her child. Yet Clarence found himself at an impasse. He had no acquaintances in France or Hans with whom he was familiar. His gaze shifted back to Nadia. Might she be able to adopt her child in her own right? The head Auror pondered before responding. This lady is a vampire, and her kind possesses their own laws and regulations, which the ministry does not govern. The implication of this statement was clear, due to Nadia's vampiric identity. She lacked the necessary qualifications for adoption. Thus, if they wished to prevent her child from having their memories erased, they would need to seek out the vampire who transformed Nadia, or her clan, to address the matter. The head Auror nodded in affirmation, adding that the ministry would also require proof from her clan that the child would not pose a risk of revealing secrets. Clarence felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that this complication made matters even more challenging. For Nadia had been transformed only after an unfortunate encounter with a vampire, who had since been vanquished. How can one trace the lineage behind this matter? Should the proud Auror captain before us come to learn of it, he would undoubtedly question why the opposing faction would assault ordinary citizens. The crux of the issue lies in the fact that Nadia has directly eliminated the vampire that attacked them. This is the most troublesome aspect. For regardless of the reasons behind the attack on innocents, it is imperative to note that, externally, particularly within the magical community, the vampire clan remains remarkably united. This implies that the vampires Nadia transformed have not yet retaliated against her, likely due to their ignorance of the situation. However, once they discover that she has slain a member of their own kind, it would be a far cry from aiding her son. They might very well seek to extinguish both mother and child. Thus, this predicament not only precludes any possibility of seeking assistance from the opposing faction, but also necessitates complete discretion, as exposure would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. If it were merely a temporary permit, there would be no issue. Additionally, I must request that you keep a close watch on this lady. Should she attack a wizard or an ordinary person within our borders, then Clarence, understanding the implication before the Auror captain could finish, assured him, "Rest assured. The culinary magic paper I previously published, which you may have heard of, was specifically developed for a vampire friend of mine. Under the premise of this magic, Nadia need not even draw blood. However, due to his profession, he had not paid much heed to this magic, only occasionally hearing colleagues mention it in passing. He had not anticipated that the developer of this magic would be Clarence. While my knowledge of that magic is limited, your confidence in it compels me to believe. Nevertheless, the temporary permit and the oversight regarding this lady must still be processed through the Ministry of Magic. Very well, I shall escort them to the Ministry of Magic, where I can also finalize my entry procedures." Upon concluding his statement, Clarence dispelled the transfiguration spell on Nadia and summoned her son, Elias. Just as he was about to perform apparition with the mother and son, he recalled that Raymat and his colleague were present, prompting him to halt the spell. He then addressed the Auror captain. "By the way, these two are law enforcers from the ordinary world, and their rank is not insignificant. They possess a certain level of clearance. Therefore, there is no need to erase their memories, and I wish to take them with me to the Ministry of Magic." With that, Clarence gestured for the two to present their credentials for inspection, to avoid memory erasure. Raymat and the middle-aged investigator promptly retrieved their identification and submitted it to the Auror captain for verification. However, the captain merely glanced at them before returning the documents, adding, "While it is true that law enforcers from the ordinary world possess some degree of authority, it is but a modicum. I implore you to exercise caution, as certain confidential matters are beyond their purview." Upon hearing the other's words, Clarence immediately grasped that they had discerned the situation regarding Riamert and his companion. In essence, although the two were law enforcement personnel in the realm of ordinary mortals, their rank did not quite ascend to the level of knowledge Clarence had implied. Nonetheless, one must consider that the individual speaking was Clarence himself. His reputation would compel respect from the other party. Moreover, given that the two were indeed law enforcement officers, it was plausible that while they lacked the right to know, their superiors might possess at least a modicum of awareness regarding the magical world. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that internal measures would be taken to ensure discretion, alleviating any concerns the Ministry of Magic might harbor. This was also the primary reason the Auror captain was inclined to show deference and engage in amiable discourse. Had Riamert and his companion not held any semblance of authority, even Clarence's influence would necessitate the erasure of their memories, for their livelihoods were contingent upon the Ministry of Magic, not upon Clarence himself. After escorting Nadia and Riamert's group through a concealed passageway and out of the airport, Clarence finally exhaled in relief. This is precisely why I am loath to engage with law enforcement personnel like you. It is far too cumbersome. Upon hearing Clarence's complaint, the middle-aged investigator chuckled, yet chose to remain silent. Riamert, on the other hand, wore an expression of hesitation, seemingly burdened with numerous questions but unsure of how to articulate them. Observing his demeanor, Clarence coldly remarked, as the Auror captain mentioned earlier, knowing too much may not bode well for you. After all, the magical realm is fraught with peril, akin to the criminals that exist in your world. Imagine the fate that would befall you should dark wizards discover the secrets stored within your minds. Furthermore, Lena's transformation into a vampire had indeed occurred, which was why I remarked that you had arrived a moment too late. At that juncture, you were already entrenched in two entirely disparate worlds. Thus, I advise you to resign yourself to this reality. Following this brief elucidation, Clarence fell silent, leading them to a hotel near the airport to rest for the night, before proceeding to the French Ministry of Magic the following day to complete the necessary formalities. Once they entered the elevator, Riamert curiously inquired, "Are we not supposed to go to the Ministry of Magic? Why are we stopping at a hotel? Do you consider securing a temporary permit and overseeing Nadia and my entry as trivial matters? Or do you believe the ministry operates round the clock?" Riamert pondered for a moment before expressing his peculiar sentiment that the magical world bore striking similarities to their own, save for the existence of magic itself. Clarence elucidated that there was not much difference after all, as they were all human. It was merely that wizards possessed magical power within them, enabling them to cast spells, while the rest remained unchanged and were equally susceptible to death. If caught off guard, one could indeed perish from a single blow. Upon seeing Clarence, the individual immediately rose from their seat and approached them briskly, only slowing down as they drew nearer. "Good day, Lord Stewart. I am the Transfiguration Professor from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, sent by the headmaster to invite you to Beauxbatons for a visit and exchange of ideas. Additionally, the esteemed alchemist has requested me to convey to you that should you have the time, you are welcome to visit his home for mutual discourse." Upon hearing these words, Clarence wore a look of astonishment and inquired, "You at Beauxbatons are remarkably well informed. I only landed yesterday, and yet you are already aware. Furthermore, is the alchemist you mentioned none other than Nicholas Flamel?" The elderly wizard nodded and smiled. "Indeed, sir, that master is an honorary alumnus of Beauxbatons, and we have maintained correspondence. Not to mention, like Hogwarts and Durmstrang, Beauxbatons stands as one of the few magical institutions in the world, having educated countless students. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for us to be well informed. The distinction lies in whether one is willing to inquire. Even if Beauxbatons does not concern itself with your arrival in France, the fact that Nicholas Flamel has spoken necessitates that we take it seriously. As for how Master Flamel learned of your arrival in France, it is due to his expertise not only in alchemy, but also in potions and divination. He likely foresaw your coming through divination. If it is indeed Master Flamel, I would be more than willing to visit his home for an exchange. Given the connection between Beauxbatons and Master Flamel, such a visit seems entirely appropriate. Beauxbatons will always welcome you. Then I shall take my leave." With that, the elderly wizard gracefully bid farewell. "Moreover, I advise you to be discreet with certain matters. It is best not to divulge even to family. For merely knowing of the existence of the magical world and wizards could invite trouble. Rest assured, we comprehend the gravity of the situation, and I will keep a close watch on Remy," the middle-aged investigator assured. "I fear not the dangers posed by ordinary folk. Yet your wizard's magic. Remy is no fool, surely understands the inherent risks, especially without any means to counteract wizardry." Clarence's arrival was met with fervent enthusiasm from the headmaster and professors, and even some distinguished students awaited at the school gates to welcome him. Beauxbatons' warmth made Clarence feel somewhat embarrassed to merely sit for a moment before taking his leave. For, in comparison to the invitation from Beauxbatons, Master Flamel's invitation held greater significance. However, he did not anticipate the headmaster, professors, and students' earnest reception, which made him reluctant to leave so soon. After exchanging pleasantries with the principal and several professors, the group suggested that Clarence and Nadia, along with her son, proceed to their designated accommodation at the school to rest. They could certainly engage in conversation after they had settled in. At the very least, Nadia needed to put down her luggage, as the two made their way to the school to arrange for their lodgings. Clarence quickly unpacked his belongings with the aid of magic, as he had very few items. He then proceeded to Nadia's room to discuss their future arrangements. It was evident that taking them along on his global travels was not feasible, especially considering the challenges posed by her son. After knocking on the door and receiving permission, Clarence entered to find Nadia organizing their luggage. Without offering assistance through magic, he directly addressed the plans for their future. "Nadia, you must understand my situation. It is impossible for me to take you both with me on my travels. Therefore, I intend to send you to England after leaving France. I have numerous contacts there. which will facilitate arrangements for both you and your son. As for your son, Elias, since he is an ordinary human, I plan to place him in the human world. Regrettably, you may not be able to accompany him as you once did, but I will arrange for a caretaker to look after him. Nadia's expression turned sorrowful as she contemplated the prospect of not being able to remain by her son's side or even see him again. Yet, what more could she do? Achieving the current outcome had already required her to plead desperately to Clarence. Otherwise, her son might have been sent to an orphanage. Thus, what further desires could she entertain? This outcome was, in fact, quite favorable. However, Clarence regarded Nadia with a perplexed expression. What are you imagining? When did I ever say you could not see each other? What I meant is that due to your identity as a vampire, you can no longer live in the human world. You must reside within the magical realm. You will need to earn a living there since the currency in the magical world differs from that of ordinary people. Without funds, even a vampire could perish from hunger, so you will need to work to sustain yourself. Moreover, as you are just beginning to navigate the magical world, you will need to invest considerable effort in understanding it, leaving you with little time to spend with your child. Indeed, Clarence pondered for a moment before adding, you might consider it as though your job requires frequent travel, making it impossible to be with your child constantly, necessitating the hiring of a nanny. I believe such arrangements exist in your human world as well. Nadia nodded in surprise, acknowledging the existence of numerous such families. That is reassuring, she said. You need not worry about your son's education. I will ensure he is well taken care of. However, it is imperative that you teach him the laws of the magical realm, particularly those pertaining to confidentiality. Ignorance of the law will not be excused by the Ministry of Magic. Penalties will be enforced without leniency. On their first day at Beauxbatons, Clarence, Nadia, and her son were guided on a brief tour by an exemplary student, followed by an exchange with the headmaster and several professors, culminating in a sumptuous dinner before they retired for the night. Nadia, you are aware of my purpose for coming to France, but I did not anticipate a change in plans. I received an invitation from the esteemed alchemist, Nicholas Flamel, which prompted my intention to visit him directly. However, as the invitation was relayed through Beauxbatons, I felt obliged to make an appearance. I certainly did not expect such a warm welcome from the school, and I could not simply leave after a brief conversation. Clarence elaborated to Nadia, hoping to convey that their stay at Beauxbatons would be brief, likely no more than 3 or 4 days before they departed for another destination. He wanted her to be prepared in advance, to avoid any fluster that could lead to mistakes. After nodding in understanding, Nadia curiously inquired about the subject matter Clarence intended to teach. The usual curriculum is well addressed by the professors here, so my lectures must delve into topics beyond standard coursework, subjects of significant value. After much contemplation, I have concluded that discussing alchemy would be most fitting, particularly given Flamel's deep ties to Beauxbatons and their ongoing correspondence. Nadia, intrigued, asked, who is this Nicholas Flamel? I have heard his name several times since leaving the Ministry of Magic, but I do not grasp his significance. Perhaps he is a notable figure in the magical community? Clarence provided a brief explanation regarding Flamel, noting that he holds considerable renown even in the mundane world, albeit within certain niche circles. As a former ordinary citizen of Hans, Nadia may not have encountered his name before. However, she might have heard of the Philosopher's Stone or the Elixir of Life, tales of magic that have permeated folklore. Indeed, upon hearing about the Elixir of Life and the Philosopher's Stone, Nadia instantly recognized the stature of Nicholas Flamel, especially upon realizing that both the stone and Flamel himself are, in fact, real. The following day, after breakfast, Clarence approached the headmaster of Beauxbatons to express his intention to conduct a series of lectures on the fundamentals of alchemy within the school premises. Naturally, the headmaster was most agreeable to this proposal. Had it not been for her hesitation to broach the subject, she might have mentioned it the previous day. As Headmaster Maxim joyfully set about making arrangements, she did not overlook the opportunity to have a distinguished student accompany Clarence to the large classroom, allowing him to familiarize himself with the environment. On their way to the classroom, the inquisitive female student inquired about the content of Clarence's lectures. Since the subject matter was not a closely guarded secret, Clarence openly shared his intended topics. If one were to consider whether the lower grade students at Beauxbatons could comprehend the material, it was evident that any discussion of advanced concepts would be unnecessary. After all, the professors at the school were more than capable of imparting such foundational knowledge. The student reflected on this, realizing the truth in Clarence's assertion. If the lectures had to accommodate the understanding of younger students, then advanced topics would be off the table. Thus, it became clear that the intended audience was indeed the upper grade students. However, the school had its own curriculum, encompassing all grades, including those of higher years. Therefore, if Clarence wished to lecture, the content would need to diverge from the courses already offered at the institution. After much consideration, it seemed that discussing the basics of alchemy would be the most fitting choice. Nonetheless, alchemy was notoriously difficult to grasp, and its mastery was even more elusive. The student, While understanding Clarence's intentions, harbored doubts about the student's ability to grasp even the foundational aspects of the subject matter. It was a rare occasion for such a prominent figure as Clarence to visit the school and offer lectures, only to face the potential disappointment of students not fully comprehending the material due to its complexity. Sensing the student's disheartened expression, Clarence surmised her thoughts. She likely considered the depth of alchemical knowledge too profound for students still in their formative years. With such a significant opportunity at hand, the prospect of missing out on valuable learning due to the intricacies of the subject was understandably disheartening. After deducing the student's sentiments, Clarence reassured her, "The content I will present will undoubtedly differ from what you have encountered before. If you have the time, I encourage you to attend. There will certainly be insights to gain, though the extent of your enrichment will ultimately depend on your own engagement." As it stood, there was no possibility of fitting in a lecture that morning. Clarence would have to wait until the afternoon, where he could dedicate the entirety of the afternoon, including the evening astronomy course, to his teachings. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon. After a brief respite, Clarence made his way to the grand classroom he had previously visited, settling into the chair at the lectern and retrieving the lesson plan he had crafted the night before for review. He sought to ascertain whether there were any omissions in his preparation. As he perused his notes, students gradually entered the classroom, promptly taking seats towards the front upon noticing Clarence at the podium. As more students arrived and the hour drew near, he lifted his gaze to observe the classroom, now filled to capacity, with the principal and several professors seated quietly at the rear, seemingly intent on attending his lecture. However, Clarence felt no trepidation. After all, he had encountered and personally experienced far grander spectacles, and there was no reason to feel nervous. From the outset of his lecture, Clarence delivered a wealth of substantive content. Although he was merely discussing the fundamentals of alchemy, had the topic been presented by another alchemist, it is likely that not only the students, but even some professors would struggle to comprehend the material. Yet, Clarence's presentation was remarkably accessible, enabling his audience to grasp and master the knowledge being imparted. The inherent complexity of alchemy, even at its most rudimentary level, stems from the multitude of disciplines it encompasses. To embark on the study of alchemy, one must first acquire and master knowledge from various related fields. This requirement has barred countless wizards from even stepping onto the first rung of the ladder, underscoring the formidable challenges posed by alchemy. Nevertheless, the clarity with which Clarence conveyed his lecture was such that even some lower-year students could manage to comprehend the material, all thanks to the efficacy of his skills. The system, reflecting his proficiency in alchemical arts, provided an exceptionally comprehensive understanding, particularly in foundational aspects. It could be said that even Nicol LeMay would hesitate to claim superiority over Clarence in the basics of alchemy. Coupled with his natural teacher skill, he was able to facilitate a more profound understanding for the students in attendance. By the conclusion of the class, not only the students, but also the principal and professors seated at the back had gained significant insights. This prompted Principal Maxim, who had felt somewhat embarrassed and hesitant prior to the lecture, to solidify his resolve after witnessing Clarence's teaching. He decided to bestow upon Clarence the titles of Honorary Alumnus and Honorary Visiting Professor of their institution. The title of Honorary Alumnus, while a pleasant distinction, carried little weight, particularly beyond the borders of France in the international arena. However, the title of Honorary Visiting Professor was altogether different. Indeed, Beauxbatons has a system for visiting professors, but attaining such a position is no trivial matter. The requirements are exceedingly stringent. Even renowned scholars of a certain caliber are often deemed unqualified to assume the title of visiting professor. However, the honorary visiting professor role diverges significantly. Not only does it provide a basic salary from the institution, but it also offers substantial remuneration for each lecture, along with the privilege of not having to fulfill certain responsibilities typically associated with the position. In simpler terms, it is a role that allows one to receive compensation without the burden of obligations. In the annals of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, only Nicolami has previously held this prestigious honorary title, a position he relinquished due to exceptional circumstances. Now, the headmaster intends to bestow this honor upon Clarence, thereby making him the second honorary visiting professor in the Academy's illustrious history. The value of this title is indeed more significant than that of many internationally renowned professors. Clarence will personally guide students through the intricate process of crafting a fundamental alchemical item. This item is deemed foundational not only for its singular efficacy and ease of creation, but also due to the profound technical knowledge it entails. The techniques involved are steeped in advanced alchemical principles and represent a considerable threshold of expertise. This particular creation is non-existent in the global magical community. Rather, it is a compilation of the foundational alchemical knowledge Clarence has synthesized through system feedback. While Nicolami may possess the capability to distill his lifelong experiences in alchemy into a similar compilation, it is likely that the efficacy and impact of his version would not rival that of Clarence's. Furthermore, It is worth noting that Nicolami has yet to even conceive the idea of summarizing such basic techniques, and even if he entertained such thoughts, accomplishing it would not be feasible in the short term. As for Beauxbaton's enthusiastic reception of Clarence, the notion that he would selflessly share this invaluable knowledge with the students is rather exaggerated. He does not possess such magnanimity. The foundational techniques are not simply about mastery. Clarence teaches only a fraction of this knowledge, and even if shared with Beauxbatons, it would merely enhance their foundational understanding of alchemy to a modest degree. In reality, this enhancement is minimal, and to fully capitalize on it, the Academy would need to engage a master alchemist for personal guidance. Even if Beauxbatons were to find a highly skilled alchemist to provide instruction, it is uncertain whether they could fully realize the potential of this foundational knowledge. After all, such an individual would not possess the comprehensive familiarity with alchemical fundamentals that Clarence does, nor would they match Nicolami's extraordinary prowess. Consequently, without achieving this level of expertise, it would be impossible to fully unleash the capabilities of these basic techniques. Certainly, should Beauxbatons be so fortunate as to encounter an individual of exceptional prowess in the realm of alchemy, it is conceivable that they may not even find use for Clarence's particular techniques. In summary, this artifact may be regarded as invaluable by the headmaster and professors of Beauxbatons. Unbeknownst to Clarence, the seemingly trivial trinkets he casually discards have, in fact, compelled Beauxbatons to establish a dedicated alchemy course based on this fundamental knowledge. This initiative has propelled the school's international ranking and influence to unprecedented heights, inciting envy among other magical institutions. Particularly, Hogwarts, Clarence's alma mater, must feel a tinge of jealousy. Having received none of his foundational alchemical techniques, which instead benefited the French Beauxbatons. Similarly, Durmstrang, which had also interacted with Clarence during his global travels, regrets their headmaster's failure to extract such precious knowledge from him. Nevertheless, these are matters for another time and need not be elaborated upon. After Clarence concluded his 2 lectures that afternoon, the faculty and students of Beauxbatons found it difficult to part from the grand classroom. They understood the immense value of the knowledge he imparted and recognized the rarity of the opportunity they had encountered. Hence their reluctance to see the lectures come to an end. However, given that Clarence was not one of their professors but rather an esteemed guest, they felt it inappropriate to insist upon him to continue lecturing. Fortunately, it appeared that he would remain at the school for a day or 2 longer, allowing for further opportunities to engage with his teachings. In truth, the students were unaware of the considerable efforts the school and the headmaster had undertaken to persuade Clarence to conduct 2 additional lectures over the next couple of days. The second lecture delved into more advanced aspects of foundational alchemical knowledge, while the third was entirely dedicated to the personal insights of Clarence. What were these insights? You may ask. They encompassed the foundational theories and principles of the elemental magic system. Indeed, Clarence openly shared the theoretical underpinnings of the elemental magic system he had been researching alongside scholars at Beauxbatons. Although the students did not fully grasp the significance of this knowledge, and even some professors failed to recognize its value, the headmaster Maxim and a select few scholarly professors discerned its importance. Consequently, they not only took extensive notes, but diligently recorded every word Clarence spoke from beginning to end for future study and exploration. Principal Maxim and a select group of professors evidently recognized the profound significance that the arcane knowledge of elemental magic would bestow upon the school in the future. However, while they sensed some of its potential, they would ultimately come to realize that they had underestimated the formidable impact elemental magic would wield over the entire magical realm. After spending 5 days at Beauxbatons, Clarence and Nadia, accompanied by their son, bid farewell to the principal and the gathered professors and students, their figures gradually receding from sight until they vanished completely. The faculty and students felt a pang of reluctance, having discerned Clarence's exceptional talents and capabilities during their brief interaction. Notably, the knowledge imparted by Clarence transcended mere understanding. It was rendered in such an accessible manner that comprehension and mastery were expedited. In the magical community, while there are indeed many erudite individuals, few possess the rare ability to convey complex concepts as clearly and engagingly as Clarence does, enabling listeners to grasp intricate ideas with ease. It is not merely a matter of possessing extensive knowledge. One must also have the gift of making that knowledge accessible to students. Clarence exemplified this rare talent, marking him as exceptionally suited to the role of a professor. Coupled with his remarkable abilities and striking appearance, he was a captivating presence, even when silent, and naturally endeared himself to the students of Beauxbatons. Regrettably, he was neither a professor at the institution nor an alumnus. As the trio's silhouettes faded into the horizon, the faculty and students lingered at the entrance, reluctant to part ways. Some students whispered to one another, expressing their disappointment that Professor Clarence had not remained at Hogwarts, despite rumors of a disagreement with Headmaster Dumbledore that prompted his departure. They pondered why Principal Maxim had not succeeded in persuading him to stay. Indeed, She had contemplated the possibility of retaining Clarence as a faculty member and had even dreamt of him agreeing to teach at the school. However, upon waking, she realized it had merely been a dream. Maxim's aspirations were not solely confined to dreams. She had extended an invitation to Clarence, which regrettably was declined. Nevertheless, it was not a definitive rejection, as Clarence had indicated that he was currently on a journey around the globe and was uncertain about his timeline, suggesting he would consider a teaching position at Beauxbatons upon the completion of his travels. His refusal was not absolute. It stemmed from his genuine pursuit of furthering his own abilities and finding a path for personal growth during his travels. Yet he did not completely close off his options. After all, his initial aspiration was to become a professor, believing that this path would allow him to acquire simplified points more effectively. Despite having amassed a considerable number of simplified points through various papers and novels, he sensed that his current collection might soon prove insufficient as he advanced his abilities. In fact, if he were to abandon the development of elemental magic at this juncture, the simplified points he had gathered might not suffice, although he refrained from doing so. One might wonder why he did not pursue this avenue sooner, as it could ostensibly enhance his combat prowess. However, Clarence found himself at the pinnacle of his strength, capable of standing unwavering against formidable figures like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. Thus, there was little necessity to delve into the development of elemental magic at this time, especially since the marginal increase in combat capability did not pique his interest. More importantly, he sensed that the time was not right for a deeper exploration of elemental magic. He had an inkling that this very discipline was intrinsically linked to the elevation of his future power. If he was not mistaken, this magical system was pivotal for him to transcend certain limitations. Given this, one might question why he would postpone its development until he faced such obstacles in the future. Clarence himself was perplexed by this. Yet he felt that it had something to do with the essence of the elemental skills, the principles and authority governing the manipulation of elemental forces. This peculiar intuition compelled him to take it seriously, for a wizard's premonitions are often remarkably accurate, especially for someone like him, who had already transcended the mortal plane. Even if he could not fully comprehend it, he had to suppress the urge to expedite the development of elemental magic. Therefore, he would not overlook any opportunities or channels that could facilitate the efficient acquisition of simplified points. While it was certainly possible to seek out such options, there was a high probability of rejection, or he might find himself enduring a life akin to his school days, under Dumbledore's constant scrutiny. In times of weakness, one must bow beneath the eaves, but having surpassed Dumbledore's strength, he would not tolerate such indignities. Furthermore, the global magical community was not limited to Hogwarts alone. He could easily consider teaching at Durmstrang or Beauxbatons instead. Did he truly harbor any deep affection for Hogwarts? Perhaps to some extent, but once Dumbledore entered the picture, any positive sentiments had dissipated, leaving only negative emotions in their wake. This was precisely the reason he had not outright rejected Maxim, opting instead for a polite refusal, so as not to entirely close the door on future possibilities. After leaving Beauxbatons with Nadia and her son, Clarence proceeded to the address conveyed to him by Maxim. This address led to a safe house belonging to Nicolim in France. Clarence intended to visit their residence not only to engage in discussions about alchemy, but also to seek counsel regarding his own queries. Following the directions inscribed on the note, the trio soon arrived at a relatively open area. To their astonishment, the writing on the paper began to transform upon their arrival. Clarence, however, was unfazed by this peculiar occurrence, having previously discerned the enchantment affixed to the note. Observing the altered script, he scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted a uniquely shaped stone. Upon seeing the stone, Clarence glanced at the time, confirming it aligned with the note's content, and instructed Nadia and her son to approach it. Hold on tightly to Elias, and grasp my hand. Heeding his words, Nadia complied, and once she firmly grasped his outstretched arm, he extended his other hand to touch the stone. Instantly, the three experienced a disorienting sensation, while Nadia felt only mild discomfort. Both Elias and Clarence distinctly felt as if their navels were ensnared by a hook. When equilibrium was restored, they realized they were no longer in their previous location but had arrived in the courtyard of a villa. Among the three, only Elias was experiencing the disconcerting effects of the portkey for the first time, finding it rather unpleasant. As for Nadia, despite also being a novice, she was no ordinary individual but a vampire. Thus, the portkey's transport posed no significant impact on her. She was currently soothing her startled son, Elias. Clarence paid no heed to their reactions, understanding that such discomfort was merely a byproduct of first-time usage, and that subsequent experiences would yield greater acclimatization. His focus was entirely on the couple, Nicolim, who awaited them at the entrance of the house. The Nicolim couple, observing Clarence's complete immunity to the portkey's effects and his immediate attention directed toward them, felt a twinge of astonishment. They were astonished not only by Clarence's apparent resilience to the portkey's transfer, but also by the menacing magical aura he unconsciously exuded. While wizards could eventually adapt to the portkeys transport through repeated use, this adaptation did not equate to an absence of sensation. Discomfort would still linger, albeit to a lesser degree than during the initial experience. Yet, Clarence exhibited no signs of discomfort or maladaptation whatsoever. Even Dumbledore experiences a fleeting moment of disorientation when utilizing a portkey, yet Clarence displays no such issues, which vividly illustrates his extraordinary mastery of apparition magic. It is evident that his physical constitution is exceptionally suited for spatial translocation. Furthermore, it remains ambiguous whether Clarence's release of magical energy was intentional or inadvertent. Should it be deemed intentional, it would reflect a considerable breach of decorum, considering that he was invited as a guest to engage in scholarly discourse. To arrive and assert dominance in such a manner would indeed be discourteous. However, it seems that the release of magical energy was indeed a deliberate act. For Clarence does not perceive Nicodemus as merely an old man whose frail frame could be easily scattered by a gust of wind. Instead, he senses that this venerable figure possesses formidable power, potentially rivaling that of a Dark Lord, as evidenced by the magnitude of the magic emanating from him. Coupled with over 6 centuries of life experience, should a confrontation arise, the combat prowess exhibited could very well surpass that of Dumbledore. Of course, it is not to suggest that Nicodemus' physicality is a facade. Such an aspect cannot be feigned. Clarence has discerned nothing amiss regarding his opponent's physique, indicating its authenticity. However, this does not imply that his true strength mirrors his unassuming exterior. Should conflict ensue, the outcome remains uncertain. One must not forget that they are on Nicodemus' territory, a domain belonging to a master alchemist, which undoubtedly harbors defensive and offensive measures. Thus, engaging in combat here would not guarantee Clarence's victory. Nonetheless, Clarence's purpose in this visit is not to eliminate Nicodemus. He prefers to avoid confrontation if possible. Hence, he purposefully unleashed his magical energy upon arrival to convey the extent of his true capabilities, subtly advising Nicodemus to contemplate the consequences of any potential aggression. In reality, Nicodemus's invitation to Clarence harbors no malice. His intentions are quite straightforward, merely to exchange insights on alchemical knowledge and perhaps discuss his elemental magic system. Nicodemus harbors a keen interest in the elemental magic framework developed by Clarence and has even gleaned that a niche academic circle dedicated to this pursuit exists, with Clarence as its founder. Previously, Nicodemus had aspired to join this circle, yet he found himself unable to discern a path for entry. Although he had contemplated reaching out to Clarence, the unfamiliarity between them rendered such an overture precarious. A letter sent without prior acquaintance might well be disregarded, regardless of his own considerable renown. After all, Clarence's focus lies within the realm of elemental magic, a novel field distinct from alchemy, rendering Nicodemus's fame of little consequence in this particular context. Regardless of how long he lives, the truth remains unchanged. In the realm of newfound knowledge, all are but novice apprentices, irrespective of one's renown. Furthermore, the relationship between Nicholas Flamel and Albus Dumbledore is well known throughout the global magical community. Ironically, Dumbledore is at odds with Clarence, the founder of the elemental magic system. Thus, Flamel hesitates to send correspondence, fearing the ire of Clarence, which could leave no room for reconciliation. Although he has employed divination to make predictions, the outcomes have seldom been favorable. The current visit to France presents itself as the last opportunity revealed through his divination. Should this chance be lost, he and his wife may never experience the intricacies of the elemental magic system before their demise. Additionally, there lies a desire to extend assistance to Clarence, addressing some of his queries, as foreseen in Flamel's divination. However, this assistance would merely embellish rather than provide substantial support, whether or not Flamel intervenes. Clarence would ultimately uncover the answers he seeks, merely a question of time. Yet, for Flamel, this represents the final and most fitting opportunity, should he let it slip away. He may never again have a chance to forge such a connection. Moreover, through his divination, he glimpsed a future where Clarence not only masters the art of crafting the philosopher's stone, but also achieves the ability to produce it in quantity. Flamel understands that the existence of such a unique artifact is not necessarily beneficial in abundance. Rather, an increase in quantity could wreak havoc both within the magical community and the world of ordinary people. Given this foresight, Flamel wishes to use this opportunity to probe whether Clarence's mastery of stone creation stems from his inherent talent or from Flamel's own teachings. Should it be the latter, Flamel would abandon any thoughts of imparting such knowledge. Conversely, if Clarence's prowess in alchemy allows him to independently develop this skill, then Flamel would refrain from any interference. For Clarence possesses the capability to bring harm to both him and his wife. Although Flamel sensed upon their first meeting that the outcome predicted by his divination would remain unchanged, regardless of his involvement, he still yearns to make an earnest attempt to avert such a future from unfolding. Though both individuals contemplated extensively within their minds, reality unfolded in the blink of an eye, presenting a scene where they appeared to be scrutinizing one another. possibly momentarily dazed by the sudden arrival of Clarence and his companions. Nicolene was the first to extend a warm welcome to Clarence and his two companions. Clarence, donning a feigned smile, reciprocated with apparent enthusiasm, yet both Nicolene's wife and Nadia could sense the peculiar atmosphere that lingered between the two. Nadia, being quite young, was oblivious to the nuances, yet Nicolene's wife, only slightly older than Nadia, possessed a wealth of life experience and insight, immediately discerning the underlying tension. However, she was not one to voice her observations freely. Regardless of the circumstances, she staunchly supported her husband's choices. This unwavering support stemmed from her long life, one that had reached a point where she could greet the arrival of death with serenity. If she could face death with such composure, how could she concern herself with the consequences of her husband's decisions? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Nicolene, she was ushered inside, while Perinal, Nicolene's wife, guided Nadia and her son to their prearranged room to settle their belongings. Nicolene's divination had foretold that Clarence and his companions would reside in their home until early the following year. Thus, even prior to Clarence's arrival in France, Perinal had prepared 2 guest rooms, allowing Nadia and her companions to effortlessly move in with their luggage. This left Clarence and Nicolene in the living room, engaged in casual conversation on the sofa. While Clarence navigated the dialogue, he pondered when it would be appropriate to broach the subject at hand, inquiring whether his inclination towards religion was indeed the right choice. However, considering he had only just arrived and exchanged but a few words, he hesitated to plunge directly into the matter. Perhaps it would be prudent to first discuss topics related to alchemy before addressing his inquiry. Yet, before Clarence could finalize his decision, Nicolene unexpectedly interjected. "I foresaw in my divination the very question you wished to consult me about, Stuart. What I can tell you is that your choice is not erroneous. In fact, it is remarkably accurate. However, this is not the path you should be pursuing at present, nor is it yet time for you to seek it." Noticing Clarence's mouth opening to speak, Nicolene continued before he could utter a word. "It is not that I am unwilling to elaborate further, but rather that this message comes from your future self. Do you understand? Your future self conveys this, and only this. Thus, in the future, you believe that your present self can undoubtedly comprehend the essence of this statement. Of course, it is also possible that you are merely expressing concern for my frail existence, thus articulating it in such a manner." Observing the self-deprecating Nicolene, Clarence managed an awkward smile before refraining from further comment. For even the present version of himself harbored reservations about the elderly figure seated across from him. After firmly etching this thought into his mind, Clarence took the initiative to shift the conversation towards alchemy. This exchange continued until Nadia and Elias emerged after tidying their room. Naturally, the dialogue concerning the intricate realm of alchemy came to a halt, as it was essential to discuss matters pertaining to Nadia and her son. After all, just because he and his spouse could grasp the complexities of alchemical knowledge did not imply that Nadia and her child could comprehend such profound concepts. They were, after all, guests. It would be quite discourteous to engage in a conversation with Clarence while neglecting the mother and son duo. Furthermore, given the experiences of Nicolene and her husband, it was evident that they recognized Nadia was not of human origin. They were also quite curious about the relationship between Nadia and Elias. Although they had heard Elias refer to Nadia as his mother, it is well known that vampires, while capable of bearing offspring, do so with exceedingly low probability. And such progeny would not be normal humans, but rather fellow vampires. Regarding whether Nicole had foreseen the circumstances of Nadia and her son during her divination, she indeed had. But in comparison to the intelligence regarding Clarence, the matters concerning the mother and child paled in significance. Thus, Nicole's divination focused predominantly on Clarence, with only a cursory glance at Nadia and her son, resulting in limited insights. The experiences of Nadia and her child were not particularly secretive. So after receiving permission from them, Clarence divulged their story. Upon hearing this, Nicole and her husband expressed awe at the magnificence of maternal love. But soon their slightly fluctuating emotions returned to equilibrium. This reaction was quite natural, considering they had lived for over 6 centuries and witnessed, or even personally experienced a plethora of events. They had encountered far graver tragedies. So the plight of Nadia and her son eliciting an emotional response from this couple could be attributed solely to the profound nature of her maternal affection. Their conversation meandered until the midday meal, where Clarence and Nadia's family savored culinary creations born of over 6 centuries of expertise. It should be noted that the dish prepared for Nadia was not a result of Clarence's culinary magic. Rather, it was Perinal who, upon grasping the principles of this magic, swiftly mastered the skill of infusing conceptual power into food. As for the flavor of the lunch, it did not strike one as extraordinarily exquisite. Instead, it reminded one of a remarkably familiar taste, evoking nostalgia. Upon detecting this familiar flavor in the meal, Clarence could not help but glance up at the chef, pondering that the application of conceptual power in their culinary expertise undoubtedly surpassed his own. At the very least, he currently cannot wield such a complex force of conceptual power. After all, This transcends mere application. Clarence must concede that he is not yet capable of imposing such intricate conceptual power upon food as she does. According to the other party, should they forego a midday rest, it would impose a significant burden on their already deplorable physical condition. This house is imbued with numerous protective enchantments, and without the owner's guidance, re-entry would be nearly impossible. What could be the meaning behind the thought of Dumbledore and himself? Or what commonalities exist between him and Dumbledore? For now, their similarity might lie in their power. Both Clarence and Dumbledore have reached the pinnacle, perhaps both in search of further paths and methods. However, Dumbledore arrived at this level before Clarence, thus he must have accumulated certain insights regarding the path ahead over time. Nonetheless, Clarence never considered inquiring with Dumbledore, nor does he believe that Dumbledore would share his thoughts and discoveries with him. What is certain is that, even if Dumbledore harbors ideas or discoveries, they are unlikely to be numerous. Otherwise, he would have already ascended to a higher realm, without such concerns regarding Clarence and Voldemort. Therefore, apart from their shared level of power, are there any other commonalities between him and Dumbledore? Magical spells? That scope is far too broad. Hence it cannot pertain to magic. What about the Phoenix? That seems improbable. If it were due to Fawkes, then Nico would not have suggested that Clarence reflect upon himself, since it is neither power, magic, nor the Phoenix, nor the wizarding lineage that connects them. The only commonality between Clarence and Dumbledore might be that they are both mortals endowed with magical abilities. Although, with the assistance of a simplified system, Clarence cannot truly be deemed a mere mortal. This fact remains unknown to others. Thus, the sole connection lies in their mortal forms and the magical essence that all wizards possess. As Clarence pondered this, a sudden epiphany struck him. Indeed, the Dark Lord has reached the limits of wizardry, yet wizards have not transcended their mortal flesh. There are inherent limitations. This implies that to advance further, one cannot continue along the path of human flesh, for the Dark Lord's level is the ultimate threshold of humanity. But what if one is no longer merely mortal? With a mere thought, Clarence activated the system's skill panel and directly navigated to the skill labeled Magic, observing that he could continuously acquire experience points with each breath. And noting that over time, his Magic skill had already reached level 50, Clarence fell into deep contemplation. He had sensed something peculiar. While his own strength had evidently reached its current limit, unable to grow any further, his magical power paradoxically increased with the advancement of his skills. This seemed decidedly irregular. As he had surmised, the significance of magic was self-evident, yet his own capabilities were ensnared in a bottleneck, which should logically imply that his magical prowess ought to stagnate as well. It resembled the situation of Dumbledore, whose strength and magical capacity had both reached their zenith, unable to attain any further enhancement. By all accounts, Clarence should have found himself in a similar predicament as Dumbledore. However, due to the unwavering growth of his magical power, Clarence surpassed Dumbledore in overall strength, even capable of withstanding the combined forces of Grindelwald and Voldemort. Thus, why had his magical power never ceased to grow? What could be the underlying reason? Clarence believed that unraveling this mystery would be tantamount to discovering a pathway for further advancement. So, where did this enigma lie? Quickly, Clarence recalled that the simplification system not only streamlined skills, but also, due to the nature of skills, passively enhanced various attributes of his body. This, in turn, led to a continuous elevation of his life level. Was it then the enhancement of his life level that accounted for this? The more he pondered, the more he felt this was indeed a strong possibility. Compared to Dumbledore and the vast majority of wizards or ordinary people, his most significant distinction lay not in other realms, but in the divergence of life levels. Although Clarence's life level had not yet fully transformed, it was certainly at a considerable distance from that of ordinary individuals or wizards. But if this were the case, how might one elevate their life level? His own situation was merely an exception, entirely reliant on the functionalities inherent to the simplification system to forcibly enhance his life level. However, for the native humans, magical beings, and fantastical creatures of this world, or even wizards, while they might possess extraordinary powers, their life levels had not ascended and remained within the realm of mortals. Even vampires, as non-human entities, still fell within the category of the mundane. This implied that within the extraordinary power framework of the native world, there existed no methods to elevate one's own life level. Perhaps such methods did exist, yet for reasons unknown, they had long since vanished into the annals of history. Certainly, regardless of whether there truly exists a method within the native extraordinary power system of this world to elevate one's life level, such a discovery cannot be achieved in a brief span of time. Is it, then, plausible to devise such a method independently? This is not entirely implausible, as he has already managed to enhance his own life level through the power of the simplification system. By tracing the process backwards from the results, one could potentially glean the fundamental principles behind methods of elevating life levels. Moreover, there is no need for extensive research. Clarence is already aware of a general principle that can elevate life levels. This principle involves the enhancement of various aspects of physical fitness, as the simplification system inherently augments his physical attributes. However, this method relies on the skills of the simplification system, which passively improves his physical qualities, thereby facilitating an increase in life level as well. Thus, if one wishes to undergo a profound transformation in their life level, it is imperative to continue activating simplification skills. And these skills must transcend the ordinary or even the rudimentary. They must be of a higher caliber. At the very least, only after simplifying advanced magic can the simplification system passively enhance his physical qualities, consequently elevating his life level. However, to speak candidly, the majority of magic within the global wizarding community, regardless of its rank, has already been activated and simplified by Clarence, integrating it into his own wizarding template. The remaining spells, whether simplified or not, hold little significance, leaving no advanced magic available for simplification. Furthermore, it seems that achieving a complete transformation in life level cannot be accomplished through merely 1 or 2 advanced spells. Thus, where might he find a plethora of advanced magic to simplify into skills? Should the focus instead be placed on enhancing the levels of existing skills? After all, upgrading skills leads to enhancements, which similarly prompts the system to passively improve his physical attributes. This approach presents a viable avenue. However, is the time required not rather excessive? Clarence pondered, realizing that whether simplifying advanced magic into skills or enhancing skill levels, both require considerable time, relegating them to mere contingency plans. He must devise a method to bolster his physical qualities. With this thought in mind, Clarence suddenly contemplated another question. How do magical creatures or beings in the original wizards, referring to those awakened rather than those with implanted bloodlines from magical creatures, awaken their magical powers? Is it, indeed, derived from the soul? Clarence found himself uncertain of the answer, even beginning to doubt the 2 prevailing theories regarding the origins of magical power circulating within the wizarding community. It is not to suggest that magical creatures or wizards possess an additional organ, such as an extra-visceral component. The awakening of magical power does not stem from such superfluous organs. Thus, it stands to reason that the initial surge of magical energy indeed originates from the soul. However, if this power is indeed derived from the soul, one must ponder why it does not impose any effects on the body beyond merely extending lifespan. Beings endowed with magic, regardless of whether they are wizards, enjoy an extraordinarily prolonged existence, far surpassing that of their mundane counterparts, a phenomenon undoubtedly attributable to their magical essence. Yet, one is left to question why this influence is confined solely to longevity. Is it not possible that, under the sway of magic, they have transcended the natural limits of lifespan, thus elevating the very essence of life itself? Upon contemplating these matters, Clarence employed his skill, the Eye of Truth, to conduct a more profound examination of his own magical energy. After a thorough observation, he discerned no anomalies. The findings were consistent with his previous assessments. Disheartened by the lack of irregularities, Clarence abandoned further scrutiny. He then reflected on the notion that, given there were no extraneous organs within a wizard's body, might it be feasible to nurture the internal organs through magical energy, thereby facilitating their transformation or even direct conversion into organs of magic? Why, one may ask, should the focus be on the internal organs rather than external elements? This is primarily due to the critical role that internal organs play in the overall functioning of the body. Although embarking on such an endeavor poses considerable risks, success would lead to a transformative ripple effect throughout the entire being. In truth, whether addressing the internal or external aspects, one must confront a myriad of challenges. The distinction lies in which approach appears more manageable. However, Clarence is no ordinary wizard. With the aid of a simplified system, any changes within his body would be reflected back to the system. Should this method prove viable, along with an understanding of its underlying principles, it could potentially be validated by the system, leading to the emergence of new skills. This approach would significantly mitigate risks and enhance the probability of success. Despite having conceived ideas and strategies, Clarence did not recklessly proceed to modify his own body. Instead, he entered the pendant box and utilized the previously acquired Nuin snake for experimentation. The initial stages of the experiment did not unfold smoothly, likely due to the fact that the magical energy nurturing the organs of the Nuin snake was not its own, but rather Clarence's. This resulted in a near-fatal rejection response, even when attempting to nurture and transform unimportant aspects of the snake's internal structure. This outcome illuminated for Clarence that, even in the endeavor of nurturing and transforming organs, there exists a specific order and timing that must be adhered to. At the very least, the time required for nurturing the organs must not be overly brief. Indeed, the entire body must acclimatize to the essence of magic before one can embark on the transformation of the organs. In the days that followed, Clarence became a guest in Nicole's abode. engaging in a mutual exchange of knowledge regarding alchemy and various other fields, while also conducting his own experiments within the confines of a pendant box. Although the progress of his experiments was somewhat unsatisfactory, the dialogue with Nicole proved to be immensely enriching, and it was evident that Nicole gained much from their interactions as well. Given the quality of their exchanges, Clarence, on a particular day, directly inquired about something that had been on Nicole's mind. He had previously observed Nicole hesitating to articulate his thoughts, and thus he took the initiative to ask what was troubling him. With Clarence's direct inquiry, Nicole felt compelled to share the visions he had encountered during his divination. He spoke of Clarence's ability to craft magical stones, which led to the creation of a substantial quantity of these artifacts. However, he abruptly fell silent mid-sentence. Yet, Clarence could discern the implication of the remainder of Nicole's statement. Clarence candidly expressed his disinterest in the magical stones, as well as in the notions of transmuting gold or concocting an elixir of immortality, assuring Nicole that he need not worry. Ironically, the more Clarence reassured him, the more apprehensive Nicole became. It was not that he doubted Clarence's disinterest. Rather, it was precisely because he believed Clarence was sincere in his indifference that his concerns deepened. The vision from the divination suggested that Clarence's lack of interest might lead him to create an abundance of magical stones without a second thought. This line of reasoning, while seemingly flawed, held merit. If Clarence truly possessed the capability to produce magical stones in great quantities and was indeed indifferent to them, he would simply manufacture them as long as there was demand, without regard for their rarity or the implications of their proliferation. Were he to value them, he would likely produce just a single stone, safeguarding it closely. Thus, it was this very logic that rendered Nicole increasingly troubled, leaving him at a loss as to how to persuade Clarence otherwise. As for Clarence, he remained entirely unconcerned with Nicole's reactions or thoughts, for he genuinely held no interest in the magical stones, whether it concerned their ability to transmute base materials into gold or the creation of a potion for eternal life. Such matters bore little significance for him. Firstly, he is not short of money. He possesses abundant ideas and methods for making a fortune. Furthermore, the path he has chosen to enhance his abilities could lead to immortality, so why would he entertain the notion of a longevity elixir that comes with severe side effects? Thus, Clarence is truly indifferent to the philosopher's stone, and he scarcely regards the techniques involved in its creation, driven merely by a curiosity about the principles behind such techniques. In essence, he is only concerned with the process of creation, not the final product. Clarence pays no heed to Nico's reactions, nor does he care about the concerns that plague him. Should there be a demand, he would remain unconcerned about the consequences of an increased quantity of philosopher's stones, for he believes he can address any outcome with his strength. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Clarence does not consider himself capable of producing a philosopher's stone. This belief does not stem from a lack of technical skill, but rather from the understanding that if Nico were tasked with crafting a philosopher's stone, one might wonder if he could succeed at all. To put it plainly, the philosopher's stone is a rare phenomenon that came into existence by chance, and the materials required are extraordinarily unique, so unique that one of the ingredients demands an immense amount of life energy. However, do not assume that merely gathering all the necessary raw materials guarantees the creation of a philosopher's stone. As previously mentioned, this artifact emerged serendipitously, which implies that even if one were to successfully assemble the same elements, or even if Nico were to personally undertake the task, he would still be unable to produce a second philosopher's stone. Perhaps in the future, he might indeed master this ability. But would such mastery resolve the issues arising from an overabundance of philosopher's stones? Thus, Clarence harbors no worries. Instead, he smoothly shifts the conversation to other topics. This time, the discussion veers towards religion, as he inquires whether Nico has ever encountered the renowned Saint of France from yesteryear. After all, Nico belongs to that era, making it quite plausible that he has seen her in person. While they may not have interacted, it is certain they must have glimpsed each other's appearances. Upon scrutinizing Clarence's features, Nico, with a puzzled expression, shook his head and muttered softly. While the appearances are different, the demeanor bears a striking resemblance. What similarities in appearance and demeanor? Clarence inquired, intrigued by Nico's murmurs. Nico shared his insights, stating, I have indeed seen that saint. Although her life story is steeped in legend, I must caution you not to harbor overly high expectations. For, in my observation, she was merely an ordinary human being, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. If there is anything remarkable about her, it lies in her military prowess and her uniquely magnetic presence. Apart from that, there is nothing particularly special. Nonetheless, I noted that your appearance seems to share much in common with that saint, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern that your visages are entirely dissimilar. In terms of temperament, they bore a striking resemblance, both exuding an ethereal quality that is difficult to articulate. Upon hearing this, Clarence began to ponder in silence. How could an ordinary woman, devoid of any magical prowess, possess a demeanor so akin to mine? Is such a phenomenon conceivable? It is essential to recognize that his own physique, along with its accompanying aura, was a result of an elevation in the hierarchy of life, rendering it remarkably striking. If what Nicole posited is indeed true, then the circumstances surrounding that saintly figure might be rather peculiar, at the very least. She could not be classified as an ordinary human in terms of her life essence. However, that saint has long since passed, leaving only legends in her wake. Even if he wished to delve deeper, he found himself at an impasse. Subsequently, Clarence engaged Nicole in further discourse regarding the so-called divine arts within the realm of religion. To their mutual agreement, they concluded that these divine arts are, in essence, a form of magic, or rather, they have not strayed far from the domain of magic at all. This pertains specifically to the divine arts enacted through magical power, as opposed to those genuinely bestowed by deities. As December approached its midpoint, on one particular day during an experiment, Clarence finally succeeded in modifying an organ within the body of the serpent, and the creature successfully navigated the rejection phase. Observing the transformation of the organ into a magical entity, which was gradually altering the serpent's entire being, Clarence was convinced that his hypothesis had been validated and the experiment had triumphed. Remarkably, even the magic skill on his system panel exhibited some alterations. Following the skill description, a new branch skill appeared, Magical Body. This branch skill was straightforward, succinctly summarizing the experiment he had undertaken. With the emergence of this branch skill, Clarence could distinctly perceive a profound transformation encompassing his entire being. First and foremost, the organs within his body, including the brain, were directly transmuted into magical organs. And even the muscles and bones began to undergo visible alterations under the subtle influence of these magical organs. Moreover, the suffix of the magic skill was no longer simply Demon Lord, but had evolved into Demon Lord Hero. Upon witnessing this change, Clarence speculated that perhaps his body had not yet completed its metamorphosis, thus explaining the current state of the skill suffix. Once the transformation was finalized, he surmised that he would be left with Hero, shedding the title of Demon Lord, thereby truly embarking upon a new realm of existence, transcending the limitations of humanity and evolving into an extraordinary non-human entity. Estimating the timeline for his complete transformation, he believed it would likely require until the end of the month, not an excessively long wait. He then turned his attention to observing the changes in his other skills. Notably, the suffix of the wizard template now included the notation Law 1, while the rest remained unchanged. Moreover, the skill of Element surged directly to level 80. This skill, which had previously lingered around level 50, experienced a remarkable elevation to level 80, resulting in significant changes. At the very least, although Clarence could not perceive the specific numerical values concerning the mastery of laws and authority, he felt a substantial enhancement. Furthermore, the suffix of this skill, which originally included the 4 elemental attributes, has completely vanished. If my conjecture is correct, this skill was previously only effective against the most fundamental 4 elements. But now it should be applicable to all elements. Aside from these 2 skills exhibiting the most considerable transformation, all other special skills have also ascended by several levels. After observing the alterations in his skill panel, Clarence commenced experimenting within the confines of the pendant box to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. Although he had one foot firmly planted in a new realm, the wizarding power system did not possess any documentation regarding this level, leaving Clarence unaware of the precise magnitude of his strength. This necessitated thorough testing, and once his body underwent complete metamorphosis at the end of the month, further examinations would be essential. After all, having one foot in the door is vastly different from being fully immersed, and such a disparity would undoubtedly influence the manifestation of his power. After a series of trials, Clarence was astonished to discover that the magical energy consumed while casting spells from the wizarding system had significantly diminished, and his control over magic had improved as well. In terms of the efficacy and potency of his spells, they seemed to have amplified several-fold. Subsequently, he also experimented with elemental magic, only to find that, without the enhancements provided by skills like Element, the changes were not particularly substantial. Perhaps influenced by the wizard template, there was a certain degree of augmentation. However, when combined with the boosts from other special skills, especially those pertaining to elemental abilities, the enhancements surpassed those of the wizard template. With only half of his foot in this new realm, he had already experienced such a dramatic increase in strength. One could only imagine the heights his power would reach if he fully entered that domain. Clarence was filled with anticipation. Yet he understood that this endeavor could not be rushed and would require patience. As for why this novel realm is termed as the heroic level rather than the extraordinary level, Clarence was unclear about the rationale behind this designation. Nevertheless, as it was recognized by the system, he felt no inclination to delve into the reasons. Even if he wished to explore the origins, he would have no means to do so. Ultimately, only he, as the first wizard in the modern magical realm to step into such a domain, possessed the qualification to name this new level. When the time comes, who would dare to oppose one's self-identification as extraordinary? Of course, such thoughts may arise. Yet when Clarence speaks of it publicly, he intends to adhere to the designation of heroic level as recognized by the system. Although he is unaware of the rationale behind the system's classification and has no means to investigate it, the system must have its reasons for such a determination. To maintain the integrity of the power hierarchy, it is more fitting to use the system's terminology. As Clarence emerged for dinner, he left Nadia and her son, along with the couple, Nicole and his partner, utterly astonished. The transformation he had undergone was monumental. Firstly, in terms of appearance, he no longer resembled an ordinary person. Rather, he seemed to radiate a certain luminosity that rendered him nearly unapproachable to the eye. Secondly, his demeanor had undergone a profound change. Evoking a sensation that words could scarcely encapsulate, he stood there, yet it felt as though he existed in a different spatial dimension from those around him. This peculiar feeling instinctively led one to believe that Clarence occupied a higher plane of existence. "Have you found a method and taken the first step?" Nicole stammered, inquiring earnestly. Clarence regarded him with a bemused smile, as if to say, "Are you not already aware?" His words bore dual meanings. Firstly, Nicole, through divination, had glimpsed the future and thus was privy to that very statement. Dumbledore and Grindelwald could be excused, but this old man, fully aware of what Clarence sought and possessing some relevant knowledge, chose to withhold vital information, merely sharing the portion gleaned from divination while leaving the rest for Clarence to decipher. Such behavior, hoping to extract concrete methods from him, was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Moreover, even if one were to uncover such knowledge, what would it matter? It was through the simplified powers of the system that Clarence could achieve such rapid transformation and nurturing. For an ordinary wizard, it would require centuries to even begin nurturing their entire being, not to mention the myriad challenges faced when altering internal organs, the most significant of which is the rejection response. Even after overcoming these hurdles, it does not guarantee entry into the heroic tier. Transformation is not merely about altering a single organ. It necessitates a complete overhaul of the entire body, including the brain, to metamorphose into a being of the extraordinary. This endeavor would typically demand centuries, if not longer, and even the longest-lived wizards may not endure such a lengthy process. Upon witnessing Clarence's enigmatic smile, Nicole's initial excitement swiftly dissipated as he realized the futility of expecting to extract concrete methods from his counterpart, leaving his expression a portrait of dismay. Regrettably, Clarence utterly disregarded the intentions of the elderly gentleman, for one should not be misled by the appearance of an ordinary old man. This individual had lived for over 6 centuries. A span of 600 years is enough time for even a pig to attain a form of sentience. So it is easy to fathom the depths of cunning and thought that lie within this ancient being. In fact, on the very night he arrived at the house, he had already discovered the various magical arrays concealed within its walls and had made subtle alterations to them, all in anticipation of any sudden aggression from the venerable Nicol. Even within the confines of his chamber, he employed a multitude of shielding spells, conducting his experiments solely within the pendant box, ensuring his defenses were impenetrable. One might ponder whether Clarence's caution bordered on the excessive. However, it cannot be deemed excessive, for despite Nicol's frail appearance, his strength was formidable. And unlike Dumbledore's adherence to the rules, Nicol possessed a disposition that allowed for unrestrained action. When he chose to strike, it would undoubtedly be with lethal precision, specifically aimed at Clarence, with a significant likelihood of success. Of course, this assessment is merely superficial. In reality, Clarence held many hidden cards, and should he reveal them all, he could certainly turn the tide against Nicol. To put it bluntly, Dumbledore's excessive caution compelled him to adhere to regulations, while Nicol, if he so desired, could act without restraint. In the original narrative, did not Nicol and his wife willingly destroy the philosopher's stone, facing death with composure? Or perhaps this man truly believed in his own righteousness, thinking that Clarence's future actions could lead to the ruin of the magical world and thus intended to take Clarence down with him at the end? It is amusing to consider the moral integrity of someone who has clung to life through the side effects of a perilous elixir for so long. If he were to take action against Clarence, it would stem from a singular motive, the potential threat Clarence posed to him. Even the possibility of orchestrating the demise of the couple. Was it not stated in the original work that this couple had already met their demise? One might jest at the notion that this ancient fellow would so easily succumb to death. It should be noted that their feigned deaths were not limited to just a few instances. From Clarence's perspective, Nicol Lamay was not significantly more formidable than Voldemort. Both were driven by a profound fear of death. What differentiates them? Simply put, Nicol succeeded, while Voldemort ultimately failed, and beyond that, there exists no other distinction. Moreover, Clarence's viewpoint is likely shared by Dumbledore, albeit in terms of threat level, Nicol is considerably less dangerous than Voldemort, at least on the surface. While these musings are solely the conjectures of Clarence, the likelihood of their validity is substantial. It is not that he possesses any evidence to substantiate such conjecture. In fact, no evidence is necessary, For the magical stone and the elixir of immortality serve as the most direct and evident proof. This single aspect is sufficient to reveal the true nature of that old rascal, Niccolo. Hence, Clarence harbors such wariness. For this old fellow is indeed capable of acting without restraint. Observing that Clarence completely disregarded him and had already seated himself at the dining table, ready to commence his meal, Niccolo chose not to indulge in a solitary performance, instead approaching with a trembling gait. Although he and his wife had long foreseen Clarence and his companion's approximate departure through divination, he nonetheless extended a courteous invitation to stay a little longer. In response to Niccolo's entreaty, Clarence felt compelled to divulge the truth. Originally, his plan was to engage more with the religious aspects in France. However, due to Booth Barton's invitation and his visit to their home, this had delayed him until now. Furthermore, he had already discerned the path ahead. Although this did not signify the conclusion of his global journey, he had indeed lingered in France for an excessive duration, and it was time to set forth once more. Upon hearing Clarence's words, Niccolo refrained from further discourse, instead inquiring with a knowing expression, "Do you recall what I mentioned to you at the outset? That my choice was indeed the correct one?" Clarence immediately recalled the words Niccolo had voluntarily shared on their first day together. Niccolo nodded, affirming, "Indeed, while you have now found a further direction and path, it remains merely temporary. Thus, I assert that your choice was astute. Engaging with various religions will be immensely beneficial for you, Clarence." Although the other party spoke in ambiguous terms, it seemed as though he conveyed everything. Therefore, does the path beyond the hero level pertain to religion, or perhaps to the power systems within religion? Opening his personal attribute panel, Clarence observed the entry that had transitioned from demon lord to heroic demon. He shook his head, contemplating that it was rather premature to ponder the path beyond heroism. After all, he had not yet fully transformed from a demon lord into a heroic level. Thus, dwelling on such matters seemed rather futile. Just as he intended to close the personal attribute panel, he suddenly noticed an anomaly within his bloodline attributes. How had an additional entry appeared? Bloodline, wizard bloodline. Arthurian ancient red dragon bloodline. 2. Previously, there had only been the wizard bloodline, yet inexplicably, the Arthurian ancient red dragon bloodline had manifested, accompanied by a numerical value. This raises questions not only about the timing of this new entry's emergence, but also why he felt no change within himself upon its arrival. There were no alterations to his physical form. Moreover, and most importantly, this body bore the bloodline of the legendary Night King. Though the displayed value suggested that such bloodline had likely become exceedingly rare and diluted over time, it is due to the lineage being exceedingly diluted, even after purification, that Clarence finds his body unaffected, or perhaps the influence is so minuscule that he remains entirely oblivious to it. The impact is so feeble that it pales in comparison to the enhancements provided by various skills. Pondering this, Clarence was genuinely astonished to discover that his very being harbored the legendary bloodline of King Arthur. Moreover, the ancient red dragon connection associated with Arthur appears quite formidable. Yet, regrettably, this tenuous bloodline would require an extensive period for full refinement. Nonetheless, he resolved to temporarily relinquish thoughts of the potential effects of this bloodline, particularly that of the ancient red dragon. With this contemplation, Clarence promptly closed his personal attributes panel and summoned dozens of true avatars to practice and research. According to the information provided, this notebook contained a wealth of alchemical techniques and experiences. In Clarence's estimation, the notebook was indeed somewhat precious. In the external world, it could serve as a legacy for a wizarding family. However, to him, it was rather inconsequential. After all, in the realm of alchemy, Clarence was no longer significantly inferior to Nico, and it was only a matter of time before his alchemical skills surpassed Nico's. Yet, out of respect for Nico's goodwill, he accepted the gift without hesitation. However, as the three were about to depart, the old fellow unexpectedly expressed his hope of witnessing the new world that Clarence would create. This remark took Clarence by surprise. He had not anticipated that Nico could foresee matters concerning the new world. What truly astonished Clarence was the final section of the notebook, which contained content so precious that it moved him deeply. This revelation occurred while he was residing in a luxurious hotel with Nadia and her son, idly perusing the notebook. What could be so invaluable as to evoke such emotion in him? The content detailed the intricate principles behind the creation of magic stones, including a comprehensive account of Nico's personal process during their fabrication, complete with the unexpected incidents meticulously recorded. The methods for crafting magic stones are considered semi-public within the magical community. Why semi-public, you may ask? It is because many have expressed skepticism regarding Nico Lemai's initial disclosure of the magic stone creation process, leading to its semi-public status. Nevertheless, in Clarence's view, Nico Lemai's original method was indeed authentic, and it remains plausible that one could create magic stones utilizing that very technique. However, it is not only others who are perplexed. Even Nicholas himself, after crafting the sole philosopher's stone, has never managed to create a second. although Clarence possesses knowledge of the method. It pales in comparison to the meticulously documented process recorded in the notebook. Furthermore, the notebook contains details of an unexpected reality, lending it immense value should Clarence decide to embark on the creation of another stone in the future. For now, however, the notebook serves merely as a source of idle study, as Clarence has no intention of producing a philosopher's stone at this time. Thus, the three of them, while in France and with only a few days remaining in the year, began to explore various renowned locations. On the surface, they appeared to be engaging in leisure activities. Yet beneath this facade, Clarence was quietly attentive to matters of religion. This inclination is evident in their choice of destinations, predominantly churches and religious sites. They even ventured to the homeland of a certain saint, but regrettably, returned empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Clarence received 2 letters from the Ministry of Magic in Xionyali, one of which was a plea for assistance. Upon reading the contents of the letter, it became apparent that it did not specify the nature of the request, merely stating that they sought his help and wished for him to visit the ministry. The peculiar nature of this plea left Clarence pondering whether he had any acquaintances or friends in the magical community there. As he speculated, he opened the second letter, which was not an official correspondence from the ministry, but rather a personal note. Upon seeing the signature of this private letter, Clarence recalled that among his contemporaries at Hogwarts, he had a rather amicable relationship with a female classmate from Xionyali. The reason she had attended Hogwarts, despite her roots in Xionyali, lay in her family's complicated circumstances. Her parents' work necessitated her upbringing in England, making her enrollment at Hogwarts entirely logical. Had it not been for this personal letter, Clarence might not have remembered this detail, but it now seemed that the ministry's outreach was closely linked to this classmate. Reflecting on their camaraderie during their time at school, Clarence felt it would be unkind to refuse her request for assistance. He promptly began packing his belongings in preparation for his journey. Meanwhile, as Nadia organized her luggage, Clarence used his pendant box to contact Algeta, inquiring whether arrangements for the accommodation of Nadia and her child had been satisfactorily completed. Indeed, it was a straightforward matter, considering it involved merely the placement of a mother and her child. Even the procedures for adopting Elias and his enrollment in the Muggle world were meticulously arranged by Algeta, including a nanny who hailed from a certain pure-blood family as a mute member. However, what was unexpected was that Algeta possessed some knowledge regarding the circumstances of the Xionyali magical realm. Furthermore, he hesitated, yet urged Clarence to refrain from involving himself in the matter, as the issues pertaining to the Xionyali magical world were exceedingly complex and troublesome. Not only were they fraught with significant dangers, but even if Clarence were to venture there, he might not be able to resolve their predicaments. This revelation piqued Clarence's curiosity. Listening to Algeta's account, Clarence's expression grew solemn. He pondered why Algeta would dissuade him from engaging in this affair, even suggesting that his presence might not guarantee a solution. It became evident that the problems within the Xionyali magical realm could not simply be resolved through brute force. Reflecting on this notion, it made sense. The Culinary Ministry of Magic, despite its shortcomings, was still bolstered by its Aura division, thus possessing formidable power. If the troubles could be resolved solely through strength, they would have managed it themselves and would not have sought his assistance. However, it was astonishing to learn that the issues there were so intricate that even Clarence could not assure a resolution upon his arrival. After concluding his communication with Algeta, Clarence sat in contemplation, deliberating whether to involve himself in this matter. Yet, regardless of his decision, he had to make a visit, considering he had maintained a decent rapport with a classmate named Mallory Asina during his school days. Thus, whether to assist or not was secondary, he simply had to go. What, then, were the specific troubles faced by the Xionyali Ministry of Magic that even Clarence dared not claim he could address? To unravel this, one must delve back into the distant past, involving a particular lineage of vampires and werewolves within the Xionyali magical realm. According to the intelligence Algeta had gathered, this unique clan of vampires and werewolves stemmed from the same ancestor. It was precisely because this ancestor had entered into a magical contract with the Xionyali Ministry of Magic that a series of subsequent troubles and issues ensued. What were the specifics of the contract? Algeta was unaware, but it likely pertained to a non-aggression pact. Under the constraints of this magical contract, the special vampires and werewolf clans within the Xionyali magical realm, unbound by the restrictions of wizards, began to proliferate wildly. As the numbers within these two factions swelled, their actions grew increasingly audacious. By the modern era, the special vampires and werewolves in the Xionyali magical realm had spiraled completely out of control, not only breaking free from the ministry's oversight, but also evading the various indirect restrictions that had been imposed upon them. Certainly, these two factions are not foolish. They comprehend that the Xionyali Ministry of Magic is bound by magical contracts, which prevent them from taking action against them. However, this situation is only valid within Xionyali. Should they dare to transgress into other magical realms, the wizards of those domains would not be so lenient. Any attempt to extend their influence would be met with severe retribution, thereby illuminating for these two factions the immense power wielded by wizards and magic, which they cannot hope to withstand. Consequently, after suffering a significant setback from the international community, these two factions have become exceedingly compliant, no longer daring to venture beyond Xiong, and instead, they assert their dominance solely within their homeland. As for the notion that, since these two factions have spiraled out of control, the international community ought to intervene and assist the Xiong Ministry of Magic in dealing with them, one must consider that as long as these factions do not violate international confidentiality laws, the magical ministries of various nations have no jurisdiction in the matter. The circumstances surrounding these factions fall entirely within the realm of Xiong internal affairs. Moreover, the Xiong Ministry of Magic harbors concerns that while it may be easy to invite divine intervention, it is much more arduous to dismiss it. They fear that resolving the issues posed by these factions could lead to complications with the international magical ministries. In comparison, the disturbances caused by these factions are trivial next to the potential consequences of international interference. Crucially, these factions are not naive. Having recognized the true extent of a wizard's power, they are unlikely to breach international confidentiality laws for fear of provoking intervention from the magical ministries worldwide, which would surely herald their annihilation. The combination of their reluctance to infringe upon international laws and the Xiong Ministry's strong aversion to external meddling has resulted in an environment where these factions run rampant within the Xiong magical community. Were it not for the Ministry's protective oversight, it is likely they would have been eradicated long ago by the aura forces dispatched by other nations. Logically, given that the Xiong Ministry of Magic has existed for centuries, one would assume they have grown accustomed to their circumstances. So why then are they seeking assistance from Clarence? The reason is clear. The two factions are planning something monumental, and even with the Ministry's support, it may not be sufficient to contain the fallout. The international community would undoubtedly seize this as an opportunity to intervene in Xiong affairs, a scenario that the Ministry is eager to avoid at all costs. However, despite their reluctance, they find themselves unable to prevent such interference due to the constraints of the magical contract. Thus, their only recourse is to seek external aid, and it cannot come from the official magical authorities of other nations. Given the influence of Asina and Clarence's esteemed reputation within the magical community, the Xiong Ministry of Magic has reached out to him for assistance. As for what they desire from Clarence, it can be inferred from Arjada's narrative. If I am not mistaken, the Ministry's request for his help likely pertains to locating the ancient magical contract signed between the two factions and their common ancestor. As long as that contract is destroyed, the Sorceress Department of Xiong will no longer be bound by it. Not only would it be effortless to prevent those two factions from causing trouble, but annihilating them entirely would also be a trivial matter. However, herein lies the crux of the issue. Xiong is vast, and even the ancestor of the opposing faction may not have concealed the contract within its borders. Thus, how does one locate it? If it were indeed discoverable, it would be quite remarkable. In truth, the opposing side has sought external aid on several occasions in the past, indicating that they have previously turned to other renowned sorcerers for assistance. Unfortunately, none have resolved the matter. Otherwise, it would not have fallen upon Clarence's shoulders now. This is precisely why, upon learning the full extent of the situation, Clarence hesitated to guarantee a conclusive resolution upon his arrival. Of course, this resolution refers to the pursuit of that magical contract, an endeavor in which he lacks confidence. Nonetheless, this does not imply that Clarence is without alternative means to address the matter indirectly. Although the repercussions of such a method may be significant, he believes it will not pose insurmountable issues. Yet, the crux of the matter is that even based on his friendship with Asina, Clarence cannot simply offer his assistance to the Sorceress Department of Xiong without cause. The specifics, however, will have to wait until he visits and gauges the attitude of the other party. Skipping over the various procedures required by the Sorceress Department, it is worth noting that Clarence has directly appointed Nadia as his secretary, ensuring her employment at headquarters with a salary. This arrangement serves as a transitional measure, allowing her to better acclimate to the intricacies of the magical realm. Naturally, since she may not remain at headquarters indefinitely, she will not be privy to sensitive matters concerning the Truth Society. Her responsibilities will be confined to ordinary and routine documents. While Clarence was busy crafting alchemical items for Nadia, specifically a large cabinet capable of imbuing food with culinary magic, Arjada was simultaneously handling documents with Nadia and once again urged her not to involve Clarence in the troubles of the Xiong magical community. The issues there are no longer merely internal. They have drawn the attention of various international magical departments. In simple terms, the magical departments from around the world have long set their sights on the lucrative prospect that Xiong represents, waiting for the moment when the latter can no longer endure and seeks assistance. At that point, they would pounce to divide the spoils of the Xiong magical realm. Thus, Clarence's involvement might not only fail to resolve their troubles, but could also yield little benefit. On the contrary, It may incite the hostility of various magical departments. After all, when such a substantial prize is tantalizingly close, how could those secretly observing not resent Clarence if his assistance allows the situation to return to normal? The movements of my hands were ceaseless, meticulously inscribing the magical circle and runes with unwavering precision. Whether I would assist in this matter was another question entirely. However, it was imperative that I make the journey in person. Do you recall Asina? Yes, the one from Hufflepuff Academy. So, what connection does this have with her? For Asina's sake, I must indeed venture there myself. Moreover, in the private message she sent me, she mentioned something that piqued my interest. Arjada came to a realization. Understanding that perhaps Clarence felt compelled to visit Zyangeli personally due to his friendship with Asina. Yet, the primary reason likely resided in the matter that also concerned him. Arjada's assessment was astute. Clarence's desire to embark on this journey was primarily fueled by the issue mentioned in Asina's correspondence. Without waiting for inquiries, Clarence began to elucidate. Asina had mentioned that while working at the Ministry of Magic in Zyangeli, she had stumbled upon information regarding a drop of angelic blood stored within the Department of Mysteries. This blood purportedly originated from a genuine angel. Angelic blood? According to the knowledge we possess, the Department of Mysteries indeed harbors a drop of blood from some deity. Though the identity of the deity remains shrouded in secrecy, their protective measures being rather stringent. The fact that we are aware of this matter stems from an unexpected circumstance. Who would have thought that the so-called divine blood would actually be that of an angel? Clarence was not surprised that Arjada, or rather the purebloods behind him, were aware of this fact. Rather, he inquired with a tone of eager anticipation. So, do you believe that drop of angelic blood is genuine? I believe it possesses some extraordinary essence, and that drop is indeed remarkable. However, whether it is truly from a real angel remains uncertain. Clarence understood that regardless of its authenticity, this substance pertains to the enhancement of my strength and future endeavors, making the visit essential. Furthermore, I desire to acquire all the magical knowledge stored within the Ministry of Magic in Zyangeli. Arjada, do you think they will acquiesce to these two requests? There is a high probability they will comply with your wishes, young master, as that drop of angelic blood has been in their possession for quite some time without yielding any results. As for their collection of magic, it is of little consequence. After all, you do not intend to take it directly, do you? Clarence nodded, affirming, indeed, I merely wish to observe. Additionally, among my alchemical creations is a tome capable of swiftly recording and storing knowledge, so there is no need to seize their books. In that case, I am confident they will agree to your two conditions. For both the angelic blood and their collection of magic pale in comparison to the repercussions of foreign ministries intervening in their internal affairs. After a moment of contemplation, Clarence inquired once more, are there members of the Truth Society present there? No one is present there, and due to the complex circumstances within the magical realm, we have not dispatched anyone to transfer our industries. Perhaps aside from Asina, there are no graduates from our school in that area. Before Clarence could respond, Algida promptly sought further instructions. However, if you, young master, require assistance, I can gather personnel immediately to accompany you to Xionyali. There is no need for such measures. While speaking, Clarence completed the final stroke of his work, infused it with magical energy for testing, and upon finding no issues, he briefly explained to Nadia the usage of this alchemical cabinet. Henceforth, when you dine, you may place your food within this cabinet, which will automatically imbue it with culinary magic. Setting aside Nadia's expressions of gratitude, once Clarence finished crafting the alchemical cabinet, he inquired with Algida if there were any pressing matters at headquarters. If there were, he could address them now. Otherwise, he would proceed directly to Xionyali. While aboard the flight to Xionyali, Clarence pondered whether Voldemort was truly this compliant, as he had not made any covert moves against the Truth Society. However, if the man was indeed behaving more honestly, Clarence welcomed this turn of events. Otherwise, he might not have found himself on this plane. Yet, the Department of Mysteries within a nation's Ministry of Magic often houses many arcane artifacts. Why did Asina specifically mention the blood of angels in her private correspondence? Or why only the blood of angels and nothing else? Could it be that there is a shadow of the church lurking behind this matter? It seems the church is quite attentive to his affairs. But does the future truly intertwine with the church's framework? As for whether Asina is affiliated with the church, Clarence had indeed speculated about the possibility of the church's involvement. However, that seems far-fetched. The church's reach is not that extensive, and considering Asina's complex background, it is improbable that the church has any connection with her. Thus, Clarence inferred that there might be individuals from the church within the Xionyali Ministry of Magic. And it was this individual who deliberately led Asina to mention the blood of angels in her private message. Of course, this remains merely his conjecture. The truth is yet uncertain and may simply be a coincidence. Perhaps Clarence himself is overly sensitive. Whenever matters related to religion arise, he tends to overthink. Upon arriving at Xionyali Airport, Clarence spotted Asina waiting to receive him, accompanied by a female colleague. How did Clarence deduce that the woman beside her was Asina's colleague? Naturally, it was because both were attired in identical work uniforms. Not only could Clarence discern this at a glance, but even ordinary onlookers could recognize the similarity, regardless of their ignorance regarding the workplace of Asina and her companion. Upon encountering Asina, Clarence revealed a smile, and after exchanging a brief embrace, he was escorted to the Ministry of Magic. During this time, through her introduction, he became acquainted with Asina's female colleague. It was only through her explanation that he learned of the colleague's significant position within the Hungarian Ministry of Magic, akin to that of a minister's secretary, and notably, she was a candidate for the next minister. This indicated a substantial likelihood that she would ascend to the role of Minister of Magic. The fact that such a high-ranking individual was dispatched alongside Asina to receive him was a testament to the Ministry of Sonali's regard for him. Once the three arrived at the ministry and settled into the minister's office, they were met by the minister of the Sonali Ministry of Magic, a robust middle-aged man. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly addressed the purpose of Clarence's visit. Indeed, it aligned closely with his earlier suspicions. They sought to locate a magical contract and subsequently destroy it. However, Clarence did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he maintained a cold demeanor, fixating intently on the minister until beads of sweat began to form on the man's brow. After scrutinizing the minister for a considerable time without any mention of compensation for his assistance, Clarence remained uncertain whether the omission was accidental or deliberate. Thus, he decided to forego any circumlocution. "I am willing to assist, but surely you do not expect me to do so without recompense?" he remarked, almost forgetting the matter of remuneration. Upon Clarence's proactive mention, the minister realized why he had appeared so flustered earlier. In truth, the minister had simply been preoccupied with numerous pressing matters, rather than attempting to take advantage of him. Considering they had already begun seeking external aid, it was evident that the situation had escalated significantly. As the minister prepared to articulate the terms of compensation for Clarence's assistance, Clarence raised his hand to halt him. "In addition to my interest in Asina, I have two stipulations. Should you, minister, agree to these conditions, I shall expedite the resolution of the troubles posed by those two factions, perhaps even without the need to locate that magical contract." At this juncture, a glint of menace flickered in Clarence's eyes. His power had undergone a transformation, now reaching the level of a hero, and he was in search of a target to test his newfound abilities. Thus, he could very well eliminate the two factions to gauge the true extent of his enhanced strength. Should he eradicate them completely, the necessity of pursuing the magical contract would vanish, thereby resolving the issues faced by the Sonali Ministry of Magic. The moment the others in the office sensed the fleeting malevolence in Clarence's gaze, an involuntary chill swept through them. The minister, particularly affected, stammered, "Mr. Stewart, are you implying?" Clarence nodded in affirmation, his thoughts aligning perfectly with what he had in mind. "Indeed, it was as you surmised. Even I may find it impossible to locate that magical contract. Thus, if the issue cannot be resolved, let us eliminate the source of the problem directly. Mr. Stewart, would such an action not yield undesirable repercussions?" The minister appeared somewhat hesitant, for, as he himself had articulated, the ramifications were exceedingly profound, so significant that even their Ministry of Magic might struggle to bear them. "Minister, given the current state of the Hungarian magical community, are you still preoccupied with the implications? Very well, allow me to rephrase my inquiry. Would you prefer to witness the aftermath of the annihilation of those two factions, or the intervention of international magical ministries in your Hungarian affairs?" Upon hearing the latter half of Clarence's statement, the minister gritted his teeth, a hint of ferocity flashing across his visage. "Very well, let us now discuss the two requests you have, Mr. Stewart." Clarence had no intention of beating around the bush, directly articulating his demands. "Firstly, I seek the vial of angel's blood that is housed within your ministry's Department of Mysterious Affairs. Secondly, I desire all the magical artifacts in your ministry's possession." After a moment of silence, the minister, taken aback, ventured to inquire further. "Mr. Stewart, are these truly the only two requests you have?" Clarence nodded affirmatively, indicating that the minister had not misheard. "Indeed, these two alone suffice. I have no interest in anything else, and your ministry may not possess more. Additionally, considering my connection with Athena, I trust you are already aware of our relationship, minister?" The minister instinctively nodded, confirming his awareness of the bond between Athena and Clarence. Simultaneously casting a glance at the former, his regard for Athena's significance elevated several notches. The ministry's decision to employ the freshly graduated Athena stemmed from her credentials as a Hogwarts alumna, coupled with her commendable abilities, meriting her a vital position. Little did they anticipate that the true strength of this young woman lay not solely in her personal capabilities, but in the connections forged during her time at Hogwarts. It appears that following this incident, Athena's promotion is indeed warranted. While the minister pondered these thoughts, he verbally acquiesced to Clarence's two requests. "If these are the only demands, Mr. Stewart, you stand to gain significantly less. Let us amend that." People are inherently inclined to seize opportunities, especially someone of the minister's stature. Representing the interests of the entire Hungarian Ministry of Magic, it is only logical to economize and seize advantageous prospects. Yet, while accommodating Clarence's 2 requests, he intended to sweeten the deal further. This alone speaks volumes about the minister's acumen. Why is this so? Due to certain individuals' connections and influence, they find themselves unqualified and devoid of opportunities to ingratiate themselves. Now, leveraging the friendship between Asina and Clarence, they have managed to establish a tenuous connection and are naturally inclined to take advantage of it. This explains why the other party has expressed disdain towards Clarence, making only 2 requests and even seeking to add more. Their objective is to maintain this rare and valuable relationship. Clarence cast a penetrating glance at the minister but did not refuse. Instead, he subtly shifted the conversation to inquire about the intelligence regarding the 2 factions within the Xiong magical realm, particularly concerning their strongholds, member counts, and distributions. Previously, unaware of Mr. Stewart's intentions, they had not gathered detailed intelligence, and much of what they possessed was outdated. However, rest assured, within 3 days, my department will uncover all pertinent information regarding those 2 factions and present it to you. With 3 days at hand, I shall also endeavor to seek any traces of that magical contract, preparing ourselves for dual contingencies. A smile graced the minister's face. Everything will proceed according to your plan. Should you require any cooperation, simply let me know. His delight was palpable, for he discerned from Clarence's words that he genuinely wished to assist the Xiong Magic Department in resolving the issues posed by those 2 factions. Of course, it might also be that Clarence did not intend to squander these 3 days idly waiting for intelligence, hence his initiative to explore the magical contract. Regardless of the motivation, it ultimately benefits their magical department. After the minister personally escorted him from the office, Clarence, under Asina's guidance, checked into the nearest hotel to the magic department. The expenses, naturally, would be covered by the department, and he was allocated the finest suite, complete with the most lavish meals. This treatment left Asina envious, reluctant to part from the suite booked for Clarence. However, despite her hesitance, she had to leave, as Clarence departed the hotel shortly after acquiring preliminary information regarding the magical contract from her. Although this expedition yielded no tangible results, it paradoxically provided a wealth of information. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this new intelligence was intentionally disseminated, as it consisted solely of useless data. Not only did it fail to assist Clarence in his quest for the magical contract, but it also muddled the original leads with its chaotic and irrelevant content. It was evident that this superfluous information had been deliberately spread by those 2 factions to obscure the pursuit of the contract seeker. No wonder the renowned wizards who previously sought assistance from the sorceress department of Cyronia could not locate that magical contract. Under the deliberate disruptions caused by those 2 factions, finding it would indeed be a remarkable feat upon careful reflection, it is rather understandable. After all, the matter concerns their very lives and fortunes. To remain indifferent would be the true anomaly. However, this implies that locating the magical contract is virtually impossible, compelling one to resort to more drastic measures, essentially the complete obliteration of those 2 factions. As he had previously conveyed to the Minister of Magic, he harbored no confidence in finding the contract. Yet he was assured in his ability to eliminate the source of the troubles. In truth, once those 2 factions are eradicated, what significance would the magical contract hold? Clarence spoke in a low, contemplative tone. Wouldn't you agree, uninvited Lady Vampire? He then cast his gaze towards the shadowy corner by the window. Upon closer inspection, one would discern the presence of a figure, a strikingly attractive woman. However, the pallor of her bloodless skin confirmed Clarence's assertion. She was indeed a vampire. As Clarence approached her, particularly with his wand, which had seemingly appeared in his hand, fear flickered in the vampire's eyes. Yet, now petrified, she could not even move her eyeballs, let alone plead for mercy. She was left helplessly observing Clarence's every move. Alas, she was quite a sight. It was a pity that her demise was imminent. Initially, Clarence had ventured out to seek the whereabouts of the magical contract to avoid wasting 3 days in idle waiting. To his surprise, the 2 factions exhibited remarkable caution, yielding no results even for him. However, he had not anticipated that a vampire would willingly present herself, indicating that their intelligence was quite astute. This revelation spared him the need to await information from the Department of Magic. With that, Clarence wasted no time in casting the memory charm upon the vampire, forcefully delving into her recollections, particularly concerning all pertinent information about the 2 factions. Once he extracted the desired information, Clarence waved his wand, and the vampire ignited from within, swiftly reducing her to a pile of black ashes. After magically tidying up the remnants, he departed the suite with his wand in hand. Though acting on partial intelligence might complicate matters slightly, such inconveniences held little weight for Clarence. The name of the recently extinguished vampire lingered in his mind, resonating with a sense of familiarity. Yet, since she was not an acquaintance, it bore no significance, even if her name was Celine. In any case, Clarence was disinclined to ponder why that name seemed so oddly familiar. As Clarence descended into the opulent lobby on the ground floor, he did not hasten to leave, but instead approached the front desk to request a detailed map of the surrounding region of Xionyali. Armed with this comprehensive map and the information gleaned from the memories of the female vampire, particularly concerning the locations of the 3 slumbering elders, Clarence commenced his purge. He first ventured to the nearest stronghold of the vampire clan, as revealed in her recollections, and unleashed a brutal massacre, sparing only a few individuals who appeared to be high-ranking members, while the rest were incinerated to ashes by the flames of molten lava. Once the stronghold was thoroughly cleansed, Clarence directed his magical prowess towards the deliberately spared high-ranking members to forcibly extract their memories. This yielded a wealth of detailed intelligence regarding their clan, with a particular focus on the locations of all their strongholds. Thus, Clarence dedicated several hours to eradicating every last vestige of the clan within Xionyali, nearly obliterating the majority of their vampires, including the slumbering 3 elders. Most critically, he uncovered a connection between one of the high-ranking members and the perpetually adversarial werewolves. Although Clarence was indifferent to their collusion, as the primary objective was to ascertain the whereabouts of the werewolf clan stronghold. Additionally, from the memories of the 3 elders, he unearthed traces of a magical contract, though its significance had diminished. Subsequently, he embarked on a new wave of slaughter, spending the night nearly exterminating the majority of the members of these 2 clans within Xionyali, leaving fewer than 50 remaining. Regrettably, these remaining vampires and werewolves were scattered throughout Hungary due to various circumstances, necessitating the support of the Ministry of Magic for intelligence to locate them. Clarence's actions from the previous night had not gone unnoticed, and the Ministry of Magic would surely have received word. He anticipated that assistance would arrive shortly. Indeed, it was not long before he found himself seated on the sofa in his suite, having barely rested, when the Minister of Magic, along with his secretary and Asina, entered. Without waiting to be seated, the minister eagerly inquired about the events of the previous night. You must have received intelligence regarding the detailed proceedings, so I need not elaborate further. Furthermore, there are still fewer than 50 members remaining, scattered across Hungary. To eliminate them completely, I require your ministry's intelligence support. Your task henceforth is to swiftly locate the whereabouts of these elusive remnants and report back to me. The minister, upon hearing Clarence's words, responded with the utmost respect and inquired whether he required assistance in any other aspects. There is no need for that. You, members of the Ministry of Magic, including the Aurors, are bound by that magical contract, and thus your capacity to assist is severely limited. Therefore, you are only required to provide support in the form of intelligence. We must act swiftly to eliminate those remaining threats before the various international magical ministries become aware of the situation. Otherwise, I fear they might interfere for various reasons. To avert any unforeseen complications, our actions must be expedited. The minister, while agreeing, displayed a rather grim expression, for he understood Clarence's implications, perhaps even more than Clarence himself. Did he truly believe that the magical ministries of various nations were merely watching from the sidelines, waiting for them to seek assistance? Had they not acted, the dire state of the magical realm in Xionyali and the plight of those 2 factions would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Thus, it is no wonder that the minister, fully aware of what the foreign magical ministries had done, bore a countenance of concern. The Ministry of Magic, when operating at full capacity, wields significant power. At the very least, Clarence received intelligence from the ministry before noon. Upon acquiring this information, Clarence resumed his pursuit, hunting down the remaining members of those 2 factions. Among those who had evaded capture, some, sensing the impending danger or learning of the decimation of their kin, sought to flee abroad. However, they were relentlessly pursued by Clarence, who reduced them to ashes. Just as he was closing in on the last few remnants of the 2 factions, he received an urgent message from the ministry. The essence of the message conveyed that they had located the magical contract signed years ago, and thus requested Clarence to cease his pursuit momentarily. Upon receiving this message, Clarence was taken aback. How could the ministry have acquired the magical contract? However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that the contract had likely lost its value due to the impending extinction of the 2 factions, prompting its surrender in exchange for the cessation of the hunt against the remaining members. After incinerating a werewolf stripped of its limbs by wind blades, Clarence chuckled. Yet he did not halt his actions. Instead, he continued to pursue the last 2. To eradicate the root of the problem is essential, and he had no intention of sparing the individual who willingly surrendered the magical contract. After all, this individual had concealed the contract for centuries, causing considerable turmoil for the wizards of the Xionyali magical realm, particularly the ministry. Such a trivial exchange to spare the lives of the last remaining members of the 2 factions was far too convenient. Thus, only after eliminating the last 2 did Clarence apparate directly into the hall of the Ministry of Magic. Upon his arrival, he found himself amidst a standoff between two opposing groups. One group, undoubtedly, consisted of officials from the Ministry of Magic and Aurors, while another group caught Clarence's eye with their attire, revealing them to be mere ordinary individuals. The leader of this second group emanated an unusual aura that reminded Clarence of his former self, elevated in the hierarchy of life, yet not entirely transformed. Admittedly, this individual could not compare to the heights that Clarence had previously attained. Their life essence seemed to barely surpass that of an ordinary person. Consequently, their appearance and demeanor lacked the striking prominence that Clarence once possessed. Nevertheless, the initial impression they left was undeniably charismatic. Though Clarence pondered these nuances, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon his recent arrival and having surveyed the situation within the ministry's grand hall, he swiftly employed magic to subdue the ordinary group. What was the situation? Moreover, was that a magical contract they intended to present? Approaching the minister, Clarence inquired directly. The minister nodded, gesturing for Clarence to observe the leader's hand. Following the minister's cue, Clarence noticed a rolled parchment in their grasp. "Is that the magical contract you signed years ago?" he asked. "Indeed," the minister replied through clenched teeth, glaring at the individual. "They seek to use the contract as leverage to persuade you to cease your pursuit." What audacity! Did they truly believe that document held any value now? To present it as a bargaining chip? It was only due to the lingering binding force of the contract that the ministry had refrained from immediate action. Otherwise, they might have already succumbed to the temptation of obliterating them. Perhaps it was precisely the contract's binding nature that had kept the ministry in a deadlock with this group until now. However, unlike the ministry, Clarence bore no such reservations. With a flick of his wand, he forcibly seized the contract from their grasp. After unrolling it and sensing its authenticity, he stood amidst the excited gazes of the minister and others, watching as the magical contract disintegrated into ashes. Once the contract was utterly destroyed, the minister paused to assess the absence of its binding power, then, exhilarated, issued orders for the Aurors to apprehend the group and execute them on the spot. The Aurors, encircling the suspects, promptly executed the minister's command, employing the unforgivable curse, which cast deep green flashes across the scene. When the Aurors ceased their incantations, the surrounded group lay lifeless, and an Auror captain led his team to inspect each body without regard for their state, delivering a final, merciless spell to ensure their demise. After the inspection was completed, or rather after all the necessary repairs were made, he approached the minister to report the execution of the order. Naturally, there was no need for Clarence to handle any subsequent matters. He was directly invited into the minister's office. Since the situation had been entirely resolved, it was time to discuss remuneration. The minister, of course, would not renege on his promise to Clarence, and, even on their way to the office, had instructed his secretary to retrieve a drop of angel's blood from the lowest level of the Department of Mysterious Affairs. As for the extensive collection of spells held by the Ministry of Magic, due to their sheer number, it was impossible to present them all to Clarence at once. They would first need to be copied, and he would only receive the duplicates. Moreover, he was not particularly eager to obtain the spells from the Shiongyali Ministry, as he had likely mastered the vast majority of them, with only a few being unfamiliar to him. Hence, Clarence was in no rush. Rather, he was more focused on the impending arrival of the angel's blood. Clarence did not have to wait long before the female secretary entered, cradling a metallic box adorned with various magical sigils and inscriptions. She placed the box on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The minister glanced at the box, confirming that it was indeed the vessel for the angel's blood, before sliding it towards Clarence. "Mr. Stewart, this is the drop of angel's blood. However, please be advised that the box is enchanted to prevent energy leakage, so exercise caution when retrieving it." Clarence nodded in understanding and reached out to open the lid. Inside, he found a cylindrical transparent glass container, within which a single droplet emanating a golden, soft glow, resembling a droplet of water, floated in the center. After attempting to sense it, Clarence discovered, perhaps due to the enchantments and inscriptions on the box, that he was unable to perceive the angel's blood. He initially intended to take out the glass container, but after a moment's consideration, he halted his actions and activated his Eye of Truth skill to observe the droplet. However, it appeared that the essence of the blood was of such exalted nature, at least surpassing Clarence's own, that his Eye of Truth could only glean a scant portion of information. Angel's blood? Upon receiving this fragment of information, Clarence furrowed his brow, pondering how he had fully transformed into a hero-level being, yet could only discern such a brief detail, realizing that the existence of true deities far exceeded his imagination. Although he could not ascertain the precise nature of the blood at this moment, the fact that the Eye of Truth yielded such limited information, with half of it represented as question marks, indicated that its essence was undoubtedly of a superior caliber. This is merely a drop of blood from its master. It appears that for a considerable duration, I shall be unable to harness this drop of angelic blood. It must be preserved for further study by my true avatars to ascertain whether any discoveries may arise. Nonetheless, the feedback from the Eye of Truth has confirmed that this is indeed angelic blood, rather than that of any other extraordinary entity. This indirectly corroborates the existence of angels in this world, thus validating the mythological framework within the Church. It is astonishing that this world is far more enigmatic than Clarence had previously comprehended. Although he had long suspected that the Church's mythos might hold some truth, he had been unable to substantiate such a claim until now. However, if angels truly exist, then as I elevate my own power, I will possess a comprehensive system of strength for reference. Previously, when I found myself ensnared within the realm of demon lords, my desire for global travel was primarily to uncover new paths and directions for advancement. While I had acquired considerable knowledge of the Church's mythological power structure, without evidence of its existence, Clarence dared not to draw upon it. A misstep could result in dire consequences. Yet now, with this authentic angelic blood, verified by the Eye of Truth, I can utilize it as a reference when I encounter future obstacles in my growth. After sealing the metal box and placing it within the pendant box, Clarence retrieved his grimoire of knowledge, laying it upon the coffee table before him. This alchemical tome serves a specific purpose, and after briefly explaining its functions, he instructed his secretary to deliver it to the designated repository for magical texts within their department. Once the secretary had departed, carefully clutching the grimoire, the minister inquired with genuine curiosity, "Mr. Stewart, was that recent alchemical creation your masterpiece?" "Indeed. It is a book of magic I crafted specifically for the swift recording of knowledge." "Are you intrigued, Minister?" Clarence responded. "Naturally. I have always held alchemy in high esteem. Regrettably, I possess no aptitude in that field. During my school years, I barely grazed the surface. After graduating and joining the Ministry of Magic, I found little time to pursue it further." The minister sighed. Perhaps in his youth, he aspired to be an alchemist rather than work within the ministry. Yet fate had led him here, ultimately rising to the position of minister. Humanity often harbors complex emotions towards its initial dreams. While Clarence pondered these thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, recognizing the inappropriateness of such discussions. Forgive my lightheartedness, but I am curious whether you, Mr. Stewart, would entertain my request to order a batch of alchemical magical items. In the past, I have accepted such orders, yet, as the minister is aware, I am currently engaged in a global journey and may not possess ample time to dedicate to their creation. Furthermore, might I inquire about the specific nature of the alchemical products you wish to procure? How unfortunate it is, for I intended to order a selection of alchemical items to assist the ore department in their endeavors. After all, you are cognizant that even if we resolve the issues posed by those two factions, the international community will not simply relent. Undoubtedly, there may be covert maneuvers afoot, compelling us to enhance the operational capabilities of our ore forces. Clarence nodded in agreement. Indeed, various nations have observed your activities for an extended period and will not easily concede. However, the minister need not overly fret, for their actions can only remain clandestine. They would not dare act openly. Yet, the minister's face bore a wry smile. I comprehend your sentiment, yet I remain troubled by their surreptitious undertakings. As you can discern, our ore department is significantly overshadowed by the might of those larger nations. Particularly, the Culinary Ministry of Magic, especially its ore division, pales in comparison to the military prowess of the great powers, which, to put it plainly, is their most pronounced weakness in matters of combat. It is no wonder that the opposition harbors such apprehension. With this in mind, Clarence initially considered departing after perusing the collection of magical tomes within the Ministry of Magic. But it seems that such a hasty exit may no longer be prudent. While he could indeed continue his travels, the circumstances for the Culinary Ministry of Magic would likely become dire. Of course, if he held no significant ties to them, their predicament would not weigh heavily on his conscience. However, given that Asina is employed within their ranks and holds a considerable position, Clarence found himself pondering for a moment before addressing the Minister of Magic. Very well, although I possess the knowledge tomes to swiftly record and store magical knowledge, now that you have commenced the process of duplication, I shall accept all of it to avoid waste. Once my travels conclude, I shall place it in my study at home as a collection. Yet, since I desire it, it must remain with you in Culinary for the time being. As I do not intend to depart just yet, I now have the opportunity to fulfill your order, Minister. The minister, astute as ever, immediately discerned the subtext in Clarence's words, revealing a knowing expression. What, then, did Clarence's statement imply? His true intention was to lend support to the Culinary Ministry of Magic. After all, he is still present here. Thus, should other nations' ministries contemplate any covert actions, they must account for Clarence's presence. Moreover, it is evident that he cannot remain here indefinitely. Thus, he seizes this opportunity to craft a collection of alchemical magical items intended to bolster the combat prowess of their aura forces. The Minister of Magic, having discerned the underlying significance of Clarence's words, wore a particular expression in response. Following this, the two engaged in discussions regarding the raw materials necessary for the creation of these alchemical items. In truth, there was little to deliberate upon. Clarence merely needed to compile a list, which would then be entrusted to the minister to procure the requisite materials. It would be unreasonable to expect Clarence to supply the raw materials himself. Additionally, the minister briefly outlined the functional requirements and effects anticipated from the alchemical items. Upon review, it became apparent that, as previously suspected, the collection of spells housed within the Culinary Ministry of Magic was predominantly comprised of those already possessed by Clarence. Only a mere 10 tomes remained uncollected. Initially, Clarence held little expectation regarding these 10 unacquired spellbooks. However, he was unexpectedly delighted by the content of the final tome, which contained extraordinarily rare and valuable knowledge concerning spatial and temporal magic. Regrettably, this singular spell was not complete, comprising merely a series of conjectures and theories. While not entirely without merit for Clarence, its practical application would require further research on his part. At the very least, he needed to refine the principles and theoretical aspects before it could be utilized effectively. Furthermore, the content revealed that it intertwined with certain demands from the realm of alchemy, leading him to surmise that even once he perfected the principles, he might not be able to synthesize a skill through the simplification system. The most probable outcome would be the acquisition of an alchemical technique related to space-time, which could indeed be considered an unexpected boon. During Clarence's stay at the Grand Hotel adjacent to the Ministry of Magic, he spent his days either conducting research alongside his true avatars or fulfilling the tasks assigned by the Minister of Magic. His elimination of 2 magical creature factions within the Culinary magical realm gradually garnered international attention. This matter stirred considerable debate across the global magical community, with wizards expressing a myriad of opinions. Naturally, alongside dissenters, there were supporters, for among wizards, radical thinkers were not in short supply. Previously, when news broke of the audacity displayed by the 2 magical factions within the Culinary realm, numerous individuals had voiced their desire for severe repercussions against their actions. After all, the dignity of wizards must not be violated. If such behavior were not met with stringent punishment, what would prevent other magical factions from emulating it? Would it not lead to the rekindling of war? Unfortunately, at that time, these sentiments were dismissed internationally on the grounds that the 2 factions were merely internal matters of the Culinary magical realm, and thus intervention was declined. Consequently, the issue faded into obscurity. However, it was unexpected that Clarence, summoned as an external aid by the Solarian Ministry of Magic, would decisively eradicate both factions, leading to their complete extinction. This development undoubtedly brought great relief, particularly to the more radical elements, who expressed their enthusiastic support for Clarence's actions. Setting aside the international perspective on this matter, as well as the global wizarding community's opinions, the news created quite a stir within the British Magical Society once it reached their shores. The wizards of the British magical community held varied opinions regarding this incident. Among them, some felt a sense of pride in Clarence's actions, for he hailed from Britain and was a graduate of Hogwarts, an undeniable fact that solidified his identity as a quintessential British wizard. How could this not evoke pride among his compatriots? Conversely, certain officials within the British Ministry of Magic contended that Clarence should not have intervened in the internal affairs of another nation, fearing that this would adversely affect the ministry's standing on the international stage. They overlooked the potential positive ramifications of such influence, fixating solely on the negative aspects. If the ministry were to condemn Clarence for meddling in the affairs of another magical realm, it was the members of the Truth Society who rallied in support of him. Naturally, there were also those with a more compassionate perspective who deemed Clarence's methods excessively harsh, arguing that it was entirely unnecessary to annihilate entire factions. Beyond these diverse opinions, once the news reached Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it ignited fervent discussions among the students. Their views were far more simplistic, devoid of the intricate societal complexities that adults grappled with. They felt a sense of pride simply because Clarence was an alumnus, a senior figure whom they admired. In stark contrast to the students, the professors held a range of opinions. While some supported Clarence, others opposed him. However, a greater number ultimately leaned towards support. Even those who did not specialize in the history of wizards and the magical community understood that the current status of wizards was not achieved through diplomacy, but rather through the wielding of wands and the decisive application of magic. Thus, upon learning of the brewing rebellion among 2 magical species in the Solarian realm, it was natural for them to back Clarence's actions. Opposition was primarily voiced by Albus Dumbledore, the current deputy headmaster, along with a few other professors. Their dissenting views, however, were but a handful against the prevailing sentiments within the school. Consequently, their opinions created little impact, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, producing only a fleeting ripple before the surface returned to its serene state, and no further disturbances ensued. In the global magical realm, Numerous wizards have come to perceive that this incident indirectly showcases the terrifyingly formidable power of Clarence. According to the reports they received, Clarence expended less than a mere 2 days to eradicate the two factions. To be precise, it took him only a day and a night to completely annihilate these two relatively powerful magical species. Achieving such a feat suggests that his prowess may have surpassed even that of the Dark Lord. However, this remains merely speculation. No one dares to assert definitively that Clarence's strength has transcended the threshold of the Dark Lord, entering a realm of entirely new dimensions. Nonetheless, despite being just conjecture, the likelihood of this hypothesis is deemed exceedingly high when comparing him to wizards of the caliber of Dumbledore, while disregarding other factors. The conclusion drawn is that even if Dumbledore could achieve a similar outcome, he would not do so with the same ease. At the very least, the commotion he would cause would not be as subtle as that of Clarence, nor would he emerge unscathed. This leads to the analysis that the two individuals may not even exist within the same tier of strength. As people ponder and speculate about Clarence's power, which likely surpasses that of the Dark Lord and has reached an entirely new domain, they discreetly mock Dumbledore. They ridicule him for having treated Clarence with such wariness in an attempt to prevent the emergence of another Voldemort, only to find that Clarence has now surpassed him in strength, while Dumbledore remains stagnant. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Clarence would never divulge information about this new level of power to Dumbledore. Although people are inherently curious about this unprecedented realm, since historical records and various documents yield no information regarding levels above that of the Dark Lord, they dare not inquire of Clarence. Thus, the only recourse left is to ridicule Dumbledore. They scorn him for his apparent folly in being so vigilant against an exceptionally gifted and innocent student, resulting in a bitter rivalry where he could have benefited from their relationship as principal and pupil. How could this situation not evoke laughter, particularly from those who have long been at odds with Dumbledore? Among these, Voldemort stands out, boldly sending a letter to the Daily Prophet, openly mocking Dumbledore. The reaction of Dumbledore upon seeing that day's edition of the Prophet remains unknown, but it is surmised that he must surely feel regret for his past treatment of Clarence. While the nature of this speculation is unclear to Dumbledore, he indeed finds himself reflecting on his misgivings. However, his remorse does not stem from Clarence's ascension to a realm beyond that of the Dark Lord. He has already received correspondence from Nicholas informing him of this matter. At that moment, although Dumbledore felt a sense of shock, he did not regard it with much seriousness and had not even considered inquiring about any information regarding the new realm from Clarence. What truly reignited Dumbledore's regret was Voldemort's statements published in the Daily Prophet. These remarks struck a chord with Dumbledore, prompting him to question their implications. What exactly did Voldemort say in the Daily Prophet that so unsettled Dumbledore? Beyond mere mockery, Voldemort claimed that he had discovered a method to enter a new echelon of power, asserting that this revelation stemmed from his study of Clarence's movements and deeds. Upon reflection, Dumbledore had to concede that even if he suspected Voldemort's comments were intended to provoke him psychologically, the mere possibility warranted his utmost vigilance. For if Voldemort's assertions held any truth, the wizarding world of Britain would undoubtedly face a cataclysm of unparalleled terror. However, this was not the crux of Dumbledore's concerns. Even if Voldemort did advance to a new level, he would not be a match for Clarence, or at the very least, there would be someone capable of opposing him. Thus, Dumbledore was not overly worried about that aspect. What truly occupied his thoughts was whether Clarence would confront Voldemort. This was of paramount importance. Dumbledore's reasoning stemmed from the understanding that Voldemort was not a fool. Before engaging Clarence, he would undoubtedly assess the disparity in their strengths. Initially, he would be reluctant to confront Clarence directly. If Voldemort would not first target Clarence, who would he choose as his initial prey? Naturally, it would be Dumbledore, his former mentor. Dumbledore was not afraid of death. Rather, he felt compelled to survive until he could vanquish Voldemort, unwilling to perish without taking him down alongside. He could not gamble the future of the British wizarding world, or even that of the global magical community, solely on Clarence's capabilities. In stark contrast to Dumbledore's speculation, he firmly believed Voldemort would not find the means to ascend to heroism, and even if he did, what would be the outcome? A typical wizard requires an extensive duration to undergo such a transformation. Could someone like Voldemort, whose very soul was fragmented, truly achieve the metamorphosis necessary to reach the level of a hero? It was utterly implausible. Even if he managed to cheat his way into that realm, he would not stand a chance against Clarence or any other properly ascended wizard. Thus, what reason did Clarence have for concern? Did he truly believe that after the fracturing of the soul, it would be so effortless to reintegrate? As Clarence displayed such indifference, Asina, intrigued by his reaction, inquired further. Because Voldemort has not truly discovered a method, and he cannot enter that entirely new realm, it is likely that his statements are intended to create an aura of menace while simultaneously undermining Dumbledore. After Clarence provided a brief explanation, he handed her a batch of newly crafted alchemical magical items. Here is the third batch. Only 2 more batches remain to fulfill your minister's order. Upon seeing Asina examine the items before placing them into her small bag, Clarence then presented her with a small wallet. The alchemical items within are for your use. Remember to carry at least one at all times, as it may safeguard your life in perilous situations. After Asina departed, Clarence once again immersed himself in the pendant box, continuing his research alongside his authentic avatars, wholly unaffected by external disturbances, living a tranquil and remarkably routine existence. It was not until the end of 1979 that Clarence resolved to embark on his global journey once more, with his next destination already determined, Egypt, to explore the ancient magics of that land. Particularly, the religious system there is profoundly archaic and warrants thorough communication and exchange. There may even be significant discoveries to be made. Furthermore, throughout the year, Clarence has made some progress in his research on that drop of angelic blood. After all, had there not been some advancement in the study of the angelic blood, Clarence would have long since set out to continue his travels. Merely to support the Yali Ministry of Magic and to produce a few alchemical magical items would hardly require an entire year. As for the results of his research, it can be said that these findings are somewhat related to the magic of time and space acquired from the Ministry of Magic. More specifically, through his studies, he discovered that the drop of angelic blood, due to its exceedingly high level, could not be effectively applied to himself in any manner. However, upon realizing this issue, Clarence did not abandon his efforts. Instead, he altered his approach. His notion was that, since he could not effectively utilize the angelic blood, he might as well employ it as a source of energy. Therefore, Clarence specifically designed various alchemical items powered by angelic blood, which boasted a range of functional effects. Although the creations were notably successful, and their capabilities satisfied Clarence upon testing, he understood that these endeavors did not fully harness the properties and characteristics of the angelic blood. Yet, akin to its inherently high tier, to exploit its characteristics, the alchemical items required must be of a level not too far removed from that of the angelic blood itself. However, if Clarence were capable of crafting such alchemical items, then what need would there be for the angelic blood? For instance, it is through the utilization of its inherent characteristics that even a being as formidable as Clarence, a hero of great renown, is able to accomplish feats beyond the reach of mere mortals. To simplify, one could employ that drop of angelic blood as the necessary sacrifice, or merely to withstand certain repercussions, thereby maximizing the potential of its unique properties. With this notion in mind, Clarence's initial inspiration was the time turner. The longer one traverses through time, especially when altering the course of history, the costs and repercussions are insurmountable for an ordinary human. Thus, that precious drop of angelic blood could be utilized to bear the burdens of prolonged time travel, even enabling its wielder to endure the terrifying backlash resulting from historical alterations. However, while the idea was conceived, the challenge remained: how to incorporate the angelic blood into the time turner. Moreover, at that moment, he did not possess a time turner to begin with. In pursuit of his ambition, Clarence turned his attention to the head of the magical department, Yali. It is no wonder that the minister was adept in the art of negotiation. During a casual conversation, Clarence inadvertently expressed his interest in the alchemical techniques required to create a time turner. Consequently, the minister promptly provided him with 2 time turners, one intact and the other damaged. Although he claimed to be offering them for research purposes, he subtly hinted that neither of these time turners had been officially registered in their department's records. With such an overt indication from the minister, Clarence was quick to grasp the underlying message. Based on his examination of these 2 time turners, he successfully devised a special time turner infused with the drop of angelic blood, utilizing the materials from the damaged one. Nevertheless, despite the creation of this extraordinary time turner, activating and employing it proved to be exceedingly challenging. The magical energy required for its activation was beyond even Clarence's heroic capabilities. Although, within a mere few seconds, he could alter history and the future without incurring any costs or repercussions, the brevity of such a window rendered it rather impractical. Subsequently, through meticulous research and calculations, Clarence discovered that even if his magical power were to increase 100-fold, it would still fall short of what the special time turner demanded. This realization left him quite disheartened, for it seemed that to utilize this remarkable device effectively, he would have to enhance his own abilities to a level far beyond that of an ordinary mortal. Presently, it would remain merely as a collector's item, waiting until his prowess had sufficiently evolved to allow for its use. While some may argue that it serves no purpose, that is not entirely accurate, for even if Clarence's strength were to ascend to divine realms in the future, he may still find himself unable to bear the costs and repercussions of time travel and historical alteration. After all, even the divine beings possess varying degrees of power and strength, which makes Clarence's future reliance on them a possibility. However, this utility is confined to the future. For the present, it serves him no purpose whatsoever. In fact, The integration of angelic blood into the special time converter has rendered further research impossible. The disparity between effort and reward is disheartening, leaving Clarence in a state of frustration. Regrettably, he has devoted most of the past 6 months to honing his alchemical skills. Without such dedication, how could he have acquired the knowledge needed to successfully create the time converter? Nevertheless, the prospect of future utilization of this unique device brings some solace to Clarence's heart. Aside from the special time converter, Clarence has not emerged empty-handed. After all, an entire year has passed. His other gains include advancements in the wizard template and special skills, which have seen a modest elevation in levels, even if he concentrated primarily on alchemy during the latter half of the year. Another noteworthy achievement is the purification of his Arthurian bloodline, which has reached a level of 10. The transformation brought about by this heightened purity is substantial. Firstly, his heart, having undergone magical nurturing and modification to become a magical organ, has experienced further changes under the influence of his bloodline. It now beats with greater strength and vitality, almost to an excessive degree. Fortunately, his body has undergone a complete metamorphosis, no longer fragile like flesh and blood. Otherwise, such a change in his heart would be insupportable. Moreover, Clarence has discovered that his magical recovery speed, disregarding the effects of various skills, has nearly multiplied due to the changes imparted by his bloodline. The quality of his magical power has also seen a significant enhancement. Regrettably, such an augmentation would elate any ordinary wizard. However, for Clarence, who has never been lacking in magical energy, it bears little significance. At the very least, this transformation has not incited overwhelming joy within him. Were it not for the slow yet steady changes in his heart, which are similarly transforming his entire being, Clarence might have paid it little heed. Considering that even with a bloodline purity of only 10, such considerable changes have occurred, one can only imagine the magnitude of transformation that will ensue when his bloodline reaches 100% purity. Yet, that remains a future prospect, who knows when. At the current rate of purification, he will achieve full purity of his Arthurian bloodline.